Up, there's an up and a down.
Right, and what is pulling me down?
No,
There's
science is
nothing
cause
pulling
and
you down. It's
effect,
just
Really?
and there's
Just
no downward bias.
right.
It's just that more things are dense than the medium that they're in. There's no downward bias. It's a relative density equilibrium. Things that are less dense than air go up, like helium. Things that are more dense than air go down. There's not a bias. It's just that most things are more dense than air, which we think of as the bias, just because 99% of the things are more dense than air. It's not a bias. It's just that most things are more dense than air.
But isn't
But you can disprove
that what gravity is?
what?
It seems like that's just what gravity is. Like you're saying that's not gravity, but it seems like that is gravity.
Okay. Define gravity.
I would an attraction between two masses where they move towards each other.
Give an example
that's
in real world.
That's yeah. And that's also
Okay,
Newtonian gravity, which is 105 years.
You want me to give it?
Hey, illegal can.
Okay. Yep.
What World D?
Just wondering.
I know. I think that What World D was on the right path. I just want you to check your messages.
Yeah, but
I'm just saying that since the standard rhetoric and the standard models of Einsteinian, the bending and warping of the concept known as space-time, or Newtonian mass attracting mass, since those have both been completely debunked as pseudoscience, we can disregard the scientific and mathematical descriptions or definitions of the term gravity, and thus it's reduced to its original meaning, which it was derived from Italian gravitas, meaning weight. And why is there weight?
Because there's classical
because
gravity.
There is. It's a law of nature. How hard is it to consider that if you truly do exist on an intelligently designed realm, that there needs to be an order for things for you to navigate and traverse the area that you exist in coherently and efficiently. Hence, there would be an up and a down.
Minecraft. Pretty simple.
I mean,
Correct.
if you have a valid hypothesis, right?
Yeah.
For why there is an up and a down, I'd love to hear it. But without one,
please.
Illegal. If you don't stop talking, I'm going to mute you. I told you to check your. I want What World D to do this, and Hank, don't.
Yeah, I'm
talk
sitting
anymore.
back on this one.
No. I just illegal. You're just going. Yep. You're just interrupting. You're just making a lot of background noise. Yep. Come on, bro. I'm trying to help you out. Anyway, continue, guys. Please don't talk illegal.
I'm on mute.
All right.
Right.
Sorry about that, guys. Go ahead. What World?
It's all good.
Yeah, I meant to say specific gravity a while ago, but I should probably be quiet. That's what we're.
No, Hank, that's a great input. Thank you for adding that. Yeah, you could call it specific gravity, also known as relative density, and that's in the wiki.
What wiki?
If you wiki relative density or specific gravity, they're synonymous. also known as? Any more comments or questions about gravity?
Yeah, in specific gravity, everything that goes up and down, other than, you know, man-made stuff like, or should I say aerodynamic stuff, everything that falls down is sinking, right? Like if you were to drop a person from, like the Red Bull jump, right? At first he was falling through a very, you know, poor atmosphere. So he really should have picked up a lot of speed, like faster than a person jumping out of an airplane, because the terminal velocity was much higher due to the low density, right? But as he began to get closer and closer to the surface, his speed slowed, right? He could even control his descent speed by positioning his body in a certain correction, right? Because he was falling, right? And as he spreads out his surface area, then he make more friction resistance, right? So when you fall, it's because you're dense, right? You're more dense than everything else, or the buoyant force isn't strong enough to hold you up. So when your pencil falls or you break your cell phone, like what, did you think that the air was going to hold your cell phone up? Like, no, your cell phone's too dense.
Yeah, and I would just like to interject Neil deGrasse Tyson's viewpoint on the Red Bull jump and what he said. Anybody who claims to see curvature from an airplane or what we've seen from the footage of that jump. Okay. Cool. We all know what's up.
Corpse or Sasha, did you have any other questions or comments or retorts about gravity or any other questions?
Well, I literally just googled the definition, and it comes up saying a force that attracts a body towards the center of the Earth or towards any other physical body having mass.
You just Googled gravity, right?
I googled gravity definition.
Right.
Do you know about the scientific method? Do you know how to prove things scientifically? And what it would
I
take?
don't know. I think I can prove that gravity pulls me towards the Earth.
Did you say you can or you can't?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, so what are we going to manipulate in our experiment? So we got a hypothesis, right? So what's your hypothesis?
Gravity pulls me closer to the Earth.
Right, but in science you have three constituent parts to the scientific method: the dependent, independent, control variables, right?
It's the three constituent parts to an experiment.
To an experiment, yeah. So hypothesis test, you have to have the cause to the effect. So what is the cause of you falling down? That's the thing that you have to manipulate to prove it, because you just said that you're going to prove it, right?
I can prove gravity.
So gravity is the cause. What do you call that? What do you call that? What do you call that thing when you drop something or something falls? Is that also gravity?
Yeah.
So it's the cause and the effect. That's not a viable hypothesis. See, here's how it works. You have to have a cause and effect according to the scientific method, right? And I'm going to cite my source, and I want you to read it, right? Because I'm telling you the truth. In the scientific method, you have to have a cause and effect test. And the way that you test this is you manipulate the independent variable, which is the cause, and you witness the effect happening, right?
I can cause my iPhone to fall by dropping it.
Speak up a little bit. You can what?
I can cause my phone to fall by dropping it.
Right. You were the cause in that case. Right? Not gravity.
Well, gravity is the
Yeah.
thing that caused it to fall. I
We
was
know
the
the
thing that
cause.
dropped it.
You lifted it up and you dropped it. That was the cause.
Right, but why does the apple fall to the ground? You say that it's gravity. What do you mean by gravity?
Gravity is the invisible force pulling it towards the ground.
Right, but what is it specifically?
I just told you.
Okay, you said it's a force. Okay, I'm about to cite some
Yeah.
sources. Are you ready? Can you go to the live stream voice text? You see the room above this room?
Yeah, I can see all this.
Okay.
Biting my tongue.
Gravity is not a force. Gravity is not a force. Gravity is not a force.
Yeah. Has gravity ever been through the scientific method ever
No.
that you can back up and claim?
Well, if
So
gravity isn't
earlier you
the
said
thing
gravity is
pulling
not
me
a
towards the
force.
ground, then what is pulling me towards the ground?
Your density. Now, let me explain something to you. Did I explain to you how the scientific method works? So cause and effect. So what causes water to boil? Well, we know that gas pressure has effect to do with it. So our control variable is we're going to do it at
water to boil.
Yeah, follow along,
let
bro. Come on, help me out. Just pay attention. That's all you got to do right now. Just a moment of time. So what causes water to boil? Well, we know the control variable is going to be atmospheric pressure. So we're going to do this test at sea level, right? That's our control variable, the atmospheric pressure. So we add heat. Heat is our independent variable. It's our cause. So we add heat to the water, it boils. That's the water boiling is the effect, right? That's our dependent variable. So when I add the heat, it boils. When I take it away, it stops boiling. When I add the heat again, it boils. So I manipulate the independent variable so that I verify a cause. Otherwise, I could say, well, the reason that you fall is because pixies sprinkle dust on your head and it makes you go down. And that's the real cause, right? But we don't do that, right? We don't like to use just philosophy. We like to use science too, right? Because science determines an actual cause. So let me illustrate this. I knew a fat boy once that floated without paddling his feet and his arms, right? He didn't have to swim. He floated at the deep end, 12 feet, without moving. I had to witness it because I didn't believe it because I was very fit at the time. And I didn't believe it, so I had to go underwater and check it out. So let's say Tommy walks down to the bottom of the pool and it's empty, right? Well, let's manipulate the independent variable, in this case, the medium. Well, the pool fills up and now he's floating in the deep end. No floaties, right? No nothing, just the water. Nothing else changed. Now you say to take the water back out, right? And now Thomas is sitting at the bottom of the pool again. What caused Thomas to rise and fall?
I'm sorry, I missed most of that. Laughing too hard from when you said the people fall because someone sprinkled pink dust in their fucking head.
Oh my god.
You couldn't loan me a moment of time to listen, bro. I even stopped playing the game and everything, bro.
The scientific
Bad
method.
form on your part. You sound like Elon Musk wearing a voice changer anyway.
Did he quit? Did he quit? Is he gone?
No, he quit listening. He couldn't answer the
Here.
question. He isn't smart enough to answer the question.
Oh, he's still here. Yeah.
What caused
Thomas
Thomas to go up and down?
Seriously telling me that I'm not smart?
Well, are you
Answer
Elon
the
Musk
question.
wearing a voice changer thing on your head right now?
Hey, what do you mean by smart? Who's smart?
So, can you answer the question? What caused Thomas to go up and down at the bottom of the pool?
I don't know. I wasn't listening to that.
Huh?
I wasn't
I don't know. If you don't know, just say you don't know. Make it easier for yourself. Just say you don't know. If you don't know,
I've said I don't know.
Hey,
about
dude,
4
that's my
times
favorite
because I
answer is
do.
I don't know. I mean, I have a lot of people ask me.
Yeah, I
questions,
say
and I'll
I
be
don't
like,
know
I
all
don't know,
the
man.
time.
I don't know. It's like people
I
say,
mean,
all
"What's
I've
the
the
said it
sun?"
like 6
People
times now.
ask me, "What is the sun?" I don't know.
The
I don't
sphere
know.
of
I'm
gas
comfortable
and
with that
plasma.
answer. I'm very comfortable with the answer that I don't know what
It's
the
a
sun is.
sphere made up of gases and plasma.
Who told you that?
Science. Fact.
Science told you that.
Does
Okay,
science
so
have a
how did they
voice?
science the sun?
What
How
does
did they
science
science?
look like? Is science hot? Does science got like vocal cords and like everything?
Jesus Christ, you got really loud.
Bro,
dude,
do you know what?
Come on, hold it together,
Are you-
Elon
He's a
Musk.
fucking retard.
Are you saying you know? Are you saying you know what the sun is and how far it is? And
Christ. It's what?
are you saying you know what it is?
Did I not just tell you
So
what
we
it
should
is?
be further. We should, if you have any genuine questions, we should be further along this conversation now.
Man,
So it's just kind of weird that it's like we told you what they said gravity is because you didn't know. Now we taught you about gravity, and now
All three
let's
types.
move on. I know. So let's move on from there. Do you have any more questions? Since we showed you that gravity cannot be what they say it is.
He didn't want to say water made the guy float. Okay, he didn't want to say that.
I wasn't listening after the pixie dust.
Yeah, are you watching a
Guy's
baseball
head
game like the
full.
last guy we were talking to? And you're just like, I'm going to watch a baseball game while I'm talking to these flat earthers. And because I know that they're just full of shit.
He wasn't. He just said that because he was an idiot.
What the fuck?
Yeah. You're just boring, bro. So whatever.
The guy you literally
Anyone have any
No,
genuine questions about?
Hey, turn your voice changer off.
I don't have a voice changer.
He
might
have
a voice changer.
Come on, Elon Musk. Turn off your voice changer. Spark up a bubble that's just like you did Joe Rogan.
My name is not
let's
Elon
give him a
Musk.
break.
Well, then take off your voice changer.
I don't have a voice changer.
Yeah, you do.
We all started where you started from. We all started from that.
I don't have
Give him a break.
You started from.
I don't have a voice
Losing
changer.
it.
Me either.
I
mean, I actually do have a voice changer, but I don't use it.
How tall are you, bro? You sound like you're like 8'8".
Taller than Lurch.
You rang.
You rang.
You rang.
You right. Yeah, of course. That's good stuff.
Bro.
Ooh, wish you could see my screen.
Bro, we understand we all came from where you came from, and
Pretty
like
sure
we're
I
trying
wish
to,
I
like,
couldn't
break it
see your
down.
screen. I couldn't imagine what's on your screen right now. I don't want to see it.
I died.
We're
So
trying
you
to
all
break
had
it
common
down
sense.
piece
So
by piece.
what you're
But
trying to say is that you all had common sense at one point, and then you just decided, "Nah, I'm gonna throw that out the window."
Well, because
no.
you couldn't even get past the gravity argument, bro. You don't even understand
pay
it.
attention for like
Yeah, we can't even
2
get
minutes.
past one
People
point.
say inconsistent nonsense. I can't understand inconsistent nonsense.
Nobody
Dude,
talks
you're the
like
one that
that.
said
Turn your
that the
fucking
cause
voice
of gravity
changer
is
off.
gravity, bro.
Bro.
The cause of gravity is gravity.
See, this is weird. Now, not Corpse. You have this weird attitude, like we had to teach you about this because you obviously didn't know, and now
I didn't understand
you're
what the
aware
hell
of
this
it.
flat Earth shit was.
No, we're teaching you about heliocentric model. We have to teach you about what you believe first, and then tear it down. But we have to teach you what you think
You can't
first.
teach me what
Yeah, I mean, how?
already
Yeah,
think.
it's like, are you
on
in
a daily
kindergarten?
basis, son.
You're in kindergarten of flat Earth, right? And globe Earth.
Kindergarten
You don't even
of
know the
flat
globe
Earth.
Earth, right?
The
So we have to teach you the
kindergarten
globe
of
Earth.
flat Earth.
We have to teach you the globe Earth before we tear it down.
Just ban the
All
guy.
right?
Just ban him. He's just
There's
talking over everybody.
voice changer shit is fucking old.
I know what I'll do. I'll name my company Tesla.
What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do, not Corpse? No, I don't want to ban him because he's funny.
Ugly
What are you gonna do?
That's so funny, guys. That guy's hilarious.
He is, man. That's why I want to keep him around. Hey, not corpse. What are you gonna do?
I know what
do you mean?
I have to be taught. Nothing. I don't think he even knows how fast it spins at the equator, for God's sakes. He probably doesn't know the radius unless you tell him.
He obviously didn't know shit about gravity, so, yeah, we can move on. I mean, what's your next question, not corpse?
What have you people been smoking to be this fucking,
Here we go with the ad homs.
Oh, yeah.
Personal.
Ad hominem. Good argument, bro.
Like when he first came in, he asked about time zones, and I explained it perfectly. It works the same on both models, whatever. And then he got into the gravity stuff with you guys, and he obviously didn't know shit about that. So what else you got? What else you got?
Calling names doesn't do you good, brother. It doesn't. Calling names just means your argument's so poor that you have to insult others just to get around. Sad.
Next comes nuh-uh.
Nuh-uh.
No, I'm not gonna say that.
Nuh-uh.
No.
I'm curious. What were you talking with Ron Shackleton about for him to give you this invite to come here?
Honestly, I think I was just sat there listening while he was rambling on about.
He is a rambler, but that's why we love him.
So what are you smoking to be still believing in a ball?
I don't smoke anything.
Oh, so it's all by yourself that you still believe in a ball.
I think he's spent. I think Not Corpse is spent. He just doesn't even know what to say at this point.
I seen you on Joe Rogan smoking what the mainstream media called tobacco marijuana. Marijuana tobacco. Most people call it a blunt, but the mainstream media, they're very accurate.
Marijuana is Mexican tobacco.
Okay. I have never smoked marijuana with Joe Rogan.
Cannabis is what
That's
we
right.
smoke.
You didn't inhale, right?
Yeah, cannabis is what we
never
smoke.
met Joe
Marijuana
Rogan.
is Mexican wild tobacco. Different things.
He just got a contact high. That was all, right?
Hell yeah.
Where
are you from, bro? Because you don't sound European.
I'm from Australia.
Yeah, he
What,
does.
Are you guys going to try to tell
Oh,
me
you're
that
eating
isn't
from the
real?
opposite side of the cereal bowl, huh?
Well, he might be from the opposite side of Australia. Are you from? You're from the Perth area, right? Like you're in the Western Australia, right? No, you know. Oh, so you're in.
I'm not from Perth.
All right, cool.
You're in the eastern states.
The right bogan from Melbourne.
I guess I got it wrong. Melbourne?
I'm not from Melbourne.
I'm calling the eastern states.
I'm from Adelaide.
Do you have any interesting skills?
That was a good question. Do you have any interesting skills?
Seems like a skill none of you guys
do you have any? Do you have any interesting skills besides obfuscation?
I have one interesting skill that none of you seem to have. It's called common sense.
Really?
Another insult.
No flat earthers in here have any common sense
scientific
except,
method. What's the three constituent parts of a scientific method?
You mean experiment, Hank? You mean experiment, Hank?
Go.
Yeah, I mean experiment.
Go.
You know, Ozzy?
Oi.
Yeah, let's tell us about.
See, you can't even parrot back what you taught. You can't even parrot what you're told. You're worse than a broken record. You can't even repeat. Can't even repeat what you're supposed to repeat.
Think for yourself, man.
What's the Earth radius?
Do you think? Well, do you think there's any scientific evidence for globe Earth, not corpse?
Yeah.
Okay, so can you tell us one scientific evidence for globe Earth?
One scientific evidence for globe Earth.
Sure. Yeah. One of the evidences that is scientific for globe Earth.
One of the scientific evidences.
What? Why are you repeating what I'm saying? Just say it.
Yeah. Why is it so hard?
He's thinking about it or buying time to Google.
I'm not.
You mean you don't
Google
know what your
anything.
faith believes? Really? You don't know anything about your faith?
Let him think about it.
Do you guys not have common sense?
Let him think about it. Click, click, click.
Now he's saying common
Let me
sense
think
again.
about
This
this.
is weird.
Let's think
This
about
is
that for a
weird.
second.
Hey, wait a second. Helio, can I say something quickly? So wait, you just asked him what scientific evidence he would have for the globe, but I just realized that maybe you should be asking, like, structuring the question differently, because I just realized, scientific evidence would mean like cause and effect evidence for something, but it's like not a cause and effect thing.
That's why I asked it that way, because I know there is no such thing. So that's why I asked it to actually discombobulate him, because he can't actually bring it, and nobody can. And
Trick
so,
question. Trick question.
Hopefully, at least he learned something.
There's no science involved with this globe Earth thing. So hey, I got called out by my. I got called out by my own.
Here.
Yeah, I got called out by my own.
You should
There
leave them,
is no
'cause
science
you
involved
didn't
with the
have that
globe.
many to begin with, bro.
I got called out by my own. Yeah, not corpse. There's no science for the globe. Science
There
isn't
is
even
no science
involved.
for the globe.
Yeah, I mean,
the shape of the Earth is not a scientific question. Science deals with cause and effect relationships. The shape of something is not science.
Right.
It's a measurement.
Boom. Boom.
Not a
Well
calculation either.
Well said indeed.
Not corpse. Did you say you're from Adelaide?
Yeah.
It's cool.
Yeah,
Oh,
we have
John.
a lot of people from Australia here in the server.
Yeah, I'm from Adelaide myself. So.
Yeah, you guys have flat earthers from all across the globe.
All across the globe.
Do we now? Do we?
Are they? Wait, hold
Technically,
on.
we do.
I got a meme for that. Hold on. So, are
Dude,
the
right now
people
you
in
think you're like
Australia-
upside down. Wouldn't the blood rush to your head?
Oh, here it
Where's
is.
your
Here it
common
is.
sense, bro?
No, because
Here we go.
where's my common sense?
There it is. Are you looking at the live stream
Spinning
voice text?
upside down.
Yeah, that's normal. He's normal.
So what is common sense? Do you want to explain what you think that means?
I'm sorry, were you asking me, or were you just trying to figure out what it was?
No, I know what common sense is to me. I want to know what you think it is, since you think we
why
have
do
none of it.
why do these guys sit around and get roasted for hours on end? It just really it doesn't make any sense to me.
It's great for us, though. It's hilarious.
Well, I mean, it's fun. It's not actually fun. I actually don't think it's fun. I'm just wondering if they actually believe this nonsense, or if they're just fucking trolling. It's really
Seriously.
That's what I've been wondering about this call the whole time.
He's not roasted. I think
Do
he's just.
people
I
actually
think he's having
believe this, or are you
I have a
fucking
question.
trolling?
I have a question for this guy. Are you Major Kill?
Who the hell is Major Kill?
Oh, not corpse is who we're talking to right now. Not corpse.
Yeah.
No, that's who I was asking. That if I'm wrong, never mind. I was just shot in the dark there.
No, I'm not Major Kill.
Yeah, Major Kill might be someone else. But yeah,
I don't think you'd say so if he was.
Oh,
it's just weird,
I got
man.
one.
Where
Merriam-Webster.
these guys will sit here and
Hang
get
on.
roasted for hours, and it's
Common
just like,
sense.
I'm okay. Yeah.
The sound of prudent
Right.
judgment based on
So
a
basically-
simple perception of the situation or facts. So that guy that was in here a while back who didn't know anything, he didn't have any common sense, because perception is the information that you get from your senses.
Yeah,
Like,
that's why I
if you
was
can't
asking him
perceive
if he
something,
had.
you can't hear it. Sorry, go ahead. What?
That's why I was going to ask him what he thought common sense was, because his senses should tell him one thing or the other. Supposedly, his senses tell him it's a globe. So how does that work?
Yeah, where's this globe? I mean, like
you should
my
be on
senses
the
tell me
globe
the
unless
Earth
you
is
just
not
don't live
moving.
on Earth.
My bad. Go ahead, brother.
Hmm?
I interrupted you. Go ahead.
No,
respond.
you can Finish
My bad.
speaking.
That means go ahead and talk.
I know, but I said you can finish speaking.
No, I want you to talk. I want you to talk. I interrupted you. Go ahead, not corpse.
You have a nicer voice.
Yeah, so earlier you mentioned something about us having blood rushing to our head because I live in Australia. I remember somebody mentioned something about them in the call.
Well, I thought you were about to respond to what
down.
she said. Dude, this fucking guy.
You live on the bottom of a ball.
Can you answer her question or any question that you've been given tonight?
I'm surprised people have just banned me yet. Jesus.
Oh, what, you're waiting for us to ban you so you can go to your friends and say, hey, look, I got banned from the Flat Earth server.
Sounds
what
like
the hell is
Rick.
going on? Fucking idiot.
It sounds like Rick.
So again, what is your common sense about the globe? Tell me how you figured that out from your.
How we figured, I mean, other than the countless pictures and videos sent to us by NASA.
That's not your sense. You need to understand what he just read.
You asked how I knew it was a globe.
No, I asked you how you knew it through your common sense.
His
And they
answer was
just told you what
cartoons.
common sense was defined as your perception. That's the definition of it, by the way, since you never got around to that either.
I knew he was going to say cartoons. I saw it on TV,
Cartoons.
therefore it's true and stuff.
What?
So I got it on my YouTube from NASA.
I seen it.
I seen it. I seen it. I promise. I seen it. I seen that shit. I seen it.
Common sense. Atmosphere. Gas. Sphere. Shape. Gas, no shape. Common sense. We don't have atmosphere.
That's like.
Gas
has
no inherent shape.
Not corpse. We're letting you hang.
Atmosphere.
Hey,
again.
I'm gonna
Helio,
tell you. Go ahead.
He wants common sense. Atmosphere. Atmo is a gas. Sphere is a shape. Gas no
Gas
shape.
has no shape. Inherently has no shape.
Common
of course,
sense.
Common sense. If you want to talk about common
Atmosphere
sense,
does
gas
not
has
exist.
no inherent shape. Yes, exactly, bro. Woo! Yes. That's it right there.
Common sense. Horizon. We call because
You want
it's
to talk
level.
about common sense here, bro, not corpse. Then get fucking
Level.
wrap your mind around that.
Who's giggling? Somebody's giggling like a schoolgirl.
I'm giggling now, and not just because of the giggling. I'm giggling because the freaking people don't understand, basic the way that nature functions. It's just like people say, "Hey, I want the Earth to be a globe so bad that I will come in here and act like a total fucking idiot in front of hundreds of people just to prove that I'm a dumbass." So and that's what what the fuck was his name? This idiot. He probably left. No, it's Nat King Cole. Freaking not
Riggs.
crypto, not corpse. Anyway. This fucking idiot came and acted like an idiot in front of everyone for no reason. I guess to entertain everyone. You think it was Riggs and he's just got a voice changer or whatever?
Yeah, that's what it reminds me of.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I've communicated a little bit with him on Facebook. I know he's not allowed to hear anymore, but it could be. It doesn't matter. Riggs is okay. Whatever. But anyway, I'm pretty much done with this fucker, to be honest.
I'm sorry, you guys.
Until I found this photo from Grandmere State Park. This is from Joshua Nowicki. And what you're seeing here is a mirage. We typically would not be able to see this from the Lake Michigan shore. We talked about this last night. Conditions are right on the lake that we're actually seeing a mirage of the Chicago skyline. Very interesting here. Here's what's happening. This is a good example of a superior mirage. So Joshua was on the Lake Michigan shore. He was looking towards the west, and Chicago's beyond the horizon. Should not be able to see it. However, with the right conditions, we have an inversion. We have cold air near the cold lake water and some relatively warmer air above it. This will bend the image of that skyline back towards the viewer. And so typically we would not be able to see this. This image would be viewable from much, much higher in the sky up in space. But instead, we're able to see it on the Lake Michigan shore. Very fascinating. And that's the same reason we're actually seeing this ring on the radar tonight as well. Because of the inversion, we call it atmospheric ducting. It's bending the radar rays back towards the ground. So even on a clear night, we have some interesting weather.
Entire fuck was that?
Bendy.
Common
Dude,
sense, Helio.
Common sense. I just it's like it's the giant erection. It's the
light
giant
spinning at
erection.
8 inches per mile squared.
Oh my god. Jamsey, you're a fucking trip, bro. Holy fuck shit. That was crazy. Yeah,
I haven't seen
that last dude was a waste of time, but it wasn't a waste of time. It was valuable time to expose these assholes that just are time wasters for no reason. You know, they want to. That was a fucking troll. You know, everybody knows it was a troll.
Yeah, I want to know what he gets out of it. I mean,
I don't know. I mean, some people think it was Riggs, but I don't think it was Riggs. I don't think. But
probably
you know,
wasn't.
If it was, you know, but no, I don't think Riggs would do that. But anyway,
Oh no, it didn't have to be.
No, he's a good guy.
I don't know if he's a good guy, but I'm gonna say I don't think that was Riggs. I like.
Hi, Riggs.
Oh, he's
he's in here now.
Yeah, you guys need to all fuck yourselves, please. Thank you.
Yeah, who the fuck said it was Riggs? I didn't think it was Riggs. I wouldn't fucking.
Yeah,
I didn't think it was Riggs. If it was Riggs, I would have known.
Not that Riggs. There's another Riggs.
Yeah.
There's another Riggs.
I'm not any Riggs.
Hey, Riggs. Which Riggs was involved in that conversation?
None. I don't know anyone named Riggs.
Yeah, I don't know which one either.
oh man.
I swear he sounds just like fucking Riggs from.
No, that must have
You
been
guys,
Riggs.
you guys, Riggs is here.
Must have been.
I think it means
this is why
the Australian
I'm doing this
Riggs.
voice now.
The voice.
Because I didn't think it was.
Yeah, the
Riggs.
Australian Riggs.
Somebody.
Yeah,
somebody
exactly. I
said it
know,
was Riggs.
Helio.
Anyway,
I'm sorry. I played the
Illegal. Shut up for a second. Helio.
Dick.
yeah. What's up?
Riggs is here right now.
I know that.
Okay.
He's talking about a different Riggs.
I know that.
Oh, it's a different Riggs.
I'm not.
So
named
Riggs has a
Hey,
troll.
dude, turn your voice changer off. It sounds stupid now.
So was it you, Riggs? Are you fucking with all?
They haven't
of
talked
us?
at the same time. It's probably Riggs on two separate accounts with a
I'm
voice
not
changer.
anyone named Riggs. I mean, I'm happy to talk at the same time as Riggs, but I'm not him.
All right, fuck it. It probably is Riggs. Damn.
Why do you guys think I am not Riggs?
Okay. Yeah, because you have an Australian accent. And Riggs, I don't think you could actually pull that off. So.
But you are full of knowledge, man. I cannot follow you.
Oh, hold on. Let's confirm this. Hey, Riggs, can you? I just heard you talk. Can you unmute yourself?
I don't know if you heard Riggs, but he told everybody to fuck off. So I don't think Riggs is going to be doing any of our bidding today.
This is fucking hilarious. I mean, we're what, 4 o'clock in the morning? Fuck it. You know, almost 5 o'clock in the morning. Riggs, can you unmute your microphone? I just saw you unmute your mic and talk, and I heard your voice. So if you're not
Hey, what's up, bloody cunt?
Retard. All right, so how about both of you talk at the same time?
Yeah,
No.
that'll be great.
Yeah, let's have both of you talk at the same time, and then
No, I spent a lot of money on this voice
why
changer.
do
Okay.
you want us to talk at the same time?
All right, yeah,
No,
not
they
Corpse
did.
and Riggs talk at the same time. Go ahead, Riggs.
It boggles my mind.
Okay,
Boggles my mind.
now we've confirmed it. All right, cool.
For the last
Everyone,
6 years, I've listened to at least half of the collegiate brand people in this room misunderstand the fucking voice of somebody speaking and think it's somebody else. I just don't get it.
hey,
I wasn't
Riggs,
really suffering
you
from
have
pareidolia. I was joking with
Riggs
the guy.
at this point. You have free reign to troll the fuck out of Not Corpse right now.
How many times have you given Kosho a roll?
Me? No, I mean, I've always given Koso shit every time he asks to come back in. So whatever. You have free reign to troll the fuck out of Not Corpse right now.
Oh no, I'm good. I just came here to give you shit because you talk shit.
Yeah. That's what we own each other. You know,
But yeah,
we own
that's
that.
fine. I'm used to it.
No, I love it, bro. Hey, man, how you doing, bro? Good to see you again.
I was just listening on YouTube.
Somebody was. I was like, I didn't even think it was you, and somebody was like, I think that's Riggs with a voice change. Like that motherfucker can't fake an Australian accent that good.
Yeah.
No, it's not my forte.
No, of course. Anyway, continue.
No, it's the Riggs from Jim Panda. It's the one that goes, what are you fucking horses doing?
Well, I thought I had to show up because you said I'm not allowed to be here or something. Nobody told me.
No, the other one.
No.
He thought it was me.
Oh, the other Riggs?
No, it's not you. It's a different rig. There's two rigs. It's
I am
not
not
this rig.
either rig.
It's the other one with deep accents. Yeah,
Yeah,
you
I'm not
fucking are.
Yeah, we know you're not Elon Musk either. I just like talking shit.
Riggs and
Elon
Riggs
Musk
special
Riggs.
skills.
no, I wish I was Elon Musk, but
Oh my goodness.
I'm so smart, it's painful.
You know that shit. It's so real.
What a dumb thing to say. Joe Rogan's like, "What's it like being that smart?" He was like, "It's painful."
Painful to be so smart, and
Yeah. He was like, "It really
Joe
sucks."
Rogan probably just asked that to go laugh about an hour later, like, this ignorant motherfucker said he was smart. Do you believe this shit? Even though Joe Rogan.
you know it's real because it looks fake. That's pretty much what he said.
Well, logically.
You know it's real because it looks fake.
That checks out.
Yeah, that checks out pretty much.
Plastic surgeon looks at a pair of freshly operated on boobs, and one of them's flattened out. Like, you know it's real. Because it looks so fake.
Works for me.
Don't get plastic surgery in Mexico. I hear it's cheap.
Hey, by the way, thanks for showing up, Ray, because people were saying that you were that fucker that was fucking with us.
That's literally why I showed up.
Yeah, I figured that because I know you weren't him. You know, I was like, that's not Riggs with the voice changer. I knew.
No, I definitely am Riggs with the voice changer. What do you mean?
Holy fucking shit! You must have good. See, he's a fucking troll.
Yeah, no shit, Sherlock.
Right.
How'd you figure that one out?
No, because Riggs can't do the Australian accent that well, so I know that about him. I've known him for a year.
Riggs,
so.
I wouldn't even try. I don't like.
No,
I don't particularly like the Australian or British accent.
Try it, pussy. Do it.
Americans are notoriously bad at the
No, I
Australian
have
accent.
balls. No worries.
Yeah, we suck at Australian accents. Yeah,
no
so everybody can hear Riggs and this asshole talking at the same time, and there's no fucking way that Riggs can fake, an Australian accent. So anyway, so you're fucked. Not not
Yeah,
Corpse.
obviously I'm not Riggs.
You just been trolling for 2 hours and you got debunked. You didn't have any arguments that
Oh shit, has it been 2
amounted to
hours?
anything. Yeah, it's been a couple hours. So you've wasted everyone's time, and so
Yeah, it's been fun.
you're lucky you haven't been banned yet, but
Yeah,
you're
I was
about
waiting for
to
that to
be.
happen. Oh,
You're
cool.
about
Please
to be
do.
banned. Do you want me to ban you?
Ban me.
All
Yeah,
right,
go on, do it.
I'm gonna ban you. All right, fuck
Yeah.
He
off.
wants the
Do it, Bombos.
the title.
I'm gonna do it officially. I'm gonna give you server ban.
Send him
because
to
you're a
Cogdis.
dick.
That'll be
No,
better.
no,
Send him
Oh,
to
you want me
Cogdis.
to give him Cogdis instead of
yeah,
server
give him the
ban?
Cogdis.
Yeah.
He's not worthy of a ban.
Cogdis for the
Because
support.
he didn't really like do anything to me except for get me off the game, which is
Why,
probably.
why don't you guys just give him homework?
No, he's
He's
not
not
worthy
gonna.
of
He's
that.
not gonna do any work.
His dog will eat his homework. I promise you, bro.
No, if I can
I
give him
have
a
2
7.
dogs and
I'm
I
gonna
would
give him a
actually fit. Nah,
7-day
I wouldn't feed my
Cogdis.
dog's homework. I would just chuck it in the fire.
Really?
I'm gonna give him 7.
Hey, would you say you're a pretty smart guy?
Me?
Not Corpse. You think you could
He can't
make
hear
us
you
look like
anymore.
fools?
I can actually hear you
What
still.
the entire fuck? How the fuck are you still here? I just. We're gonna have to fix that. I just. You guys see that, right? Unless. But he's still here. How the fuck is he still here?
Yeah, I'm still here. You figured it out. I thought you were the expert.
Well, I'll move you somewhere.
I thought you were the smart one. Can't
Hey,
figure
I
out how to
challenge you
ban
to a
someone.
one-on-one
Seems pretty
debate, bro.
stupid.
You choose the topic. We'll debate anything you want.
You just got challenged, then.
It's flat Earth. It's flat Earth. What do you want to talk about? Flat Earth?
Huh?
That's what we're talking about.
Somebody just challenged me to a debate.
This fucking guy. Hey, you
You
know what
heard
I'm
me,
gonna
bro.
do?
You pick the topics and you pick the sides.
We're not gonna talk to him anymore. I tried to move him out of the room, and you guys, I could have banned him like permanently, but you said put him in Cogdis, and now he's.
I don't believe you, Helio.
Dude, you just see it in the live stream voice.
I don't believe you, man.
Okay, I'm here.
I don't think you could have banned him.
Oh, I can fucking.
I don't believe you. I don't think you're capable. I think you're a
Hello,
fraud.
everyone.
I know how to do it. You just right.
I don't think so, man. I don't. I think you're bluffing.
You want me to ban you? I can fucking ban you, right? I can ban anybody in it, except for moderators. Anyway, doesn't matter. You said don't permaban him. Use use the bot and put him in Cogdis, and he was still here. But anyway, he's not here anymore. Anyway, someone else figured out how to move him somewhere else.
What's the matter, you chicken?
No, I don't want to ban. I don't like to ban people. But that dude was just getting our goat basically the entire time. He came in just to, just to play. He didn't give a shit.
He came in new, and then he spiraled into a troll.
Yeah.
You have no common sense.
I am your father.
I am your father.
That fat guy said pixie dust and my ears stopped working.
That's true.
Yeah. If he left this room after I, did that, Cogdis.
You Cogdissed him and I disconnected him, Hilo. Stop trying to figure it out. That's what happened.
Okay. Well, I don't know why when I Cogdiss someone, they're still able to talk in the room. That maybe I guess we'll have to talk about that.
You either have to send them physically to Cogdisk, you have to move them to that room so they can't move back, or you disconnect them so when they reconnect, they're automatically in there.
Yeah, of course. Okay, cool. All right, now I know. Anyway.
I don't know what I have to do.
Anyway, go
I
ahead.
just don't know how to have the final do it.
Let's continue. Let's continue with all the other stuff. Whatever. Now we don't have any.
Should have like an
trolls.
official voice.
We don't have any trolls to play with now, so.
No, but there's a new person waiting, it sounds like.
Awesome.
A new person has joined.
Questions, concerns.
Is it the Mrs. Armstrong? Is Mrs. Armstrong? Do you want to talk about?
Yes, I'm here.
Excellent.
Greetings.
Hello, everyone.
Hello. What brings you to the server?
I just wanted to come to the server. I've been watching you all for a long time now, for at least a few months, and I just wanted to come in and put my perspective on the channel.
Cool. We really appreciate you being a listener for a long time, and appreciate the fact that it takes a lot of guts to come on live, like Helio says.
Yes. Okay. Let me know when you want me to start.
Yeah, go ahead. You got the floor.
Okay. Well, one of the things that I have been looking at and just researching, of course, after you're researching and watching so many videos, you end up commenting in the comment sections. So one of the things that I always ask people is, why are we not able to feel the earth spinning? And the globe earthers' excuse is always that we don't go by miles per hour. We go by RPM.
Mm-hmm.
And so I always tell them, like, RPMs means revolutions. Revolutions per minute or per mile deals with time. It doesn't deal with speed.
You know why they do that?
Revolution deals with how we supposed to be orbiting around the sun on a 365-day calendar or whatever, but it doesn't deal with the speed per se. So that's one of the excuses I feel like they always use.
You want to know why they say that?
He asked you a question.
Why they say that is because if I tell you time in seconds, like 3 weeks will be like 300,497 seconds from now, right? Then I'll come fix your car. That sounds like a really long time. But if I say, oh, just 3 weeks, right? It's a lot shorter. It sounds a lot shorter. I don't know how 3 weeks is, how long it is in seconds, but you get what I'm saying, right? Revolutions would be once per day. So you're only spinning once, is what they're saying. Right? And you're saying miles an hour, which is normally how you would spin rim velocity of something that big. Right?
But they're saying that miles per hour is not relevant.
Right. You can do it in inches, right? And that would still be accurate.
Sure, but check this out. Here's another thing. Revolutions, the earth revolves once per day, right?
Right, but that
according to them, according to the heliocentric model.
Right, but that revolution is 24,901 miles.
May I address this real quick, shortly? The Mrs. Armstrong. Have you ever been on a merry-go-round?
Yes. I've also been in the spaceship at the fair, and I can surely well know that I'm sticking to the wall, but I still can feel the speed.
Well, on a merry-go-round, would you say that the closer you are towards the center, it pulls less than it does on the outside?
Yes.
Okay. So that's because even though you're at the center, you're going to, let's say it's the Earth, right? 15 degrees per hour is the same at the center as it is at the edge, but you're going much faster at the edge. So it's going to pull you harder. Right. Okay. And that's why they want to dumb it down to just say 15 degrees, but that's not the whole story. You need to know where you are on that circle because it's relevant, because the speed is relevant.
Riggs, I think she actually caught that, and that's why she asked the question.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Like, they're trying to basically trying to throw off the fact that they told us the 1,000 miles per hour, the 66,600 miles per hour, the over 400. They're trying to just make miles per hour obsolete and transfer it over to RPM, but RPM means revolution. It's how long something takes. It doesn't have anything to do with the speed. So they're still trying to look over the fact of explaining the speed that we cannot feel.
Exactly. Because Earth isn't moving. Earth isn't moving. The sky is moving.
Well, and actually the speeds, the total speed is incalculable. There is no three-body equation that explains Like they literally have no idea where we are to even explain what the motions all are and how they all interact and where we're going.
And my second thing, I really just had two things today. The revolution thing was the main thing because they cannot explain the speed to save their lives. And then the second thing was the fact that we can look at any video of a live NASA feed of them doing a spacewalk on the ISS when they're actually outside of the ISS. So once you're outside of Earth, I thought that gravity is not supposed to apply.
Well,
So if
technically
gravity
not
no
true.
longer applies outside of the Earth, why don't we see the Earth moving beneath their feet when they're doing a spacewalk? Why is the ISS not rattling at all if it's traveling with the Earth at high speeds?
So let me explain this to you. When they say that there's microgravity or zero gravity, it's because the ISS is falling around the Earth, right? That's the story they tell us, right? So
Right.
when something falls, it doesn't feel anything. It feels like it's floating until it hits the ground. Then it feels something, right? So what they're saying is that there is gravity up there, but because they're falling around the Earth, it's microgravity or zero gravity in the ISS, in and around the ISS. Now, what you said about shouldn't the Earth spin under them, that's exactly right. When the guy, Felix Baumgartner, he went up for 3 hours, the Earth should have spun for 700 miles an hour, 2,100 miles. And he should have landed 2,100 miles away because he went up 128,000 feet. So if the Earth is spinning like they say it spins under sniper rounds, wouldn't it also spin under a guy in a balloon who's, going way up there? Wouldn't it also
Right.
be spinning? But you know what? He didn't land 700 miles away. He actually landed in the opposite direction against the spin, like away from the spin.
So how are they? Are they like timing the Earth spins down to the T that they're actually free falling down to the same position on Earth if the Earth is supposed to be spinning? I don't get that.
Yeah, he landed real close, pretty close to where he took off, but it was in the other direction. Back in the day, the 1800s, they would shoot like a cannonball straight up in the air, and they would record that sometimes the cannonball would actually fall back into the cannon. They were trying to determine if the Earth was spinning. And Michelson, Morley, Michelson, Gale, Airy's failure, these are all tests, so-called, that they try to prove that the Earth was spinning, and all of them fail. No one's ever been
Right.
able to prove that the Earth is spinning.
But would it not with your Earth is spinning and the cannon idea? But if the Earth was spinning, the ball and the cannon itself, everything would be moving at the same rate that the
You
Earth
don't
is.
understand the Coriolis effect. The Coriolis effect says that there's two reference frames, the inertial and non-inertial reference frame. So think about you're on a merry-go-round, right? And I'm throwing the ball to you while the merry-go-round is still. We're going to catch it and throw it every time. But as soon as we start spinning, I throw it to you, and because you're moving, it appears to deviate to your left and you completely miss the ball.
But
Right?
so we're both on the merry-go-round.
Yeah, we're both on the merry-go-round facing each other, throwing the ball
The
back and
ball,
forth.
the ball would be moving at the same speed as the merry-go-round.
No, you can't throw it to the other person until you, like a Vietnam veteran, you aim a little bit before the person and you aim
Right.
to where they're going to be at.
What about when you're in a car? Like you're in the back seat of a car and you throw a tennis ball up, it just comes back down, lands in your hand
Is the
because
Earth
the
a closed
ball.
system? Because a car is a closed system.
No, I'm just my point is, so when you're in a car is moving, and you throw a tennis ball up, you and the tennis ball is moving at the same speed that the car is moving, and so the tennis ball doesn't get launched to the back of the vehicle. But it's
Right,
because
but
it's already moving at the same
it's
speed.
because the car is moving and the car is a closed system. The Earth is
No,
not a closed
yeah, but
system.
if the Earth is moving, then everything on the Earth is moving at the same speed.
Can you look up the Coriolis effect for me?
So the microgravity is supposed to explain why you don't, why allegedly they're not feeling or seeing the spin. But what about, that's just the first part, which is the 1,000 miles per hour on the spin. But what about the second part on the 66,600 miles per hour on the orbit of the sun? We don't see them doing that either when they're in the ISS
No,
on
we
the
can't do
outside.
that
Like
either.
this person is hanging, looks like to me, diligently, like while they're pretending to fix on the ISS. They don't look to be flying at over 66,000 miles per hour orbiting the sun.
Right, so it's not because of microgravity that the Earth isn't spinning. It's because the Earth isn't spinning is why the Earth doesn't spin underneath them. But when they're on the ISS, they're not actually on the ISS. That's actually done in Houston. They have a swimming pool that they do it in. They call it the neutral buoyancy lab. That's why we always see bubbles on the ISS walks. We always see
So
bubbles
the
floating.
ones where they're actually like hanging over and above the Earth.
Yeah, that's not real. That's
Okay.
Hollywood magic. One guy, you can look it up. 2 guys actually almost drowned in space. I don't know how you drowned in a vacuum. It seems like you would drown in a swimming pool, but you know they say that he spilt his drinking cup in a spacesuit or something like that. So.
And why don't they ever let like liquids out in space and stuff like that?
Well, liquid water would like instantly boil even at a low temperature, but it's not reality. It's not. So the ISS, you've heard of it, right? They say that you can see it at night, and there's people up there bouncing around with hairspray, right?
Right.
But in reality, how do you know that those people that are jumping around in the zero gravity atmosphere, whatever, zero gravity and no spacesuit, how do you know that's what the people are up there flying around? Those people up there flying around, how do you know that's what you see on the TV? Have you verified that those are those people and that's happening up there where you see that light in the sky?
No.
So you have no
I know
idea.
that they always show us a lot of videos, of course, of them in the ISS, but in order to be in the ISS, you have to travel to space. So just like we've been hearing recently about the Dragon going up to the ISS and stuff like that, why don't we hear about all of the other lunges that they do up to the ISS, all of the groups and stuff? It's
Okay,
so
so they're
many
faking
videos
it.
of them in the ISS, but it's not enough actual history of them going up at these times.
Yeah, they say they're going up, right? But here's the thing. Space can't exist the way that we've been told. We've been sold a bill of goods that there's a vacuum of space up there and people can go up there. Can you verify that people can actually go to a place that's a near perfect vacuum?
No, I've never seen it myself. Only on
Okay, well,
television.
you've heard about it on TV. You know, when Mars attacked, you know, all the people and back in the day, they heard it on the radio that the Martians were attacking, and they actually believed it. And they started like freaking out and panicking and doing all sorts of weird shit just because they heard it on the radio. And I would propose that we're not that different. We see it on TV, and because we see it and hear it, we really believe it now.
Well, I think that it's just crazy. The conspiracy of it all is just on a whole nother level. Like it's past like Hollywood production. This is like next level.
You do know Disney and NASA have been working together for a very long time, right?
I've heard about that.
And Werner von Braun, he was a Nazi, and the Nazi scientists founded NASA. And Jack Parsons was a Satanist, and he hung out with Aleister Crowley and L. Ron Hubbard. Do you know who L. Ron Hubbard is?
I've heard Hubbard. Is that a
He's the
telescope? Was it
Scientology
named
guy.
after? Uh-huh.
He's the Scientology guy. He's the one that wrote like massive amounts of like so-called science fiction.
Okay.
Like ridiculous amounts. Like one human could produce that much science fiction.
They didn't name anything after him, like a telescope or anything, did they?
No, that was
No,
Hubble.
no. Yeah, it's a
Okay.
different guy. So, do you know who Aleister Crowley is?
No.
Aleister Crowley is, you know, 666, aka the Beast. He was dubbed himself the wickedest man in the world. He did a lot of weird things, a lot of abominable things with animals, and I don't want to really get into it, but really disgusting guy. But this is who Jack Parsons was hanging out with, and Jack Parsons founded JPL, Jet Propulsion Laboratory. He was one of the founders. So these NASA people, you know, these Masons, you know, these sworn secret keepers, they have to sign like non-disclosure agreements, right? They have to say that I'll never talk about. It's one of those things where you sign a contract, you never can talk about it. So if you want to trust Nazis, Satanists, and TV people from Hollywood. I mean, you can trust them if you want to, but I see no reason why I would trust known liars.
The other, I think it was like yesterday or 2 days ago. It's on NASA's YouTube channel. They actually just promoted. He had to be an astronaut because he did say he went there. But they just promoted him to a new position, and he was stating, I think unknowingly, maybe knowingly, but he stated that he's seen the rim of the Earth and that it's getting weak. And I'm trying to figure out, how does a sphere have a rim? And he also said if you look to the east, you can see this river. And if you look this way, you can see this. This was just a day or two ago on NASA's YouTube. So I think I found that very interesting that he said he's seen the rim of the Earth, because there's no rim to a sphere.
Well, I guess you could say there could be if the equator would be like the rim, and it would have a rim velocity of 1,038 miles an hour if it's spinning. I guess you could look at it that way.
I'm looking at it as though he was trying to expose some things, because just by seeing rim alone, like a sphere cannot have a rim.
I think what he meant, so when you see like a ball, like a tennis ball from a distance, you see like the circumference. Okay, when you see it, because it looks like a 2D shape from a distance, you see the circumference of it. I think that's what he meant by rim.
Okay, so you think that he does still probably believe in the globe Earth, and he wasn't trying to disclose?
No, I don't think so. I don't think any astronaut's going to come out against NASA, because if they did, I'm sure there would be sort of like consequences. Okay, so let me tell you about the one guy who did, right? The one guy who spoke out against NASA. So what was going on? It was before the moon landings in '69. So this guy, Russ Grissom, he was complaining that if we can't have communication between buildings, how are we ever going to communicate on the moon, right? And then he's notorious for hanging a lemon on the limb, right? And the limb is what they actually landed on the moon, right? And he hung a lemon on it. So he was protesting in a way. And him and his crew members died in a horrific, quote unquote, accident where he was burned alive at the launch pad in the cockpit. Him and his crew were burned
No.
alive.
I don't think you can say that NASA murdered the crew of Apollo 1. I don't think that is something you can say.
That was Gus
Okay.
Grissom.
You can't say that, Hank. We're not in America where there's freedom of speech. You can't say that.
I don't think I did say it. I think I insinuated it, but I'll say it. I think if you
What
talk
you
shit,
can say is the guy got burned alive.
yeah, he got burned
Let's
alive.
just say it was very suspicious that it was so blatant of an accident when you go look at what actually happened, that it's very, very suspicious that they didn't know high pressured 100% pure oxygen would be a problem with open wires. That could be, it just doesn't make sense.
It's like Jeffrey Epstein didn't kill himself, so we'll put it at that.
You're right.
Right.
I definitely have to look into that. I never heard of that.
sorry.
The only astronauts I've heard of dying or accident or anything was when they went to space, and I don't know for sure, were they trying to go to the moon or wherever they was trying to go, where that crew ended up dying. But I've never heard of the landing pad thing.
Yeah, that was Gus Grissom and his team.
Yeah, I thought he was killed in a trainer, like in a training simulation. He was inside that training capsule.
Well, it
No,
wasn't training. It was
live
the
on
real
TV.
deal. It was the real deal, and they were
yeah.
actually getting prepared for their launch, and it was a pre-launched test of all the systems, communications, and all that they were already having problems with. After he, of course,
we know
revealed that there was
people don't
problems.
go on those rockets.
So you're just pretty much signing your life over to NASA.
But
yeah, if you haven't heard about Gus Grissom's death, then you definitely should look that up.
It may have been hoaxed, because I'll show you the even back in the day they had this slide to come out of the launch pad. They never actually put people in those rockets. There was never actually astronauts in those rockets. If you believe that, you shouldn't be here.
Yeah, and to be honest, they never intended to put people in those rockets. The entire process is
Wait, did someone say I
to
shouldn't be here?
fake the world out into this idea of space. The entire idea of the rocket program was to fake everyone out about saying they're going to launch people into space or satellites or anything. And especially people, right? You know, it's like, have you ever seen any footage of the ISS being built? Now they all of a sudden we have people in the ISS, and you know, now we have there's no actual footage of them building the ISS. I mean, one of the most major accomplishments.
One more thing about the rockets. I know when the rockets go up, they always go left or normally go right.
It's a big
And it doesn't appear that they go all the way up to space and go right. It looks like to me, just from the videos I've seen, that they turn before they even get into that darkness. So why
You understand why
are
they
they going
turn.
out into
I'm gonna tell
space?
you how you can find out. What they call it is a gravity turn. If you look that up if you look up gravity turn, look at that, and they'll compare it with like first stage, second stage, and everything. I mean, it takes a lot of research to actually figure this stuff out. But yeah, they're not putting these rockets in space. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
See the video I just
turns,
dropped?
They're not reaching the darkness of space before the rockets actually turn. So how are they getting into
Do you
space? Are they
understand?
getting
No,
into
it's not
space
even
on the
close.
east and the
Not even
west?
close.
Do you understand why it turns? Do you understand why they're turning it? You can't. Okay, on the globe Earth model, you can't get into an orbit by piloting it straight up. You have to turn to get into the circular orbit, right? You won't be able to get into an orbit by just flying straight up. What's going to happen is you run out of fuel. The rocket's just going to flip. It's going to fall straight back down.
Then how do you explain this NASA rocket graveyard found in the sea off the Cape Canaveral?
I find it.
Check the
I
video.
just don't understand why they turn before they get to the darkness, but they're ending up in spaces, though spaces on the east and the west instead of north.
Yeah, the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line, so they wouldn't fly in an arc. They would fly straight up to reach outer space, right?
That's what I would think.
Right, because if fuel is limited, you want to get there as quick as possible to your 0 Gs, right? But the video I
No,
just
quickest possible would be straight out.
it shows
Quickest possible would be straight towards the horizon.
it shows the exit of people from the rocket. The guy takes you on the little path down the little slide, the hidden slide people don't see. They never put astronauts into those rockets like the early ones or the space shuttle.
Matter of fact, to the west and towards the horizon.
The Challenger exploded, but all the people that were supposed to be on it are still alive. That tells you they're never intended to put humans on these things. They're just giant fireworks. That's all they are.
So let me talk to the young man that's on here. I believe there's a young man on here. You were, explaining how the curved flight path works. Let me ask you a question. What's your name? Young guy?
His name is centrifugation.
Centrifugation. I have a question for you. Do you know how big the moon is?
I don't have an exact measurement off the top of my head. No.
So it's roughly 1/4 the size of the Earth. Do you know how big the shadow is during a solar eclipse? The totality shadow? I posted an image for you, Livestream voice text. I did a few markings on it, but you can adjust to indicate the direction that it was going. Can you see what I've posted there?
Is it the one of the map of the US?
Yeah, can you see what I just posted today?
See it?
Right, so you see the path of totality, it's actually really small, like smaller than a state, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So can you make an object cast a shadow smaller than itself?
It's not.
Can you make an object, like the moon or any sphere, cast a shadow smaller than itself? Because the moon is supposed to be 1/4 the size of the Earth, not, the size of Iowa. Right?
Right, so this is the path of a solar eclipse.
Yeah, it's the path of totality. Which means that's where the whole shadow is. The shadow has an umbra and penumbra, they say,
No, but okay, a
the
solar
penumbra is
eclipse.
where it's partially eclipsed.
A solar eclipse is when the moon gets between the sun and the earth, so you can't see the
Allegedly.
sun. Yeah.
Right.
So it's not, the moon wouldn't be casting a shadow smaller than itself. The sun would be taking the moon and be casting a shadow larger than the moon onto the earth.
Okay, I can understand that, but they say that the moon is 1/4 the size of the Earth. So if
Yeah,
the
okay.
moon
Why are
was
you
casting a
talking about
shadow,
making the
hold
shadow
on, hold on.
smaller than itself? Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
yeah,
there's
that's
only
because the
one light
shadows.
source. Only one light source, the sun. Right.
So yeah, the shadow can be bigger, right? But it can't be smaller. So
But
how does
it's
the moon cast a smaller shadow? Because it's supposed to be 1/4 the size of the Earth, right? Which would at least be the United States. It should cover up like the whole continent of the United States if it's 1/4 the size of the Earth, right?
yeah, okay, but the sun's not making a shadow smaller than the moon. It's making a shadow larger than the moon that blocks off
Okay,
a view from the
I've
sun.
explained to you that the moon is 1/4 the size of the Earth,
Yeah.
and the
What do you mean?
shadow.
At what point does the sun make a shadow smaller than the moon?
Exactly. That's my question.
No, but that doesn't happen during the eclipse. It
Yes,
makes
I
a
just
shadow.
showed you the
Oh,
path of totality as it goes across the United States. You could see where
exactly. That's the umbra, right?
yeah,
Yeah.
it's like really small, like the width of Florida. What is Florida
Not
like?
even. Florida is like 160 miles wide. This is only 70.
Yeah, 70 miles across. Can you reproduce that? Can you make an object cast a smaller shadow than itself? Can you do that?
Guess not. So I'm looking at a diagram on Google, not the one that you posted, just of the umbra and penumbra.
But you can picture this in your mind. You don't
Post the
even have
diagram
to.
so we can see it. I'd love to see your diagram.
It's not exactly a diagram so much. I mean, I guess I don't have access to posting images.
Does it look like this?
It does not.
That's the diagram, right?
I suppose you could call it a diagram, yes.
All right, so if there's a moon in the way, then there'd be a shadow on the Earth, right?
Yeah.
I'm going to post some pictures for you, and I want you to really think about this. What is the light? What is the light doing? I just posted another picture. Is it doing what the top one says, or what the bottom one says?
Like, which one is it doing during a solar eclipse?
Yeah. What's the
top one.
sunlight doing? The top one.
The top one, yeah,
That's what the sun does.
is what the sun does.
So, what do you know about Eratosthenes? Do you know about that?
What?
Do you know about Eratosthenes, however you want to say that Greek guy's name? Because he says the light's coming down. He lived before Christ. See, we ask people for proof of the globe in here a lot. And people often bring up Eratosthenes, and he said that the sunlight was coming down perfectly straight, like at 90-degree angles. So parallel, like railroad tracks. The light rays that never
So he
actually
predicted.
run into each other, right?
So did he predict the bottom image?
You broke up.
So did Aristophanes predict the bottom image, the bottom part?
Yeah, see when the light comes straight down at the beginning of the GIF?
Yeah,
That's what he says light's doing.
Yes.
So he lived before Christ, so he's kind of like one of you guys is like prophets, right? He lived 2,300 years ago.
Yeah.
So what he says can't be wrong, right? You said that the light was converging, so in other words, it's running into each other in order for the moon to make that eclipse smaller shadow than the object casting it. So which one is
Yeah.
it? Is the light going straight and not converging, or is it converging? Because it can't be doing both. So you have to choice. Do you want a spherical Earth, or do you want a large moon? Because you can't have both. You can have one or the other. You can have a small moon and a spherical Earth, or a big moon and a non-spherical Earth. Which one do you want? I'll let you choose.
I mean, I'm kind of on the fence about globe Earth, flat Earth. I'd guess I would have to go for the globe Earth.
All right, so what they said about us going to the moon was a lie. Guess what they did on the way to the moon? They took a picture of the Earth, and that's what they've been putting out there ever since 1972 on every magazine, television set they could put it. They brainwashed the children with all sorts of, cartoons, and they said, yeah, we went to the moon and we took a picture of the Earth, and this is what it looks like. So the reason that you think the Earth is round is because NASA faked the moon landing and gave you a bunch of, pictures that weren't actually real. So you still don't get your globe Earth. Nice.
Do you believe that space exists? Do you think there is a vacuum outside the
No,
Earth?
absolutely not. Let
Okay.
me ask you a
So
question. You got a propane tank. If I fill it up 250 psi, right, and I open that nozzle, what's going to happen?
it's going to come out.
It's going to come out until it reaches equalization, right?
Yeah.
They'll have the
Yeah.
same psi inside and outside. So if the Earth has an atmosphere next to the almost perfect infinite vacuum of space, what's
Yeah.
going to happen to the atmosphere at 14.7 psi?
Well, okay. Okay,
It's
so
going to spew out.
I'm going to say
It's going
you're
to
going to
fill the
say
available
it's going to
space.
equalize, right? You're going to say it
Yeah,
would
it's
equalize.
going to spew out just like the propane tank until it reaches equilibrium, and there's a lot of volume in space.
Yeah. All right, but okay, gravity, is it not gravity that keeps the atmosphere in place?
Where
So
was the gravity when I opened the propane tank?
it reaches equilibrium with the Earth's atmosphere.
Right. So when the Earth's
But gravity
atmosphere is
keeps the
sitting next,
Earth's atmosphere in place. It keeps it.
how do you explain
Sure.
rain, the rain cycle? How does gravity keep down the rain when it goes up into the clouds?
Well, it condenses into water and then the water falls
You mean
down.
gas? No, I'm asking how does it go up? How does the rain
Oh,
evaporate
how
if
does it
gravity
evaporate?
keeps gas down? Because you're saying
Well,
gravity keeps the atmosphere down, and the propane tank proved that that's incorrect because the nozzle is up top on the propane tank. So it's opposing gravity. Gravity is opposing it. And when I open it, the propane tank don't give a fuck about gravity.
yeah, but okay. So some gases are lighter than others, right? And as the atmosphere it gets higher, the altitude gets higher, the atmosphere gets thinner and thinner because the gravitational pull from the Earth is getting weaker and weaker as you get further away, which is why you get the lighter gases.
You don't understand. It's a violation of natural law. The second law of thermodynamics dictates that hot goes to cold always. High pressure goes to low
Heat.
pressure
Yeah.
always. And energy goes to a lower energy. Like if you got a dead car battery and a live car battery, you hook them both up and both of them are going to be halfway charged the next day.
Yeah.
But it's going to be the high charge going to the low charge always.
Yeah. Okay, but
So what happens when the high pressure meets the vacuum of space?
the high pressure is not reaching the vacuum space because as the atmosphere goes up, it gets weaker and weaker and like lesser.
You
So
still
the high
understand it's
pressure.
high pressure even though it's lower than what we got here, right? If you go to the top of a mountain, there's still a great deal of pressure up there. I mean, we can still breathe on Mount Everest, can't we? Some people.
At the peak?
Some people can.
Not as
right?
well as you could at sea
Right,
level.
not as well, but there's still pressure up there. I mean, Felix rode a balloon 128,000 feet. So there's still pressure up there. And it's still sitting next to a vacuum, right? That's impossible.
Yeah.
Can't do that. It's a violation of natural law. Okay,
Okay,
let me
but
ask you this. If you have a bicycle, right, and you get a flat and you go and you take the inner tube out, right, and you just kind of fill up your tire without a container, or do you need that inner tube to create the gas pressure that you desire so that you can ride smooth down the road again?
you would need the inner tube.
Right, because you can't have gas pressure without a container, because the very definition of gas pressure is the force the molecules exert against the edge of the container. Gas pressure, it's in the word.
All right.
You
Okay,
can't
but
have gas pressure without a container. And your globe Earth, it doesn't have a container.
your idea of space not existing, or it not being thing, this vacuum space not existing. So when you see rockets, this is like SpaceX or NASA launching rockets, and you see them go up, where do they end up for you then? Where do
I
you
have
think
no
that
idea. I've never seen them go anywhere, but up and then over. For all I know, they could be, flying out to like NASA Island somewhere off of the coast of
Okay,
Florida and just
so
landing in the water. I showed
not
you the
that.
graveyard. I don't know if you scrolled up and saw that, but
Yeah.
I posted it not that long ago. NASA graveyard. Yeah, at 8 minutes after the hour. That could be where they go. But no one knows, right? Because no one like hops in a plane and follows them all the way up, right? No one's allowed to do that. So no one
Part
knows
where
where
I
they
don't
go.
understand. I don't understand how they're turning before they're even reaching the darkness of space, yet they're ending up in space. That kind of, in a sense, goes along with the flat Earth model, which we believe to the east and the west, outwards of Antarctica, is extra space and outer space. They're turning before they're even getting into the darkness of space. So how are they ending up in space if space
Okay.
is supposed to be up?
Yeah, so you just think of a globe model here. Have you ever seen a diagram of an orbit of the Earth?
Can I ask a question about that? Because you said that again. How's everybody doing today? Can you explain an orbit, actually? What is an orbit?
What is an orbit?
Yeah, explain an orbit.
Why?
Why not?
No, I mean, I have no explanation, like scientific explanation of an orbit. I mean, I'm not exactly at that level of high school physics or any of that, but it is when an object is orbiting, or for lack of a better term, for the explanation, around a celestial body.
Okay. So at what point do you actually see an orbit?
What do you mean?
We can't verify any of this. The stuff that you're saying.
That's all I
Like
was trying to say,
you
Hank.
can
Sorry.
verify it.
No, you're
Like,
good, bro. Anytime. Speak up now. I'll take over if you want. I don't care.
The International Space Station, you probably think it doesn't exist, but okay, you can see it from Earth, right? You can see it moving.
Okay, we see a light in the sky. Can
Yeah,
you
okay.
verify that that's what you see on your computer screen when you're watching people bounce around up there? How do you know those two things are the same thing?
Can't personally verify it. I have seen
Okay, so it's something you believe, right?
Well,
It's a religion, bro.
I have
It's a
seen
religion.
the ISS on multiple occasions myself.
No, you've seen a light in the sky. How do you
Yeah.
know that it's the ISS
Okay,
where
what do
people
you
are
presume
bouncing
that
around?
light in the sky is?
Some sort of military tech. If it was a plane, a lot smaller and a lot closer, would you be able to tell the difference?
Yeah, because planes can't fly at that altitude.
Like I said, if it was a lot smaller and closer, first of all, think about it. When you see a plane, it's up like 5 miles, like 5 miles up, right? 40,000 feet?
Solid 10,
Right.
yeah,
Right.
30,000 feet,
So,
yeah.
yeah, something like that. So it looks pretty small. Now, the ISS is supposed to be 250 miles up.
Yeah.
You think you can see that far? Something that's a little bit smaller than a football field for 250 miles? Do you got eagle
Well,
eyes or do you got human eyes?
no, okay, so the entire ISS, it's basically one big mirror, essentially, which is why it
Okay.
reflects light
But
so
we
well,
can
which is
look
why
up,
we can see it
we
as a
can
light in the
see
sky.
in between the panels. Do you understand?
Well, you
And
would
when you
see.
take a picture of it, it's supposed to be moving at what? How fast is the ISS moving? I can't remember.
17,000 miles per hour.
17,500 miles an hour. So I often like to deploy this logic called pay attention to what you don't see. Where's the motion blur? 17,500 miles an hour? No motion blur ever?
Okay,
17,000 miles
no,
an hour.
okay.
Nothing is rattling at all on the ISS. Something should be shaking at that rate. 17,000 miles per hour. Come on.
17,000 miles an hour.
The astronauts are just outside of the ISS pretending to fix stuff at 17,000 miles per hour. You don't see any of the fins of the ISS moving, shaking, or anything.
Sorry, give me a sec. I'm just doing a
You also
kilometer
don't see
conversion.
anything. You also don't see anything on Earth go anywhere near the speed it's supposed to go to break the orbit. 11,000, 17,000. Where can we see that on Earth, buddy?
Yeah, and they're allegedly just falling perpetually falling in a circle.
Every time they
Over
say
and
me
over
to
again.
put in a joke, every time people tell me the reason that you can't feel the spin is because of relativity and revolution, I always tell them, tell that to the police when you're flying down the street at 100 miles per hour. Tell them you couldn't
Tell
feel the
that.
speed because it was
Tell that
because
to
of
an earthquake.
relativity.
Tell that to an earthquake. When the dirt moves under your feet, you move the earth. You feel the earth when it moves anytime. And when it stops moving from an earthquake, you don't feel it move because it's not. It's not.
17,000 miles an hour.
Yeah, I don't think any police will take that. Oh, I didn't feel that I was going that fast. It's due to relativity
Yo.
that I didn't feel it. No, you're getting a ticket.
If
The
you
point is you
break
can
down
okay.
the circumference of the Earth 1,000 miles an hour, that's 1,500 feet per second, 750 feet per half second.
Okay, no, okay. So
750 feet
Mrs.
per half second. Do you understand that?
Do I understand how fast it's going?
17,000 miles per hour.
Yeah. I understand
Really
the
see the
speed.
clouds
Right.
under the astronauts' feet when they're doing a spacewalk in the ISS. You can literally watch any video on YouTube of NASA's live feeds of an ISS spacewalk, and you will see the astronauts outside of the ISS. And just pay attention to the Earth and the clouds. Nothing is moving beneath them. The only thing that is moving is the ISS.
It's because the ISS is moving faster than
The Earth is not moving at all. It's just the ISS that's moving. They're orbiting. They're moving. If you see the arms on the ISS, there's so many different parts on the ISS, and they're all moving in a motion that makes the ISS move in a certain direction, fighting against what they call. I personally believe there's no gravity on Earth. I believe there's gravity in space, or whatever you want to call it. Whatever they're fighting against in space, that's why they have the machine moving
Okay,
in all those different
you said
directions.
you don't believe in gravity on
I don't
Earth.
believe in gravity on Earth. I believe
So
they have it backwards. That's just my perspective. I could be completely wrong, but that's just
what's
what
keeping us
I
on the
feel.
ground? What's keeping us on the
Your
ground?
density
What's
in the
keeping us on
atmosphere
the
around
ground
you.
is that we're in the ground, and I mean we're on
Relative
Earth. We're
density.
already protected by the
Yeah.
atmosphere.
Why are we not
Relative
floating?
density.
All right,
Anything
I'm gonna-
more dense than the medium goes down. Anything less than the
Why would
density
you
of
float?
air goes up.
Why would you float? Explain that.
Why would you float?
Yeah. Why would you just float?
You're made of water
If there was no gravity, why would you float?
and
Why
Because
minerals.
there's
would
no
you float?
force
Yes.
keeping you down on the ground.
No, he's saying, why would you float? Period on Earth. You're not in space. You
Right.
float in space, which is why I feel like they have the gravity definition backwards. There's no gravity on Earth. You have no reason to float on Earth.
I'm
You're
saying,
inside of a
if you
enclosed.
look in your backyard
No.
and you got
You're
your
begging the question. Prove
no look,
gravity first.
you got a lawnmower in your backyard, right? Is it floating? No. What's it doing? Nothing. You pick it up. What made it fall down? You picking it up. Don't be crazy. Things don't fucking jump up and fall down and do crazy stuff on their own.
All right. So, young man, I presume that you're not even in high school yet, and you learned about science. Do you know what the scientific
Sorry, one
method is?
sec. My phone's going off. I'll be back in 1 moment. Sorry.
Sure. Almost at him about the science. Yeah, Miss Armstrong. Really glad you're here. Hope you come back more often.
I definitely will. I'm always here in the chat. You may have seen me before in the chat.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
King Koopa, welcome. Are you new?
Yeah, I'm back. What were you saying?
Yeah, I was going to go over the scientific method. Do you know what the 3 constituent parts of a hypothesis test is?
The 3 parts of a hypothesis, or like 3 parts of a scientific method?
You know, the test, the hypothesis test.
Like
Do
experiment.
you know what they are? Yeah, experiment. That's what a hypothesis
Well,
test
there's
is.
the hypothesis, then there's the testing, and then there's the analysis of data.
No, it's the dependent, independent, and dependent variable. You heard of those?
Oh, you mean like dependent, independent, and control variables?
Yeah,
Yeah.
control variable. Yeah, that's what I meant to
Yeah.
say.
Yeah, I get
Yeah,
it.
so what you're trying to do is find the cause and effect relationship, right? Like if you wanted to find what's the cause of boiling water. So you see a hot spring, right? You go out and you do a little research and you find out that low pressure makes water boil, right? You have a hypothesis that heat does too. So the low pressure is your control variable. So you do this at the sea, right? You add heat to the water and it boils. You take away the heat, it stops boiling. You add heat, right? And then it boils again. And you proved scientifically, empirically, anyone else can do this, that heat causes water to boil, right? So I used to know a fat kid named Thomas, and he went to the pool one day when I was there, and he doesn't kick his feet and arms, he just floats, right? I didn't believe it, and I look under the water, and he's not kicking his feet, right? I have to kick vigorously to stay floating, right? But he just floats, right? Because fat is more buoyant than muscle, right? Well, if you were to drain the water, right, and the water would be the medium, which would be the independent variable, he'd stop floating and he'd fall down. And if you
But
add the
yeah,
water,
well,
he
he'd
floats
stop.
again.
He'd stop floating because there's no water. Yeah.
Right. So the medium that an object is placed in is what causes it to sink or rise and float. Nothing else is involved in that, and I can prove that empirically with science.
Okay, but with your idea of the scientific method, so
My
your
idea?
example.
Wait, what do you
Okay,
mean
no,
my
okay,
idea? You think
okay.
I just made this up?
So, with your example of boiling
Has
water.
gravity ever gone through the scientific method?
No, because you can't remove space-time, right? You can't stop that from happening, so you can't wiggle the independent variable. But I can remove water from a pool and prove why he goes down.
No, dang it. Dang it.
So the real gravity, the one that's actually scientific, is called specific gravity. Look it up. That's the real gravity. And they hijacked it and told you that it was mass attracting mass. And then after that, the bending and warping of space-time, Einstein and his special
So you
relativity.
don't believe in special. You don't think special relativity is a thing.
Well, I don't
It
have
has
to
nothing to do
think
with belief.
anything.
Can you prove it scientifically?
Yeah, show me the science.
Can I
How do you?
scientifically do a test? No.
No, you can't. So it's
Or
not
Right.
at
science.
least not purposely,
Hey,
not
and
personally.
guess who else
Right.
did? Guess who else didn't do a physical test of special relativity? Einstein.
Yeah,
How
there
can
are
you?
0 experiments to prove the bending and warping of space-time. It's just a concept. It's a
For
mathematical
to
concept.
prove
So
the
think about me.
bending.
I'm a Texan, right? And Texans feel really strong about their freedoms and my liberty. Can you bend and warp my liberty? No, it's a concept. It's metaphysical. It's not real. It's not tangible. It's just an idea.
The
You
idea
can't
of freedom. Yeah.
you can't bend and warp space-time neither. It's just a concept. It's just an idea. It's not science.
You can draw as many calculations on a chalkboard as you want to. It's still not going to prove anything in the physical, natural realm.
Okay, but with that logic, we can't prove anything in space because space doesn't
Exactly.
exist.
You got it, kid. You got it. There are no scientific experiments going on in space because mankind can't manipulate the variables. I would like to know, is it gravity or is it electromagnetism that causes the sun and the moon to do their circuits once roughly every 24 hours? But I can't remove electromagnetism or gravity from the situation to manipulate
Here's
and
something
find a cause.
Here's
Can
something
I?
that's a fact. Here's something that's a fact, though, Hank, that the sun and moon move in patterns, and we can calculate the patterns as they move. Now, why it happens, God knows, right?
Right, like they're on a perfect timer. That's not something that just poofs by a blast in space.
And
That's something very
as far as human history goes, they've been revolving in the same patterns always, causing seasons.
And
so that's where our clocks and calendars come from. So
Okay, right. Okay, so
Here's-
you're Okay,
Go
so
ahead.
you're saying that we can't prove that space-time is a thing because we haven't observed it.
Well, it's not that we haven't observed it. It's that you can't manipulate it as a variable,
Okay,
right?
yeah.
I can't remove it
So yours,
from the universe and drop my phone to see if it still breaks.
Okay, I don't know who it was, but someone just said that we can predict the orbit of the. Oh, we can predict the movement of the moon and sun.
Yeah, the reason we can predict it because it always happens all of the time
Yeah. Okay, but no. Okay, so
throughout
Newton's.
recorded human history.
Okay, okay. So, are you guys familiar with Mercury's orbit? It's really weird. It's
Well, I mean,
elliptical.
I wouldn't call it an orbit. It's a path of Mercury. Yes.
Yeah,
Okay, yes.
but you're familiar with how it looks? It like keeps going around in kind of this weird flower shape with the planet being, with the sun being the center.
Well, I mean, it depends on how you look at it. I mean, it really, when you talk about orbits, or I mean, yes, there is a transit every once in a while of, I guess, of Venus and Mercury, supposedly the inner planets, right?
Mercury.
Okay, but have you seen diagrams of how Mercury's? Have you like do you understand how Mercury's orbit is different to that of other planets? Like, have you seen like diagrams of it? It's pretty weird. It looks a bit like a
How's it
flower.
different?
It's not okay. It's not a perfect circular orbit like most of the other planets are.
They're not
It's
perfectly
got
circular either.
None of the planets perfectly circular.
okay. Well, they're pretty close.
They're all
They're-
elliptical.
You can't put
Yeah.
it through the scientific method.
Well, how could
Okay.
that
I was wrong. I
possibly
was
be?
incorrect. Mercury does transit.
Yeah, okay, but no other
How could that
theory
possibly
of
be when
so
gravity works?
Newton's theory of gravity, so which was
No, Newton is 105 years
Theory.
out of date. That's not the
yeah,
new
okay.
shit.
Hold on. Let's just entertain this for a little bit.
Okay, we'll make the
what were you
question.
talking
Okay,
about? I
go
mean,
ahead.
with Mercury, what were you
Okay.
saying about?
Yeah, so Newton's theory couldn't explain the orbit of Mercury. It could explain the orbit of all other planets, but not Mercury, because Mercury's is so different. But when
How far is
Einstein,
Mercury from
In
Earth?
what
Is that the furthest planet?
in what way? I mean, Mercury. We have Mercury, which is I guess the first planet from the sun, right? Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars. It's my very educated mother just served us 9 pizzas, right? That's the.
Yep. Let them know.
Anyway,
Let
go
'em know.
ahead. So Mercury's the first. So in what way does Mercury revolve around the sun different than the other so-called planets?
all right, give me one
Let
sec.
'em
Sorry.
know.
I mean, of course, if the heliocentric model was true, I mean,
Yeah,
it being
begging
the
the
closest
question.
planet, but one of the smaller ones, of course, it would act different. If the
Beg the
gravitational force
question.
was true. And I know it's all begging the question, but
It's fine.
And being that it's so close to the Earth, they would say that it moves in a way that they don't know because they want to leave it up for speculation. It's one of the closest planets, yet you're trying to get to Mars. That makes no sense. But okay.
Yeah, I'll tell you what though, with Mercury and Venus, sometimes, well, not as often. I'm not sure even if Mercury actually transits the sun, but sometimes you'll see Venus transit the sun, which is kind of strange. So I always thought that was really strange, but it doesn't make the Earth a globe, but it's still really cool if you capture the transit of Venus. That's freaking cool.
Another thing, they send the rovers on Mars, like the rovers that are on Mars right now, and we can see that they are using the fish lens, but it does still appear like perfectly circular. I wonder if they're going to actually go to the edge of Mars, because we always talk about the edge of Earth. What
Mrs.
about the edge
Armstrong,
of the other?
do you really think that
bro.
they put rovers on Mars? Come on, Mrs. Armstrong.
I know that it's
No,
definitely. I know based on the pictures that I've seen of the. It looks like brown sand. It's
They didn't
definitely
go to
not red.
Mars. They never went to Mars.
But are you
And the
saying?
one thing on that, Helio, they can't improve gas pressure without a container. That stuff ain't up there.
I know. Yeah, they can't send shit into space. I thought we already covered that. But
Well, they're
anyway,
definitely adding graphics to the color of what they're alleging is Mars. They're trying to make it look more red,
Oh,
but
we know
based
what they
on the
say.
rover, it's
We know
just
what they say, Mrs. Armstrong. Yeah, I mean, it's like, have you ever seen like the Devon Island footage? I mean, they actually practice being on Mars with robots on Devon Island. Have you ever seen that footage, Mrs. Armstrong?
I did, and it's just brown
Yeah.
sand. It's nothing
Yeah,
red
they ain't
like
on
about
Mars.
it.
They ain't putting shit on Mars. That's bullshit. None of it's freaking real.
So, do you think that China just was trying to pay the United States back by lying and saying that they're on the dark side of the moon because they know that
they're
the
all in
United States
cahoots.
can't say
All the
they're not
governments of the world are in
because
cahoots.
they
All
lied
of them
too?
are in cahoots. They're all in cahoots. I
Right.
mean, you know, they're
all working
perpetuating this
together.
lie
We
to keep us
definitely
all.
can't tell them that they're lying because we lie. So who are we to say, "Oh, you're not on the dark side of the moon"? They can't.
Well,
Only thing
we can't. Go ahead.
Helio.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm finna repost this video, and I like that young man to try to explain that. This
Yeah,
red man. Sorry.
I'm sorry, brother, but yeah, these governments in cahoots. You know, I mean,
hey,
not that. I mean, when it comes to the wars and the money and all that kind of stuff, they work with each other to keep us all under their thumb. You know, so it's not like
Yeah, let Ogro go first and respond to our gas pressure response, because we can debunk all of space with that. So let her respond to that, if possible. Gas pressure without a container.
I think Mrs. Armstrong is kind of on the same page with us. But who was? I thought it was a kid.
Yeah, no, she's on board with us. It's the other girl that I'm talking about.
I thought that was a dude.
That's a young boy.
Or yeah, whoever. I'm sorry, I don't mean to assume your gender.
No, that's cool. I mean, a lot of times it's hard to tell with voice. I mean, when
It's
when
hard
they're
to
really
tell
young.
with voices. I'm sorry. Like, yeah, I'm sorry.
It's all good. It's all good.
But yeah,
We talked to a
young
lot of
man, young lady, young high voice, whoever you are, other than the other girl, which is all on board and gets everything that we're saying. The other person, like, do you understand the gas pressure thing or no? Or because like, ask us about that and we can go into it. Like, gas pressure.
He knows that he needs the inner tube to ride his bike properly. He knows that there has to be a container to have gas pressure.
Get the BMX on deck.
No other way to do it.
Mm.
You can't just pump your rim full of gas pressure. You're gonna need some tires.
That's what a Red Man posted a video or a meme earlier. I was like, "Yep, we're gonna need a tire around that mother."
Every time.
Who was the other person besides the
Miss Armstrong?
Miss Armstrong had it at knows what's up, but the other person.
Yeah, I can't remember the kid's name. Who was?
Yeah, Miss Armstrong. If you look in the room
Something
below,
centric or something like that. The name was. I think it started with an S.
Centrifugation. I think he's looking something up. What was he looking up?
Something about Mars, I think. I'm not sure.
Yep. Taking us to Mars.
Mars is boring.
So the picture on the screen, where was this? Where did they find the fly on Mars? When was that?
They freaking
No, you're begging the
allegedly,
question of Mars.
allegedly.
Yeah.
Scroll up a
Don't
little
beg
bit.
the question.
They found
Here's
Mars isn't a fly. They have a rodent on Mars.
Here's our best advice. Don't beg the question with them. Do not engage in begging the question with them in that stuff. Like, stop them at the Earth. All right? Don't let them beg the question. Don't let them do it. We'll be here forever. And we can
Don't get me started. I'm holding back. I mean, believe it or not.
It's fucking almost 7 a.m. I just wanted to play one of my beats. I was waiting. I thought for sure there'd be a downtime, but apparently,
check
the
Ms. Armstrong.
Friday night, bro.
Check this little video I posted.
Okay.
Is that elbow? Yeah, let me check that out.
Yeah, check it out. Who was the other person? Armstrong. Miss Armstrong got a strong arm. I'm wondering who the other.
No, it was centrifugation. Is the other? It was the kid that I think.
Trying to see. Is it in the VC check-in chat? The video?
It should be in the live stream. 45 minutes after the hour. Live stream voice checks.
That's a good one.
For the video that elbow. Yeah, I'm watching it right now. Good stuff.
Can
Centrifugation has to go to dinner.
Can I play?
It's only 2
while
minutes.
everybody's
It's only, no. You only play a beat, man.
Oh, okay.
Just send me the link, or just put the link in the thing. We'll listen to it later.
I was just gonna say I was gonna play my beat while everybody watches the YouTube video.
No, because they need to hear it. This
okay, got you.
Yeah, it's a really good video, Elbow.
So when I saw that, I was like, "Oh, I gotta download this. This is awesome." I'm not listening to the audio, but the video is awesome. No, you have to listen to the audio. Yeah, I'll check it out. Wow, man, that's where did you get that?
Okay.
Somebody put it in TikTok, and I was like, "Oh, what?" That's freaking crazy. Holy shit. Oh, God, man, that's freaking nuts. Do they have that on YouTube where you can share it in here? Or I downloaded it. I'll fucking
wow, that animation.
I'm gonna download animation is exact.
Dude, yeah, it is.
Fucking upload it to my channel.
That's great
I
evidence.
want to see the final card.
That's from Taboo Conspiracy for sure. His TikTok channel.
Oh, it's Taboo Conspiracy?
Yeah, that's his voice. That's got to be Taboo.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Somebody find me that final card video. I'm looking. I want to see it.
It's on what is it? The Potter's Clay.
No, that's Taboo's voice. I'm pretty darn sure.
No, the alien card video, Hank.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's go to the Potter's Clay, or I can find a link.
I'm off work. I see it. Videos. The final card. I've already watched. That's fucking hilarious. So I didn't realize I'd already watched it. It was in the last week too, and I didn't even realize it.
Yeah, I'm gonna mirror this.
That one's a good video too.
I'm gonna freaking put it up on my.
Okay, I'm about to check the video out now. I found it.
Yeah, the parachute part is really good.
I know, it's freaking
I
cool.
won't spoil it.
I mean, all of it's pretty cool, man. I'm like, wow, man, it's freaking awesome.
Can I play a beat while everybody's watching videos? Or no?
Well,
I know. I'm sorry. I'm trying to respect my authority.
Happy.
I've been waiting so long.
What's the how long is your song?
3 minutes. Like you can cut it off.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah, it's a dope beat for 3 minutes while everybody's watching the YouTube video.
So you have the bot roll and you can play it.
Yep.
All right, go ahead. 3 minutes.
All right,
I
yes.
feel like China is just mimicking and making a mockery of the USA
Go ahead and hit it. Was that illegal? Go ahead. Yeah, this video is crazy. I'm downloading it and I'm gonna put it up on my channel.
Yeah, that's crazy. That is something.
We don't need China's help in that. We doing a fine job by ourselves.
When you realize you have this army or one concept, one thought, one movement, one action, you have what is called a revolution. But the more we stay separated, and the more we don't understand the concept of the I that is within all of us, then we will constantly lose every single battle from day one to day forever. Thank you. We'll take questions.
Yeah, that's fire.
I can hear the
Thank you.
lyrics in my head, man.
Hell yeah. Thank you. Thank y'all. I appreciate
Yeah,
that.
that's
I
so
didn't mean to
cool.
interrupt y'all, but I've been waiting till like 7 o'clock in the morning for there to be dead air for me to play my beats, and
I know
y'all
we've
just
been
keep talking
busy
about
today, bro.
all
Man, it's
kinds
all
of
good.
shit.
Hey, but that was pretty cool, man. I like it. I dig it. Good stuff.
Thank you, man. And Helio, I'm still sampling your shit, and I'm gonna make a beat out of it. So stay tuned. I'm gonna make a beat out of Helio shit, and battle.
Everything that's like all my YouTube content, you can grab and capture any of it and freaking make.
Yep, I'm a flip the
Hold on,
samples,
hold
and I'm gonna have Battle Mod rap over it. So
I
we're
thought you
gonna
said you
have
were
like
gonna
a trifecta flat earthers.
I'm uploading that Mars video right freaking now. I've already, it's already done. So the title is Mars what?
Okay,
that's the title. So I'm about
Illegal.
to share it.
Yo,
where can I illegal? Where can I hear your beats at, man?
Oh, okay. Hold on. Who are you?
Elbow.
Okay, got you. I'm gonna send you a DM. Hold on. Let me get the link.
It.
Shit, I mean, when it's a small video like that, it goes up quick. I think this is already done. Check it out. What? Motherfucker, that fucking video went up fast. Mars, what? Damn, it's already hit. Boom. I hadn't even heard the audio yet. I was dead to the audio because I'm on here. Hold on, let me see if that shit's actually.
Elbow.
Hey, Elbow. Is there any
Elbow
is there
TV? Elbow
yeah,
TV.
Elbow.
That's you.
Is there any audio on that video? Because
Yeah, there is. I can hear it. I'm hearing it right now. You might have it
You
muted.
put that up quick.
Yeah, I might have it. I just have it different. I'm gonna have to listen to it on my headphones. You can hear the audio. Like from my video that I just posted, you can hear the audio.
All right, Elbow. I just DM'd you.
I can't hear the audio.
Appreciate
it. Elbow. I just DM'd you my SoundCloud. I have a lot more beats on my computer, but my SoundCloud is just like shit I've uploaded over the years, and I haven't uploaded anything recently. I be procrastinating, and I got mad beats, but that's like the shit I like RZA, Alchemist, Havoc, RZA, like that's my shit. So that's what my beats sound like. So there's like 3 songs that are actual songs that have lyrics on it, and then most are just instrumental. So, yep. Check me out. But I can play some more beats if anybody if anybody wants to hear. Yes, no, maybe so. Is it there at 6:59 a.m., 7 a.m.? We got some dead air. Oh shit! I can use my powers at 7 a.m. with no talk.
By the
Y'all want
seat
more?
of your pants, leaps of logic. Guesswork.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you, Michio Kaku.
That's a good sound clip too. I should play shit like that right now instead of my beats. I should play like Kikyo Kikyo
Kikyo Machu.
Yeah. Whatever that shit is, I should be playing that right now.
Y'all niggas almost as crazy as me. God damn.
We're all the same here. We're all like-minded motherfuckers.
No, yeah. The audio is working great on YouTube. I just checked it out. Yeah, I just uploaded that video, and I'm gonna share it on Facebook too.
Okay,
me,
here I go. Real quick.
It better be real quick.
Hey, what is that? Drop A?
Drop A.
Yeah, that's at least drop B. What is that?
I have some audio issues.
Are you serious right now? Do you hear what you're hearing?
Is it D? What key is the song in?
It's in the key of Yo Mama.
Damn. That's a really high key.
I know. See, that bitch is high.
Yeah. Super high. Higher than giraffe pussy.
Whoa, leave the felines out of this. Them lines.
Like, hey, you talking to a Texan, that motherfucker can come and kick your ass.
You hear
no
that shit?
Where you are.
Ooh. Yo. I've been to jail, yo, and I ain't going back. I'd rather relax in front of a stack of a DAC in the lax.
There you go. Hey, free flow. Let's roll it. Go ahead. Free flow.
Okay, all right. Run it back.
Hey, we ain't running it back. You better roll free now.
Okay, here we go. Yo. I've been in jail, yo, and I ain't going back. I'd rather relax in front of a stack of a DAC in a track next to a board of late. Damn.
Okay, yeah, I kind of got the idea. Yeah, good stuff.
Yeah.
Anyway, so,
Hey, Hank, is this a real quote?
Oh, shit, we got some relapse.
I think so. Where? What I just posted?
Yeah.
Oh.
I've been looking for the source for that too.
This is Illegal's live
I
feed.
won't post it again.
I don't think it is real.
I just found something in books.
I looked for it years ago.
All right, delete.
I just found something in books.google.com. It has one Earth. It's a realm. It's not a planet. Nikola Tesla.
What y'all looking for?
Black line. Let me post
It's a partial quote. Like part of that is from Tesla, but the rest I guess is from some other article that like had his quote in it or something. I don't know.
I appreciate you guys calling me out on that. I don't want to be posting no fake shit.
Yeah, I cut the B off for y'all.
Yeah, did you figure out the functions on the bot?
Yeah, I'm figuring it out.
Play and stop, pause, all
Yep.
that kind of shit. Yeah, you got it. All right, cool.
Yep, I'm figuring it out.
That's all good. I ain't gonna lie, man. I gave you the perms for that. Why am I getting an echo? Who's that? Whose mic am I getting?
I deleted it.
No, I'm getting an echo when I talk.
Mrs. Armstrong. Yeah.
Oh,
You need me to put it on mute?
Yeah,
put
if
it
you're
on
not
mute.
talking, if you can mute yourself, that'd be fine. But anyway,
I
yeah.
thought I had it on mute, but I must took it off. But I'll put it back on.
No, you're good. Are you using headphones or are you just using your phone?
I'm just using my phone.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, sometimes that feeds back into the microphone. No problem.
Okay, I put it on mute.
But as far as you talking, this
Freeman Productions.
hey,
It may be
illegal.
someone else. I don't have
That
anyone
doesn't
else.
mean you can play all songs tonight. Stop. I can. Yeah, it doesn't mean doesn't give you carte blanche to just play everything you want.
Okay,
when
I
we're
know.
trying to have a conversation.
Oh,
Yeah, I
Helio.
feel.
Helio. I wanted to introduce you to Nonconformist Radio. If he's still here.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Yeah,
I was just listening.
He's the one that does the live stream. This guy, he was like a researcher of 9/11 and other things. He was tell him about your story real quick.
Hell
My
yeah.
story? Do you want me to give my story?
No, Nonconformist. I wanted to introduce you to him. I think he followed the same path
Oh,
that
cool.
we did.
That's really cool because I'm not prepared to do that.
Right.
My story
Go
my
ahead.
story is very long. I'm not in a position to do that.
No, his is pretty brief.
Right.
Tell your story, bro.
Wait. Everybody's now. If someone's story is pretty brief, then that's that's an.
Well,
oh, that's kind of weird.
None of our
is
stories
pretty
are brief, but if
I
you can
know,
make
that's
it
what I'm
brief, we would appreciate it if you could make it brief. Because
Anyway,
none
go
of our
ahead, Ron.
stories.
I'm gonna let Ron do this because I'm just fucking.
No, Nonconformist.
That's
He
our
wants
job.
to
We're
just give
brothers
it a
from
quick
another
rundown.
mother.
He was doing it in the VC check-in.
I
So
posted a GIF for you, 9/11 Truther, and it's live stream voice text. Hope you like it.
Cool. So hey, man, thanks for bringing new people here, Ron. Man, it's cool. So
no, he came by himself. He found it all by himself.
Awesome, man. I love when people find it. Just like the Mrs. Armstrong, she's been freaking hanging out, listening to what's going on.
Hey, Nonconformist, can you see the live stream voice text? It's in the room above this one.
He dropped in too tonight.
Yeah, I think I can.
You see what I posted there? World War III's guerrilla information war. But no division between military and civilian participation.
Oh yeah, I do see that.
Yeah, that's for you, buddy. You said you're a 9/11 truther, right?
In this room, you can almost say what's on your mind. Almost.
Almost.
Because we want to keep this YouTube channel alive, but we can pretty much speak our minds. So yeah, go ahead, Nonconformist, Ben. Say what's on your mind.
Yeah, okay, cool. Well, literally probably just 2 hours ago, I just had an inclination to talk to like-minded people, so I just typed in a Google search engine, Flat Earth Discord chat, and then there was a link that popped up right away. And then I didn't even realize I was being vetted when I joined the group. Just felt like I was having a.
Well, let me stop you really quick. Why were you looking up Flat Earth?
Oh, well, I've already been researching it for about 3 months, and I've been in the truth movement for a long time. And I was into research who were my mentors, like Mark Passio, David Icke, etc. And none of them would really talk about the Flat Earth. And a lot of them would even go as far as to say that it was a psyop to discredit the truth community, to make them look like a bunch of retards who believe the Flat Earth. So I tended to believe that for a long time until I actually
looked into it
with purity of mind. Actually, looked into it. I used to be very
really
biased
more
towards it because I just
purity of spirit than mind, right? I mean, it's spirit and mind are connected.
Roll.
Right?
Let him roll for 5 minutes.
My bad, Ron. Sorry. Go ahead, brother.
Oh no, man, that's basically it. And I'm kind of at a state guilty because I used to think that it was such a joke that I used to just ridicule people in the comment sections that would say the Earth was flat, because I really did believe that they were just trolls who were just trying to do everything in their power to make the truth community look stupid.
We all did,
because that's what everybody was telling me. That's what everybody That's what all of my mentors were telling me. But now when like, for example, I have nothing but respect for people like Mark Passio. I'm not going to throw the baby out with the bathwater just because he's wrong about, one thing that but you know what, man, when I look at his intro has the blue marble spinning around in the background as his intro. And it's just it's just kind of laughable at this point. Because what I've noticed when it comes to the truth community, pretty much saying screw the government, right? Talking about all alphabet soup
just
agencies.
Before you continue, hold on.
Yeah.
Is it just me, or is he cutting out every once in a while?
No, he's cutting. He's cutting bad.
Yeah, so we're gonna have to get your connection correct before we continue. I want to make that, because I want to hear what you have to say. I just
am I coming in a little choppy or something?
No, you're coming in choppy. It's like
try
you're
leaving and
cutting
coming right
out.
back. Just
There might
exit
be a
out.
Leaving or cutting back, or check your Discord input sensitivity and just make sure. We want to hear everything you have to say. I promise that, because
turn your
I'm excited.
down,
I'm
bro.
excited to hear what you have to say. I want to hear all of it. But
he sounds like Dearth, though. Dearth did the same thing to people. He used to block them permanently. If they
Shit, I
mentioned
did the
flat Earth.
same thing too. So
Oh yeah, he'd mock and ridicule. It was terrible.
Yeah, but
Are you
so
new to
I
Discord?
just want to make sure that he's completely heard, and as a matter of fact, I mean he's welcome in the server. What is that squeaky thing? What was
No,
that?
I want to hear it too. I want to hear what he said. That last few
Somebody
sentences.
have like a screen door or something?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to get closer to my Wi-Fi, see if that helps my communication any better.
Oh, that sounds a lot better. That sounds
Roger Dodger there, man. Go for it.
There you go. Continue.
Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, so, like I said, I was into all of these mentors because my worldview just collapsed once I started to learn who's really controlling the world and through what means to what end, and my whole worldview just collapsed. And, they all were saying that flat Earth was something that was pretty much put forth by the CIA as a psyop to make the truth community look like a bunch of retards who think the Earth is flat, and that's what I believed. And I believed that for years. I've been looking into this stuff for probably like roughly 7 years, and I recently started to look into flat Earth, I want to say for the last 4 months. And what really propelled me to take it seriously was I started to look into a gentleman by the name of Santos Bonacci. I was looking into I was looking into Santos Bonacci, and I already knew years ago that he was a flat earther, and I kind of would ridicule him for that in my own head, thinking, you know what, I respect Santos Bonacci.
Dude,
I think he's a genius.
Yeah, Santos actually was like hated flat Earth when he first found out about it too. If you look into what he was talking about back in the day, he didn't like flat Earth either.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He still doesn't like it.
No, he actually, dude, Santos will flat Earth the shit out of you right now. But anyway, go ahead, continue.
Yeah, he would. I would try to hear him out because, again, I'm not the type of person that's going to throw the baby out with the bathwater. I'm thinking, okay, I like what Santos has to say about everything other than flat Earth. I think he's fallen for a psyop, which is unfortunate, but, whatever. But I was kind of forced to be in a position because I respected him so much. I wasn't going to not listen to what he had to say. So I started to really listen to what he had to say. And he had this link that he left in a comment section of somebody who was ridiculing him. He didn't say anything in return, but he basically just left a link to this flat Earth playlist that had all kinds of material. So I went and I started to watch videos, and I think what really was the this is really basic stuff, but looking at all of the different NASA organizations that have different names internationally, and all of the pictures of the Earth that they were providing all were completely lopsided and deformed in comparison with all the other ones. There was nothing
all the
but
smoke and mirrors. All the smoke and mirrors.
They were all inconsistent. And I'm like, well, this doesn't make sense. You say, look at a picture of the supposed Earth from, let's say, a Russian space agency or a Chinese space agency, et cetera, they all look completely fake. And like, if you guys are gonna lie, you got to make sure that you're keeping your story straight. You know what I mean? But they couldn't keep their story straight. They're showing you a plethora of different inconsistencies that make absolutely no freaking sense at all. So then I'm like, wait a minute.
Like, China is still like showing us like 1970s graphics on what they did in space, right?
Come on, bro, don't disrupt the flow state.
Okay, I thought I was adding to it, but I'm sorry.
No, you're right. Go ahead and continue with the China thing and Santos and how you found this place. Go ahead.
Correct, right, you're right. 1972. Bang on, man.
Yeah, exactly. So I was looking at all of the different and then I come to find out that they're CGI images, and I'm like, well, wait a minute, and I'm starting to have this crazy cognitive dissonance because I was so convinced, based upon all of my mentors, that it was a psyop and it was fake, but just so many things all at the same time were falling on me like a ton of bricks, and nothing was making sense to me. It was to the point where I was just like scratching my head almost until I would like I had dandruff or something. I'm just like scratching my head like, what the hell's going on?
Got some flat earth dandruff going on.
Yeah, scratching my head like I got dandruff, and I'm getting frustrated, confused. I don't know. It's kind of hard to describe the emotions because it was like confusion and anger and like embarrassment, probably more than anything, because I'm like, oh, this is so obvious. How come I just didn't research it for myself?
Well,
the mathematics.
So you're saying basically, even even with Santos and other people that you listen to on YouTube, you just like started to take a look at the Earth and say, "Holy shit! It's not what they told us it was." Right?
Yeah,
not what.
Yeah, that's the way. That's the way it worked for me too. I mean, it doesn't matter who you follow, and it doesn't matter about YouTube personalities or anything. It's just like, wait a minute, I can actually think for myself, and I can look at the Earth and see it for what it is.
Yeah,
it's a realm. It's our realm, So anyway, continue, gentlemen, if you want to.
Yeah, for me, it went from moon landing hoax to Hollow Earth to whatever, and then to Flat Earth because I had nothing left. And
sure, and to be honest, I'm a huge fan of Santos Bonacci. I love his work, man. But but we don't necessarily, as far as this room, we don't get into spirituality a lot, but we do sometimes. But yeah, like I love Santos' work. So
it's the same thing as Alex Jones. It's like take it for what it's worth. For a grain of salt,
eat the meat and spit out the bones, right?
Take the good out, spit out the rest, see it for what it is. Like, there's nobody that I agree with 100%, like Joe Rogan or Eddie Bravo or the guy you just said. Like, any of those people, I don't agree with 100%. Like, there's nobody that I agree with 100%.
Dude, I can't think of anyone that I agree with 100%, and I think most of them hate me, so it doesn't.
Yeah, you just take what you will, like take the good out of it, do your alchemy, extract the spirit from you take the plant, the herbs, you put it in boiling water, you extract the essence, the spirit. You're doing your alchemy thing, and so you do that.
Even with alchemy, I mean, there's a similar process with metals, right? When you heat up precious metals, you have the dross at the top. You filter it off, and then you get the precious metal afterwards. Anyway.
Yeah, skim it off, man.
It's alchemy.
Exactly. So,
but yeah, like all the medicines, like back in the day, used to be like the spirits, the alchemy. They would take like I was talking about a good friend that I met on Discord, and we were talking today. We talk like every day. He's one of my best friends that I've never met in real life, but we were talking about dandelions, and I was telling him about how you can make either dandelion wine or you can make dandelion tea. But either way, you think of dandelion as a weed, but it's really a medicine. So you can either non-alcoholic subtract the wine and make a tea out of it. You can even get dandelion pills like supplements from the.
But you can eat it in a salad too. It's a food as well. I mean, it's everything.
Yeah,
it takes time to what it actually takes time to actually figure out whether it's beneficial on all three sides, I guess.
Okay, I guess.
I don't know. I guess I've never had dandelion wine. I don't know what that is. I've never had.
It's actually really good. It's an old remedy.
I've heard of dandelion tea, but I've never heard of dandelion wine.
Yeah, you can make wine. You can make dandelion wine. Google it, bro.
Yeah, I guess you could. I mean, you can pretty much ferment anything. You know, there's a natural.
Yeah, I mean, all plants with green leaves have DMT in it. So who knows what you could make if you know the right alchemy? You could make some.
Who knows?
You could make ayahuasca with fucking mint leaves or some shit. Like
dandelion wine could be like the hardest trippy shit you ever drank.
Right.
I don't know.
Exactly.
But
you just gotta mix a dandelion with like one other thing, because like ayahuasca, it's not just the branch of the leaf. If you don't have the two together, it's not shit. And so it's like dandelion is like, yeah, you mix dandelion with some other specific thing, and it's like DMT, right?
It's all good. Yeah, sure. And to be honest, I mean, I'm pretty sure I've been as high as anyone would ever want to be in life, through psychedelics.
Hey,
so I'm not necessarily wanting to find the higher place. I've already been there.
If anybody knows what I should mix with dandelion tea to make it psychedelic, DM me immediately.
Either way, I mean, but as far as dandelions, as far as I'm concerned, I mean, I've heard some good things about like dandelion tea, for health, health reasons, not
right
for psychedelic stuff.
Like cayenne powder and honey, and
sure,
make coffee with
vinegar.
it. Roots, use the roots.
Dandelion and burdock.
I didn't trigger all the naturalists, all the gardeners. I triggered all the gardeners.
It is the way it is. Whatever.
Let me know. I'm trying to learn something too. So, what do the other guys have to say?
You got some mint leaves that'll knock you back.
I got chocolate mint right now. I got a chocolate mint growing.
You all have that.
I got what do they call it? The magic mint there growing.
But you saying I should put the mint in the tea?
Hey, did you guys know that Santa Claus is the magic mushroom?
Put the magic mint in the pipe and smoke it. Yes, the Amanita muscaria mushroom. Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Just clear. I always share that video around Christmas time. But anyway,
yeah, Santa. Yeah, the mushroom, the whole Christianity mushroom.
Yeah, we're not gonna go into that.
Right.
Hey, did you want to finish letting the new members introduce themselves, kind of?
Okay, roll call.
We got Miss Armstrong, and then I don't know if
the Mrs. Armstrong is she's been great. Who else is there?
Yeah,
other
she's been
members
here.
Yeah, cool. Who else?
They both came in within
maybe me, nonconformist.
Yeah, that was you. I was just talking to you. So I guess it's just you guys.
I don't know if he
I
was.
love the Mrs. Armstrong. She's pretty good.
I've been in the comments. I'm just listening to the conversation.
I love your comments too. It's freaking awesome. So anyway, so yeah, I've been talking shit to nonconformists, but what? Is there other people, Ron? I'm not paying attention, so.
I wonder why you're not having too many globe earthers. They're in the chat, but they won't come online. Makes no sense.
They're scared. They're scared.
They're scared.
Because they don't have.
As far as I
Mrs.
know, this is live
Armstrong,
streaming. Ain't it?
yeah, it's just live streaming on YouTube, and they're scared as shit to come in here and talk to us. As a matter of fact, I started the live stream again 12 hours ago, and I'm about to have to stop it and start it again. So anybody in YouTube listening, in the YouTube listening land, get your ass in here and start talking about flat earth if you have any guts, because I'm about to restart a new live stream.
So,
yeah,
nonconformist, have you seen that video series that I cutting out, everybody?
Can you please repeat that?
Oh, I was just saying, I was asking nonconformist if he had seen that series yet that I posted just up above under Damsel Medic. Wondered if he had seen that series yet, since he's so new to the flat earth. That one's probably a pretty hard hitter, and he might really like it. It's a series of 7 videos that just came out a couple weeks ago.
Oh wow, no, I don't think I have seen it, and I'll be sure to look at it
Really
later
recommend
today.
it. I think you'll really be floored by it. A lot of people are really commenting and posting it on this channel a lot because it's hitting everybody pretty hard. So it's pretty cool. It's real good.
Yeah, I started to really become convinced right around the time the Level documentary came out, which was like about a month ago, I think.
Oh yeah, there's Eric DeBay. He put that out, right?
Yeah, Eric DeBay, ODTV,
yeah.
And Santos was on it too.
Yeah, Santos was on there.
That's right. Yes. Yeah,
I thought it was pretty good.
Watch that one. Love my stuff. Beginners.
Yeah, I have a quick question. Is there like a specific go-to like Flat Earth 101 book that somebody can like purchase on Amazon and read that really like explains it in every little dirty detail, like just a Flat Earth 101 kind of a book?
Not necessarily. I think that if you're curious about flat Earth, it's going to take a while. Because, I mean, not all flat earthers agree. I mean, you've heard us disagree with each other many times. But there is a lot of information in this server. You can actually just scroll down through here, and we have.
Oh, okay.
We have a lot of like videos and PDFs and shit. You can do your own study for yourself. So yeah, I mean, it's like, here's Flat Earth 101, and we're going to convert you to be a flat earther. Nobody here is trying to do that. We're actually trying to convert you to be a free-minded person and think for yourself. Nobody here is trying to convince anyone that the earth is flat. So,
well, there is a couple of books. I mean, there is the ones by Eric DeBay, the one that's the 200 Proofs of Flat Earth.
Sure.
What's the other
I saw that in the video.
There's a book from 100 years ago that we have a
Samuel
PDF for.
Robotham.
That Robotham, and there's a couple other books, flat Earth books that from 100 years ago.
The Greatest Lie on Earth.
Yeah, Greatest Lie on Earth. That's another one.
Edward
That's
Hendry.
a really good one.
It's a
Edward
thick
Hendry.
book.
Yeah, it's a really good one. Yeah. Hey, you'll find those in way down in the server. You'll find the. Is the Edward Hendry book in there? Because that's when I listen to Edward Hendry talk about it, that's really kind of where I was like, because I'd heard him talk about many other topics before, and then when he wrote that book, I was like, oh shit, maybe I should take a look at this. And so anyway, yeah, Edward Hendry, yeah, he's got the shit going on.
So I think there's one called Zetetic Cosmogony. There's another one that's like 16 flights that prove Flat Earth. I think that one might even be free. So there's a couple of them out there that are pretty good. So, but if you want videos to get compiled and start watching really pretty consistently, it's probably get Dave's Flat Earth app, because he has a video out every day, and then he has the resources so you can go through and answer the questions.
It only costs it's $2.99 on Google
$2.99.
Play. Dude,
And that gives huge information, because he's putting out all the videos that are at the top, and then he's got a resource in there that if you hit the question mark, it shows you all these categories. So like if you want to know how eclipses prove the flat Earth, or if you want to know, I don't know, they have all these different divisions, everything from eclipses to the measurement.
I've only bought, like, after all these years, I've only bought 3 apps on Google Play. One of them is a podcast app, and the other one is I guess it's only 2. I don't buy apps on Google Play, but I bought that one because
me too.
It's a good
I don't
app.
buy
It's a
either.
good app, you know.
And it is. It's a great.
It's only
resource.
$3, man, and it's a really good app. So
yeah, and it's forever. You don't ever have to pay another fee.
Yeah.
It's one time, and it has all the accessed videos that are getting deleted off of YouTube that are good enough to make it on his app. But there's hundreds of videos there to go look at. You can spend he says, go try a week with somebody who's not a flat earther.
Even if you don't want to buy that app, you can scroll down at the bottom of this server. You can spend months watching all the videos and information we have here. So.
And that's a 101 right there.
I think I will. Yeah, because I'm like not a flat Earth OG, to say the least, because I've only been looking into it for 3 months. But I will say I have been really popping the popcorn and sitting down for hours on end, like really looking into this stuff, just completely dumbfounded.
You found the right place, because if you scroll down on this server and go to the A to B alphabet of extra information down at the bottom of this server, you'll have too much stuff to watch. Too much information.
It's fun.
Awesome. I got a question. Let's just assume that I'm on the fence about the Earth being stationary, which I'm not, but let's just say I was, right? Out of all of the proofs that are out there, which are plenty, what's your personal favorite nail in the coffin that really just solidifies, like, there's no freaking doubt in my mind that the Earth is flat?
Water. It's level.
It's water. I mean, how can massive bodies of water curve around a ball?
70% they tell us, and how's that?
No, I mean, the natural state of water is to, be in a basin. If it's not affected, in any way, large bodies of water, like at lakes, right? It's like we have the Great Lakes, right? And this is where a lot of it starts, right? So, they have, like, one of the first things I saw was this weatherman saying, he was in Chicago saying, what you're seeing here is a mirage. So, holy fucking shit. It's over 50 miles away, but it's a mirage.
Yeah, water and distance.
And
so, can't see too far.
How the hell can that be a mirage? So that means that the whole entire city of Chicago is being projected over the curvature of the Earth. And so, yeah, it's just that's dumb. Nobody should believe that, because it's retarded.
It's funny you say that, because that's what I was going to say next. After the inconsistencies of the CGI images of all the different NASA organizations, the second thing I was going to say was, because you were asking me, like, what convinced you or something along those lines.
There's a video that he came back and retracted that argument, and he actually went on the other side of the lake and was saying, hey, but I can't find that video anymore. I remember seeing that video.
Retracted it, Helio?
Yeah, the weatherman. Yes, and I can't find it anymore. But I'll tell you what. What's his name? One of the guys on here went to high school with that guy. Oh God, what the fuck is his name? Anyway, we'll figure it out. Doesn't matter. But I remember seeing a video with him, like, standing on the other side of the lake going, I retract I retract my argument because everybody was giving him shit. It's like, that's not a mirage. That's fucking Chicago from the other side of the
It's like the airplanes on 9/11, right? It's about as fake as that. Yeah, it's a mirage. Then you can believe airplanes.
Yeah, but I remember seeing a video. I tried to find it. I tried to find it, but I couldn't find it. But I remember watching it. And he was like, oh, "Okay, I take it back. That's Chicago across like." Doesn't.
But at least he came true.
I don't give
At
a
least he
shit.
came to the truth afterwards. After enough.
Yeah, maybe. I
ridicule.
mean, that dude's probably a flat earther now. Who gives a fuck?
But he was telling people what he was told to say. After all, it's
Sure,
his
I mean, he's a
job.
news guy. I mean, when
Yeah.
you're on when you're broadcasting news, you're gonna say what they put on the script.
He's reading the teleprompter. That's all he does. So
Dude,
he
he
had
was
to
probably.
do it.
I bet you any money when he saw that picture, and he was probably like, "Holy shit, that's a picture from the other side of Lake Michigan to Chicago, over 50 miles." And he was reading a teleprompter when he said, "What you're seeing here is a mirage." And he probably knew it wasn't a mirage, because how the fuck can a mirage look like that? Anyway, and Joshua Nowicki knew that wasn't a mirage either. So anyway,
Yeah, and Neil deGrasse Tyson saying that it's an oblique spheroid pear shape. Like what?
Of course.
I know that's very basic, but I can't get over that. This is still kind of new to me.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. If it's new, dude, new people come to this topic every single day. So sometimes we're impatient. If you're brand new, you might want to sit back in the background and listen for a little while before you just jump on in there. If you're trolling, you're going to get hit pretty hard, pretty fast. But if you're curious, just listen for a while. You'll see what's going on.
Yeah. Got one more question, if you don't mind. This is something that's kind of been bothering me a little bit. You got so many people in the truth community, right? And of course, sometimes you got to wrap truth in quotations when it comes to these types of people. But when it comes to alphabet soup agencies, NASA is definitely a governmental alphabet soup agency, and they'll attack every governmental agency except for NASA. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I heard that the very word NASA is actually a Hebrew word, which means deceit.
It could be interpreted that way. I mean, a lot of people. Well, yeah, it could.
I don't know if that's true, but that's what I heard. Anyway, that's kind of neither here nor there. But I just don't really understand why these people that I look up to so much, that have just a whole wealth of knowledge, that have been doing this for a really long time, getting censored and everything, just doing the great work. Why do they have a boner for NASA so much? Like, how come they never go after NASA and they're always an apologist for NASA, but they'll attack everything else but NASA? It's like, what the hell?
Well, you gotta wonder if they are part of a system of that, or if they're actually just such a believer they can't let that one thing go. They've got their love of space tied up in their emotions and their spirit, I guess.
The power comes when you disbelieve. It's like when you stop believing. It's like when you stop watching the news, that shit ain't happening anymore. I know it affects your life, but when you disbelieve the bullshit, it really, you can let go. You don't have to believe it.
What you said about those people, everybody now who shits on flat Earth gets a big question mark for me. It's like, okay, these people are very suspect, and I don't trust them. That's like the litmus test of whether I trust someone as a truther. I mean,
well, every time someone tries to defend any aspect of NASA or the government, certain aspects, I mean, I can always, I've been doing this so long, it's kind of like, I can tell what level of belief or disbelief they have in these agencies, right? Or whatever, religions or and all that kind of shit. I just have a measurement. I'm just like, okay, I see what you're saying. Blah, blah, blah. It's just like, so yeah. So the reason I disbelieve NASA is because they're totally full of shit. The reason I disbelieve MSNBC is because they're a propaganda machine. You know, it's just like, are they telling any truth? Maybe a little, but they're manipulating the entire population, and that goes for NASA as well, to give them an aspect of truth to just carry them along in their bullshit.
Yeah, just enough to keep you going, keep you on the candy.
So that's why right there. You asked me a question, I answered it. There it is.
Is YouTube
Yeah,
down?
and you answered it satisfactory. Thank you.
Thank you.
YouTube might be down. It looks like the live isn't running. I just checked.
What?
Somebody was
Shit. Let me check. Hold
You
on.
want to check?
Yeah, I'm right on top
To-
of it.
Today I was watching a video. It was like a news video, and they were reporting on something that happened, but they were mentioning one of the news members, and they were describing what he used to do, and they said, "Oh, he used to be a FBI agent, a double agent, and now he's a newsman. He's a news. He works for the news." I'm like, wait, his last job was a FBI double agent or something like that. If I find the video, it's not related to Flat Earth or anything, but the fact that someone that works in the news, they said he used to work for the FBI as a double agent or something like that. It's kind of crazy.
Damn, did they shut me down because I fucking said what I just said? Fucking shit.
The news.
Damn it. You guys continue, I'll figure this shit out. Yeah, it looks like it. I'm not live. Hold on. Fuck.
Produced by Illegal for Free Man Productions.
You're now witnessing the building of a legacy. I expect to see success, my only test is me. On the quest to be the best, check my pedigree. Skills plus heart and desire, I am the recipe. I'm a beast, monster, fight with the heart of a champion. Counter any moves that you thought of. They say it's all luck, nah, it's what I work hard for. I got the blueprint to send them back to the drawing board. Hey yo, you ready? Hey yo, the ref said, fight. I'm a walking death threat, the best left hand right. Combo, get your jaw broke, turn out your lights, uppercut your chin, tuck you in the bed, good night. I'm your worst nightmare. They plot my demise, but I'm still right here. Discipline, work diligent, light years ahead of my opponents, my focus is quite clear. I can see it in your eyes, in your heart I strike fear. Welcome to the danger zone. This #1 spot, I hold this space alone. Try to take the throne. I exploit gaping holes in the plans of foes until the crowd I'm taking home. I am the recipe. 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 You're now witnessing the building of a legacy. I expect to see success, my only test is me. On the quest to be the best, check my pedigree. Skills plus heart and desire, I am the rest. This is hunger, power and strength. I devoured the lists of your contenders, hours of this. I endured, grinding after hours in the gym. Tired, sore, really just trying to get a win. They gotta see the fire that's within. I'm throwing up iron like them guys up in the pen. Going hard, burning out like tires when they spin. I'm a giant and I should be rated higher than a 10. Yeah, your boy get busy, you can put it on the 4. You can put it on my kids, I'm the truest in the sport. So I'm doing it for them, yeah, they my motivation. Plus all the haters, yo, I love you, keep hating. And I'ma continue to make an adversaries tap out. Rear neck choke, the arm bar, you should back down. Or you can act hardcore and tough, but I'ma call you bluff. The recipe, got the formula, I am the recipe, 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 I am the recipe. You're now witnessing the building of a legacy. I expect to see success, my only test is me. On the quest to be the best, check my pedigree. Skills plus heart and desire, I am the recipe. You're now witnessing the building of a legacy.
Nonconformist, are you there?
Yeah, that ain't happening.
Oh, I couldn't hear anybody.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I'm here.
It was illegal, abused his freaking DJ.
Yeah, the bot was playing some music. I had to turn it off.
Anyway,
I just listened to one of Nonconformist's videos, or at least I think that was him.
No,
Dude,
no, I get that, but I mean, the reason that nobody could talk because of that music is because illegal had the DJ role, and he abused it, and I took it away from him.
He did an illegal move.
He did an illegal move. Yeah. So anyway, so we're back to where we were. So I stopped the live stream, so we're not live streaming now, and I'm going to start the live stream again here shortly. So let's continue after that, and we won't have any interruptions like that in the future. So until illegal actually learns to behave.
Yeah, I have a quick question. I'm charging my phone. I'm on speakerphone right now. Is there like an echo feedback when I'm unmuting myself?
Test.
No, you
Nope.
sound
Not
good.
bad, no.
Okay, good.
You sound good too, Hank. Test.
Oh yeah, did you say something about my YouTube channel?
Yeah, Nonconformist Radio 2. That's you.
Yeah, that is me. I do have a YouTube channel. I used to have another channel that had over 1,000 subscribers, but it got taken down for hate speech, of course.
I just subbed on your channel. We'll give you another subscriber.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, dude.
Yeah,
that's what
I
happens.
actually
So in the military, they wear like all sorts of little pins and stuff on their chest. When you're in World War III, each time you get a channel taken down, that's an award in my opinion. That's like you did good.
He
Right.
took one
So.
for the truth.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You know what the number one thing that got me taken down was, that seems to get everybody taken down, is when you talk about a specific type of person that seems to be controlling everything.
Oh yeah.
The jaywalkers.
Yeah, that proves that they don't control it, right? Because every time you talk about them, they take it down.
Yeah, I literally had 1,000 subscribers. I said, hey, you guys should be informed that there's this specific type of small hat race that seem to be centralizing everything and have a monopoly on the world. I think you should be aware. Whoop. And then I didn't even get a strike. It just said my channel was
You talk really fast. I like it, but what are you saying?
Oh, I'm
talking
sorry.
about the jaywalkers.
Read between the lines, Helio.
Shut up, Helio.
Jaywalkers, bro. The jaywalkers.
I just get a little excited.
Don't be jaywalking, right?
Yeah, bro. Those ones. They jaywalk and they get away with everything. They can jaywalk.
You got to tell the truth about the JQ. What do you think about the Jesuits?
They're the same.
Hey, I haven't started live streaming again yet, so I can do whatever the fuck I want to right now.
Oh, beautiful. They wear the same hats, bro. They're the same things. Little small hats. They do the same shit.
Jesuits are Jews in suits, man. That's all they are.
Yeah, of course. Look
This
at the
guy
hat, bro.
talks really fast. I was really interested. How the fuck can you talk that fast? I was just curious.
I'm not used to talking live in front of an audience, and I get a little nervous.
Well, you're not. You're just talking to friends here. I'm not live streaming. It's just
similar, Helio. It's similar to your skill of romancing people, but.
Oh, well, fuck you, Jamsey, on that, bro.
Yeah, bro. I want to.
So I'm a slow talker. I'm just gonna talk slow,
bro,
and I'm gonna be against the fast talker.
If I knew where you were, I'd send you a gift of a bottle of
Anyway,
scotch,
doesn't matter. Here in about 5 minutes, I'm gonna go ahead and start the live stream again, but. Yeah,
So
it doesn't mean I dislike this fast talking guy. I was just wondering. I'm just curious about how he talks so fast. It's
I
just
don't think
really
he talks
interesting.
that fast.
Oh, really?
Nah, he's good, bro. What's
That
wrong?
dude talks
Yeah, bro.
fast, bro.
No, he doesn't.
Idiot, what are you
No, he
talking about,
doesn't.
bro?
He's normal speed. He's not really spitting it. Like Witsit
Yeah.
talks fast. This guy's talking pretty normal.
Hey, you're a fast talker too.
I am. I do talk fast.
You talk ahead of your mind, I think sometimes, Ron. So,
Sweet,
but that's okay. That's why I love it.
What,
I love you guys because
what
I
are you?
I just want
What
to
are you
host.
smoking
I want
that
to be
everything
a host.
feels slower or faster?
Wait.
tobacco.
Yeah. All right.
It's my
If you guys
ADHD.
don't know where I'm coming from, I don't. You can do what you want.
From America, bro.
I have overdrive
US of A.
ADHD, man.
Yeah, overdrive is cool. I love it, man. I fucking love people that can actually. I don't love when people speak past their intellect, but I love when they can speak their intellect. No,
Oh, well,
but
then, Helio,
when
you should
people
Yeah,
speak
but
past their
listen,
intellect, it really gets on.
real quick, we're not live, and he was speaking about the name that shall not be mentioned. I want to hear more about that.
Yeah, sure.
Tell us about these
Let's
Hudeos.
go.
Who are these Hudeos you're talking about?
Well, these are gentlemen with small hats, sometimes hook noses, and they like to suck bloody baby dicks, and they seem to
Okay,
control the
I'm not gonna live stream that. So
We know.
So
You said
anyway,
5 minutes. We
I'm
got 4
about to
minutes
live
now.
stream again. So
Yeah, we're getting it out of our system.
Can I
get that shit out of your system
Bro,
really
get us.
quick
Can I
Give us
before you
5
start
say
minutes.
live streaming again. God damn it, you
Can I
fucking
share
asshole.
something with you guys
Yeah.
that I think you guys should listen to before it keeps on getting delayed and stuff? But yeah,
Who?
Yeah, should I live stream this shit or not?
No.
no, bro.
It's probably
Okay,
best
so
to
you're gonna
change
tell
that.
me
5
what I
minutes.
can and cannot live stream, and you're gonna make fun of me
No,
Bro,
bro.
you
because I'm
said 5
thinking,
minutes,
you know,
bro.
somebody talks too fast or too slow. God damn,
Nah,
you
bro, you're
fucking
cool. Relax,
idiot.
bro.
All right, fucking A. What the
Take a
fuck?
smoke break,
Fucking, we love
bro.
you, bro. Relax.
All right, well then let's figure out when we're gonna start a live stream about flat Earth and get
5
it
minutes.
back going on.
Yeah, we're talking to New Guy about the juice.
We're not gonna talk about the Jews on the live stream. Hank,
No, you mute
come
yourself. We'll
on.
talk about it.
Yeah, we should talk about it. I've noticed that. I don't know if you guys noticed that BitChute seems to be censoring videos of that topic. Have you guys noticed that?
Yeah, move out of BitChute. World
about
Truth
it.
Videos is where it's at.
I heard about that.
Hey, Hank, we're doing a live stream on YouTube here. I'm not sure if you're aware. I didn't know if you were aware of that.
Oh,
or
I
not.
thought we were in between lives.
No, we're on YouTube and D Live and my Twitter channel. We're going live there in about as soon as you guys figure this fucking
Okay.
shit out.
Well, let's talk about the Jesuit lie. Let's talk about that. How about that?
Well, how about you go figure out the Jesuit lie somewhere else?
Everybody, live stream voice text.
Yeah, the Earth is definitely flat. I'm pretty convinced of that.
All right.
What's your best evidence?
I'm about to go live. Let's not talk about the Jesuits anymore. I'm about to go live. And
You know who does talk
1
about
minute.
them is Edward Hendry in his book. That book that I linked you on Amazon. He talked about that like in detail.
Yeah, we covered that. We covered that, didn't we, Ron? Like freaking 5 minutes ago.
Oh, I was just giving him a heads up that Edward
Yeah,
Hendry in
sure.
that Flat Earth book, he also details all that Jesuit order and the small hats.
Oh, well, that makes me want to buy it even more. I'm surprised you can get it on Amazon if that's the case.
Who's this
It's
fucking dick?
detailed. It's
'Cause
very
I don't
detailed.
want to go live with this asshole on here. I ain't gonna go.
What asshole?
Hey, Leo, I'm a nice asshole, bro.
Who are you talking about?
All right, fuck it. I'm going live. You
Helio
guys
calling
want-
me an asshole. He's racist.
Let's do it live.
Wait, you Puerto Rican assholes.
Let's yeah, at least we know why he was banned for talking about the people we can't talk about.
No,
Yes.
it's not the people that we can't talk about, it's the topics we can't talk about.
No, that's yeah.
But
Also, let
anyway,
me
it
be
doesn't
super
matter.
live.
You know what? Fuck it. You guys can talk about whatever you want to talk about.
But
I'm gonna hit
talk-
live. I'm gonna hit start the live stream. And you can talk about
Wait
whatever
a minute.
the fuck you want to
I
talk.
was going to give a heads up. We can't talk about the event 201.
Don't no. You can talk about whatever you want to talk about. I'm gonna
except
hit
for the
start.
pandemic. We
No,
have to
I don't give a fuck
I want to
what
talk
you
about the
say.
lethal injections.
You say it. I'm gonna hit start, and you motherfuckers say whatever you want to say. Say it.
I want to talk about the lethal injections.
Oh yeah.
Well, apparently.
Are we
within
talking?
the-
All right, so we're talking about the jabs. We're talking about the jabs.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Talk about the jabs.
Okay, so the number one thing
We're live.
that leftists have the problem with is like logic, right? And sometimes it's the right too, but mostly the left. Like if you try to make like a logical argument, they're like, "Wait a minute, that doesn't make sense. There's no emotion involved." Right? But if my kids get the jab and then they go to public school, right? And I'm like, "Okay, they're jabbed. Why would I worry about the kids that aren't jabbed? Because my kid got the jab, so he's safe now." That's one thing I've never understood. That argument has never made sense. And it's like, if you think that you're safe and protected because you got the jab, why do you care about the people who don't want to get the jab? Why is that any of your business? You're safe. You're clean, clear, you're good, right? Ask your doctor if
Have you ever heard
neurotoxins are
of
right for
herd
you.
immunity?
Herd immunity? That sounds like some made up shit. Right? Like you mean like if you get the chicken pox, like you never get them again? You only get them like once when you're a kid?
No, herd immunity is a little different. At least it used to be. They've changed the definition of it again. It used to be natural immunity was in the herd if everybody eventually caught the disease, that enough people had it, that those people would be immune, so much so that the virus would not
Now,
spread any further.
wait, is a pox a virus? A pox?
Yeah, it would be considered a virus.
Really? Is that where it is?
Chicken pox, cow pox, any of those, smallpox.
Somebody's like hot.
Yeah, I experienced that. Yeah, there was a little clicking there.
Yeah,
somebody's clicking. Who?
It's nonconformist. He's
Is it Ryan? Who was it? Who is it? No,
They've also
muted.
Right.
They've also been changing the
Anyway,
definition of
we got the audio fixed. Yeah, pox is that the thing where you want to expose your children to? Hey, I experienced that. It's like everyone should get chicken pox so that you are,
lifetime immunity. You get
herd immunity.
lifetime
Use your
immunity
natural
that way.
immunity. Yeah. So they used to back in the day, when a family member's in a community, when one kid got sick, everybody bring their kids over and get them infected too, so it'd be done with.
That's right.
And that's the way we used to do it with
Correct.
natural
That's
herd.
the norm.
Yeah, when they started changing the definitions, that was purposeful. Again, who owns your pharmaceutical companies, and who owns your medical schools and your universities. So they had to change it so that you become dependent on a medical system that has never cured much of anything, if anything. And then it keeps you dependent on taking another vaccine. Here's another one this year, another one, and a booster, because your natural immunity
So
is
I got a
claimed
question.
to not be effective.
If you get the measles, it's only like 99.8 or 9. It's a real high chance that you're going to live, right? And I kind of wonder that 0.2%, 0.1%, whatever it is, do they die with a bad haircut or from a bad haircut? You know what I mean? But the real
Well,
question
ask
is
Bill
that,
Gates. We'll see.
right, the real question is that
Yeah.
if you get it naturally, right, you get lifetime immunity
Yes.
and the mother passes it to the kid. But if you get like a vaccine, don't you constantly need a booster and then another one?
Correct.
And
That's
another one?
exactly what
Very
the
much
young lady
so.
just said.
About the measles, it's not just the immunity to the measles, it's
And does it
the
cost money
body
every time you go?
the
Depending which
with the
country you're in.
measles,
Yeah.
there's all the benefits that come from the natural measles. The body gets stronger and you have a protection against other stuff.
Yeah. Let's be
The
clear on
body
one
takes
thing here.
in. Go ahead, bro.
Right. Let's be clear on one thing here. Jab has never been proven to work. There is no scientific evidence that proves that receiving a jab protected you from whatever
Man, you're
protected you from. That evidence, that
Jen, hold on before you continue, Jen. Your microphone is breaking up really bad. I want to hear what you have to say.
Yeah, sorry, guys.
I'm just telling you, your microphone is
Yeah,
breaking
sorry,
up really
guys.
bad. Can you
Okay,
try
I'll speak
again?
a little bit.
No, it's not any better.
No, he's terrible.
Okay, okay.
And guys, try not to say the V word too much. Just
no,
speak in
wait.
quotes.
Is it just because Jed is saying something about it that his microphone is breaking up?
Oh,
That's
no,
not
no.
true. Of course not.
But you gotta consider
But for some reason, Jen, you're gonna have to fix your mic, bro.
Yeah,
it wouldn't be
Everyone
the
else
first
sounds
time
good,
that
but
he
you
breaks
don't.
up.
So
So,
anyway,
Jim's too dim.
Who's that?
Jen's not too dim. He's bright.
I said dim, not dim. Come on, bro.
I'm fucking with everybody. That's my job. I have to fuck with everybody.
But we got to be really careful because there is a lot of evidence out there that we may be there. I hate to
Well,
say
it's
that.
like I went ahead and live stream. You guys didn't want me to live stream, or you said, "Hey, we want to talk about this." Well, let's fucking talk about it. So we're live streaming now, so we're talking about
one of the things we need to
it.
consider.
But now Jen wanted to talk about it. Now he can't get his mic figured out.
So we need to consider though that.
Yeah, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Better now.
Yeah, it's better. Go ahead, bro.
Oh, okay, yeah. Basically, I was saying that we have to remember that there's no scientific evidence that the jab works. Zero data on that. Okay, that's just a story. Okay, the jab.
There he goes
Holy
again.
shit!
There he goes again.
Jen, you're gonna have to figure this shit out. You're gonna have to figure this
You're
shit
dead,
out.
man, in the water. It's not good.
Jen.
Okay. All right.
Figure it out.
Okay, I
Figure
got
out
it.
your connection or whatever.
And
I don't know.
I
If,
kind
I
of
don't know
wonder
if
if you went up to the average Muslim or Jew or Christian or Buddhist, right, or maybe even vegan, and you told them, what they use, right? Because human DNA is one of the mediums they grow it in, right? So
Yeah.
if you said, "Would you like a little tiny part, like inside of you?" Like, what do you mean part? Like, like DNA. Well, what's DNA? Well, like just a little piece, right? Injected right into you. I'm pretty sure most vegans would say
It's no different than poop.
right, and I'm pretty sure that most Jews would go, "Is that kosher?" And the Muslim would say, "Is that halal?"
Oh my God, Hank.
Right?
Yeah,
That's fucking nuts.
And I'm pretty sure that most Christians are against, like, like the whole fetus
Yeah,
thing.
but the Pope says it's good, bro. Come on.
Well, actually, if you really want to know, there's scriptures say you're not supposed to mix with animals either, and a lot of these things are grown in animal cultures as well. When we think how the flu vaccine is done, or it would be the same thing. It's eggs, grown in eggs. So, you're mixing what you're not supposed to.
Dude,
It's all
what would happen? Hey, check this out. It's like, ooh, I need a COVID vaccine. And since we're talking about it, I'm going to say it. I need a COVID
Don't say it.
vaccine. And you're walking into Walmart to go buy some eggs and milk and whatever and freaking whatever you need to buy at Walmart. And they're like, hey, free COVID vaccines at the pharmacy. You're like, hey, I have health insurance and I can get a free COVID vaccine.
Oh, I want to talk about something that's really important. Like when you go get a haircut
Okay.
and the guy says, hey, I want to give you like a skinhead, like a burr, right? And you're like, no, do not shave my head, right? You have just as much right to go to your doctor and say, I don't want that treatment plan. I think I would like to avoid that completely. And let's talk about some other treatment plans. You have the right to decide
What if you're already
your
bald
course of
like
action.
me? I mean, I like being bald, you know.
Well, then you don't have that. You don't
I'm
have that
bald.
luxury, right?
Yeah,
But maybe you're
but I am
endowed
bald.
in other areas, right?
I'm just bald.
Maybe
Okay,
you're.
yeah, I am endowed in other areas,
So
but
there you go.
we
You're a
won't
happy
talk
guy.
about bald.
All right. So when you go to the doctor and they say, "Hey, we want to do open heart surgery," you might get a second opinion, right? 'Cause maybe you don't need that, right? Maybe you don't. Maybe the surgeon is like, "Well, if you got nothing but hammers, everything looks like nails," rubbing their money together vigorously, thinking about the money they're going to make, right? So it's the same thing, right? People know your rights. Know that you don't have to just go with whatever the doctor says. And a second opinion saved my kid's life. So
Hey,
Yeah.
check this
Yeah.
out though. Do you remember the statement that nothing in life is free? When
Except
you're
for that.
walking into
I'm a Hirsch.
Walmart and say, "Come over and get your free COVID shot,"
Well, it'll cost you something.
well, but it won't
Don't
cost
know
you
what it
anything. I mean,
is.
you can go be like, the pharmacist will give you a fucking COVID shot. What the entire fuck is that? You know,
And what if the COVID shot does
you don't
nothing
even have to
good?
have insurance.
What if it just makes you sick? Or what if it produces like
I
medicine?
don't give a shit. I mean, it's just like
It's
you walk in
creating
Walmart and they have a
it's
sign out
creating. You
front
said that
that says
already.
it's free.
It's creating long-term customers for other products,
Yeah, you're
depending
going
on
to pay
other
for it
products.
someday. You're going to pay for it
Exactly.
someday. You are
But
going to pay for it. So I just don't want anything called an operating system, even if that's the description they use for it. I'm sorry, that's not. I don't need an operating system besides my own. Thank you.
Can I ask you a
okay, you
question?
guys asked if we wanted to bring it up, and I said it. But anyway, I can continue to talk about it for 18 hours, but I'm not going to.
Let me ask you a question, ma'am.
Yeah,
Okay,
sure.
so I remember they were giving the hepatitis B vaccines to like newborns. Do newborns even have like a functioning immune system yet?
Well, it's immature. It doesn't work up to the level it should. That's why breast milk is so important, because that's what they're getting as supplemental immunity factors from the mom. So no, they really shouldn't be.
And what is it called? It's called
So
colostrum.
That's
Colostrum,
right. Yeah, the first milk is best, but
so
even
what
over time.
exactly are they manipulating? Because I thought that, you know,
Good
it's
question.
it's supposed to like affect your immune system. But if your immune system isn't really developed yet, I don't know, it kind of seems like a
Exactly.
preemptive attack.
Why would they give it? Yeah.
Well, nowadays,
It kind of seems like they're giving you.
It's not children anyway because they're sexually active.
We do
They're
all
not
kinds of crap
sexually
for
active.
babies
They're
right
not
off
doing
the bat. We give them vitamin K when they, because we say they don't have their clotting factors, and I'm not even so sure that's
It's
exactly
No,
the
that's
reason.
it's the
pretty bad for
Trojan
them too.
horse.
I think there's something
It's the
else
Trojan
behind
horse.
these things.
Guys, I've been waiting
It's a
forever to
Trojan
talk
horse.
about this. Please
Yeah,
let me
well,
go. Please let me go.
you
I've
know,
been waiting forever to talk about this
Hold
on
on,
the channel.
real quick, Hank. Real quick.
Go
It's a
ahead.
Trojan horse of all bad things. So later on, when your kid gets hepatitis and they get this and get that, or if they do, it was a fucking effect of that. Go ahead, though.
Yeah, thanks.
Roger.
I want everybody to chime in too, but this is kind of one of my things that I've been doing for like a really long time. Okay, so let's say that I was pro, you know, V word, right? And I look at the CD schedule and it's 72 doses by the time that you're 18. I mean, that's kind of high, right? I mean, I was thinking like maybe 6 or 10,
crazy.
12 diseases in the world that you might have to be like, but that's what the CDC schedule says, 72 doses. So why is there so many boosters in there? Does the thing work or not? Because if it needs a booster, did it work?
That's the whole question is,
There you
do we
go.
believe that the human immune system is that imperfect, that it was designed so badly we need to do all this supplementation to it? That's the real question. We all need to really think hard. What else have they lied about?
Hey, check this out. On top of all of that, hold on, everyone. On top of all of that, I know that you guys we all have an opinion on this, but on top of all of that, why is everyone on Facebook saying, I got my C19 vaccine, look at me, click, click, you know, they got their picture. I got my number.
The virtue signaling.
But what is it? What are they? What is
They're
that?
signaling to other people that I am a virtuous person. Look what I have done. I have went out of my way and stopped doing whatever it is that I
These
want
are
to
adults. These are adults, Hank, right?
That's
Not
debatable.
really.
No, well, that's
Because an
debatable.
adult
Yeah,
does the
of course.
research, right? An adult is
Yeah,
like, wait
well,
a minute.
I'm just talking about people that are friends of mine, right? And they're just like posting on Facebook, just like, look at me with my vaccine card. I'm COVID,
I'm
fucking
virtuous. I'm
positive,
CV
whatever. I
virtuous.
got my shot, you know. I'm just like,
co-virtuous.
what?
So she just made a really good point. Like when you're getting your V, right? You're getting the jab. Like you're telling everybody that you don't think that God endowed you with a proper immune system and you don't trust his creation, so you're getting an upgrade, right? You want an updated system, right? Your code isn't proper, so
Ooh, see,
you want
you're
to
getting right
enhance
there,
your
Hank.
code.
You're getting right there. Yep.
And once you do, right, are you then a genetically modified organism? Because according to the United States, they can own genetically modified organisms. Are you sure that you want to be one of those? Because I don't want to be owned no more than I already am, right?
Another thing about this is that before all this worldwide emergency happened, they were announcing and passing, passing permissions for the new adjuvants, because they were mentioning the pharmaceuticals were saying they were gonna create new adjuvants for the new V shots. So they were approving these new adjuvants in the new things. And then all this started happening after they
Hey,
approved the new one.
let me
So
ask you something.
these new visions,
hold on.
I'm not done, Helio. I'm not done.
I know, but you better be done
so
quick
this,
because I want to ask you what you
shut
know
up,
about
Helio.
adjuvants.
Shut up.
I know. Tell me to shut up.
So these new things that are coming out now are coming out with the new adjuvants and the new products. There you go, Helio.
Holy fuck! It was like 2 seconds, and now I can talk about adjuvants.
Yeah, bro, but you have this bad habit on jumping in everyone's middle sentence, bro. Like honestly.
All right, so let's talk about adjuvants. Do people know what adjuvants are?
Yeah.
Okay.
I know what they
are.
Yeah, I know.
Like aluminum,
Jen knows.
mercury, thimerosal.
well,
It's a preservative, right? Because you don't want the tissue to decay. Right? Remember that little DNA piece?
It's not necessarily. I mean, they can claim that. Holy shit! Now I can't even talk. Fuck. Adjuvants can be introduced into a vaccine. Jen, your mic is still fucked up, so we can't even hear you. So anyway, adjuvants can be introduced into a vaccine.
Yeah.
Jen,
Okay.
yeah, your mic is fucking way fucked up. Anyway,
Genius, you're
He's
fine, Genius.
roboting, bro.
Into a vaccine. Anyway, so what an adjuvant is to stimulate an immune reaction, right? Am I wrong about this?
No, you're not. You're correct.
Okay, cool. So you can put aluminum or anything into a vaccine that would stimulate an immune immune response. And so, God, you guys freaking, I was ready to freaking go, and now freaking whatever happened.
Yeah.
Well,
But
That's
anyway,
right.
but it's
Yeah.
like I don't think I don't I think this is what is happening. Damn it, Jen! Until you get your fucking mic fixed, fix it. Don't try to interrupt.
He lives in the future, but he's also in the past.
Yeah, because he lives in Japan, he's in the future. God damn it.
He's omnipresent.
He's omnipresent in the future.
But he's
Fucking
behind
A.
in the conversation.
Yeah, he's behind.
well, let me give you guys something to think about here. Here's
Okay.
something to think about. Okay, so in the the 1916 Spanish flu or 1918 Spanish flu, the government did run some tests. Really interesting because they suppressed these results, and we really haven't heard anything back on it. But so they took people that had the infection and animals that had the infection. I guess it was horses at the time, and they took their snot and directly injected it into people and that did not have it. They didn't have the Spanish flu. All right, none of them got sick, not a single one. Then they even tried it through injection in the blood. Nobody got sick. We need to really think what that means. There's something called terrain theory out there that says something completely different than what we are currently taught as the model of how we get infections or what even viruses are. So they've lied about so much. I'm kind of hesitant to say I can't say for sure they've told us the truth on even our foundation of what we understand how things work with viruses, things that we can't see. I'm not talking about fungi, and I'm not talking about yeast and bacteria. I'm not talking about those things that we can actually see and culture easily. We're talking about
yeast and fungus we can actually physically utilize and
Parasites.
And we can
viruses
see
we can't actually see. We can't actually see viruses.
Parasitic organisms that take the body as host, and they get even stronger with bad health, bad diets, and also excess of toxicity, and also frequencies that can make it more hostile inside the body, can make people sick.
I think even with virus, do you think? What do you guys think about the placebo effect?
it's a huge factor, and it's really hard to tell what's working or not, because when you give somebody a med or even a placebo, you're giving them a pill, even if it's not the real thing, they're still getting a pill.
I know
So
that
the
people get sick, but sometimes they think they're sick when they're not. It's
well, look at our asymptomatic testing for this disease. We've never done this in history where we actually tested people that weren't sick for an illness that they didn't have any symptoms to. It's crazy from what I was taught for how we
not
do
against
medicine.
bacteria, but virus.
You don't
Okay,
do that.
do you guys believe if you said like you had COVID-19 or you truly believed you had COVID-19, your brain could actually manifest some of the side effects because of like how powerful it
Holy
is?
fucking shit! Do you see the placebo effect of fucking
guys?
anyway.
You're missing something important. Like I said, parasitic
What
infections
are we
are
missing?
real.
What are we missing?
Parasitic infections are real. Like you actually can have organisms in
All
the
right,
body living inside the body.
In 2020, how many people died from flu in 2020?
Yeah, no,
listen. Inside some of these products, they actually have parasites that they inject people with, and there has been some of these V shots opened up, and they find organisms that are basically parasites. And when you inject people with this under these environments and these conditions, these organisms will definitely take the body as a host.
Sure, that's bacteria. But anyway, so I was asking
No
you.
bacteria, bro. No bacteria. We're talking parasites.
Parazymes?
Parasites. he said.
Parasites.
I haven't found much evidence parasites in the meds yet. I'm still looking for that evidence for certain. But toxins is a different thing. And if we're talking toxins, well, of course that's what you're getting. And if you're
Sure.
stressed,
We're talking
you're-
amongst people that aren't sick, right?
right?
Okay.
But even if you just include all the propaganda they got, telling them over and over that you could be, have a deadly illness that you have no symptoms to is a problem. When you start telling people those kind of things, they're going to think they're sick when they're not. And that is psychological warfare. It really is.
Yeah, you can be dead and not know it, you know? It's one of those things.
Well, shit, they were doing that with the flu, I think. That's just me. You guys asked me to start this fucking thing, and I think the flu is psychological war. I'll tell you what, though, I was sick as fuck for a couple of weeks about 5 years ago. I felt like I was gonna die for about
And it was from someone
that
was given a flu shot.
There was a flu shot, and everybody at work got the flu shot. I got sick. I didn't get the flu shot.
It's called sharing. I think sharing people that it's been experimented with monkeys, and they give the V shots to a group of monkeys.
Yeah,
and then the other group of monkeys that they don't get the shot, they get put together, and the ones that didn't get it get sick from the ones that got it.
Okay, well, they experimented with that shit
So
with
you
the
are
Red
a monkey.
Cross where I was working, and they would give everybody a free flu shot. And I was like, don't go get the flu shot because you're a dumbass if you do. And they were like, fuck you. And they all went and got the flu shot. And guess who got sick? Me!
Yeah.
And other people do get sick too. The ones that get it also get sick.
No, I was the only one. I was like, I got fucking sick as fuck after everybody got the flu shot, and there's like, you have to go to the doctor.
Oh,
so
you check them all.
We can
Nobody
still
got
keep
sick.
paying you sick pay if you go to the
You're just
doctor. I was
delusional,
like,
you're
fuck
fully
the
sick.
doctor. I already told you how I got sick because these dumbasses got the flu shot. Anyway, it worked out at the end, but
Well,
it's
just
like
keep this
these
in mind.
dumbasses got the flu shot. I told them not to do it.
Well, keep this in
It's your
mind.
fault.
It's not possible.
It's not my fault. I had to go to work every day. Well, how the fuck is it my fault?
Just kidding. She's saying something. Go ahead.
All right, go ahead.
Well, I've gotten what they call the flu as well before, and it laid me up for a week, and I thought I was going to die, and I was.
I got the flu from the people that got the flu shot.
Sometimes I had.
We know your
flu
story
shot,
already.
sometimes I
She's trying to tell hers.
What I'm trying to say, though, is we need to be careful because we only have one theory out there that's being played off, and they gave us that theory. And that's what I'm saying. If you don't believe NASA, you don't believe everything else they've told you, and we've got something that's invisible and hard for anybody to see or prove that they see it, are we sure it's correct? And there is another theory out there that's got an MIT professor behind it and several other people have been behind it for years. And it's called terrain theory, that really what's going on is our body is trying to detoxify constantly, and we toxify ourselves to a certain level. And your immune system actually uses its exomes, which is what they're calling the virus particles that you see under a electron microscope, that are not actually a thing that gets in you, but that's part of your immune system's cleaning system, that it encapsulates toxins and then exits the cell. So this is a theory that's out there now in contrast to the current thinking of how things work. And it could be right because, again, remember what that study I told you about, them injecting Spanish flu directly into people and animals, and no got sick. So we need to really think.
What you're saying is correct.
Yeah, I don't know what they gave
gonna
them,
release-
but I'll never get that disease will never inhabit my body again.
I'll say Damsel, she's 100% correct. They were going to release the studies in what is it, 1910 or 11, but World War I broke out, and so that study was out from Germany. but they didn't release it
But
to
don't
the public
forget as well
about
that a
terrain
lot of.
theory.
I'm sorry, bro.
So just think
Yeah,
about
no,
all
go,
the
go.
A lot of people were being given a lot of shots back then, and a lot of people were using masks as well back then, I think. And a lot of people, I mean, there's a theory that back then a lot of people and even military men died because they were being given some stuff to prevent the disease, right?
Right.
Because
Well,
there
the
was
weird thing was,
Hold on, Jibsy. You were in the military and you witnessed people dying from getting a jab.
no, he's talking about
you know the
1982.
World War when they said that a lot of people died. There is this, I mean,
1916, 1918.
compilation of information that says that most of the people that died
Oh,
wasn't
you're
from the
talking about
wars, was
like
from
mid
was from the
1900s, early 1900s.
Right.
was
Well,
from the treatment.
Even Fauci has written a paper where before all this happened, and he was the AIDS guy too. Remember, that's guys. He did bad things with the AIDS epidemic as well. So this guy's got a huge past. But anyway, he wrote in a paper that the majority of deaths were caused by not anything to do with the disease, but that it was mask wearing and probably a vaccine that was also going around at the time. The interesting thing is when you go back and look at the numbers, the disease was already declining and then it went back. And more deaths happened once they instituted their protocols, such as vaccination, mask wearing, all this other stuff. It was already naturally
And that's why I'm
declining.
curious about what Jemsy was talking about.
Right. And so other things that they found was that
That's what
every
I'm saying.
time that a technology increase has happened, there has been an outbreak of something that kills a lot of people. So what happened during that time period for the Spanish flu was the introduction of radio. And
So
everybody got
remember,
sick.
it might be a combination of things because there's multiple experts like you were mentioning that talk about this, and there is a correlation to all the adjuvants and the heavy metals that they put and they inject into the body, and then when you add frequency, so the body have all this stuff inside. Plus, if you add maybe invaders of the body like actual parasitic organisms, that there's been study where they have applied frequencies and they can either kill or how do you say they can make them go away, whatever, like kill them, or they can make them more aggressive depending on the frequencies applied to the
So there's other things
parasite or the
involved
organism.
It's called terrain theory. If anybody wants to go look it up, probably the best known guy is an MIT professor, and his name is Dr. Andrew Kaufman. He's the one that probably brought that out last year. But that's the whole point: is if you
I think it's bigger than that, though.
technology comes up.
It's a combination.
This is why I don't even really get into that. Like even the terrain theory, like when it comes to whether they inject you with so and so or so and so, what is or where's the electromagnetism coming from? What is going to this?
Where's the electromagnetism?
Well,
It's all around you, bro. Don't you have a cell phone right
I
now
know
next to
that,
you?
but who controls it? And where are the towers? And
The same
if I can just say something, I think what Jimsy was
pharmacy,
trying to say before.
I guess we skipped ahead a while. Anyway, go ahead.
They can make Morgellons or Morgellons, however you want to pronounce it, and Morgellons.
Shit, we are skipping that far forward. Holy shit, we are. I was.
So
Damsel, can you finish your thought? By the way, I don't think you will finish about talking about Dr. Andrew Kaufman.
IGC is gonna finish and then she can finish. Go ahead.
No,
so we go ahead.
No, I was pretty much finished just saying that, this exome theory, if you consider everything that we're being exposed to, food, air, water, that's all being toxified by who knows what, you can see some of it being done. Genetic modified foods, You talk about all your cleaning products, everything you put on your body. We're talking a huge
Perfume,
cognitive
colognes.
overload on top of EMF
Monsanto.
and everything else. Then you've got, how does the immune system respond? They're not giving us the information on what that actually does to the cellular structure. They just
Keeps you
don't
in
tell you.
stress
And
24/7.
the stress on
The
top of it. So
stress really is number 1 cause of death in America. Is that right?
And exactly, and that's correct. And then you combine weak body with overload of toxicity, and then you add parasitic invaders, and that's a train wreck for the body.
And then
Yeah,
dump
sure.
Agent Orange on the food, and
shit.
Right.
Hey,
Why do you think
check
they
this
want to
out. I
control?
mean, no lie, I have considered all of this, but I as far as like, is it real and every
bro.
aspect of
Is
this?
it real?
No,
Are you
every
proven?
aspect of it is plausible is a thing, right?
Well, yeah.
How do they function and make it happen?
It was
Like
it was proven
who is
over
they
100
and
years
how do
ago, bro.
They
make it
reduce
function?
things like your ability to get grow your own food or have an access to cheap organic foods, or they do things to your air and water that you don't have control over. We already know they put fluoride in everything. I mean, it's just everywhere. That's the problem. They own everything, so they control everything, and they take away your ability to do any of your own, your own growth. You just don't have the ability to do anything. What did they promote even while the first lockdown happened? Order takeout food. Well, if that's not controlling everything that gets into people's bodies, I don't know what else. Lock people down and make them eat fast food. How good?
When did
What
the
can you do
first
to people?
lockdown start?
Yeah, so you got people doing that. You don't let them exercise. You don't let them de-stress. You fill their heads full of just awful images that millions are going to die. This is warfare.
And then people have to be for long periods of time inside of their houses with the windows closed
Exactly.
because they were scared of
Wait,
air, no sunlight, no fresh air. That's a combination.
Who filled your minds with
cortisone
negative
producers?
images?
Media.
I'm talking about the news and media. Yeah.
Yeah. Media just and radio and internet. I mean, what else did
Actually,
they just tell you?
they would fill your mind with negative images where you were the free man, right? It's just like, oh, this is positive. I can actually fight this, but you really don't have the strength to fight it because they own the
IGC, you were gonna mention Morgellons or something. Are you finished that?
So yeah, Morgellons is caused by the food, and especially the jab, even just by them putting the so-called test, which is just a cotton bud. The cotton bud is it's not actually made from cotton; it's made from other material.
Yeah, with more
That's why they waited for
they're
so long.
supposed to be spreading this shit, spraying it from the sky or whatever, Morgellons.
Those cotton swabs.
Yeah,
they don't even have to put Morgellons on those cotton swabs. You got to understand, if you find out what they actually make and sterilize those cotton swabs with, they're actually sterilized with a known cancer-causing agent. So they're sticking a known cancer-causing agent up into the very most sensitive part of people's noggins.
Yeah,
it's pretty sick.
I know what it is.
It's pretty sick, man.
I know.
This whole situation is just a mess. But yeah, it's a warfare is what I look at it at. Go look at the Georgia Guidestones. They tell you what they want to do.
Well, I mean,
they've got to save the planet from us.
Hey, we've already been. We might as well get back into the jab, I guess. Right? It's like
it's all the same.
They created this because I knew it immediately when this freaking. You know what? Fuck it. If they shut my channel down, I knew immediately as soon as this COVID bullshit came out that they were going to invent characterily this fucking vaccine that was going to come out. And what I was really surprised about is that all of my friends and family were just like taking pictures on Facebook going, look, I got my first COVID vaccine and the second one's coming soon. And they're proud of it. And it's like, and they shut down the whole fucking world and made everyone wear face masks. And it's fucking retarded. There is no such fucking thing as COVID-19. They lied about it.
Yeah, that's why they
So
call it
fuck
novel.
you and shut my fucking YouTube channel down. There's no such fucking thing.
That's why they call it novel. They're full of shit, bro. That's why they can't just use coronavirus, because that's a naturally occurring flu.
They
It's a
made
common
it
flu.
up to invoke this weird fake vaccine to implant people with this fucking whatever weird vaccine, whatever they're trying to do.
Hey, Helio, if you don't want your channel shut down, just delete the video right now and start over.
I can do that. Do
Oh,
you
yeah.
think I want to?
Yeah.
You think I
You
should?
Yeah,
Yeah, we
your
don't
audience
want
are
your stuff getting shut down, bro.
But I
We're gonna
understand
go
you're
back to
upset.
flat earth for
But
sure.
I
but
spoke my mind, so fuck you,
God bless you,
everybody.
bro.
If you're listening, if you think COVID-19 is real, you're a dumbass. They
just
fucking
replaced
lied
it.
to you.
People still
You know,
died, but it wasn't from what they said. People still died from what stuff is normally happening. Go
Dude,
look at the,
listen,
go look
how
at the
many?
numbers.
Look at 2020 and see how many people died from the
That's
flu.
the problem.
It was down
Nobody
by
died from the
98%.
flu. It was all
No more.
COVID-19. So anyway.
No more
Yeah,
common
people aren't
cold.
dying from the flu anymore. I think okay, so
No
what
more
you're saying,
influenza.
Helio, was very plausible. I remember back in 2020, around July side, that I'd always bring this argument up. Well, they say that this virus is killing us, but this virus has never been isolated, and I always used to bring up the argument, and it hasn't been. But then from October 2020, I searched on the CDC, and apparently they have isolated the virus from October
Yeah, it's been
2020.
isolated.
Yeah, that's what they're
Since
saying.
1980.
Well, I mean, no, coronaviruses in general have been isolated. I'm talking about COVID-19 specifically.
Okay, here's the deal, guys. I've been following this stuff, right? So let me tell you what's going on. What happened was Anthony Fauci was funding the lab in Wuhan, right? They were doing stuff that was illegal to do here, right? He got caught, and it was a politician, Rand Paul. He called him out on it. He said, "Hey, did you send money?" He was like, "No." He said, "We got proof that you sent it." He said, "Well, we sent it, but we didn't do any of those bad things that you guys think that we did." And it's coming out that Fauci is the one that started all this because he was looking for a gain of function, right? They were trying to weaponize it to study it better, right? Because that's what you do, right? That's what you do if you're like an evil fucking dickhead like Anthony Fauci. Right, so he is the reason that all
By
of
the way,
this happened.
live stream's down now. I stopped it. Go ahead and say what you want, Hank. Go ahead.
Yeah, Anthony Fauci did this. He caused it. He is the cause to this effect, right? And I do think that there is something going around because everybody at my job got sick all at the same time, but I can't say what it was from. I don't know. All I know is that one of us got tested and can't go to work for the next 10 days. And everybody else was like, I'm not going.
Well, see, here's the problem with thinking that they have a control of viruses, or that they do what they say they do. There's a couple problems with it. Again, those studies that I was talking about where they tried to infect people. The question is, are we relating the cause to something that isn't the cause? I mean, it could be something else that's making everybody sick, and we are missing it because we all think viruses are the real deal. That's the problem. It's just like a false, what do you guys call it? An argument, say if I used an ad hominem.
Fear is the virus. Fear is the virus.
Right. There is something I agree with you that there's something that is making some people sick, and there is something that's making, like, women now have periods when they shouldn't, all kinds of different things. But that doesn't mean that viruses are what they say, or that they even have the ability to engineer a virus into something worse. Keep in mind, all the time that I went to school in medical school, they told me viruses were dead, a dead thing, not alive, not alive at all. So how do they live on surfaces like they told us constantly? Well, you can kill it if you put stuff on it. Well, it's already dead. So how does a dead thing get into your cell and suddenly get a living cell to reproduce it, and then reproduce it to the point that it kills its own cell that's reproducing itself, and it's a dead thing? I mean, this whole theory, you've got to take it on their theory.
How do you explain people at work losing their sense of smell?
We could be associating it. We could be associating it with something that it's not, or it's missing what it is. It could be EMF fields in your area. It could be the spraying over your head.
How do you
it
explain?
Could be something.
How do you explain everybody at work losing their sense of smell? Go ahead, Elijah.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Hold on. Damn.
That's what I'm saying.
Hold on. Damn. Number one, I said all this stuff to you before at some point, but I'm jumping in to say, people got sick the year before last in mass. My whole family in Georgia was sick the year before last, sometime around November. It was like a whole thing that the house caught, right? Prior to that, I had got sick. Me, my sister's boyfriend, and my cousin who swore up and down, cousin, I can take care of you. I've never been sick a day in my adult life. What'd he do? Get sick for 3 days just like I did. Same sickness that I had. But that was before COVID. But guess what? That's always happened. What are we talking about? There's always some weird sickness that a group of people seem to get at some particular time.
Good morning, everybody. Mic check. What's up, Eli, Helio, and Bill?
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. Anybody want to address? I mean, the lady that is talking. Do you want to address what Hank said about the people losing taste and stuff and smell? Because that's pretty common.
I don't know what that's all about. I really don't know what that's all about.
I actually do want to talk about that because, again, that's a symptom that we've seen for decades in people that are getting a again, if it's a toxic overload, instead of what we think of as viruses, we see this. That is a symptom that we've seen for years. I mean, nothing new. I mean, it's really strange that everybody thinks these things are new, like he's saying. That's the problem. Everybody thinks it's new. But my point is, we still associate with something that we can't prove on our own, that we have to trust them, and they have been shown over and over to lie to us. Are we sure germ theory is the way it is? Are we sure viruses act the way they do? Or is it something in our environment that we are not recognizing? Because again, we're exposed to all kinds of chemicals. We're exposed to all kinds of toxins in our environment that we eat at home and at work. And all kinds of EMF. So we don't think about these things as causing our disease, but they are affecting us, and they probably are. And we've ignored it. Because we've been given the excuse of an invisible dead thing can suddenly get inside of you somehow and take over your DNA and tell it what to do. That's what we've been conned into, maybe. And I'm really worried about that, because then that leads to everybody going, hey, we can go to war with China because they caused this, or we can give you more vaccines because we have got to fix this man-made thing now. I mean, it gets out of hand.
Yeah. But also, the other part of it is to get a reaction out of the cell that's supposedly infected. They put it in this aerosol solution or whatever, or they put somehow they introduce aerosol to it, and then watch the reaction and say, yeah, it's sick. You know what's crazy? Way prior to COVID, one of the sickest, not sick like, dizzy or anything like that, but sick like I couldn't talk. My throat was like super closed. Every time I swallowed, it was killer, right? Prior to that, like the night before, I was in the house, or the day before, I was in the house cleaning the walls with Lysol and all these other cleaners. with the windows closed,
Well,
right?
that's the problem.
And I couldn't talk for 2 weeks. Like, so
There you go.
it is the
It's all in your
chemicals
mind,
that
bro.
fuck you up.
Well, that's what I'm
But
saying.
they also, but
No,
so they so
that's
they
possible.
spray. So the same thing that's
Yeah.
in the disinfectants, the same thing that has the coronavirus or whatever it is on the can. I mean, this is exactly the same kind of thing they're saying that they're using to find interactions with the diseased cell. So I don't know. Looks fishy to me too.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, it's so fishy. What you need to take from all this is start to incorporate in your life a healthier lifestyle, less reliant on all the doctors' jabs, medicines, drugs. That's what you got to start to do. Literally, around, get exercising. But if I can sit here and say I haven't been sick in over 39 years, a cold, a sore throat, a blocked nose, a sneeze, a headache. I've had anything.
You're messed up, Mike.
What does that mean? I was in England, right? In Japan, I've been in Japan 21 years, and then from England. The last time I was sick with diarrhea, 1992.
Your mic is really messed up, man.
I had
Can't
diarrhea
understand
because
you.
I had some salmonella. That was the
Jim.
last time I was
Roboting, bro.
again. Yeah,
Your
okay.
your mic is terrible. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Can't
okay, thank
understand
Yeah,
you.
you're roboting pretty bad, bro. Robot.
So somebody in the chat was asking about prions.
Yes,
Okay, those
yes.
are proteins, and again,
So I wanted to
misformed
ask if they like act as the
prions.
same thing as the viruses, or like, because
Right.
also they are dead, they are just small proteins, but they, well, accordingly to the main theory, they can go to the body and reproduce themselves. So is it a thing, or is it just another thing that was made up?
Again, we can't be sure. I mean, prions are so weird. I studied those because I was really curious because my mother had a early onset dementia, and so did my grandfather, and we were raised on a. So some of the thought was we had maybe a like a mad cow disease or something. That was a thought for a while because that would be a prion disease.
Mm-hmm.
Problem is, again, this is another one of those ones we can't know for sure what is actually. They don't really even understand how those things work. You eat it and somehow it still gets into through your stomach wall, all the acid, all the immune system, and somehow gets into your brain and screws you. But, I don't know. I mean, it's just like we don't understand how to affect other people. When we're in close proximity with people with our own hormones, they affect the other person. So is it that? Is it something else along with the toxic overloads? And remember, your body works on cycles. So people cycle together. It's really interesting to watch. That's why you'll see people get sick around the same time. Same with age groups. They'll get more sick because of their immune system deficiency as aging progresses. I mean, it's just all these things. There's so many factors involved. It would be very easy to hide the true cause of things. It would be so easy, and if they fed us a lie to get us to buy into a whole system that's going to be politically and possibly get us to go to war or do something close to it, or I kind of wonder if that's what's the deal. And same with releasing the information on Fauci. Yeah, I knew he was lying at the beginning too. I told people in January if a vaccine came out within a year, it was already made and prepared a long time ago. That's what I told people. I told my family and friends, and nobody believed me. They all called me crazy. But my military experience, I worked in a biowarfare training and team. So I knew when they started doing things that it didn't look right. The quarantine you guys call it, that wasn't a real quarantine. A real quarantine would have been so much different. And I had been trained for that. When they didn't do it, I knew it wasn't real for sure. I knew it wasn't a deadly disease. And it was because they had prepped me for years to expect a big plague, and a lot of the military will fall for it, but they didn't look for the defining points of what a quarantine should look like. And that was my biggest clue. You can't keep big box stores open and then close all these little ones and think that would stop a disease.
Excuse me, I have a question to Damsel. So regarding the shedding theory, what do you think about that?
Well, like I was saying, I don't know if it's shedding, cellular debris, like they're talking, because that's what they're classifying. Viral shedding is you're shedding the cells that contain it, or you're shedding the proteins that are created by the vaccine, or But how do they get in your body and actually cause a function? So is it something else? Is it hormones that are being changed in people? Is it EMF that's going on around us and changing? It's hard to say. It's like any good science, you have to be able to rule out the independent variables. And now there's so many variables now. I don't know. But I certainly don't trust everything that comes out of the government, even when it comes to this, especially medicine, after what they've done, all the lies we've caught them on, all the testing they've done over the years on the public, no knowledge. I mean, it's just so many things.
From
And
your
it just makes
basic
me really
biology
wonder.
knowledge, from your
What's
basic
that?
biological knowledge, shedding means the shedding of dead skin, and I was just wondering if you could make sense if that could cause some
What they're discussing is
contagious.
shedding proteins that are manufactured as the antibodies from the vaccine. Supposedly, creates your body into a manufacturer of these certain antibodies, and supposedly those fall out with your cells because you're always shedding cells. So yeah, that material can get outside of you all kinds of different ways. So, and then other people can pick it up.
3 or 4.
Just want to let everyone
excreting.
know we are live again. I mean, people are missing the live stream.
That's okay.
No big deal. So I would say to the girl who asked the question, at 7:24 a.m., I made a post that could shed a little light on what you're asking.
Where can I find that?
Yeah.
Live stream voice text, the room above this one.
Hey, by the way, feel
Alright.
free to speak your mind. I just wanted to let you guys know that we're live again. Go ahead.
Okay. And I didn't mean to interrupt if the lady wasn't done answering.
No, I'm sure you got it probably covered there, but yeah, they're basically giving us the same story they do with, viruses. Shedding is just a person that's got the virus or something that's given them that, and their proteins
Dude,
and
I
different
got
kinds of
I
parts
got the flu.
coming off.
I got the flu from people getting the shot, getting the jab.
Well, you think you did.
No, well,
You think you did, but can you prove that? That's the problem.
I can't prove it, but
I
I was like, they were giving the free flu shot at my job, and I was telling people don't get the jab, whatever, and then 2 days later, I was the sickest I've ever been in my life. So whatever.
Yeah, and we don't know. So that's what I'm saying. It's very difficult to sort this all out, and they're going to make it more complex with the combining of all these different.
So hello,
but check this out though. That was like 6 years ago. So, and I haven't been sick at all since then.
Right, because maybe you're happy and your immune system's doing
I had
good
chicken pox. I mean,
better.
you remember when you were a kid? They'd be like, "Hey, so and so's got chicken pox. Let's have a chicken pox party." Yeah, they'd take all the kids over, so they all get chicken pox at the same time.
Sure, there are
rid of
some
that shit.
things that we know that do that, and we don't. Again, it's just is it something else that's doing it? I don't know. It's hard to explain. Like I said, when they did those studies about the Spanish flu, nobody got sick, even injected. So it really depends on what we're dealing with. I don't know. It's hard to say.
And
I
Damsel,
sure don't trust them.
I'm sorry. You said an interesting thing about the Spanish flu. If we take a shot of blood of a person who is sick with an ordinary flu, would that infect the person who wasn't infected?
I'm not sure on the normal
it's hard to
everyday
say.
one, but the Spanish flu it didn't, and that was a type, so it didn't get anybody sick. I don't know why. I want to know more. I want that studied more. I really do. I want to see if that's what's going on with
because
that.
I think that would be the same case for any kind of flu. So you can
That's
just transmit it with the blood. But for example, if someone would be sick with hepatitis B, I wouldn't take a shot of his blood because I would be worried that I will get it.
Yeah, but
So it's
check this out. What they claim about like the flu or this whatever this supposed virus is supposed to be airborne, right? Hepatitis. What they claim about hepatitis is only transferred through human contact. So, like, you can only catch which
Well, it
shit
depends on the
people
type
do
of
catch,
hepatitis. Yeah.
dude.
Yeah, it's epidemic
Hepatitis
needles, sexual
is
behavior.
contacted through through human contact. It's not contracted through airborne thing.
No,
Go ahead,
it's
Gene.
fecal matter. There's blood to blood. I mean, there's all kinds of
There's
ways.
a lot of shit, a lot of ways to
But
catch
you know,
hepatitis, but it's not airborne.
so there was this other thing that happened back in the AIDS epidemic. There was this guy, this doctor who was anti-Fauci. Actually, Fauci knows him, and he was really railing on Fauci because he was saying that AIDS was not caused by a virus, that it was actually being caused by malnutrition and drug use. Okay, so
Immunodeficiency.
drug use, by illicit drug use and malnutrition was causing and leading to AIDS. And that AZT was being used to kill these people off because it actually made their symptoms worse and made them develop full-blown and die. So this is what Fauci was pushing.
I'm gonna post that video. I know the video you're talking about.
Yeah. So listen, this guy literally would have AIDS documented patients. So a patient that was confirmed to have AIDS, he'd have him up on stage with him live, and he would draw blood from that guy, and then he would inject that blood back into himself, proving over and over that he had done his research. It's an MD that did this and was trying to get the public to be aware that you couldn't transfer it blood to blood, so it wasn't a sexually transmitted disease. So again, this is another clue to me. Something's wrong with our theories. Something is very, very wrong. If these things are not what they're telling us, something else is going on and we're not catching it for some reason. And there's a lot of factors involved.
So one of the things that's alarming is that the Pfizer mRNA goes to the ovaries. So after you get the jab, large amounts after a few days is found in the ovaries. And this is the reproductive system of females. Now this, I guess, could cause a lot of problems for females.
It could be ending a lot of problems in the end. We don't know. There's no long-term study, so how are we going to know?
Yeah, this isn't FDA approved.
And now, no, it's experimentally proved, so it's not full-blown. And so, the studies haven't been done that are complete.
Yeah,
and
it
so
hasn't been
now
FDA
they won't be
approved.
able to study properly because they're allowing people to mix and match. You understand? If they mix and match, there'll be no way to tell which one is causing what. Not at all. There's no control for that. And that's a real problem.
It's an ethics problem because they should be reporting everything that they're doing. They should be following people.
Yeah, they didn't tell people they did animal studies, but they ended them early because all the animals ended up dying. I mean, this is all kinds of crazy stuff.
Actually, I think a lot of the animals are immune because they don't go to doctors.
Yeah, probably they eat cleaner than most of us too.
Yeah, but
I don't go to doctors, so I might die, but if I die, I'm gonna die an honest man.
I just wanted to clarify on one thing, Hank. The approval that the FDA has given is only for emergency use, but overall the FDA has not approved any of the vaccines whatsoever.
Right, that's right.
Yeah, emergency use is way different classification. I mean, it means that if you can prove, say you got injured or even say you die, your family may not get their life insurance because experimental treatments are not approved for payout of your life insurance. Even if you can prove that the company knew and caused it or whatever, they have a clause in there. I've known about this clause for a long time about, bone marrow transplants. If you die after one of those, they won't pay out. I mean, it's the same thing.
Well, excluding the emergency use thing, the developers of the vaccination, only the COVID-19 vaccination, have also gotten the PrEP Act enacted, which leaves them indemnified from any liability whatsoever if anyone gets sick from the virus or anyone has any long-term adverse effects, side effects, or whatsoever. They have complete indemnification because of the PrEP Act. You can look it up. All of the COVID-19 vaccine developers. Yeah.
Congress passed the final part of that in 2008, I think, and then they had done in Reagan's era. They had started that, and so yeah, you can't sue them even if you find out later. Say you're down the road or whatever, they decide that these companies knew they were giving something that caused something. No one can sue them still, even if you know they were doing it and they knew.
Shit, they've already paid out for I think $5 billion.
That was all hush money though beforehand. Yeah. That was hush money to keep people because they have to sign off and say they won't talk.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was. It's minimal. Yeah. That 4 billion, 3 to 4 billion is minimal. The amount of damage that they've really caused people out there, and the amount of money that they've made. You know, they make like 550 billion a year, roughly.
Well, and you got
550 billion a year.
And you have these
companies. It's like people are like, well, fuck it, I'll take the jab just in case. It's like, why? Just in case of what?
They make more than 550 billion. Sorry.
No, but actually, regardless of the money, I mean, it's like people just like. I mean, I have people like friends on Facebook just saying, "Hey, look at me! I got my first jab. I got my second jab. Look at me! Woo! I'm on Facebook. Woo! Celebrate the jab! Celebrate the jab! I mean, what? I mean, come on, man.
They take credit like they care, right? Like taking the vaccine is some sort of community service.
Dude, but they started this COVID thing to introduce this. And I've been trying to tell people about this, but they don't get it. You know what I mean? It's just like, all right, go ahead. You know, take it if you want to. But
it's an intelligent market strategy, in my opinion.
It's totally marketing. I mean, it follows the marketing strategy. I mean, you can see it. It's just like, boom, pandemic, boom, jab. Look at you. You did this. I mean, congratulations.
In my country, there's this doctor, a local doctor, which is trying to promote this vaccine to people, and he refers to himself as, I'm like an Avenger, you know, because I took the vaccine and like saving people.
Well, they started the hero worship right off the bat. See, now remember how they did for the troops for the wars? They got us into worshiping us veterans, even if somebody didn't serve overseas in combat. All veterans, you know, are revered. It's part of the indoctrination. So they just switched it over to now anybody who works in the medical field is an automatic hero. And now anybody who takes the medical intervention is now a hero. It's all psychological.
You can get free stuff if you go to places like free coffees, free shots.
Well, shit, I can go get the jab right now at Walmart. And for free. I don't even have to pay for it. I don't even have to have insurance or anything. I can go to Walmart right now and get the jab for free.
But if you get one, you can get free stuff.
Well, I mean, yeah, they'll pay me to get the jab.
Yeah. Got a lottery.
Your mic is terrible.
Get a jab.
Your mic.
Who is that, Jim?
Yeah.
He's in Japan. He's understandable.
You're roboting, bro.
He's in Japan. Hopefully, I think everybody in Japan is getting the jab right now anyway, but I don't think Jen will, but everybody else is.
But yeah, they think they're heroes. You saw the dancing nurses. You saw all this stuff. People outside banging pots and pans, and you know, it's
just weird. I mean, it's the weirdest shit to me. It's like they think they're part of something. It's like, look at me, you know. It's like they created this weird pandemic that happened in
Oh
2020.
yeah. Like they talk like they
One year
invented the
later, everybody's like,
vaccine.
"We're gonna solve this. We can actually get back to normal," as if anything was normal in the first place. Then we can go. Now if you have the jab, we can go back to normal. You know, now you don't have to freaking. I have a feeling in the future, within the next year or two, you're gonna have to show your card that shows you have the jab. You know, it's
What I think what I think is another brilliant narrative that they put out is that they immediately villainize the people who opposes it. So like they immediately label them as conspiracy theorists, as
shit. I've been doing that for a
religious.
long time. I love it. I love it. I love being a conspiracy theorist.
Yeah, but like
If they
this
want
is
to
not
label me that
conspiracy though.
I think
In this
I
case,
think
it's
yeah,
I
personally, I
don't
think
care
what's
what
more
they call
concerning.
me. I don't care what they call me. They're gonna have to kill me before I take that fucking jab.
No, I think what's more concerning about just labeling them as conspiracy theorists is also the mass censorship of doctors and their testimonies all around the world. Everyone, all the doctors speaking out and saying they don't believe this is an actual medical pandemic. This doesn't make sense. And then those videos of all those doctors' testimonies just gets removed, and if the doctors continue to
yeah,
post them, they get banned. So I think that's more of a concern than just calling them
yeah, but
conspiracy theorists.
yeah, even though they get censorship, the least that came out of it is that the people who believe in the vaccine at least know that there's a group of people against it, but they don't even listen to it, and they already gets painted as this conspiracy theorist that
I think they actually
makes
anticipated that. I
assumptions
think they actually
without
anticipated
basis.
that. I think
They,
they
as in the
anticipated that.
people who manufactured the vaccine.
Well, see, yeah, they anticipated that when they created this idea because they already knew when they put out this fake pandemic, they put it forward, and then they introduced and yeah, with all the shutdowns and all that kind of shit, they anticipated that when they introduced the jab that was they already created before the pandemic, they they anticipated it. Everyone, it's like all of us, quote unquote, some conspiracy theorists, they knew we weren't ever going to buy into that shit, right? But they knew everybody else was, so it was like, boom, and like I'm saying, you go onto your social media, you're just like, ooh, I got the jab. Look at my card, and now they're saying, don't show your card on social media because people can use that. It's just, it's
Well,
the
you
whole
gotta.
fucking weird shit, man. The whole fucking thing is insane.
Well, the whole thing has been obviously contrived and thought and planned out for a very long time, and we've been
I
conditioned
agree.
for it for a very long
Yeah,
time. I mean,
the pandemic and the jab are both just fake. I mean, it's not even. It's not fake. I mean, in the fact in the air where it's a real thing, it's really happening to people in their psyche. But there's no threat. There's no threat on either side. The threat is the jab because they're actually trying to implant you with something. In my opinion, I don't know what's in that, but I'm not taking it.
well, it's the threat of
Told you
that,
already.
but it's also the threat of what politically is going to happen with people that are so vitriolic now against us, or those who don't want to conform to this whole plan. That was what they talked about in Event 201 that Gates was part of, and all these other WHO folks and CDC and everybody else. They were all
well, but they knew that it wasn't going to be that simple, but they're taking a chance. They're taking a chance.
Yeah, they're rolling
even
their dice.
even though they know there are people like us out here, they're taking a chance on it. Take a chance on me.
Well, the reason
Yeah.
why they're so confident is because they planned it out. Like we mentioned that they've already predicted that there's gonna be doctors doctors, like thousands of doctors against it, but they're already prepared on painting them as
the
like
doctors are
unreliable.
getting paid. They're sitting in hospitals. I mean, I avoid hospitals like the plague. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, go ahead.
Well, do you remember the
Yeah.
doc from New York that tried to tell everybody that he was a specialist on the ICU for the COVID on putting ventilators? He tried to stop it and say, "There's something wrong. We're doing this wrong." Immediately, is when he spoke up. He was censored so fast.
Since this has started, the hospitals have been empty.
Oh, I know. I know. I was there in one of them actually because I had to go from something else, and I saw some stuff there while there. I was like, "Oh my, this is not good." Yeah, no, no.
I can't believe that. And I have friends that are nurses, and they're like, "Got my COVID vaccine for free at the hospital." I was like, "Don't," but I can't. I mean, they're friends of mine from years back, and I'm just like, they're totally blue pill, So I mean, what the fuck?
Well, right now in Texas, there is a hospital that is trying to force it, and there's like 174 nurses in that hospital who've all decided to sue and say, "No, we will not. And we have a choice." So there is people rising
in
up.
Texas? Hell
That's
yeah!
in Texas. Yeah,
That's
it's in
what's up.
Texas. And there's ones in Europe doing the same. There's people all over. It's just that they're being shut down, and you just don't hear their voices. Just like I said, that doctor in New York, he was on the TV at first because he was a specialist on the front lines, and as soon as he starts questioning, he was shut down as quickly as they could. So the censorship is nothing like we've seen before, especially for a scientific community, the medical community. That's craziness. You don't do that. Scientific inquiry and questioning is foundational to making sure things go right, especially in medicine.
It's already
Years ago
been
when
taken and
go ahead, bro. Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I was just going to say they're taking it. It's been taken to the Hague. They're already preparing stuff for war crimes, but people need to just, in simple terms, realize.
It's not even like this is war, but it's
That's what I'm saying.
It's psychological warfare.
I've said it before. If people have listened, I said it's a part of international law that they do not need to tell the public or anyone when there is a war going on. They don't need to tell you when they're having war. So I said this last time.
Worse than actual. It's worse than actual physical warfare.
Yeah.
I wanted to touch in the nurses part because when
because it's a psychological warfare, isn't it?
Yeah.
When one of my little ones
this
were
involves
born,
our families.
and, we told the doctors that came to us and said, yeah, we're gonna give these shots to your baby, right? And we said, thanks for the offer, but no, thank you. And they tried to fight against us, saying that, yeah, we have to do this, and it's dangerous if we didn't do it, whatever. And we said no. And then a nurse, she waited for everyone to leave, and when we were like by ourselves, and she said, you guys didn't want to do the shots to the baby, right? And she told my wife, you're so brave, because that's a good thing that you did. You didn't do that to your daughter. And she was very happy that we didn't do it. And she said that don't tell anybody that I told you this, guys, but because her job was
where
in
you
jeopardy.
in Florida? I'm not sure where you are, Jim. Are you like Florida?
But the nurse was really happy, and she said, I had my babies at home because I didn't want to do this. So she had her children at her house. So this is a nurse working in a big hospital. And she had her babies at her house because she didn't want to go through the system that she works for.
Wow,
yeah, my sister did the same thing. She's got 7 children, and she did the same thing, all home births, so they wouldn't have to conflict or have their kids maybe taken from them for, fighting against medical.
even if you had your child born in a hospital, you don't have to say,
No,
hey, you're gonna have to go through some shit, but he's like, do not put these vaccines in my kid.
You can say no, but you better hope that you don't end up like there was one girl even that it was part of a case that I knew about because part of my family has the disease she has. She had been diagnosed as a kid with a particular genetic defect disease.
Yeah.
That was hard to diagnose. It was misdiagnosed a lot because it had such weird symptoms and people thought it was psychological for a long time. And then they discovered, no, it was a real disease really happening. So anyway, her family went to a different hospital than they usually went to because she got sick on a weekend and they needed care. And they even went with all their medical records and everything. They went with everything to provide what they needed to prove that this is what she's got, this is how it should be treated, blah, blah, blah. So anyway, they show up and some new doc who's just in his residency decides that they're wrong, that the diagnosis is wrong. And he decides to put her in the mental health ward instead of taking care of her. She was walking at the time that she came in. She was trapped in their child psych ward for a year. The judge sided with the doctor, even though they had doctors from her child's hospital that said, no, this is all wrong. They would not listen. They gagged the dad from speaking, and it only ended when he finally disobeyed the judge's order and came forward in the public. It was on Fox News even, where he finally spoke out and they finally got her released, but it took another 6 months. She ended up back in a wheelchair, lost a lot of her abilities and had to slowly regain it. Because again, it depends on who you run into in that hospital. It's kind of like CPS, it depends on the state, depends on who you run into, but you got to fight for your rights. You got to stand and not be afraid. They don't have the right to do. You can leave and say no to anything. Anything.
So
yeah,
when
you got to fight for your rights
go...
right from the beginning.
Yeah, you just can't back down. You can't give up. This guy didn't give up on his daughter. He won, but it took him a year and a half. And she lost a lot because of it. So this is called fourth generation warfare. I posted a little Wikipedia about it. Basically, it's a combination of like guerrilla warfare.
Hey, I don't totally discount allopathy. I think that it's an honest practice for the most part, as far as doctors and nurses and everything goes. I think, it can be a great shit. I fell out of a tree and broke the shit out of my leg. I had surgery on my leg. I can walk because a doctor put a metal plate in my leg and put my leg back together.
Yeah, trauma surgery and all very, very straightforward. You can see what's going on, but when you start getting into the internal med and all these things where we're giving a lot of medications and having to diagnose and treat long term.
Yeah, that's when you become a product.
It can become that way very quickly, and especially if the doc isn't into making sure you don't have the chemical.
Hold on, didn't Jesus say to beware that they don't make merchandise out of you? And didn't I say earlier that if the RNA vaccine changes your RNA, wouldn't that make you a modified organism? And if you're
GMO.
If you're a genetically modified organism, according to the United States, you can be owned.
Yeah, you can only patent and own something that's genetically
Well, it's like, hey, I want to go. Like, hey, I need to go to the doctor. Hold on, here, a lot of people say I need to go to the doctor to get a checkup. A checkup.
No, maybe I'll take that if that is.
I'm sorry.
Talking in the background.
Yeah,
that's cool. But a lot of people say, hey, I need to go to the doctor to get a checkup. Now,
free now?
Like, I can check my own blood pressure. I know the difference between good and low and high blood pressure, diastolic and systolic pressure. I can check my own blood pressure. I don't need to go pay a doctor $100 to check that shit, right?
Well, there are some things that you would want checked certain times of your lifetime, like your thyroid, to make sure.
All right, so let me ask you this: should
I
go like every 6 months for a checkup from an allopathic doctor?
Well, if you're perfectly healthy, unless you meet age group requirements or have certain risk factors, you probably don't need as much. You know, that's the thing. And the cost is outrageous because, again, it really doesn't cost as much as they're charging you for. It's all because the system is set up to take you for every dollar.
Well, I don't
Those high
have
checks.
insurance. I don't have insurance. I used to, but I don't anymore.
Yeah, but you
even
get
when I
charged.
had insurance, I didn't go to them, but now I don't. Should I pay them $300 or $400 to do a blood test and just for a regular checkup? I already know my blood pressure's high.
Well, again, just
pretty much
depends on your age group, what your risk factors are from your family. And then again, you can always, once you're paying cash, you can negotiate what you have looked at and not. So
Isn't that interesting? If you have insurance, they're
negotiate.
going to charge you like $600, but if you don't have, if
Well,
you don't have
that's
insurance,
what
they're
I'm
going to charge
saying.
you about $200.
That's
It's
what
like,
I'm
yeah, give me
saying.
$200. We'll just do a test. It's like,
It could
holy
be a
shit!
lot
You just
cheaper.
made $600 from somebody that has insurance, but I'm going to pay you $200 cash. Holy shit!
That's not
Yeah.
that's exactly true. In healthcare, a lot of times they actually charge because they do so much business with the insurance
Right,
companies.
it rolls on through. Yeah,
They give the insurance companies a special price, and they charge the person who has no insurance more.
But they do maximize what they can
that's
charge the
actually not
insurance.
true.
They actually will
do.
maximize the charges because I know in the hospital here they were charging $12 for a box of Kleenex that cost $1.99. So I mean, it depends on where they're trying to skim the price from, and they'll do it. They'll do it wherever they can.
I'm in the same boat as Helio there. I don't have any health insurance. So if I do have a bad, so like say I get a bacterial sinus infection or something happens every couple of years, I'll have to go in and get some antibiotics and whatever. It costs me a few $100. Because like 100 and like almost 200 for a check or just to see the doctor,
Just
and
to see the doctor and the
just to see the
diagnosis.
doctor, and then like another like 150 for the prescription.
medicine,
But so yeah, now the doctor might, knowing that you don't have insurance, they might say, well, normally I would do this, but since you don't have insurance, I'll save you some money. We'll do it this way. But if they do all the same procedures, they're going to charge you more for not having insurance than if you had insurance.
Well, it
But
could be.
sometimes
It
it's
could
true.
run the other way in different.
It
depends on what it is.
Exactly. It really depends on what we're talking about. There's all kinds of services.
It's like
and
I
different
need to go to the
products.
dentist to get a couple of teeth extracted, but I already know how that shit works. So,
Yeah. But yeah, they'll try to make money everywhere they can. But the whole system is made to make products out of people and make money. That's what we've been turned into. It's no longer the country doctor that would come to your house and you could barter with him and maybe pay him cash, but also, give him a chicken if you needed to, or bake him pies. It's just a whole different deal nowadays. And then you got the pharmaceutical industry in the middle of it, trying to make a profit like no other. Look at America's
I'll be
prices
like,
compared to others.
hey doc, I can build a fucking cabinet for you, man. What you got? Can you pull this tooth out?
And then if you don't cure anything and you make things worse or aggravate them, so you got even more, your patient has to return because they got a side effect from something else.
I
that you
might
gave
do that. I
them.
might find a dentist around and be like, motherfucker, I can build you some fucking badass cabinets. Can you pull my fucking tooth out without pulling an arm and a leg?
Cure means to preserve. It doesn't mean what people think it means.
Old dude, man, he always has something.
Yeah, the whole system is messed up and meant to be not good for any of us, really.
I don't know if it's meant to be that way. It's just that's the way.
I think you're you're very optimistic about the morality that's standing behind all this. Because
no,
it's not...
as far as allopathy, I pretty much told you that I don't think it's that way.
Yeah.
But I don't think the allopathic doctors are thinking of it that way.
Definitely meant to be this way. The doctors aren't in it for that. But when they want to prosper and when they want to leverage their time and make this a business and make this a career, then they have to make some decisions.
But the whole
normally
system,
wouldn't.
yeah, Elijah, the whole system is built that way. They really kind of don't have a choice.
Well, that's what I was in the middle of saying.
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Well, and that's what happened to me. That's why I got out of it, because it was so, I didn't have control over any of it anymore. I couldn't get them to let me say no for very much longer to things. It was getting that bad. The pressure was horrid because I wouldn't conform. I wanted to do what was better for the patient and what was better for the bottom dollar. And that gets to be just ethically, I couldn't do that kind of stuff. But that's because there are ethical people in the medical profession. Most of them didn't get in because they want to hurt people, but they get in a system that doesn't give a care. It's the system that's driving this. It's not the doctors or the nurses or the staff.
Yeah,
some of them.
And
It's like NASA.
if you have a healthy lifestyle, meaning like you went to college and all of this, I mean, a lot of people find their forever sweethearts, their wives or husbands, during their career path, and then they have children along the way. A person is going to find it very difficult to go against the grain and risk all of that, including what they know, including what they went to school for. There's a lot of pride that goes into this. And it's set up that way for you to feel like you have to make that kind of decision.
Well, yeah, you come out of medical school with $200,000 minimum debt. If you bought a house, matches your income and your car and your family, like you said, look at just the debt load that's going on to these. They have no choice, because what career do you go back into once you step away? What do you do to make up for that income loss? It's an incredible. It's set up this way. That's the craziest part. It really is set up to do this and enslave everyone.
It's not a bad plan for an evil man. I mean, hell, it's genius. I was listening. There was a video that Sleeping Warrior had shared that was on YouTube. Then it wasn't on YouTube anymore because they took it down, and so they decided to put it on their website, and then the website was shut down. And so I'm very sad to not have the video at the moment, but I'm sure it's somewhere. And it was of these doctors, and basically she was telling a story about how she was taken off of YouTube for trying to tell the truth after having been they were trying to coerce her into making decisions during this pandemic based on the insurance companies that they were in partnership with or that they were working with. And whenever she tried to go against it, because I guess as a medical professional, you can do what you want, but she was basically saying that they were basically saying you can't do what you want because these will be the consequences. And I was like, this is going on with doctors and no one gives a crap. Oh yeah, those are just a couple of whack job doctors. Their families and their motivations and their morals and all of that time that you put into putting people who get educated on a pedestal. And there's these people who can think for themselves, tell you a harsh truth in the face of everything that they can lose. And you'll piss in the face saying, oh, those are just a couple of whack job doctors. I mean, the people are insane.
Yeah, they character assassinate you and they pull your license or threaten it. I mean, it's an incredible pressure to be a whistleblower when you're in these higher fields or in any of these compartmentalized kind of like systems. Just like I'm sure NASA is the same way. The military, I know, was the same way. Medical was the same way for me. It's that way. They can wreck you instantly. How many Nobel Peace Prize winners have been crushed if they went against the status quo after they got the Peace Prize? There's several scientists that have had that happen. They're called quacks and nut jobs after they decide that there's something different than the mainstream consensus is. And there's a problem with that when science is driven like that, or medicine, or any of these other things, politics. There's your problem. You can't. What do? You can't even if you do speak up, you're not going to be heard.
Yeah, that's pretty sad.
Well, if anyone's interested, I've uploaded a group of videos which I think are very important that cover the topic matter there. Please look at it, watch it. They're all very good. Excellent videos to watch, and you can learn how the system is there. I watched them all.
I haven't talked to Damsel much. Damsel, are you a RN?
No, I was a medic for 12 years in the military as a Air Force flight medic, and then I did all combat on ground, and then I became a physician assistant, which is just below a doctor.
Yeah,
and working under a doctor's license. I did that until I became too disabled from jabs. Jabs I got in the military made me have too many autoimmune diseases.
Wow! Holy sh! So you were a medic in the military, and then you were a PA for a while.
Yeah, so I've been part of medical school. My 2 years in the University of Washington Medical School. So yeah, I've got a little bit of training, a little bit of knowledge from my experience.
Awesome. So it's like I've never had any training in medical science or anything like that, but it's like you understand what I'm saying. I mean, just because I'm interested in the topic because of what's happened to friends and family. The way they understand things, they're just kind of not understanding it, right? I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong about that.
Well, I just see it as they've indoctrinated people to trust a white coat and education to the point where they don't think for themselves. They put an awful lot of trust in us. That stethoscope and that coat mean an awful lot to people, and people don't know. People don't know what it's really like behind the scenes.
Have you ever listened to Dr. Russell Blaylock? He's from
sounds
Texas.
familiar.
I
know Dr. Popper, the one that somebody posted a video of her.
I'll send you some Blaylock videos. Hold on.
Sounds familiar. I probably have. I just don't remember.
Yeah, he's freaking awesome. I love Dr. Russell Blaylock.
I highly recommend people go listen to Dr. Andrew Kaufman just to keep an idea in their head that things may not be as we think.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Blaylock's good too.
Yep.
Hold on.
They call it an art, not a science. It's really an art of medicine. And we're practicing it all the time. So people put an awful lot of faith in us. And
truth is an art.
Yeah.
I mean, just to know thyself, to know thy. Anyway, I'm actually just blowy anyway.
It comes down to responsibility. People need to be responsible with themselves and understand that, you can trust it to a limit, but you need to actually double check and make sure you can't trust every cop. You can't trust every priest. You can't trust every doctor or medical provider.
Sure. Yeah. Know your own body. And, doctors can kind of figure out if something's wrong with you. Like I said, I broke the shit out of my leg. I couldn't fix it myself. I needed a surgeon to actually fix my leg because I fell out of a tree and I broke the shit out of it. But
what
other
a
than
dumb
that,
tree.
I don't go to doctors to say, hey, your blood pressure is high. And you need if I went to a doctor right now to say, hey, your blood pressure is high, I'd be like, yeah, I know. He's gonna be like, well, I'm gonna prescribe you this medication. You need to take this. And I'm gonna be like, no, I'm not gonna take that. So, all right. Well, I'm going to give you the prescription anyway, and then here's my bill, $150. I'm like, well, fuck you.
Well, that's the unfortunate part. Our medical system has been taken over by the pharmacology owners, and we are not even taught to teach you how to take care of yourself naturally, unfortunately. And that's a sad part of our system nowadays. It's all based around giving you a magic pill all the time that causes whatever plus a side effect. And then we give you another one for that side effect. Another
I'm
one.
going to give you another pill for the other
And
side
another.
effects that you're going to get from that. Yeah. See, you know what I'm talking about.
They
See?
end up
And you've
making
been in the system.
billion from that alone.
Well, that's why I got
You're
in trouble.
roboting again, bro.
That's why I got in trouble in the system, is because I was bucking that, because I was actually trying to do it the right way that I thought was better, was
Are you
trying
don't do
natural
that to
first.
people?
Yeah, and I got, you don't do well in the system that wants you to earn money by doing their way, and sometimes their way is all about the money, not about the patient, and so that can be very difficult.
Yep. That's why I don't go to hospitals or clinics.
Yeah, you're best to stay away from them unless you have like a broken bone or something like that.
That's what I'm saying. I was like, I'm so glad that this fucking doctor put my leg back together when I fucked it up really bad. Other than that, I don't think I've been to a doctor since. Well, I went to a doctor one time to get another doctor to say, hey, did this doctor fix my leg right? Because it still feels fucked up. I can't run now. But it was just like, hey, man, you shouldn't have done that, and so now you can't run because you fucked up. All right, I accept that. I can
cycle.
walk forever, but I can't run anymore.
Do you say thank you?
Cycle? Can you cycle then? Can you ride a bike?
Oh yeah, I can ride a bike. Yeah. It's just like I messed my ankle up really bad, so it's like when I try to run, it's painful. It's really painful. I may be able to work that out again if I stop getting lazy. But yeah, I've tried to run it. It's just really weird for me. The way that they put my leg back together. That's why I went to a second doctor. I said, "Did he put this shit back together right?" He's like, looks okay, but
you might
motherfucker only spent like 10 minutes with me. He's like, looks okay to me. Doc was okay, and the doctor that actually did the surgery was, he's in his 60s and shit. And I'm like, did this motherfucker actually? Which is actually kind of like, you want a veteran to actually do that, right? So anyway,
yeah,
but whatever. It's
I would. I'd rather have
that was
the older
years ago.
doctor.
That was years ago. So it's like, this metal's going to be in my leg forever, and so I can probably work it back out, but I'll never be able to run like I used to. So.
I told the witch doctor I was in love with you.
What were you going to
At
say,
least you
Jim?
can walk, Helio. You know what I mean?
A word of advice for you. Yeah, a word of advice for you, Helio, is one, you might want to start cycling again. That's going to be good for you. But if you want to go jogging, don't jog on the concrete. You're going to have to go into the park and do that because it's going to be on the grass, softer on the body, yeah? So you don't get all the impacts going through.
To be honest, I don't even walk that
understand?
much anymore. I need to start walking first. To be honest, I live in the country. There's a lot of places I can walk, and so I need to start with walking, and then if I ever want to have a chance to jog again, and I'm telling you, I mean, the metal that he put in my leg goes right across my ankle, inside of my left ankle. It goes right across that. There's like 14 screws that go all the way. and titanium freaking
Wow,
plate
man.
down my shin. Yeah, it's fucked up, man.
How come I don't remember ever hearing about this? Like, I would think you would have brought that up because you like to top my stories. So when I broke
Dude,
my heels, how come I didn't hear about yours?
Holy
You got
fucking
14
shit. You
screws.
never heard about when I fell out of the tree and broke my leg?
Lou's getting tight. Uh-oh.
I'm just giving him a little shit. I know, but seriously, I don't think I've ever heard you say that. So, like, what did you
never
do?
heard about when I broke my
Yeah, he's
fucking
talked
leg?
about
Holy
this.
shit. Dude, yeah, other people have heard it. So Lou, you missed it.
I guess I didn't.
Yeah.
No, I'm just because like when I shattered my heels, like I ended up not getting surgery, but that's because the doctor, after looking at it, said I'd have way too.
Give me a sec. I can go get a beer. I'll be right back.
No, fuck! I was gonna make it quick. Don't go anywhere. No, I was just gonna say,
I'm
like
gonna get
after
a
they
beer.
did the CT scans, after they did the CT scans on my heels and stuff, like basically said that there'd be more metal than bone in there, and I'd lose more motion if we did anything like surgery with it. So when you say you've got like, all that metal and like 14 screws, it sounds like what I would have had, and I probably would have actually lost more motion and had more pain in my ankle than just leaving it alone. I'm wondering, what injury did you actually have in your leg?
What happened is I fell out of a pecan tree. I was this is the stupidest thing. I was there was a rope swing in the pecan tree. I was trying to save the rope, right? So I was trying to untie the rope instead of cutting it, right? So I was up on this and pecan when they're very brittle, at the bottom. I don't know if you know anything about pecan trees, but anyway, so I was leaning back on this other limb to kind of try to scoot over. Well, that fucking limb broke, and I was about 15 feet above the ground. And when I leaned back, I just fell to the ground. And
how did you land?
Dude,
pecan trees are really brittle. You can fuck a pecan tree up just by throwing footballs at it.
Yeah. So as soon as I hit the ground, I landed on my feet, or I guess I landed on one foot, my left leg. And so thank God I didn't land on my fucking head or my back. The only thing that really freaking I fucked up my fibula and my tibia was
tibia and fibula.
Cracked. Yeah. The fibula at the top, like near the joint, and then my tibia was totally cracked. That's why I have a plate.
Yeah.
And then my ankle at the bottom. So the plate goes from across my fibula all the way across my ankle. There's screws in my ankle and shit.
So it sounds like you like the ankle part, like because the lower calcaneus is.
It's like
is the heel bone.
when you I can touch it and it's really fucking sensitive. It's like the metal is like right under my skin, and I'm touching it right now, and it's just like
you were just a kid when that happened, or what?
No, this happened fucking like 7 years ago, like 7-8 years ago.
What are you doing climbing trees, you old man?
I was moving a rope swing for the kids. I was trying to get this fucking rope swing. I didn't realize how brittle these fucking pecan trees were. And Hank just confirmed it. He said, yeah, the lower branches are fucking, it's like you don't realize they look thick, but they're fucking just like pink. You touch them and it's like bonk. Hey, but if you ever want to smoke with smoke wood or smoke meat with pecan is a good smoking wood.
Right. Okay. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
So wait a minute.
You don't have any fucking pecans over there in Japan, Jin?
I know.
But was
they got some other nut tree though, I'm sure.
Was that a rotten branch or was it just the natural strength of
dude, have you ever climbed a pecan tree? No.
I haven't. No.
Yeah, but at the lower I was just dumb, okay? I made a mistake, okay? And so I leaned back on this branch. I thought it was gonna hold me, and then I fell. Okay, that's it. So okay, that was my mistake. And then I screamed like a little girl for about 20-30 minutes, and then didn't call an ambulance because I had warrants for my arrest. So I just had my stepdaughter drive me to the hospital. I dragged myself up into the back seat of the fucking car, and we went to the nearest emergency room, and
oh man,
yeah, it was fucking horrible. It hurt like a bitch.
Fugitive on the run, eh? So you were a fugitive on the run, yeah?
I definitely wasn't going to call the cops. Yeah, I knew I had warrants, so of course I wasn't going to call him.
So you were a regular Harrison Ford, huh?
Dude, I fell out of that tree. I fell out of that tree and screamed like a bitch for a little bit. Then I was like, oh fuck, I can't call 911 because I have a warrant. So I was like, get this fucking car over here. And so it was in the backyard. So they pulled pulled the car in the back. I crawled up in the back seat with my broke ass fucking leg and said, let's go to the closest not the closest emergency. Well, I think it was
I'm pretty sure you don't have to call 911 to get an ambulance to come out. Like, you can just call the ambulance company. They're like private companies.
No, if the ambulance comes, the cops are coming. So
usually, but I think you can get around that probably. It depends on like.
I wasn't going to take that chance.
Yeah, I think you. Yeah. You'd be taking the risk. You don't know if the cops are going to show up with.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. So
I don't know about your state, but
I was just screamed like a bitch. And to be honest, my stepdaughter was right there next to me, and so I started screaming like a bitch. I feel like a punk for screaming like a bitch.
Yeah. I could just picture them.
But it's like that shit was painful though. I mean, it wasn't painful at first. It was like, but I knew something was wrong. It was like when you break your leg that bad, it's like it doesn't hurt, but you just know that there's something fucked up.
Yeah.
And so I started screaming like a bitch.
This is it. I really did it this time. Right before I met you guys, I went right through the back of a car, face first.
Oh shit!
That was really fucked up.
Did it hurt right at first? That's what I'm saying. When I broke my leg, I didn't know.
That's what I was afraid of because I knew something was wrong, even though I didn't hurt. And I looked into the window mirror, and I was like, "Oh my fucking god!"
Then you started screaming like a bitch.
I was so upset. This was my fault.
I was like, "Ah!" Well, the reason I was screaming is because it's like, "Fuck, I'm not gonna be able to work for a month. Fuck, fuck this."
And then the cops come. And they're like, You can picture them. I can just picture them in my mind right now. It's like they're chewing gum. So what happened here, bud? Yeah. What's your name? You got ID? Yeah.
That's why I didn't call the cops. I'm like, fuck you. I'm gonna drag my ass up in the back of this fucking car and have my stepdaughter drive me to the fucking emergency room and they're gonna get a wheelchair and I'm gonna pull my ass back.
What did you have a warrant for?
Your mama? That's what I had a warrant for.
Nice. What'd she do?
You're going to have to ask her. Anyway, so yeah, it was freaking, I couldn't, it was just like, I was like, holy fuck, we can't call the cops.
Helio, did you have a few beers? Did you have a few beers in you?
Dude, I was totally sober. I promised to God I was totally sober at the time.
So you felt all of it.
Oh yeah, it was.
So what are the chances of that then? Holy shit! It's like winning the fucking lottery.
I might have been taking some pills. I don't know. I can't remember.
So you weren't totally sober. You just...
Well, I don't know. I can't.
Might have been taking some pills.
There was a period of time where I was going to. I actually had actually at that time I was totally sober. Because prior to that, I had gone to my mother's back doctor. And he prescribed me pain pills and stuff
Benzodiazepine.
As long no, it was actually Tylenol 4. So that was codeine. So would you consider yourself sober if a doctor prescribes you six codeine?
No, it doesn't matter if it's prescribed or not. You're still under the influence of a chemical like drug, so you're not sober even if it's prescribed.
Okay, I'm pretty sure at that time I was off of the Tylenol 4s. So yeah, I'm pretty sure I was sober at that time. But it was just a bad idea to climb that pecan tree. That's all I'm saying.
Well, you at least you're able to walk. Like some people from a crash like that, you might be paralyzed or something like that. You know,
Dude, if you saw the X-rays of this freaking plate on my leg going across my ankle with 14 screws, you'd be like, "Holy fuck!"
oh, it's a mess, dude. It's like a car wreck.
I actually considered when I was working at the last company that I was working for, when I had medical insurance, I had another doctor take a look at it. I was like, "Can you take this plate off?" And they're like, "Yeah, we can take it off and your leg will be fine. And you'll be off work for 6 weeks, just like you were when you
Well, wait,
broke it,
and
I'm like,
the screws out.
okay, yeah, they're gonna take the screws out. I mean, yeah, they take the whole fucking thing apart.
So
take all
what?
the
They
metal
have to
out.
cut you again, obviously.
Yeah,
so
I know. And so I was just like, you know what? Fuck it. I'll be a walker for the rest of my life.
Right. I mean, taking it out is you run the risk of complications too. Like,
Yeah, it's just like, you know what? Fuck it. I feel okay. I mean, it still hurts sometimes. I mean, it's especially around my ankle, but I'm okay. I can walk for a long time. It's not. For the most part, I ignore it. So whatever.
maybe we could do a GoFundMe and get Helio his elective surgery.
I want a fucking bionic leg if we're gonna do a GoFundMe. Fuck.
Bionic?
Yeah, give me freaking what? $20,000 will get me a bionic leg. What do you want?
Keep your real one. It's as long as you don't have any nerves in the area of that plate, that metal plate.
No,
I know
it really doesn't bother me a whole lot. It's swollen all the time still. I think it's just because of the metal. I mean, it is really swollen, but for the most part, it doesn't bother me that much.
Just get a wooden leg and an eye patch, Helio. You'll be right.
Yeah, I'll be freaking. What's that guy's name from the pirate book? What the fuck is his name? Long John Silver. I'll be Long John Silver.
Oh,
Cut that motherfucker off. I'll be peg leg. Fuck it.
Oh, fuck that. Yeah, you're a carpenter. You can make your own leg, man. Make your own wooden leg.
I'll build my own. I'll build my own wooden leg. You guys would be surprised what I could do with that.
It'll be a pecan. It's made of pecan wood.
Oh.
He makes himself a brittle ass leg like he didn't learn a lesson. Friggin'.
Yeah, but the storage space on that leg would be optimal.
I just really want him to say "R" now.
He gets revenge. He gets revenge on the tree by cutting the trees, cutting the tree's leg and replacing it with his leg.
R.
Fucking pecan tree.
Yeah, but the cabinets in that leg would be like RoboCop. Like, you got a gun in there? Like, holy shit, bro.
It's like,
nah, he's gonna do what Barbosa did and have some wine in there or some alcohol.
Damn, bro, how many coats of varnish did you put on that leg? That looks nice.
I mean, you think he's drinking now, man? He's gonna have some alcohol in that peg leg. You know what I mean?
Dude. Yeah,
He's gonna be going around. Hey, just call me Captain Barbosa, everybody.
Like I said, I can walk miles. So my leg's okay. I had it diagnosed by another doctor. He said your patch up looks good. And he only spent about 5 minutes with me when he took a look at the x-rays. He's like, yeah, it looks good. And I'm like, okay, well, it doesn't feel good a lot of times, but it's like, to be honest, it feels good compared to how bad I fucked it up when I fell out of that tree. So I can walk for miles and I barely notice it.
You know what, Helio? Do you feel like when the weather is about to change, you can feel the low pressure?
Well, I feel that in my bones, all my bones. So, and I think everybody when they get older, they feel that shit too. So.
Yeah, especially
Yeah,
Tommy
especially.
Buckley.
I heard the injuries like that, especially people could feel a storm coming. They feel like the low pressure.
Yeah. I mean, I have problems with my ankle a lot, but I mean, I also have problems with my back, and my back is a lot better than it was 20 years ago. My back was fucked up 20 years ago. That's when I got started on the pills and shit. I don't even take the pills anymore. So,
oh, that's funny. You got started on pills at the same time as like we went
no,
into
actually,
Afghanistan.
I got started on weed. I got started on weed, alcohol, and acid and shit way before my back was fucked up. So I don't know what the fuck you're talking
Saying
about.
weed caused you to take pills? Is that what you're saying?
Natural progression. Weed, alcohol, acid, and then pharmaceuticals.
Yeah.
I fucked mine up doing roofing, and it's one of those things. I bought an inversion table. I used to go see the chiropractor, but the inversion table pulls apart your vertebrae.
Sure.
And it helps realign them.
Yeah, but I had a really good chiropractor at one time. Oh my god, he was a dream doctor. But I had insurance at the time. It was like $7 a visit. I was like, holy fucking! I actually I found him because I got in a car accident and got whiplash, and this guy, man, holy shit! I've been to a few chiropractors, but this guy, holy shit! There is nobody like back in action in Cabot, Arkansas. Holy shit, man! This chiropractor.
Did he retire?
No, he's younger than me.
So he's still working if you need to go there.
Yeah, but I live 3 hours away, so I can't go.
Oh shit!
Yeah. Dude,
Well, if that leg ever starts really bugging you, I've got a recommendation.
Chop it off.
Oh, what you got?
I don't know if you'd heard about the frequency healing, like the Rife machine and the Rife technology. You ever hear of all that?
I want one of those.
Yeah.
You should go look up Spooky 2. It's called a Spooky 2 machine. It's probably the cheapest version that does a really good job. But
did you try it yet?
I've got a lot of friends have. I'm waiting for mine to get here because I've got autoimmune diseases that it can help. It helps with inflammation tremendously for people.
Well,
and
when
to
you
cure
say
cancer
when
for
you
some.
say it's low price, what price range are you talking about?
Oh, we're talking $1,000 altogether.
Okay, wow.
We'll have to do a
for the top
GoFundMe.
levels. But you put it all together and you'll have it forever. I mean, it's a forever machine. You
No,
can use
sure,
it daily.
sure. Yeah, I know what technology you're talking about.
Yeah, it's actually really effective from what I'm hearing and what the research shows. The Rife technology is pretty cool. It can cure lots and lots of different diseases and even cancer for some people. So
how much does it cost?
There's a device that she's talking about. It's called a Healy. There's different ones that are.
There is
I
different
don't.
brands. Spooky 2 I
Yeah.
like just because of the cost and the recommendations and the people I know that use it. That's what they're using.
It's like a handheld, like Reiki system.
Well, kind of, yeah.
It does
Program the
Reiki.
computer, does all kinds of frequencies, and you plug in the frequencies for different diseases and conditions, and use it at night or during the day.
So basically, it like it'll do like a mental awareness. It'll do
yeah, I can do for psychological stuff, so depression. Yeah.
Yeah,
all that kind of
exactly.
stuff. It's really good. No, it's all around health. So if you're ever looking for something to reduce your inflammation, all kinds of stuff like that, and help your mental, it'll do it. It'll even help you get over a cold quick, they say too.
Do you think it would heal nerve damage?
They say it does. I know several people that's what they use them for. Severe damage to all kinds. These are people that are really ill and really hurt, a lot of them. So
that's money well spent then, because like suffering with nerve pain and high doctor bills and shit where they can't heal you anyway. And the alternative is surgery. Hey, let's cut you open and put screws in you like they did to Helio. I mean, there was no other option at that point when you shatter a bone, but maybe to heal up the nerve damage from all the injuries.
Yeah, people with all kinds of peripheral nerve diseases really count on these things. That's where people end up on them, is usually they've gone through all the doctors, all the meds, and every other treatment, and nothing worked.
Do you think the metal plate would have a cymatics? Like the ringing of the metal plate might mess with the cymatics of that Rife machine?
I'm sure it will do something with it, but I don't know if it would mess with it as much as you could adjust the machine to get you the right frequency to work with your plate. Because I know that people with total knee and hip replacements use them, and they use different. It's all programmable for all these different formulas for different kinds of conditions and things like that, where there's unique and individual things that are going on, so you can.
Because imagine the metal is vibrating at a different rate than his bone. There's going to be some shit going on. Like, take a tuning fork with two not equal sides, and they're gonna be fighting each other. That might, I don't know if it would work. Maybe he'd have to get the plate out first and then try and use that to heal it all up.
I don't know. You'd have to try it and see. Be worth trying before you got anything out, just to see, because then you could still use it afterwards.
That would suck. I mean, having a surgery like that is a major surgery. Getting that cut open and remove shit like that. That's still
it's no fun. It's messing with bone. You don't ever want to mess with bone if you can help it.
And then there's nerves in there too. So if you fuck up a nerve, it's like he's in a bad catch-22. It's like, man, I'd like to get this fucking plate out of here now that I don't need it, but the operation is almost as dangerous as getting it put in.
Yeah, no, it's always a worrisome, because you don't want to lose the bone's nervous system or its blood supply, or get it infected. That's the worst. I've seen infections get in bones, and holy moly, those are hard to get cured. That can be one of the worst. But this thing can cure infections too. So that's what's cool about it. That's why I was saying, if you did do it, you'd want the machine, because then it would probably keep those.
That's what he was using it. Like Royal Rife was using it to cure like people that had flesh-eating bacteria. It would kill all that and leave the good tissue.
Exactly. So and it heals faster. You heal faster with injuries. I mean, it's good for healthy people too.
You got to get one. Get one before they outlaw it, because they did that back in the day. They put him out of business. They ruined him because they couldn't have that. The whole Rockefeller, sick care, where they have chemical drugs to treat your injuries or whatever your illness is. They just make you more sick. Have you ever read the Jesuit Oath, where they say how they're going to poison the people? That's exactly what they do. Modern medicine.
Yep, they don't have good morals behind it. Well, even if you look at the original Hippocratic Oath, it's kind of crazy. So it's not so good as you think.
They put the floor. Well, the Hippocratic Oath says do no harm, right?
Well, parts of it, the modern one does, but go look at the really old, original, the one, because it wasn't Hippocrates that was the good guy. I mean, it's just funny what we don't know about our old history. But if you go look at back the ancient history of what the oath was, it's kind of weird. So
I would say do no harm and leave it at that. What?
That was very interesting.
That's what it should be. Yeah. But yeah, the Rife machine is good for even healthy people, because it can prevent illnesses. It can get rid of parasites. I mean, it's got all kinds of functions. There was a TED Talk done, I think about, I don't know, it was probably about 7 years ago, a TED Talk on a guy that was basically coming forward with this same technology again, acting like it was new and like it was a new discovery. It was kind of funny. But he got on and was talking and even showing videos of how they were chasing down parasites in people's bodies under the microscope, and they were running and exploding and all kinds of stuff like that. And then he disappeared. I mean, the TED Talk was there, and then he never did anything further. We never heard about it again. It was like he must have been suppressed as well again.
So you're
in the universities.
I'm a physician assistant prior. And a prior military
medic. What type
medic.
of medicine did you practice? Like what branch?
Well, I practiced emergency medicine as a medic in combat as well. So I did that for 12 years. And then I did internal medicine. I worked with veterans mostly for a point. And then family and internal was my big thing. But I did surgery. I did orthopedics, rotations. I did all kinds of stuff. So I've done a little bit
My
of
dad was an
everything.
army medic. He had all that. I still have his stuff, like his scalpels and stuff.
That's cool.
Hey, yo, Gregory, what's happening?
What's up, bro? How you doing, man? What's going on?
What's up?
It's been quite a while.
Yeah, see, I think somebody posted that video, that TED Talk of that guy that put up his kind of type of rife.
Yeah, the spooky too. I think I saw that one somewhere. They have different attachments and stuff. There's
Yeah, you can upgrade it. You can make it even more powerful. You can add extra, resonating things and all kinds of. It's really complicated, but it's really cool because you can upgrade the thing and it's neat.
don't you have
It's
to hook
actually
it
neat.
to a computer to make it
Yep, you have
run?
to have a
Like
computer. Yeah. The processing goes through it, to put the frequencies through. So, but yeah, it's pretty cool. I mean, it's better price than the Rife, the real. I think they even have one called the Royal Rife still, but it's really expensive. There's some of them I saw that were up into the 10,000 to more.
I'd like one that someone that I know used it before. Like if you have people that could vouch for how effective it is, then
Well,
that's
that's
I'd
why I
rather
said
hear
this.
firsthand stuff like that.
That's why I said the spooky too. I know at least 3 people that have had it and been very successful with it. So, and it's
'Cause
good
if you,
quality technology, so it works and it doesn't seem to be breaking down. And one of them's a computer guy, so was a NASA computer guy at one point too. So he did all the programming for the communications in
wait a minute,
Antarctica.
can we have him over here and we could flat smack him, or is he
Oh, he's
stuck on the
flat,
call?
man. He's been flat for a long time.
Oh, is he? Excellent.
Damso,
Yeah.
I have pain in my back right now. I think it's because I've been sleeping on my stomach rather than my back. Why does that occur?
What's your
Depends. What
symptom?
kind of work do you do?
I haven't been doing any work. I just slept. I think I just slept wrong.
Oh, you slept on it
Why
wrong.
does
Well, that
back
shouldn't
pain?
happen. You
Huh?
gotta can you hang upside down? If you get someplace like I have an inversion table, like something from sleeping on it the wrong way, you could fix it with that, or you got to see a chiropractor to straighten you out.
Yeah, I
I'd-
agree.
Okay.
A lot
I'd
of times
say,
it's
if you're not
inflammation and position.
if you're not
Inflammation and position.
if you're not working, I don't know if you're doing any working out or staying active, but like not doing anything is really bad on your body. Like
Oh yeah.
you need to exercise it. Like that'll keep you from having back problems.
Yeah, most back
Okay.
problems are due to a strength
That
loss
cut to the heart.
problem,
I got to get to that then.
especially your gut. If you're not keeping your gut muscles strong, your back gets out of alignment really easy.
Also, lifting, like if you're lifting things the wrong way, when I was doing a lot of roofing, the bundles are heavy, and then bending to pick up the debris off the roof, and
Hmm.
everybody I know who's done roofing has a messed up back, and no one
Yeah,
gets. If you do it for a while, everyone gets beat up. And the longer you do it, the more permanent your injuries are.
yeah. Exercise is the best thing.
Hang
Physical
up,
therapy,
hang up,
stretching,
hang upside
strengthening.
down. Exercise.
Yeah, it's necessary. We're built to rest so much, but we're also built to have so much activity every day and the proper activity without, killing ourselves with bad positions. So, but I see
Mm-hmm.
I saw tons of those kinds of injuries in the combat vets that we were dealing with. Lots of joints and backs and knees and hips, ankles.
Yeah, stretching is very important. I think.
Yeah.
See, it's hard to
This
stretch
back
your
pain
back
only
unless
occurred after sleeping on my stomach for so much amount of time. So that's why I
it can
think it's
be
because of
reversed.
the position
It's
that I sleep in.
temporary.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's just a
hyperextension.
temporary thing. You'll be all right. You can get that tweaked out.
Yes, I can't sleep
Yeah,
on my stomach.
hyperextension injury.
If I sleep on my stomach, my back always hurts after I sleep on my stomach. So I never.
And it keeps happening involuntarily, right? I don't mean to sleep on my stomach. I just end up doing that.
Well, I sleep on my side, and I have an ergonomic pillow that for my neck.
Yeah, I deliberately try to sleep on my side.
Well, some people do good if they sleep on their stomach with like a pillow under your hips and your belly a little bit to give you that natural curve that you're supposed to have when you're like standing. It's when you're too flat,
get a
you
foam.
hyperextend the one
Well,
part.
I mean, when you're
crush the
sleeping,
other.
I mean, how if you naturally want to sleep on your stomach, that's
You could try memory foam.
I don't
like
know.
The memory foam
Well, no,
might
no,
help.
the memory foam. Even with the memory foam, if you sleep face down, that's I mean, I can't imagine sleeping that way. It doesn't work for me. But
It's a harder position to get correct. That's for certain. Even when we put somebody in surgery in a face down position, we have to be really careful how we block them and stack the padding so that they don't
it
hurt
hurts,
themselves
man.
when they
It
wake
hurts.
up
It's
because it
hard to
hurts.
lay face down for me.
Yeah, and
You
that's
could
why
suffocate too, like
chiropractor table too is set up the way it is with an open face.
So
you're not
Gregory,
twisting.
you end up naturally sometimes just you wake up and you're face down in your pillow.
Yeah, pretty much sometimes.
Holy shit! Weird. I make sure. Well, I just can't. I never sleep that way, so I don't know. I know it's been longer for me. I always sleep on my right or left, mostly left side. I lay down and
I don't
put my
think you
head on my
sleep at all. Helio's like 24/7.
No, well, I haven't slept in the
He
past
just
24
sleeps in his
hours.
he sleeps in his car for a few minutes before work.
No.
Like it's
Y'all niggas is crazy. Anyway, but anyway, as far as sleeping, tell you what, I mean, I when I go to sleep, I sleep on my side. I can't sleep on my face down because it does mess my back up if I lay down.
Yeah, it
If
does
I
for
lay
a
down
lot of
for
people.
any amount of time, I can't sleep like that.
Hey, Helio, have you seen Jose in a while? I haven't seen him.
Mesa?
Yeah, Jose Mesa. Where's he been?
He was in here the other day, like 2-3 days ago. I think he's busy doing other stuff.
Damn, so to increase my flexibility, do I just have to do it like everyone else? I have to be bothered with going through the process of being patient and stretching myself out over time?
You should
Yeah.
do stretching. Yeah, I mean,
You got to stretch at the beginning of your exercise and then cool down stretching. It's the best ways to do both, and you want to do it daily.
shit. We need Ildigo to come in here and tell him how to. She
Boy.
she does
I mean,
yoga.
Why so many swear by yoga?
You could either download an app that'll tell you what to do for 5, 10 to 15 minutes, or you can find a YouTube video. But I mean, and shit, I need to get back into. Well, I mean, I feel like I'm already actually good to go. But in all honesty, it is good to get a good repetitious thing going where you're stretching. 5, 10 minutes out of the day in your morning. Like
See, this is why I'm always talking to folks about the old ways. If I lived like people in the first century AD, I wouldn't have to even be bothered with this. It would just be a daily routine throughout my whole life where I'm working. I didn't have to deliberately, push myself, go exercise, go stretch. But that's what we do in the 21st century. It's irritating.
Well, sure, but check this out though. What you're gonna have to do in the 21st century is just stretch a little bit, like reach somewhere. I mean, just put your, like I'm doing right now, put your arms up somewhere, pull it, pull your arm back the other way, lean back, as far as you can. I mean, just
have you taken any martial arts or anything? I mean,
I used to do martial arts. This is the thing. See, I used to do martial arts. I used to play basketball, both on the team and recreationally very often. And then sometimes I would damn near just run for fun or with friends. So I used to be active. But as high school started to end, I became less active.
Hey, Gregory,
And
that
then
was
the
a
COVID
long
era
time ago,
came.
right?
And it's all history.
Wait,
Right, it's a long time ago. I've only been yes,
I ain't gonna,
it's been a long time ago, and I'm only 20 years.
Wait, you're still in your 20s?
He's 20 years old, Elio. When
I'm
did
20.
Oh, yeah, Gregory.
Damn,
matter of fact,
Greg
I've
sounds
been
like
meaning
he's
to
older
ask
than
you.
that.
I thought he was
My bad.
much older. Yeah.
I did too. I didn't believe him until I seen him. He has the baby face. But
Damn, Gregory's already. Hey, I ain't gonna lie. In my 20s, my back was messed up bad.
Fucked up, right? I picked up a big girl, and I love me a big girl, right? I picked up a big girl. My best. No, this really did. This really did fuck my back up. I had a best friend who was on the bigger side.
Say it. The majority of all of the United States is fat. Just say it.
Because I'm 6'2" and I'm like, looked at as the strong guy and this, that, and I'm like,
Yeah.
I used to lift girls up. I lift my best friend up the wrong way one day, not with my legs, but with my back. And that injury, if I lift anything the wrong way, that same injury will rear its ugly head.
Oh yeah.
You never get over fucking yourself up, Gregory. So you better learn how to like do certain things, or shit's just gonna happen to you as you get older.
True
I'm telling
words.
you.
True words.
You don't want
It's
shit
the
happening
truth.
to you. You're like, what is this?
Hey, no lie though. Hey, I'm gonna tell you something about this, Elijah. As far as back, with men, I'm not sure if it's the same way with the women, but a lot of men, me personally, in my early 20s, I had some back problems, and in my early 30s as well, like really major. And even a couple of years ago, it just hits me every once in a while. But when it doesn't hurt, it just doesn't hurt. But when it hurts, you can't fucking do anything. So it's just like, it's kind of a thing you have to wait out. But maybe to avoid it, just do some stretching and just lay on your back on the ground, pull your arms and your legs
because you know what
just
stretching
stretch them
does,
as far
right?
as you can. Lay on your back. Go ahead.
What stretching does is like, working out is very important, but stretching is another mechanism in which the creator has given us to communicate with your body. Because as you're slowly stretching and engaging all of your muscles and ligaments and this, that, and the third, you're kind of giving yourself a self check. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like
you
stretching
know
your
your
legs,
limits
stretching
when you like
arms,
pull your
back, and
leg
you're
up
like,
as far
okay,
as you
it's
can.
something's up here.
Arm. Yeah. You can tell where the problems are when you pull your arms, pull your legs, lift them up, lean back, whatever. You can tell where the problems are. Yeah.
The greatest inflexibility in my body is the backside of my thighs.
Oh, then you need to work on that. I mean, just
what, like you can dunk or something? Like what? What?
No.
How exactly?
My legs are the most inflexible part of my body. I can stretch my arms just fine.
Well, you're gonna have to work
tall,
on
aren't you?
you're gonna have to work on bending over as far as you can, like from the waist, just bend and try to touch your toes.
Yeah, that's a tall person problem.
Hank, I'm not quite tall. I think I'm 5'9" or 5'10".
Oh, maybe not.
Oh, you should be able to stretch your legs just fine, man.
Yeah, just reach your arms up above your head, and then stretch forward as far as you can.
I became inflexible over time, also, mind you. I was more flexible back then.
Because we're all lazy, bro.
Yeah, y'all tighten up. That's what happens. Gotta loosen up.
I ain't gonna lie, I'm lazy.
Goddamn
I'm
entropy,
lazy
man.
Yeah.
Entropy. That damn entropy.
Fucking
it hits
entropy.
humans too.
It does.
How do we have gravity decrease it so that we can crawl around for a little while longer?
Nice segue back to the second law.
I'm gonna crawl around on this earth as long as it takes until freaking God takes me. I'm gonna crawl around this place. I'm gonna cause problems.
No, shit happens to people, and I think about it so often. I'm like, man, I'm kind of lucky. Yeah, like some people wake up blind. I don't know what the hell that stuff is about. But if I woke up one day and couldn't see, what? No, I can't. I don't.
The first thing
I'm
I would
nodding
do
my
is
head.
say, God, I don't know what you want me to do with this. Tell me now. I don't know. I'm ready to check out. My
Did
eyes
I
don't
miss the
work. That
memo?
means
Hey, check
I
this
never
out, man.
really thought
I'm in
much
my
about
late
that,
I'm
but
in my late 40s, and I can gradually barely like the shit that's close. You ever heard of presbyopia? It's where like I get, is that nearsightedness or whatever? Or you have to use reading glasses.
Myopia.
Presbyopia, I think is what it's called. You have to
Presbyopia.
use reading glasses.
Okay.
And when I put reading glasses on, I'm like, yeah, I can see that shit now.
When Elijah was saying about, feeling like realizing how lucky he is, I never really thought anything like that at all until like when my daughter was going to be born. Like you start thinking like of all the parents who have, their kids are born with health problems or, like all that. It's like, oh
Mhm.
man, like, and she's totally healthy. Like that's all of a sudden that's when I'm like, wow, I'm really lucky,
Mhm.
Yeah. Well, that's like I'm really lucky, like with my son or my health overall has been great. For I'm almost 50 years old, and so and I haven't really had any major health problems. So yeah, I feel blessed. And my
The God's
son,
grace, y'all.
my son is he'll be what shit. He was born in 96, so he'll be 24, 25 this year. I can't fucking remember. I don't keep track of that shit. But anyway, so and he does all right. As far as I know, he's okay. He doesn't have any health problems. So God has blessed me and my son.
Helio, is your son? Have you red pilled him on flat Earth? You said he was against it, but has he
No,
warmed up to it?
I don't fuck with him about it, but he knows what's up and he knows what I do. Um, I'll send you. I didn't send you the video. He's playing music and he's a drummer. He's a fucking badass
I
drummer.
did see that video. Him
Oh,
and
did you?
he needs
Yeah,
some
he,
better
Yeah, that was
lyrics
really
though.
good.
Wow.
That was good.
The guy, the singer, he needs some better lyrics. He was just like,
I don't know. I mean, you guys just don't like that kind of music. Well,
I
fuck
don't
you.
know.
Damsel, when one is trying to decrease body fat, what does the body fat turn into? What happens to it?
When you mean when you work on your diet and exercise, so you kind of burn it away and it shrinks.
Right.
Well,
What does it turn into?
who knows?
It
Like
doesn't
Energy.
really turn into anything. It
I
just
think
shrinks. You get rid of it. You burn it up. Use it for the energy.
And so it becomes energy and you exhale it or excrete
Yeah.
it somehow, right?
Yeah.
So what happens is your body produces like ketones, right? And ketones like help you burn fat. So you'll be pissing it out, breathing it out, sweating it out, pooping it out.
I thought
Right?
so.
It's just
Okay.
leaving your body. You breathe it
Yeah,
out,
it goes
literally.
somewhere. That
Yeah,
matter goes
I don't know
somewhere.
if you have to go into ketosis to burn fat.
Yeah, they say you
it's
do,
the
and
best way
it's
to go if
usually
you
that.
ask me. It's listen. Let me tell you something. I have never, and I've always had like a very very disciplined way of getting in shape if I wanted to get in shape. In my earlier 20s, when I realized I was just too damn big for me, um, I said, I'm just gonna become a vegan. Well, not really, a vegetarian. I'll only eat, plants and maybe some dairy here and there because the cheese, how can I have an omelet? Well, then again, I fucked up, right? Because I'm also eating eggs. Anyway, whatever. But the point is that I worked out every day. I had a gym at my job. So first of all, I worked out at the job. Anybody who's worked in a warehouse knows what that's like, especially when you have like a
Mm-hmm.
whole bunch of guys and you have a certain time frame to be finished and there's competition because the guy who finishes first gets the easiest load. But anyway, so I would work out every day. And that was effective. That was cool.
And throughout the years, I've always incorporated lots of running, lots of jogging, because I thought that is the fastest way to burn fat. But last year, when I wanted to lose weight, no, you know what? I didn't even start out wanting to lose weight. I thought something was wrong with me. I was having stomach problems, and I just said, I'm just gonna. I, I I felt like I was like on a spiritual kind of ride. I was just trying to communicate as best I could with the creator, and I lost weight faster than I ever did. And I wasn't starving myself. What I actually did was, I'm pretty sure I went into ketosis because I wasn't putting any refined sugars or anything like that in my body, none whatsoever. I didn't eat any bread, any grains, anything like that at all. All I ate was a piece of salmon or a piece of chicken. That was it. And it sounds like boring, but that's what I did, and I felt great. Yeah, I ate fruit here and there as a reward for sugar, but not a lot at all.
That happened to
And
me.
I was in the best shape of my life. I had not been under 200 pounds in my entire adult life. And they say I'm supposed to be like, my boxing weight would be like around 180, 170. I was like, I'll never get there. There's no way. And I actually did it. I didn't work out a damn day. All I did was eat different for a month.
How much did you lose? How much weight did you lose?
I went from 225, 220 to 173.
Whoa.
Not in a month, but in about like 2-3 months.
I
No
was like
working out
230.
at all.
I dropped like 40 pounds. It was from drinking too much Mountain Dew, Pepsi. I would drink like 2 of those a day, but just cutting that shit out of the diet. And that's all I did. I didn't exercise anything different than my regular routine. And I dropped like up 40 pounds.
That's what it is.
See, y'all are confirming
once you
what
start eating like, sorry, Gregory, real quick. Once you start eating like the way you're intended to eat, your body just goes to what it's supposed to be. And like, it made me look in the stores, and everything I saw was a product there for my indiscipline. Yeah, here's some poison. Take this. It was everywhere when my mind was in that mindset. Now I eat a Kit Kat, no problem. But it really is a problem when your mind is right.
Would you say, damsel?
I was just going to say it's high fructose corn syrup. Why do you think they have that in every product?
Yes,
every
that's what
product.
it is.
They're feeding you like a cow or a pig, and that's what it does. It
And you
makes
know
your
what?
brain
It's
go
very
crazy.
addicting. It's very
Yeah, it
addicting
makes your
because the
brain
first thing
shut
in the
off.
morning, I was like
But
an
what we don't
alcoholic.
know.
The first thing I needed was a drink of some of that high fructose in the morning, or I didn't feel right. My stomach was hurting. I'm like, damn, it was a drug.
But what we don't usually tie this into is that damn Nixon, the same one that said we were going to go to the moon and kick off this world peace that everybody's been wanting to get a slice of. And then he went to war with the Vietnamese, the bastard, right? Like, in the same time, though, he also is the one that kicked off this. We went from sugarcane to high fructose corn syrup. And this seems to be the catalyst for Americans being so overweight. And then they kicked that shit over to Mexico and all the other surrounding areas. And all of these areas got morbidly obese.
Yeah.
From this high fructose corn syrup.
Yeah. And diabetes. You see a huge increase in type 2 diabetes when it came on scene. We saw a huge jump in it. But it turns off part of the brain that tells you to stop eating, that you're full, and it actually turns on a part that says I need more and more. So it's a vicious cycle. It's terrible.
Is it even worse for diet sodas? Because like all of the most morbidly obese people I see are drinking diet soda.
Yeah, there's something in the chemicals with that too. That one
It's
causes
addicting.
overeating as well. There's just really bad
Aspartame.
stuff in these things, and they do want you fat and lazy. It's like we're a herd, guys. They've turned us into cattle. I'm sorry, but that's
Thank
what
you,
they're
damsel.
doing.
The
That's what I've been
aspartame kills
saying
your
for such a
coastline.
long time. I've been saying that for the longest time. I've been saying that we are all cattle on a plantation, but we're humans. We're human
They
cattle.
call us cattle.
We
They
keep
call us
fighting
cattle.
among each other when we haven't figured out who the real owner is and who we should be fighting
Hey,
I mean,
against.
the world order that we live in, the majority of the human race depends on the minority of the human population for everything. We all depend on this or that company for this or that carnal necessity,
Is this what
including money.
is the live stream still on ice?
I think it's
Helio?
on.
Is
Yeah, I
it?
think
Oh, it's on. All right, never mind. Never mind.
Wait,
I
to
can't
be
get
Yeah,
too
mine
honest,
is
real.
on.
I'm
Mine is
I
on.
can't get too real.
I'm,
Never mind.
Well, I
hold
know
on.
what you're
I
thinking
think
now.
I may need to restart it.
I know what you're thinking, man. But we haven't figured out as a group who the slave owner is, and we need to figure that out together and stop it. I know we guys know, truthers know, but
What the
the
shit?
rest of the
Look at
population
OBS.
doesn't know that they're under slavery.
Wait, now I want to talk about something that's a weird. This is a weird flex. It's not necessarily related. It's just a bad time to bring it up. Okay, but listen. I've been listening to my King James. It sounds so weird listening instead of like
Hey,
reading.
Elijah,
I've been listening.
speak
good,
your mind, bro.
Elijah.
Elijah, speak your mind, bro. Speak it.
Yes,
I've been
please.
speaking my mind all night.
Here's the question. Here's the question. Seeing it, well, I have a couple questions, but I'm going to reserve that for like a deeper conversation. But
damn, I thought you were gonna say.
No, I'm still gonna go somewhere. But I'm not saying that. I'm not saying the creator is. I'm slave. The word itself. I'm not sure. Like we think of. I don't listen. There's many ways to think about things. Okay. So let me just kind of skip past that, seeing as that I've said a whole bunch of nothing so far, to say, maybe the reason we think it's a globe, and maybe the reason that all of this information is propagated is because the creator wants it. I mean, because when we were all on one accord, and I'm not sure I got this story right, and this is why I need to go to someone, but
We can go to a
gather,
separate room
yeah.
soon.
So from what I gather, there's the Tower of Babel or the Tower of Babel.
Say it.
And
you can do it right here. Say it.
And God, it said confused, but I don't think the original says confused. I don't want to say the word. Basically, he changed the languages so that they couldn't communicate, so that they couldn't build this tower to get to the heavens or the fuck out of here, wherever the fuck they thought they were going, right? And so I'm thinking, well, the first thing we think, knowing that the earth is flat, is what are the limits of this place? Can I get out? I mean, we're no better than snakes in a tank, in a sense. Like we want to figure out how to get out. Is there a mechanism in place by the creator himself on a metaphysical level that kind of allows our brains to imprison ourselves here so that we don't attempt to escape? Because obviously whatever outside environment wouldn't be pertinent to we wouldn't be able to survive. Like we can't survive underwater, right? Like this is the place we're created for. So it's like, on one hand, we want to get out of here, but on the other hand, would that really be a bad thing if we were stopped from doing it because we wouldn't be able to survive? I know I convoluted the whole question, but I think
Elijah,
I understand where you're going.
this situation. Yeah.
Elijah, I believe at certain times throughout the movements of the Earth mechanism, like toroidal fields or whatnot. Martin Kenny explains it a lot better, but that allows passage to different areas.
That name again. You know,
Dude, I can't
YouTube
believe
is
that. And
taking
I
him
was
down.
about to
on.
send Martin
But-
Kenny to. I
Yo.
was about to send Martin Kenny's
We'll
site
get him.
to Gregory
But-
if he hasn't seen it yet.
But remember, I was trying to show Gregory Martin Kenny because I was trying to get to the bottom of. I still have a lot of reservations about him, right?
Well,
and
we have
but he
reservations
had-
about each other too, Elijah, don't we?
And other people in flat Earth.
right.
I don't. Yeah.
But do you guys realize they took like this one girl that he did an interview with that I shared with you guys when I first got here? She put that shit to private. And that's the best one I've ever seen. I don't know how to introduce Gregory to Martin Kenny without that video. Because I don't know any other video.
I do. I do. I got an idea for you, Elijah.
Share it for
Okay,
me
so
too, because I want to watch it right
whenever
now.
I bring it
Let's
up,
go to the let's go to the cinema.
Right now?
I mean, if
Yeah.
everybody else is down, if we want to watch a little Martin
I
Kenny,
mean,
why
I can
not,
go right
right?
now.
oh,
I mean, it's up
wait,
to you guys.
Wait, hold
hey,
on.
All right, let's slow
Elijah,
down.
I
Let's
wanted
slow
to
down.
tell you something.
Okay,
Mhm.
sorry. Go ahead.
All right, so whenever I bring up Martin Kenny is when aliens are brought up. And that is because, you know, I think they're from quote unquote aliens are from outer lands, not outer space. And, you know, this is part of what everybody always said for years, space doesn't exist. So the idea of outer lands, you know, gets into the world stage idea of control. And so
How the hell did me and Jen and Elijah all think of Martin Kenny at the same goddamn time?
It's not a surprise when we're talking about
anyway,
when you talk about a cage or when you
but anyway,
like
so
something like I'm gonna let you get to it. I just wanted to say that we probably all thought about it because I said, well, getting out of here. Martin Kenny is one of the few human beings that thinks he can get to heaven with
no, not have
No. But that's his channel.
okay,
Gregory, if you want to
Eden,
take a look
Eden
at it,
then.
that's his channel. That's his
let's
channel.
say
But
let's say Eden, because I thought that Martin Kenny said the Garden of Eden is essentially heaven. Essentially.
right, yeah, that's more like it. I thought you were talking about up in the sky. I'm like, wait, whoa, wait.
No.
yeah.
No,
So
because he has the outwards and inner, but I'll let you go into it. You know, the
but
outwards,
yeah,
inner, positive, negative, neutral stuff.
so it goes into what you said. He contends that at certain time periods within a age, passage is allowed to these separate realms. And, you know, if you can go outward, you can go inward. He chooses to go inward. And, you know, it's not like it happens as often as like solar eclipses and stuff like that.
Isn't it inward and outward at the same time? It's the expansion of ages.
Well, yeah.
You know, at the
But if
same
you want to go to Eden, that would be
yes.
It would be reverting back to the
source.
Because
He wants to go back to source, is what he wants.
Right.
I've
but if we're
listened
in
to
a
some of his
specific
lectures. I've listened to some of his lectures and I actually really like them. But to be really honest with myself, I don't have the self-discipline to follow as he does. He's disconnected from society and he eats pure food, you know, doesn't intake any
but
toxins or anything. I admire Martin Kenny.
what he's saying about the rings,
right?
It's like the origin and then ages move past
outward.
And you know, it's the cosmic egg is what he calls it. He built a big model, you know, cosmic.
Yeah,
egg.
well, I find it funny that, you know, they say our universe is ever expanding. Who's to say our realm isn't ever expanding?
Sure.
Not the sky. I mean, well, I guess the sky would, but I don't know.
It's
I
not
mean, it's
out
just
of the realm.
thoughts.
Yeah, it's not out of the realm of possibility.
Well, that's what they say, but but the historical text, if you will, if you put any stock into that, says that the universe is complete. The only difference that does happen is that heaven comes to earth. So I mean, I just want to make that distinction for those who want to decide for themselves. But as far as the expansion is concerned, what Martin Kenny thinks is that, so say you were the people in Eden, right? Like you're at your most basic form. You're as close to the creator as you can get. And then at a certain point, you kind of age out for the new to come in. And so now you're outside of that. Let's say instead of, you know, in the garden, you're out where the four continents are, somewhere in the north, somewhere where they're like nothing's over there. You can't go 200 miles within north. Like it's the weirdest thing in the world. Like we can't go south, we can't go north either. It's I don't know what that's about. But and then us, so we're in this age, and ultimately when we age out, we'll become like the ancient people that we think were really actually advanced technologically.
Yeah,
Right?
it's
Because
really
they
kind of hard to
they
say
move
some of the
outward,
things that
but
he
what
says, right?
I'm
No,
trying
I'm
I'm
resonating.
trying to linearly explain like what his whole thing is. So now we're in the midway point, but there's some people that have already aged out, like we've aged out of Eden, and this is where the different peoples come from. You know, the Asiatic, the all of those. Okay, I gotta read. I forget. I don't want to fuck it up.
Well,
But
we're not necessarily.
So when he said, so he says like, okay, you know, the I don't want to get into the detail about
Keep
like,
going.
We probably
had said,
shouldn't. If
for
you want to see it,
example,
I mean, I shared the link for the channel, but you go ahead, Elijah. Go ahead.
So anyway, barring like the actual races and what that is and all of that. So it's like, okay, now if we were, say, on the part that's aged out, aka the ring outside of the realm that we know that exists now, that we experience now. If we were outside of that and there came an age, and a lot of cartoons and a lot of movies, there are specific times when portals open. This is the whole thing. And he's like, okay, so at one of these specific times, say we're on the outer edge, we might want to come back into the midway point as the negatives are wanting to leave this place. Meanwhile, there'll be people that'll stay there as the people that were lording over like us right now, they'll be exiting. While the people with greater knowledge, because they were already here, is gonna come back and act as though they're the saviors because they're so much older than us technologically.
That makes sense.
And this is what he says, is what I'm saying.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, that would indicate reincarnation, would it not? I mean,
not necessarily.
No,
not in that vein. No, not necessarily.
It's just information that's passed down.
Oh, through the genes.
No, just through. Well, I don't know, but definitely through
Helio. What do you think?
documentation and through mouth.
Well,
like there's certain
I
songs.
don't necessarily. I'm not sure that I agree with Elijah on his interpretation of what Martin was teaching, but it's similar. What I think he was saying.
Well, this is exactly what he said in the video that I shared to you that is no longer available.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let me go to his channel and find, if there's.
Yeah, send me these links regarding this Martin person.
Helio, what you were going to give your opinion just a moment ago.
Well, I mean, I think what he was expressing in, from what I understand of his cosmic egg theory and shit, he built that big model and everything, cosmic egg land, outer lands and everything. He was saying that the source of humanity coming from the beginning, and that there were stages, and it we get these words. I can't remember, Nazi or whatever, white, black, whatever races.
Well, the Nazi symbol.
Yeah,
the
Anunnaki, all that kind of shit.
Anunnaki is
Just
the Aryan. So the Anunnaki is
Aryan, yeah,
I
all that
think
kind of
is
shit.
Oh yeah, I see
I
what you're
think is the
saying.
black race. The Asiatic, the lizard men are
Moves.
the Asians because
It
of the
moves
eyes.
outward from the center.
you
It
know,
moves outward from the
whatever.
center, from the
Okay, that's
center of
convoluted.
creation.
Yeah,
And
the
then there's
Nazis
there's
copied that
waves.
symbol.
There's waves of creation that go out, and it kind of involves that map that has like Antarctica and then other lands around it, and then another land around it, right?
Oh, I got a picture for you, Helio. Hold on.
All right.
I'll post it.
So two questions. Where does this idea of multiple lands, resting outside of,
This is what he's
quote
not
unquote
clear on.
Antarctica, where does this idea come from?
This is what he's not clear on, because he says that a lot of this information he didn't read. He didn't get. He kind of sort of stumbles upon certain information, and a lot of it is intuitive understanding, that thing.
That's not.
And
That's not the impression I got. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I thought
okay,
he was.
share your sure.
I thought that he was learned about other religions and cultures.
Dude, I've seen some interviews
I'll
with
send
him.
you the video that's still up.
This
with the
the videos
mainstream
that I see
guy,
on the videos I see on his channel right now are not anything to do with what I've seen him talk about before. So I'm not.
Well, that's the point. That's why I'm trying to give this information, because we remember it, and it's like the shit that I really want is not there. Like, so it's just like our brains working together to like kind of keep this image alive. But like,
What is
so
this man's name?
we gotta find his old shit
I-
though, because I liked his old stuff, man. I thought.
But I literally saw him say, and that interview is probably still up because it was a big YouTuber, so it was like more. It's like, how he's on Good Morning America, shit like that is still up.
Yeah.
And so he said to that guy, I don't really read. Like, obviously, of course he reads, but he doesn't get his knowledge from reading books.
Yes, he
That's what he
does
said.
indicate that he has these download sessions or upload sessions, whatever.
Wait, I found
I've
one.
heard of
I
that.
found one. Hold on.
What is this man's name?
Martin Kenny. Hold on. I found one of his old videos. Hold on. I'm about to share it.
Well, I know that one of the maps that people talk about is one that was found in Hawaii that shows the multiple circles going outward, and then the different lands between them. So there was a map that was found, and it's not the Hyperborea map like what you're showing in the room now with the Mount Meru and the 4 continents or lands. This was a map that showed all the stuff outside of our wall to the next, and then had entrance ways into it. But supposedly it was found in Hawaii.
I mean, because what are all these stories about these otherworldly places? I mean, it is very interesting. Like, everything is up for grabs when the Earth is flat. You know what I mean? I'm just saying.
Well, it's like,
just because the universe is complete doesn't mean we know the extent.
I know, it's like people think, if the Earth isn't a globe, then what is it? It's like,
Elijah,
you answer me that question, because it's obviously not a globe. So what is it, right? So
Elijah.
Yeah.
So I was thinking of a map that's featured in the Lost History of Flat Earth documentary, and I need to do a couple screenshots, but I thought I had one.
I downloaded that video.
Oh, it's awesome. I have the Google let me see the Google Drive link available for when it goes off YouTube. I don't know how that works, but anyway, sorry. So the only screenshot that I do have is another theory that's presented in the last hour. And I think you've probably heard of this, Elijah, but it's proposed that the moon reflects the landmass below, and that people have constructed a map from what is seen from the face of the moon, which we all know doesn't turn. But I do have a screenshot of that. I'm going to put that up here. I find
I
that,
definitely heard that.
yeah, it's
Yeah, I've heard
very
that.
perplexing. We'll put it that
I
way. And it's a horrible picture, but that's what I
I
got.
will say I did hear that, and I tried to push the person who knew as
Yeah, who was that
person
that likes
talking
to
about
talk about that? I forget. I could look through
it.
my screenshots, but
I'm not gonna lie, I do not subscribe because I don't see it, you know.
okay. See, the thing is, this is what I thought of yesterday when I was thinking about this. I think there's a lot more land and it can't be reflected from the size of the moon. And so Tycho crater is supposed to be the zenith of the dome. That's what people have said. So if that's true, then there's a lot more land. How about that one?
Wait, if
I
what
don't
is
know.
true, that indicates. If what is true, that
If
indicates that.
Tycho crater is allegedly the zenith of the firmament, then it would have to say that there's a lot more land. Otherwise, you'd be looking at Tycho crater in the middle of the
But you
moon.
know why? You know why that doesn't make sense? Like, in order for it to be a reflection, it would have to change. Uh, like it would have to change in some way other than it rolling like a quarter because it comes in at different angles, right? So it's like we can see it from many different angles, and it's
I don't
just
know,
like
man. All I know is I
not
find it
reflecting.
interesting. I'm not trying to support the idea. I'm just saying it's really interesting.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, that isn't quite a sequitur conclusion. That thing on the moon is a reflection from outer lands outside the ice wall.
Yeah. Yeah. Actually, we're kind of a little bit what according to a map direction would be southwest of Tycho crater is where we are on the
I've always, just to get off this for a minute, but Tycho
Sure.
crater, what they say about Tycho crater, which is really interesting. Sometimes you can see it with your naked eye without a telescope or a camera from Earth, on a good night.
Well, it must.
See Tycho crater. Now, how wide they say that crater is on the moon? 50 miles, right? So you can see with your naked eye a crater that is 50 miles wide from 238,000 miles away.
Right.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. I was about to say you have to substantiate the assertion that it's a crater first,
Well,
and then you
that's
have to
what they
substantiate
claim.
the assertion that
That's how big they claim it is.
yeah,
And you can
and then
see
you
it
have to
with your naked
substantiate.
eye from Earth.
Right. You have to substantiate the assertion that it's a reflection.
Yeah, well,
And then
I
you have
mean,
to
even
substantiate.
besides all that, I'm just saying that it's like we're
Yeah.
talking about just the angular size of it from
All right.
from
all
a
right,
quarter
all right,
million miles
all
away
right,
almost.
We heard.
Okay.
All right. So okay.
So can I
So
just
you
I
have to
know
substantiate
because
those two things.
I'm just saying you have to most definitely before any of that substantiate the distance, which require the measurement from the center of this body to that body.
Right.
To say
Regardless of its.
it's this size because it's this far.
That's my point.
Right. You have to substantiate the distances. They have to substantiate that it's actually a crater, and then you have to substantiate that it's a reflection, and they have to substantiate the existence of the thing that it's supposedly reflecting. So to make that conclusion, that's a whole bunch of presumption and then leaping to a conclusion.
Oh, guys. So I'm totally in love with this idea. Not that I'm going to hold it forever or whatever, you know, but so right before they started really getting into the map and showing how coincidentally it kind of matches. I don't know. I'd have to look into it more, really, to be honest. But so it says, mirror, mirror, way up high, mirror, mirror in the sky, mirror, mirror, oh, how they lie. I just thought that was like a little bit extra to kind of draw you into the topic. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I
That's a
got a big
creepy
smile
chant
on
if
my
I ever
face.
heard one.
What?
That's a creepy chant if I ever heard one.
Yeah,
Right?
that Batman gif that cut the shit just posted is pretty creepy too.
So guys,
Fuck is going on with that?
I hate when these like I had this video that was showing the lunar wave. That's something that a lot of people don't talk about. You damn sure. Listen, if
I love that topic.
I don't point cameras at rocks or mountains or buildings. I don't see any lunar waves going on with that. So to see what like, because if you know how projections work, at least the ones where they're spinning something up and then the light is like kind of emitted from however it's emitted, right? But you can kind of see the wave in those kinds of projections, and I'm just like, it's really weird to see something like that on the moon from different individuals. And I want to get
Right. It's not
a
just one
P900
person.
myself and see it, because it's like, well, if that's happening, why is anyone even pretending that it's solid? Like that right there alone. Solid things don't have, they don't do that.
You can't see things through solid objects.
Professional scientists, so-called scientists, physicists, they were saying that back in the 40s before they even sent the Apollo mission, the Apollo
Plasma.
things up there. Have y'all seen that video? That old
About
40s
plasma,
and
they
50s
say the
video?
moon. They
So
say the moon
guys,
is.
That guy. I mean, it was in the
Oh, hold
documentary
on.
a
Somebody
lot.
else is trying to talk. I think medic.
well, I just wanted to say, so the guy that came up with that moon and the clock face and all that image on the moon thing, I found his channel, the actual creator of that section of that series.
Really?
Air War isn't the one that created that idea. I found the guy that actually is working on that and has been working on it. So I'm
You
going to
are
post his
awesome.
channel. I'm going to post his channel and then understand what the theory is that the moon, yeah, it's a reflection, but it's not a reflection of our time. It was a snapshot taken in time 2,000 some years ago, is what they're claiming in Erwan's video series. He's
You
claiming
know,
that the society before somehow figured out how to leave us a message by putting their map, what it used to look like. So it's close to what we have still today, but there's things that are different and missing. And of course, lands that we couldn't see. They fit a lot of
that
historical
was
items.
acknowledged. Oh, sorry.
Right. No, but
That
yeah,
was it
it was an
in the
image. It's a dual layer image. So one image is the dome. So you're seeing part of the dome. It's like an X-ray is what they're kind
yes.
of going for. And then part of it's the land and the seas. So it's kind of complicated, but this is the one the guy that came up with it. So I'm going to post it real quick here.
That is amazing. On the Lost History of Flat Earth, they do make the points you just made. But high five to you on researching it. That's amazing.
Well, I wanted to
Wait,
find
so
out
what
who
is the
actually is
assertion?
the creator. Well, that it's an image that's been made for us to find as evidence of what is coming. That there is a cycle of catastrophe that happens every so many, great years, and the long year and the great year, and that there is a way to avoid it. That they left us clues. The previous civilization of humans that was way smarter and way more technologically advanced, and that they left us a clue. So they moved on to wherever they're at. I don't know what.
So we really have
idea.
to get into this Martin Kinney, because
Yeah,
again,
it's
this
pretty
is
crazy.
tying into
So,
Like
but yeah,
I need to watch this. We gotta look. Okay. Go ahead. I'm sorry for
but
cutting you
yeah,
off.
watch this
So,
guy Vibes of the Cosmos, but go look at his channel and see all the separate pieces and what he's
I
still
do
working on.
see
He's
that.
still
All
working.
his
He's doing a lot.
timestamps.
Yeah, so he's doing a lot
so
of
the
stuff.
so the assertion is that the moon is basically a very, very advanced, technologically advanced memo from ancient humans.
Well,
Damn, an ancient post-it, you guys.
kind of that it was always, if you look in old, and I noticed this back a long time ago when I was studying art, that the moon did not look the same back in the past, and that it didn't have the same face or any face on it at one point, and that it changed to our modern era where we have all these things on it. But if you look in artwork, you don't see some of the same things, or it's not even anything there in the oldest stuff. So some are saying that they took the moon that was there and somehow, with their technology, left us a clue by putting some kind of image on it somehow
What is this image?
of us, the real map of our Earth, of what the whole thing looks like, and the missing lands, and even the dome structure.
This was put on the moon?
Yeah, that's what Tycho
Yeah.
crater is. The Tycho is the top of the dome, and then the lines spreading out from it are the bridges or the structure across the firmament, and that the other is a superimposed image of what the Earth looked back like in that time period when they made it, and that they left us clues here on land to watch the sun through arches. That's what those arches of triumph are all over the world for, as far as to keep track of when the next cycle is that will be able to move on, I guess, or move out, or maybe. And they even say that's why they're geoengineering and keep the heat from melting the ice wall so that we can get through to the other side or something. That's what I got from it anyway.
What
Whoa. All right, that
substantiates
last
these
part really
assertions?
blew my mind. Wow.
Nothing. That's all like wild speculation. It's,
I love it. Every second of it. It's better than watching the damn news. That's what I say.
What substantiates these assertions?
Nothing. It's just speculation.
Yeah.
This is what I'm trying to get to the bottom of. Not well, the moon stuff is extra, but it does seem to tie into this. Well, we are in an age, and the age will pass, and we're either as a people in this time period going to move on. Not like reincarnation or anything, but like us as a people, like the people who know of the world today, like are supposedly gonna get pushed out for whatever reason or whatever necessity.
I got dropped.
And one of Martin Kenny's, yeah, and one of Martin Kenny's, like one thing he says is it's possible that the sun, it continues to move a certain degree until it's outside of heating this environment, which is where the ice age then comes from, because the new sun is being born in Eden and beginning its journey to become the new sun for the new age, as we would travel with our sun for necessity outside of this realm to another. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know where it comes
No,
from.
it didn't
That's what I
sound
want to know.
happy. I think you described it well. What do you
Dude,
think?
exactly. What um Mars and Venus are the former sun and moon, and Saturn and Jupiter are the former suns and moon of the.
All this information is coming from who again?
But this is his concept, which I think it's fairly plausible considering that the Earth is obviously not this globe that they claim it is. I like
all
his
this
idea. I
information
like
is
Martin
coming.
Kenny's idea.
So all this
Yes.
information is coming from Martin Kenny.
Martin Kenny, yeah, he has a good idea. Now, as far as what we know about this Earth that we're living on, they created this globe, which is actually a prison for your mind.
So what substantiates his.
There is no substan. We can't confirm this, but we
So
know
do
that what
you?
they're telling us about this globe is absolutely not true. We've
Yes.
proven.
Okay. Yes, I got that. Okay.
Okay,
I'm
cool.
trying to move forward.
All right, cool. So
So
now,
nothing
since we're
substantiates
in
what Martin
prison,
Kenny is saying.
since we're no, it's just a concept that we like. It's a concept that we like his ideas. He's a smart guy.
Well, it's not
So
exclusively
do you?
originally Martin Kenny's idea per se, right?
Yeah, it's
Right, I'm
based
talking
on
about the information that y'all
based.
have from whoever, and so you've told me
Cosmic
that
egg.
this
Sorry,
information comes from Martin Kenny.
the
So I'm just
cosmic
trying
egg
to
theory.
understand what is being said.
Cosmic egg theory has been around before Martin Kenny.
Cosmic
So he,
is that so? That was that called cosmic egg?
yeah, he collaborated this theory.
Yeah, I was kind of not wanting to necessarily go into it, but I can because I've watched his videos.
Yeah,
So where
go.
does Martin Kenny get his
Wait,
information from?
hold
Where did
on,
he learn
Helio.
this from?
Hold on for Helio. He wanted to say something.
Where does he get his information from?
Right.
Yeah, where'd he get it from?
I'm not sure necessarily, but what he did is
But that's exactly what I'm saying. Like that's
Oh,
exactly what I said in the
wait.
beginning.
What did you say,
When I
Helio?
tried to
No, go ahead, Elijah.
Oh, okay.
when I tried to figure out where he was getting this information from so that I could read it myself, like, well, his thing is that uh that's the thing. Like he didn't really read it particularly from anywhere. He just it just spiritually came to him.
So it was revealed to him by a spirit.
Maybe
I don't know if
I
I
just
want
think
to
it's
characterize it
a
like
better.
that, but it's part of it.
Yeah,
I'm
it's a
back.
better idea than this stupid globe shit. To be honest.
Yeah, I'm back. I'm sorry I dropped you guys.
Hey,
But
yeah.
I was trying to say before I left though that a lot of the speculation in the Erewhon video though comes from archaeological finds and history and myths and scriptures, and it's complex.
See,
I mean,
I
it
mean,
wasn't like they didn't come up with it by just thin air. They did use a lot of things that I know about that they pulled it together pretty good. So, and I also found the person that found out about the arches. I'll have to find her page and post that too
Oh,
here.
please do.
Yeah,
Oh
I've
my
got
God,
that one too.
amazing.
yeah, I love what she was saying earlier. That was good stuff.
So about Martin Kenny, so he didn't particularly read it from somewhere. It was revealed to him
He didn't
from a
pull it out
spirit.
of his ass.
He got it from. That's why I said I don't know if I characterized it the right way, but he got bits and pieces from conversation. Honestly, in a big way, how I do things. I'm not gonna lie. So I don't really know. I don't really know how to. This is why I wanted you to see the video for yourself, which apparently
Gregory, I
isn't
recommend you
available
watch.
anymore.
Like I posted like one of his early videos. I posted it earlier. I mean,
Matter
take
of
some
fact, where
time
is
to
that?
watch that.
I'm ready to go watch that something right
Yeah.
now.
Hold on. Let me pull it back up. I think. Yeah, it's Cosmic Egg
A
Geocentric
person, what are
Universe
you
Part
talking
1.
about?
A person is he's been trolling me a little.
Oh, that was. Oh no, I said some shit a long time ago. Right. When I was like, I won't say it. I don't know about.
Look at
Yeah, that was days ago, bro.
I know.
Okay, that was a DM. Like I don't see him
Anyway,
in the chat.
this is a Cosmic Egg Part 1. Let me see if Part
But
2
this
is.
isn't fun. It's not like an interview, like situation. It's not a conversation. Is it? I mean, it's just him. Okay, you know what? Fuck it. You want to go watch this?
You want to watch it now? I can watch it now.
Let's do it.
Cinema.
Yeah. Yo, Iggs, if you're around, you want to join us? Because I know you've been wanting to have a conversation too.
Yep.
You're
Yep.
interested.
Sweat as. Where we
I'm
going?
down to watch some crazy shit.
Cool, cool. The gang's all here. All right, one of you guys are gonna have to do it though.
Shit. I wish we can't share a screen here. We'd watch it right here.
So Elijah, go to Cinema One.
Is Cinema One good, or does it need certain permissions? Should we just
No,
go to
Cinema One's fine, and like normally Cinema One's basically for everyone. Like it gives the most permissions to lower levels in the roles. And then, like,
if you want to watch
Cinema
porn,
2
you
is
gotta
for
go
more
to,
trusted, like,
VIP.
flat earthers and stuff like that. And 3 is, like, moderators only. Like
3 is
like
for the
gold
porn.
and moderators.
I got you.
Yeah, I'll try to find part 2 and I'll share it.
Hey, Lou.
All right, cool. Cinema 2
Is there any chance that there is a list of commands you could DM to me or tell me where it is on the server?
Commands for what?
Yeah, I was going to say that.
I mean, can you only play one single video or?
It's not, you don't use a mod or anything to do the cinema. It's just using
No, not the cinema, for Groovy, for the
for Groovy.
music.
Groovy's for you need the DJ role to have to be able to use Groovy. And then
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
they're posted in pinned messages in the Groovy command room.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
If you need help with any of that, Jen, you can just let me know.
There's the lady with the arches. She's an Australian. She's got a lot of good videos.
Oh, who's that?
Gods and Monsters, Chapter 3 and 4.
Gates of the Blind.
Sounds good to me. I'm game.
The thing that sucks, I wish you could pin certain messages to stay at the top of the pinned messages, because every time one of you guys pins a sound effect or something like that, it pushes the commands further down the list. So every once in a while, I like repost it and put it at the top of the pins.
You mean in the live stream or in
for the Groovy command room? The pinned messages in there. Like I want the commands to stay on top. You know. So like, because that's the thing people are mostly wanting to access in the pins.
Chris.
Yeah, when I want to play a song, I have to scroll up, through.
Okay.
I knew they played this song
snacks.
like freaking 2 days ago. I have to scroll up through the Groovy command to play it. But anyway. So did Elijah and Gregory go watch some
Yeah, I think they went down to the cinema.
They're going to start some crazy shit. All right.
Well, that's cool. I mean, I seen some Martin Kenny, but I want to give him the second video if I can find it too. So
What's the second video?
Well, I mean, this first one is 34 minutes long. I don't know if that's the one he's showing or not, but
I'd like to think that the next part would be linked under his description, or
yeah. Let me go. This guy Raw Wealth, so got 101 subscribers, but he must have the second if he's got the first. Right? Let me check his channel. Hold on.
Man, I'm gonna be diving into what Damsel Medic is put up in the live stream. Woohoo!
Been talking some nice stuff tonight too. That's good stuff.
You'll be hooked for a while.
Oh boy, I need something new. That's awesome, though.
Well, they're not finished putting together that 7-part series. It's not the end of it. They didn't get to the end. And he even said that. He was looking forward to making the next part, and he was saying it was going to include scriptural references to Jesus and all kinds of stuff. So, and he has a new channel up, and I think it's called EWAR, because he got shut down within 2 weeks of putting his stuff up.
Yeah, that's where I don't know if he's the originator, but the Lost History of Flat Earth.
Yeah, he is the originator, but he took from this lady
flat facts, and he took from the other one, the moon cosmology one, and he combined what he knew and these two, and from Black Sheep Researcher, he said, and a couple others, a UAP, just a bunch of other people. He put it all together.
I'm gonna have to download it because this is the kind of shit they don't want us to be doing.
I couldn't
You know
believe
what I'm
how
saying?
fast they took him down. He was only up for about 2 weeks. I caught his stuff, started catching it, got to see the whole thing, and within a day it was gone. I mean, they literally took his channel and threw it out. It was Dirk that picked that up from somebody else that had downloaded it and put it up, and then he was able to get on and get a new channel. He says, now this is the crazy thing. So Globebusters reached out to him, and he's made a video talking about it, but I actually heard him, or not heard him, but saw him write back to Globebusters saying, I'm kind of keeping it on the down low and hiding because there's people out looking to find out who the heck I am in real life. He's not giving his real name or his location. He says he's being harassed since he put those videos up. And yet he's afraid he may not be able to get the other 3 or 4 that he plans on already because he's being harassed and he's kind of hiding out. He said once he gets the series finished, he will try to make an interview with Globebusters.
Well, I mean, we lost Brian Mullins due to harassment, and I'm sure a handful of other people throughout the years, but yeah, that's wow. Okay.
So that's the backstory that I've been tracking. I've been tracking all over the place, trying to find out who these people were and what their real thoughts and what other information they had put out, since it was so interesting of a amalgamation of many different truther conspiracies put together. It was pretty interesting.
Oh, I love it. I love it. The it's syncretism. The amalgamation of different thoughts and beliefs, and yeah. Love it. That's what we should be doing. Figuring this shit out.
Is this still about the writing of the post-it note on the moon?
We're just talking about people that are putting out different stuff. I mean, The Lost History of Flat Earth, if you haven't seen it yet, need to watch it. Also, What on Earth Happened? That is amazing as well. It's just a collaboration of what people have been talking about for the last decade and then prior centuries as well. You know, I mean, it's great. Actually, I can link them for you.
Yeah, it's people trying to put all this truth or information that's come out in the last few years. Somebody is trying to finally put it all together. Several people are working and kind of collaborating, and one guy seems to be really good at it, putting it together and then doing a spectacular job on the presentation because it's a joy to watch. It's absolutely beautiful. And narration is good. And so even if you don't believe it all, it's wonderful to watch. It's a entertainment like nothing you've seen before, and it'll make you think, but you got to listen careful because there's a lot of details that people miss and don't get it, how it all fits together.
Oh man, you are so right. You could not be more right. They hit a lot of really, I mean, there's no fluff in this documentary or anything. I mean, it's all if you pay attention to every word, it's very impactful.
Well, that's the only thing that I, with what I see with my own eyes, I mean, if we're inside of a giant clock, any of the mechanics can change in any way the designer designed them to change. I mean, if it wasn't the same then and it's different now, okay, a new age, perhaps a new time.
So when I just had this thought about the moon map, right? You know those big, humongous astronomical clocks? I forget what the name of them are, but it has like a wheel inside of the gears and it goes around the outside. Can anybody help me out?
That's what he covers on the Cosmos guy, the one with the moon. He actually has a whole video on just that clock, one in Prague, one of the ancient ones. And he goes through and explains how that's actually showing our time cycles, the great year that's like a 2,500 year cycle. And then the whatever the other one. There's a long year and then the great year. And so one of them's 25,000 years difference, and then one's 25. And he's using these clocks and showing you how we probably misunderstood them, and that they show us where we're going, that we can actually are being moved into a different part of the earth. We're going to move because that's what's causing climate change, is actually that we are on the wrong part of the cycle for the clock. It's been left on all the maps, the the two lines, the Capricorn and where the sun travels along. That those aren't they should have changed 2,000 years ago, the names of those, and they were so specific about their maps and they were always precise. Why didn't the names change when the age changed like it should have? And then they're matching it up. Right, exactly. And so that means that we're going to go through this cycle of, it's going to be catastrophic, I think, is what's part of it. It's part of the cycle. But it's because you have to, it makes everybody move to the new part of the earth. So I don't know. I mean, it's a really interesting idea, and it makes sense, and it matches with these clocks, and so, and the sky and the stars.
What is the exact type of name for those types of clocks? I'm having a moment.
I don't remember, but a lot of them were gotten rid of and changed over time. But there's one in Prague that he uses because it has never been taken completely apart, and it's got all the parts there, and he explains how it tells us what time it truly is for ages, because it not only shows you the month and the day and the minute and the second, it definitely shows you much further time out. So it's really interesting.
Wow, it's just mind-boggling to me, I'll tell you.
Well, that's stuff the Jesuits took back to Rome in the conquering. All of this that's lost technology and everything else, it's all what's been taken back to Rome.
I didn't hear the very last sentence you said.
It's all stuff that has been taken back to Rome. It's most of this is all in the Vatican somewhere or in one of their archives worldwide.
Well, excuse me, sorry. Isn't the telescopes, the humongous telescopes that they have, they don't always point skyward, do they? I mean, don't they?
Yeah, it's kind of interesting when you look at the angle on the what is it, the Lucifer? Yeah, it kind of makes you wonder if they are watching something else that's much closer and more inside the earth, or the realm, or the dome, that they're watching for maybe a sign that they're looking for, that they're trying to slow down with all this geoengineering. And yeah, it makes a lot of sense to me. I'm starting to think, yeah, they may be on the right track, and it makes sense that prior generations would leave all these monuments to let us know, and that the Vatican and other entities that won the war, whatever it was, whatever happened, the cataclysm survived it, have taken all the symbols and then corrupted them so that we think they're evil, like the swastika, so that we don't really know what it means. We think it's evil and bad and won't look at it. And when it's not that way, those symbols aren't evil in themselves, they're information, and you can connotate to it if you use it evil wise, but it's not evil in itself.
I just can't get over it that, we're able to come across this information. I mean, I just can't get over it. I'm just having a moment, I guess, how it all comes together.
The great revealing is happening. The veil is being lifted, I guess. And maybe that's what happens every cycle is, something changes and the frequency changes so people can see it, and they haven't destroyed everything, so we can still find enough. And then I guess whoever is here again or leaves something again for the next generations that once it gets around in the cycle. I don't know. I mean, it's possible.
So all the buildings with the Antiquitech on the top of them, I mean, those could be way older
they could be way older and they could be lying about everything, or they could be, not that long ago. It's possible our history is shorter than we think too. It's hard to say which way it goes.
Oh,
We know
yeah,
we
I
lost
thought about
1,000
that.
years. I mean, there is a missing 1,000 years in history already. They already incorporated that. Everybody calls it the Dark
Yeah,
Ages.
you know what? Quite like a couple years ago, I came across people who talk about that topic, and that is just like, whoa. It's like, wait a minute, whoa. So that is just a fascinating topic for me to hear people talk about as well. I mean, not only do we not know where we are, but we don't
We
know
don't know
what
what
time it
time.
is.
No, that's why they changed all the calendars. They
I
changed the
mean,
calendars because God's calendar, the Creator's calendar, is in the sky so that everybody can see it. So they had to screw with us by changing what we use as calendars here on the ground. Instead of looking at the sky for our calendar, we use a piece of paper and calculations and leap years and blah blah blah.
right.
Yeah,
So
they screwed
then,
us.
then what that really starts to get into what you said is that this is a spiritual thing, and that if you think otherwise, you're really naive. That's my standpoint.
Well, if the creator used the voice of his voice to create the frequency to create everything,
Oh,
who's to
yeah.
say that the frequency doesn't change the way our brains work and be able to see things? Because again, we know frequency affects even depression, how people think.
Water.
So even the environment changing, like the Schumann resonance has been changing, all kinds of things have been changing frequency. So maybe even the light has changed. People have noticed the sunlight's different. So
Yeah.
that will affect how you see things, how you even in your brain, how your brain functions. So, hey, who knows? Maybe
Oh,
that's the way it works.
wow. Right. Like the amount of luminosity or something like that.
Yeah, even the light color has changed. A lot of people talk about how the sunlight is now white compared to when it was yellow in their childhood.
Yeah, I love talking about stuff like this. It's great. I'm so glad you found our server, damsel. Great to have you here.
Yeah, it's been fun.
Yeah, you are in good company.
Early flat earth stuff for me was guys taking thermal cameras out at night and looking at the moon and showing that the only part that was actually physically there, according to the thermal imagery, was the part that was illuminated.
I know, right? I've seen a picture like that before. It's
Yeah, isn't
absolutely,
that crazy? That's crazy.
yeah, it
That's
is.
kind of what I was saying. It's a little difficult, maybe perhaps, to write on something that only exists in our realm in a spiritual form and not in a physical form.
Or maybe it's the apparent one we see and the real one is behind the firmament. I don't know. Because again, they've caught some interesting things. Crow 77, I think, and Globebusters have all caught a second sun that is secondarily polarized, I think, if I'm right, and they can see it through only a hydrogen filter. And it
Wow.
only shows up at certain angles. So kind of interesting. I don't know. They're going to do some more testing to see what the heck
I
it
did
is.
not know that. Is that what they're doing? Like, that's recent?
Yeah,
what
that's
they're
real recent. Yeah, they're
Oh.
covering it probably the last month they covered it a couple times. But Crow 777, he covered it. He caught it a few years ago, and he was also one of the first ones to catch the lunar wave. And
Right.
so he's been kind of trying to figure it out too, because it looks like we maybe do have what we would call two suns, but one is apparent because it's a reflection through the dome of the sun, and then there's the real one. Who knows?
Right. But I love talking, speculating. I love that.
Testing the globe was one of the places I landed with Skiba, and then one of the demonstrations that they showed with the super bright light. If you have an atmosphere inside the container like what we have, and you have a super bright light on the outside of it, what would happen is hot spot.
Yeah, an apparent spot
Through
of
the
light
lens.
and the source. Yeah, the source would be on the other side. So yeah,
Right,
it's not so
so
much speculation. So I mean, if there's a dome up there that's crystalline, like the Bible says, then yeah, that's a good possibility.
Well, there could be more than one quote unquote firmament. I've heard people talk about that.
right, well, I mean, what is edited in scripture is edited, so we do have to sift past what
Well,
they took out.
aren't there how many layers to heaven? So yeah, we don't know if there's a firmament between each one or anything. There's no details like that. I've been looking for scriptures that say that in some of the books they took out just to see if there's a mention of that somewhere. But there is more heavens than one, so you got to wonder if there's more than one heaven. There's got to be more dividers of some sort.
Right. Well, see, and that's the fun thing about above and below, the esoteric, exoteric. There's always a meaning on both sides of that coin.
Then there's
I think Damsel dropped off, you guys.
I was just saying, we don't even know if the planets are not like other bodies in another part of the heavens on the other side of the dome. We don't know.
I was watching a video, I forget whose it was, but it may have been the What on Earth Happened. And they were talking about, zooming in on stars and planets. And I don't know all the technicalities with it, like the terminology and whatnot, but, where it's out of focus and that's not what stars really look like, yada, yada. Well, if that was the case, then wouldn't they all look the same? And they don't. They move in different patterns. They behave. I've seen so many different things with pictures of the heavenly bodies. It's, just amazing. But, to me, it looks like frequency over a liquid with some of them. It's like, what?
Yeah, it does. It looks like some kind of somatics, like a star in the jar thing that they've done here on Earth. So yeah, it's possible.
Oh, I haven't watched The Star in a Jar in a long time.
I had a joke about the telescope that they had. Because the comet, the so-called comet that passed over, literally looks like a boat going over water. I'm pretty sure they built that telescope so they could get his license plate so they could write him a ticket.
Damn. Oh. Well, some people speculate that a comet, quote unquote, and I don't know about this one, but it looks like it would, if there was like a crack in the dome or something. That doesn't mean, I don't know.
Right, but I'm seeing constant velocity from where I'm standing looking at the thing that's moving. I'm looking at a constant steady velocity. I'm looking at a wake going away from the back of it. It's just it looks too much like a boat going, because if you're underwater looking up and a boat goes over, it's exactly what you see.
Oh, I know which one you're talking about. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. But I kind of wonder why we didn't see all those years that the shuttle was going up. It was going up at night, and I don't know why we didn't see some of the same effects that we're now seeing with all these Elon Musk going up. Now we're seeing all this interesting stuff. So what changed? Because I don't remember them ever putting that in the newspaper or showing videos. I don't remember any of the other rockets ever being shown doing that at night launches. It's so strange to have something so spectacular suddenly be, oh, that's just normal. And, we knew that would happen. It's like, why did that start showing up now? I don't remember that as a kid. I was really into the space program as a kid.
Right? They come on TV and say, hey, we did it. And you go, what? You didn't show me you doing anything.
That's putting it out there. That's true. I still don't know what the ISS really does. I mean, shouldn't I know that? I mean, common knowledge.
They have a lot of time to play with balls and
Right.
sipping drinks and playing with bubbles of water and what else? They show us how they brush their teeth.
It's crazy. It's just
Or play
crazy.
instruments with no time delay. So
Right? That's the best one right there. That is.
Right,
Who is
yeah.
that astronaut?
Oh,
Remember
whatever,
right now?
one of them.
Pettit here from NASA. That we've got a toilet that you use, and then a machine that goes chugga 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 chug, and then you go to the deli and you make yourself a cup of coffee, and that's exactly what you are thinking it is.
Wow. That dude's on acid. I mean, he's like big time mind controlled. Oh my God.
That guy is
That
funny
guy is.
looking.
Wow.
He's
I
funny.
thought Chugga 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 was a train.
Damn, dude. That's just cringy. That's just so cringy.
I mean, Chugga 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 was right before Choo Choo.
Don Pettit here from NASA. I'm at home due to the COVID-19 virus. What?
That's really good.
Damn. Damn.
That's
great.
awesome.
I love
That guy
sound.
sounds like a psychopath. He really does. Sounds like he's some kind of cult member, can't help himself. It's so funny.
Man, somebody should do a deep fake of him in the movie Psycho or something. Oh my God.
Yeah. So because you can see, because you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
You know, and pretty much all the time you can see the stars.
Yeah. It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
Wow.
You can, and there's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
You see the gas Magellan clouds of the Milky
you
Way
see
galaxy.
the Magellanic Clouds.
Magellanic. See, I just thought the Magellan
there's a large
clouds.
one and a small one, right?
Yeah.
And then you can see the zodiacal light.
Whoa.
Oh.
This is too much.
He's way
You
too
can
over
see
the
the
top.
gas cloud.
I still
think
can't
that's
get
when
over
he
it.
farted in his spacesuit.
I just can't figure out how they keep getting stuff up there that, weight is so important going to space, but they always end up with, a guitar or a ape suit or a bunch of
smoking on
toys
Super Bowl.
or, it's always like something new. And like, where's that justified in the budget?
The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to.
But we don't have it. But we went somewhere else. But we don't have the technology to go anywhere. But we've been other places. Yeah.
He talks like he's talking to a 3-year-old.
But we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
It's so painful. So painful. They went to Mars before they went back to the moon.
He's talking like he's talking to a 3-year-old whose cake he just stole and is trying to explain why he stole the cake and why it's not coming back.
Wow. Oh, man.
Yeah, you gotta love those actors. They're pretty good. Those actor nuts.
No doubt about
I could do better than that. Jesus mercy. I could do way better than that. These guys are just reading cue cards. They suck.
Yeah, they're not very good actors.
No. Trust me, there are very few good actors, and I do mean good.
Maybe they'll come up with some new and better ones, maybe. The ones we got kind of suck. Neil deGrasse Tyson, Bill Nye, the scientism guy.
Oh, come on. He is hilarious to watch. That comedy is pure gold.
I guess so.
Because he shows you that gas needs a container 1 week, and then the next week he tells you that we can go to outer space. Gas doesn't need one.
Or Bill Nye is on.
What?
The Earth is a closed system.
System.
We
Yeah,
cannot leave the Earth.
We cannot leave it. Really?
Yeah,
They
they admitted
deep fake video. I mean, of him saying that. I mean, I just find that odd that more people haven't seen that.
Now
And
here's
how
going to be the kicker. When they finally do come out and broadcast nonstop that they lied to everyone, you're going to have people arguing with them going, "Nuh-uh, you didn't lie to me."
I wouldn't doubt it. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh.
Space isn't fake. I saw you people go there.
I saw it. Yeah, we're in the Truman Show of some sort.
Yeah, the same actor that played in the Truman Show also played in what was it, Stupider or Dumb and Dumber? And then he says, "Yeah, we went to the moon," when he saw the newspaper article in the bar that says that they had gone to the moon. And he starts yelling, "Oh, we went to the moon! I can't believe it!"
You know what? I'll have to rewatch that. It's been a while. I mean, that's kind of an old movie. I mean, it's over a decade old for sure.
Yeah, it's a terrible movie though. I hated it.
I like Jim Carrey though.
Yeah, that just wasn't his best. I thought it was just too it was just too cringy for me, I guess.
Yeah, it was very cringe type of humor. Yeah. Yeah, that style isn't my favorite. I just like it because I like Jim Carrey. But yeah, I would definitely agree. Definitely not close to his best work. I liked him in Room 23, to be honest with you. I
Bruce
like it
Almighty.
when actors challenge their abilities and go out of their typecastedness or whatever.
Well, I
The best
mean,
one.
developing range is what you're supposed to do before you get the gig in the first place. So if you're having to do it while you have the gig,
I was just gonna say Bruce Almighty.
Yeah, Bruce Almighty. Yeah, or what's the other one? Mask. Mask is a real good one for noticing the pre-programming for our current time.
Really?
Yeah, what was the mask about? You listen to the professor talk to him in that movie, Jim Carrey, and he's talking about how the mask changes who he is. I mean, it's just all kinds of little clues about now. These guys are really connected. It's kind of like who's the other
Yeah,
one?
he is. He is. I don't doubt that.
With this pre-programming us for what's coming. It's funny when you go back and look at their movies, kind of like Truman, all that stuff, and then that's when, Flat Earth was getting big.
there are red pills in a lot of the movies that are out.
I think there are red pills in almost all of them, and you just have to find them. Like every movie I watch, even a lot of these old kids movies, it's like, oh wow.
Oh yeah, that's
Some of the
everywhere.
hardest movies to find are some of the hardest movies to find are some of the most honest. There's one about the tourist club. I think it's The Conspiracy or something. But it's real life event that happened. It's the whole thing is spot on to what's really happened in history on like one person's side of the fence.
Tom Hanks is another one that's full of all of the his covers so much of this, especially the current stuff that's going on with the V he has got stuff everywhere. Even his cup. One of his movies. He's holding a cup that has a crown on it on the front of it.
And his typewriter.
His typewriter thing. Yeah, his issue with the typewriter. I mean, it's just all kinds of weird stuff. And then, of course, Apollo 13, which made for Hollywood.
He is definitely a player on the world stage, world-class actor. He does what he's told, wouldn't you say?
Well, yeah, he helped open CERN even.
Nuh-uh, I did not know that. Oh my God, wow.
Yeah, he had a role in that too. So, yeah, he was there for that part of that.
Man, you keep it up, I'm not going to have any brain left today, chick.
You just don't have any favorite actors, but you'll still have favorite movies.
Oh, jeez. Yep.
That's pretty much where I'm at. I don't have any favorite actors anymore. There's only a handful of them.
I used to follow actors when I was in my 30s. You know, I was into entertainment. And the entertainment industry wasn't so saturated, like 2 decades ago. Now there's no way you can keep up with everything or even half of it.
Right, but most of what was going on behind the scenes was hidden more than it is now.
I suppose.
I mean, if you take today and the problems we see today, and you take that lens and you just shift it to the past, it's the same thing.
Well, just yesterday, I read a article about an actor from Nickelodeon, a kids show, Josh Peck. I think it was called Drake and Josh. It was a kids show. He just got arrested for like a girl under 15 communicating with her, and we know the rest how that goes. But yeah, all kinds of that type of stuff is what you hear now in that industry, and more than we could ever talk about in here. I mean, that's a huge rabbit hole.
Funny you just said that. I was scrolling through my Google cards for the day, and that was one of them. I just posted in the live stream voice text.
Yep, he's getting. He must not have done what he was told. He's in trouble with whoever his.
Should have listened to his handlers.
Yeah, he should have. He didn't. That's how I think it works, you guys. I mean, that's my belief.
Grabble.
Mm-hmm. There it is. Child endangerment. Slap on the wrist. Well, he'll have to register if he gets is child endangerment, do you have to register for that?
Yeah, he's a celeb. He'll probably get a slap on the wrist.
Yeah, none of these guys get what a normal person would get.
Right. That's what I was saying. I mean, this is just a slap on the wrist.
Kind of a random question. I dipped into the arena last night for a moment. Were you guys there? How did that go?
Oh, it was a disaster.
What'd you?
I was talking to that same guy in the lobby. He was horrible. Worse than Trent.
What did you say?
It was a disaster.
Yeah, I was in there for a few minutes and it sounded like the person was getting eviscerated, so I didn't stay too long.
Well, that's because he played the game of I want to interview you, and I was there when he set it up with QE about 4 days before or 3 days before, and he was like, "Yeah, I just want to ask you like 5 or 6 questions about why you believe flat Earth and some specifics about it," and he agreed to that, and they were going to communicate. And then he goes into the lobby, and I hear he's, basically arguing for the globe and making it sound like he was not going to just interview. Then he gets in there, and QE again is expecting just ask questions. I think he gets the first question, if I remember right, and second one, he starts to argue with why QE has the proof for evidence, and then it goes into he starts debating. He starts thinking he can debate QE with no understanding of his own model, and
But
no
is this the
understanding of
only
even what
tactic?
he couldn't even define what it entailed. What is an experiment and what does it entail? It got so bad, and he asked for the debate. That's what was weird is he started arguing with QE over why he believed instead of just interviewing.
Maybe
And
he thinks all flat earthers are stupid. It was maybe his ego was a little too puffed up or something, I guess.
Well,
I don't
yeah, at
know.
one point he even, because he's not paying attention and they're trying to get him to answer back in the debate, and he was mad at QE for cussing.
Yeah,
And
he
he
was.
says, I'm watching a baseball game in the middle of having 60 some people live to listen to him interview, and he says he's basically not paying attention. It went really downhill at that point.
I
But
can imagine. Oh
it
man.
seems like a tactic, right? Come in, ask for an interview, and then turn it around and make it a debate. Is this
Roger.
what the Globers need to do? It's
Roger,
ridiculous, yeah.
Roger, this is my idea. Anybody who thinks they can debate QE, I say they should pass a quiz of some sort first. I don't think we should just let any old numpty in and waste QE and everybody's time. I mean, what is this, the Jerry Springer show? I mean, so, I know that, so it would be a way to test their science acumen if they're actually able to have the discussion and or debate.
Yeah, so we had this one second. We had this guy that fronted his teacher, his professor. That went on for like 5 minutes. Then that ran, right? She ran, and now we have this guy claiming to have to make an interview or a documentary, and then somehow tricking us into then forming it into a debate, right? These are the tactics the Globe needs, right? It's ridiculous.
It was ridiculous because I guess this guy had hit everybody up that was a moderator that he could, asking to, ask some specific questions from QE, especially since he has the most knowledge, supposedly. And so QE was on, and so he was there and set up the interview personally with him. So that QE talked to him before they got into this thing on Friday, and this guy played it off like, oh yeah, I mean, I could debate you, but no, I just want to ask you questions. And he wouldn't answer why he wanted to make this thing because he didn't have a channel, he claimed. He didn't have any, where to broadcast it. That's why QE said, well, why don't we just do it in the arena so everybody can have a listen in, and it can be broadcast, and that way there's an audience, and that it would be recorded because this guy wanted to record it. But he didn't, so he lied right to his face, basically.
Yeah, I dipped in right about when he was talking about how defining what a theory is a red herring. It was pretty bad. And we talked to him a lot in the lobby, and I was appalled the fact that, he thought he could get through to the arena. I mean, that is the test there. If you can't have a conversation with just a few of us in the lobby, how the heck are you going to debate anyone?
Yeah, like I said, he didn't make it even through barely his first question before he was set off into arguing from a basis that had no foundation in any of the science. So, even the Globe guys believe as well as us. I mean, he couldn't even go with the basic acumen. And even QE tried an acumen test on him. He made it through like, I think, 2 of the very minor questions, and then he blew up from there again.
And I talked to him in the live stream because he came into the live stream. What was it? Wednesday. came into the live stream, and his first question was, "Why would they lie?" I gave him my speculation, and he kind of agreed, right? But yeah, he's told me he was preparing for the interview. Am I
Well,
still here?
apparently,
Oh yeah.
apparently he must not have prepared much, and he didn't take it seriously, because if he didn't even gone to QE's channel and just reviewed some of QE's videos, he would have known better. At least I would have thought so, because yeah, he's got plenty of information on his channel website to show you that you better know your stuff before you try to go against him.
And well, it seems like it had some entertainment value, I guess.
Oh, it had entertainment value, of course, but you know, there's some of these Globe guys out there are whining again, saying the same thing. Well, he cussed at him, and he wasn't being nice, and wouldn't let him talk, and blah 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 blah. And it's like, well, you know what? You come in there unprepared to do battle like you should. What do you expect? You're going to get run over by a bull. You know, you come in unprepared, you should expect no mercy.
Yeah, I agree with that 100%. Know what you're getting into. Don't cry foul when you're the one, flopping.
Know your enemy. If you have an enemy, you should know them better than you know your own stuff, I guess. And he didn't know his enemy at all.
That's wise advice. I tell that to people in the VC check-in. I'm like, if you guys don't know the arguments, you're just going to embarrass yourself. So it might be a good idea for you to learn your opponent before you try and go and slice them up.
Well, I think you really underestimated and thought, that we're just a bunch of stupid people that, you can just run over easy, even while you're watching a baseball game, that we don't really take your concentration at all. We're not worth that.
Yeah, he fell to the everything flat earthers say is wrong syndrome. I think once you overcome that syndrome, you're off to the races.
Yeah, that they're just a bunch of idiots. They don't know anything, and you're going to be able to say anything that sounds like science and enough word salad, you'll get through it.
So, Damsel, were you at ladies' night?
No, I skipped it. I was busy with some other stuff, but I heard a little bit of
that fanboy came around again. Oh,
he was on. Okay, so after QE finished with Gobbledygook guy, fanboy came into the lobby and said he wanted to debate QE while he was still there. And QE then had to go take care of something real quick and was going to be back about 5 minutes, and said, yeah, sure, he'd take him on if he wanted to take over for Gobbledygook. And so fanboy came on into the arena just before QE shows up, and he starts doing his usual. He starts telling everybody what he expected for the rules to be, and wanted somebody to read the rules of the arena to him. And they immediately shut him down. They didn't even let him get more than that out, and they just shut him down. He didn't even make it. I don't think he even made it a minute. And so QE had nobody to debate after that either. And yeah.
That guy just, man. Imagining being his girlfriend, right? Now, I want us to determine the rules of our intercourse.
Hello, everyone.
Yeah, well, like I told you
Hi,
guys,
John.
he likes to come in and poop in everybody's carpet and play like it's his house, and when it's not, and just make a mess. I think he was here this morning too. He's probably listening.
They like denying measurements, don't they? That really gets them upset when you point that out. So what are you denying measurements for?
Yeah, but John, the light bends over the hill. It bends over
Yeah,
the
how'd you
hill.
measure that? You know what I mean? Yeah, how'd you measure that? You know?
Yeah, but the crane is distorted, so you are ignoring the crane that it is distorting, so the light bends over the hill.
You know, I can take care of axial rotation. You know, the Coriolis claims and all the other stuff. I can take care of that with one sentence now.
Hit it.
You can't have axial rotation without a radius, so we need a measured radius.
Exactly. Well, everything depends on this radius, right?
The R value. It's so important.
I had this guy sorry, I had this guy this morning telling me, well, we don't. Oh, sorry. Am I still here?
Yep.
Hello? Okay, so yeah, I had
hear
this
you.
guy, I had this guy telling us, well, you don't need the radius for the ISS. Not necessary.
He
These
said you
globers.
don't need R. He said you don't
Yeah.
need R for orbital mechanics.
Yeah, you
He
don't
doesn't
need
know how he doesn't know how orbital mechanics works. Then
Well, I still like the guy saying that somehow water falling out of the air cause enough friction to keep them going down, I think is what he was trying to say. I don't know. Friction and water molecules was an excuse for violation of the second law of thermodynamics. So I don't know how that works, but friction.
well, get him to assert the mass attracts mass, and then clarify. Say that's M1 being drawn to the center, or the center of M1 being drawn to the center of M2, right? And they'll be like, yeah. Say, well, all right. Well, we need to measure. We measured M1. Now let's measure M2. How are we going to do it? Watch them stutter.
Yeah, it was pretty disappointing for the quality, but it was entertaining. It just couldn't go on for very much longer because the guy couldn't even handle it. Being told he couldn't even handle the cuss words.
You're telling me somebody that believes that in this infinite expanding nothingness speck of no meaning, having just we're pointless, is offended by swear words?
Yeah, that was his final kind of jab at the whole thing was, I'm just even he threw out an ultimatum. He said if QE called him one more name or called him stupid or cussed at him one more time, he was going to rage quit, which he didn't. But, he made the threat, and boy, that started another whole fight.
Yeah, QE's like he's been hardened by flat Earth. I mean, if you look at his debates from like 5 years ago, he was all polite and friendly and called everybody sir and or ma'am and just obnoxiously polite. But I think flat Earth hardened him because Globers are vicious, absolutely vicious.
Yeah, he just doesn't take any crap anymore. He likes to slay the dragon quickly and be over and done with it.
Well, I'll tell you what, after the whole debacle with the horizon no longer being able to be measured, the argument's over.
Yeah, I don't know what new one they're going to come up with without that whole new thing switching over to, it's no longer a physical. It's so bizarre.
There is no place to go. All they can do is, all that's left is tactics now and insults. It's over.
Yep, it's pretty much done. I mean, I don't know what else to do with it because they don't seem to have anywhere else to go now that they gave that one in. Once they went that direction, basically that was admitting defeat.
Well, yeah, it was a logical trap. because I fell into it. Because you can't, the celestial movements fix the radius value, so it can't change, right? And all their assumptions about the horizon is it is a physical obstruction. That's, physical geometry. So it had to be in a certain place based on your height. It was, so it just kind of
It's a
shit on everybody
linchpin.
for.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
the linchpin. You
they
pull
built.
that pin and nothing else matters. Not even the second law of thermodynamics is needed at that point, because you can't have any of it, and not a bit of it, without that radius matching up with whatever you've whatever you've claimed that it's going to be. That was the set point, and it was like pulling a pin on a grenade. It ended it.
Right. How can you have a sphere without measurable curvature? Show a sphere without measurable curvature. That's what they need to do, and that's impossible, because if you don't have curvature, you don't have a sphere.
Yeah, but the light bends over the hill.
Yeah, that
Well,
magical
that's
light that can
hold
bend
on.
over every sized hill, no matter how far away or how tall anything is. Yeah,
No,
it's amazing.
that's fine. That's fine. It can do that at 7/6R if you can measure R. But if you're saying that the horizon is moving because of this bendy light, then you can no longer measure R to assert 7/6R. It is such a cluster screw rebuttal, and it makes their argument even worse. I don't know why they would even go there.
It's their final straw, right? It's the only thing they have that they claim that the light is bending over the hill. It's ridiculous. And then
It's actually worse. It's worse for their argument if they go that direction, because then they're no longer using measurements.
Yeah, it's all
Right, they're
apparent.
doubling down on the lack of measurement.
Yeah, it's all apparent now. Everything's apparent. So nothing is firm.
Well, that's not their argument though, initially.
Not
They're just
initially.
denying it. Right. They're denying their initial claim to try to keep their initial claim. It doesn't make it. It's like,
Right. What does a liar do when you start catching him lying? He lies more.
Circle
I don't
back.
know if all of them are liars. Some of them are just stupid.
Yeah. Yeah, there's always those. But the ones that do know, I think they are spiraling. They really are. They're struggling now, because if they grasped for that one, that was a last straw. They didn't need that if they had anything on any of the others, which that's why they've gone to it. They needed something else, and that's it. There's nothing that they can really do at this point. I think they're kind of trapped.
Like so much of my imagination was tied up in space when I was a Glober that, it was like I lost a friend. I mourned the globe for a long time, and then I went on this crazy, like, somebody's got to have the answers, like I started looking for, like, to other people for answers, and I realized that there was a lot of crazy claims on both sides, but
Sure.
it really does. It's like having the rug completely just jerked out from underneath you,
You go through the same the process of grieving, the same steps of grieving that you do for losing a close member of family or any of those things, because it's one of those things you become that attached to. I went through the steps of grieving and denial, and what is it, denial and bargaining, sorrow. I mean, it's just all these things.
Tell you what, has anybody been paying attention to 10th Man from Nathan Oakley's show and his talks on sextants?
Shout out to 10th Man.
Yeah, well, he's pointing out that the measurements have to correlate with the ground that they're on top of. You know, even though it's an apparent position, we're talking about zenith positions. So it appears as if the sky is flat as well. So when they try to assert, you know, the celestial sphere, that's you know, it's an optical phenomenon only. The measurements are still of a flat sky.
Right. Which makes sense because the way the sun and the moon work is a flat plane.
Yeah, it's the way our eyeball works, you know. It's just the lens is curved. It's the way, you know, light is focused within our eye, and you know, diffraction of light.
Yeah, your own personal dome of vision. Yeah.
Yeah, I was looking at Jaren's Jarenism. He had because I just started looking into this myself, you know. There's a lot of people on flat earth know a lot more about it than I do. You know, I can party on the globe, but I don't know much about optics myself.
Neither do I, but I caught that of Jaren's a long time ago when he first came out with that. That was one of the better things he came up with. It's the personal, you know, optical dome that we all have, our own personal one.
Well, see, 10th Man's showing it with measurements, though, that what we perceive as the celestial sphere is actually their apparent positions, or they call them GPs, global position, but it's actually, you know, just corresponding to points on the ground. So it has to be flat as well.
Yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense to me how that would work. When you think about how the sextant is supposed to sight those, that would make sense. And then be held level.
On top of that, you need a 90-degree to get that, you know, because you point a sextant at the horizon and at whatever star or sun you're shooting at. You can't get that 90-degree on a curved surface. You know, you're always going to be pointing down, like in their little what's the side-on drawings. So you have to, if as the flat earthers suggest, the horizon is your eye level, that's giving you the 90 degrees to make the measurements with the sextants. So it works on a flat plane. It's necessary to have a flat plane to make the measurements.
Yeah, I knew about the horizon. That's why, you know, it works so well for sailors, is because they always have that level there, right there to the view. And then, of course, yeah, you can find a 90-degree angle star.
Well, you know, it seems as if there's one of two things happening with the horizon. Either visual information is coming from the horizon, like a pository of information, or that's the point at which information is being lost. And that's kind of a worldview thing, depending on what you want to assert. Is the glass half full or half empty? But either one that you assert, it's not curving away, you know? And that's what the Globers need. They need it to be physical, and it's not.
That's why I don't think it's concave either. Same reason.
But yeah, concave Earth would rely on a radius value as well, so it can't be that either, you know? Like, we measure it flat, you know? It's up to, the burden of proof is on them. We measure it flat, you know? Watched a video on how a GPS works. That was a real interesting one. Like, because it measures the information they get is of a flat plane, but then they, you know, within their own minds, they're like, well, we know it's not a sphere, so they apply. Can't remember if it's special relativity. I think it is special relativity. They apply it, and it says that that time is dilating and space is contracting, and that's why it looks flat. And then they pretty much take flat plane measurements and bend them on a ball. That's all they do.
Yeah, that's why we end up with those crazy looking shape distortions in the size of the continents and all the, everything not quite working quite right, especially when you try to bend around those curves.
What does the G stand for in GPS?
Ground.
Begging the question.
They can call it whatever they want, but if there's no globe, then why does that even matter?
Ground positioning system.
Well, called global positional system.
Geological.
Not in the meaning of the globe, but like global, that everywhere.
Yeah.
It's
Well, it's not
geological because
it's not everywhere though.
It
Like
gives a grid reference on your longitude and your latitude and your height. Therefore, it's a geological reference.
Right. There's still places in America that you can't get GPS to work. Like out in the wide open spaces. So I wonder how they think about that.
Yeah, there's supposedly no GPS tracking for Southern Hemisphere flights. WTF.
Yeah, that's
Well,
true.
I'm talking about North America, where they supposedly have all these satellites. You can go out west and lose GPS tracking. How the hell that's supposed to be possible?
Oh, right. I'm with you.
Yeah, there's several places in Montana I've driven through that lose it all the time. There's several places that have that out here in the West.
It's interesting too that the advent of GPS came about the exact same time that they started installing cell towers everywhere.
Yeah, there wasn't GPS on phones when they first introduced them to us.
That is
So
very true.
I guess they figured they'd roll out that feature after, cell phone usage for the masses went well. Then they'd add that in. But they knew all along, kind of thing.
Oh yeah, the military had it long before we did, but yeah.
Yeah, but they were using ground towers. They're using like radar to do it. I don't know. Like I'm just now starting to get into looking into the how things work on a flat plane, and it's a lot more interesting than I thought it was. Because have you ever looked at the ham radio bounce?
How to bounce it around the curve of the dome and then out to clear 3,000 some miles? Yeah.
Have you?
Yeah, it's hilarious looking. I'm sorry, but it's hilarious looking. It's like they're playing ping pong with it to make it fit within their presupposition.
I haven't scrubbed the entire site, but have you seen our 24/7 wiki page?
No, I have not.
Oh, okay. I'll share it with you. Hold on. So you're talking about how things work. This is the place to go. So bear with me.
Not Antarctica though. Why is there so much? Why have they spent so much time faking a 24-hour sun? Why would anybody do that?
It is a little bit odd, isn't it?
Right. And it's not like I wouldn't think it was a huge deal, but like they didn't start faking it until like 2015, 2016 when this topic come up. Like, but you can't find any videos of a 24-hour sun prior to that, and you'd think that would be a big deal that somebody would have videotaped it before then.
Well, especially since it's been videoed in the north so much, and we know there's permanent stations down there, and that's the biggest time of year they're down there anyway. The most people are down there during the sunniest part of the year, so I don't understand it either. It doesn't make any sense if it was something that was. So you compare it to the north.
I posted that, or Indio created that.
There's another guy. His name's Antonio Subarats, I think.
Yeah. He
He
talks.
does this.
He's familiar with his work. Indio is so.
Yeah, he talks a lot about the sailing vessels and how long it takes them to navigate what's claimed on a globe compared to the actual time it takes for them to travel the distance.
Yeah, check out Indio's that site. He may talk about that. I'm not entirely sure because like I said, I have not explored the site. I should take a firm look around, at least browse around.
Yeah, well, I'd like to see I'd like to see happen them actually take radar measurements of the sea floor for of all the known world and see like how that correlates to the flat plane.
Actually, now that I think about it, you might want to check out Indio's channel. I think he has a video talking about Antonio Subarats. I'm pretty sure. Are you you should be able to YouTube search it, Indio 007 on YouTube. Hopefully it comes up. I'm
Okay,
actually
I didn't know he had a
actually Oh. Yeah, so I could probably see if I'm on my way out the door here in a second, but I'll find.
I was thinking about starting. Oh,
Cool.
sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was only going to say I've got Indio's channel. Give me 2 seconds.
I got it. I found it.
I was thinking about starting a YouTube channel where I just like reassert the globe claims and then like respond to the flat Earth claims with like a Stephen Colbert character,
Oh, that would
Feel
be
like-
amazing. If you want to do something like that, get a hold of Helio and he can make sure he segments it out of the live stream for you. You could do it here. That would be fun.
Yeah, like just no matter what happens, presume a globe, So be like, of course we measure it flat. It's a globe, Just to get absurd with it, because that's what they're being reduced to is absurdity.
But yeah, we could be absurd right back. That sounds like fun, actually.
Yeah, like I'm not looking to prove anything with it. I just
Right.
but like kind of use the vitriol that they spout against them, because the way the algorithm works, if you're anti-flat Earth, you get moved right to the top, right?
Well, yeah, that's how it seems like it's been going on.
So if you got an anti-flat Earther, pushing the wrong rhetoric, they'll still move you right to the top,
Hey, that is ingenious. That's an ingenious idea for a channel. You totally should do that.
That's definitely
Like
taking it to the next level with outthinking the algorithm. That's awesome.
High five, bro. Anyway, I gotta go, everybody. TTFN.
Yeah, all I have to do is throw ad homs at flat earthers, like I can
Have
do
a good
that.
one.
Yeah, see it.
No, that'd be a good idea. I think that's a good way to start.
Like, because really the problem is they're controlling the information that people receive is the problem that uh, growth in this topic is having, is people just don't know. I've seen a picture, and it's on the left, it has a guy holding a gun. In the middle of the picture, it has a guy who looks like he's dying. And on the right, it has the guy giving him water.
Yeah, so it depends in which part of the picture you look and you get the different idea. Yes.
Well, I'm going to head out too. Nice talking to y'all. Have a good one.
You too. Have a fun day.
You as well. May it be peaceful, I hope, for all.
Amen to that. Yeah. God bless you.
you can tell it's because it's just so flat.
We're 9 minutes away from precious metal takedown or takeover. Um,
What's the precious metal takedown?
takeover. It's when the golds and silvers take over the VC and speak with the Globers and whatnot. Answer the Glober questions.
Got it.
Do you know that by rights, the silvers should actually have a higher rank than the golds during precious metals takeover? You think about it.
Is that gin or eggs? Old dude, you're one of my favorites.
How you doing, mate?
Very well, thank you. And you? How's things where you are?
Oh, tickety boo, sir. Always good on a flat earth. And I'm lucky I live in a very lumpy part of it. And it's very green and very lush at the moment. So yeah, I'm lucky. Everything's great.
Beautiful.
Yeah, where are those pesky what they called, not moderators?
Well, I believe C and Redford Bear are the main hosts, but C was out of town, and so it was Redford Bear and Tap, I believe, were the hosts last week and co-hosts.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if
Yeah.
C's back this week, but
Hopefully. She's all full of what we call it electric ginger in Scotland. She's full of life.
yeah, I find he's very respectful and mellow and calm, and
Yeah.
so
Not that I'm not saying that Redford and Tap aren't or that they're lacking in any way, but she's a
yeah,
bit like the Energizer Bunny. And I hope you're
yes,
hearing that. Well, sorry, C or Sai. I still don't know how to say your name, kiddo. But we'll sort that out during Precious Metals, hopefully, maybe. But yeah, a bit like the Energizer Bunny. It's all electric and everything's fired up. It's great. I love it. I love it.
yes, he definitely does a lot of things. Very creative too.
Yeah, yeah. It's cool. It's like the younger generation. It's like all the kids are coming in, and it reminds me of us back in the 80s in high school, and yeah, breakfast club scenario.
And I like it when the young people take up the mantle and put in new energy because it revitalizes us older people, I think.
Yes, sir. Yeah, it does definitely.
We feel
It
like
gives
what we've been
gives you
doing
faith.
hasn't been
Yeah,
falling on deaf ears, you know?
yeah, yeah, yeah. It's worth it. And as well, I noticed there's when the young ones or when new ones come in, and you know, we asked how did you hear about Flat Earth or how did you hear or where did you hear it from? And when they mention a name or they'll say, oh, I was talking to somebody in the lobby, and I'm now at the point where I have to go and look to see who they were talking to because there's such young flat earthers coming across, or you know, such new folk coming in. I can't keep up. It's great. It's brilliant. There's more
Yeah,
and more
and
new people every day, and they're pushing the flat Earth argument before they're even really flat earthers. So that's kind of cool too.
yeah, and even
Yeah,
though, sorry, as much as I don't like people like Logan Paul and Chills and people that try to discredit it or make it look dumb, even when they do that, people that hear them, they still get that little like flat earth marble rolling around in their head, you know?
yep, yep.
Yeah.
Jenny posted a couple of videos earlier on, and it's sort of introductory towards flat Earth, and you know how you end up on this path, and you look at things, and you end up more and more what they call woke these days, or maybe that's an old term now. I don't know.
Yeah.
But yeah, and it was, you know, they've got half the information and they're sort of half mixed up on the rest of it, but they're on the path, and that's kind of good enough. One guy was talking about Flat Earth Society before he even mentioned Flat Earth, really.
Okay.
Hey, he's on the path, but there's a part two to his video, so You know, maybe I'm not seeing the whole deal. Maybe it goes into in depth there where the deception is. But yeah, if anyone can, or if anything can bring someone to this topic or this discussion, on an adult level where it is a topic and a conversation and a discussion and eventually with knowledge and debate, yeah, good on them. Bring it on. Open everyone's eyes and ears to what we think and feel and know for a fact is going on.
Yeah. Especially if they have some maturity and some genuine interest, because during my journey and whatnot from the beginning up until I kind of went, okay, it is like it's not what I thought and blah blah blah. There was so much ridiculousness, like people pouring water on oranges and shit and going, well, obviously it's not, and like these people are just morons, you know? Like they don't have any real intention of showing you anything valuable. They're mocking it, you know?
Yeah.
So once you get through that, wade through that stuff and those weeds, and you get past the society thing, the flat earth society crap, and you see the real stuff, you're like, okay, stuff makes sense. More sense than before, you know? That's how I see it. It makes once I came to a better understanding of what it is, things made more sense. The other way, it's like, oh really? They found another Earth-like planet, did they?
Yeah. The aliens are coming, therefore we're not alone. They must be right. Yeah.
Exactly. Like just like they say, the mental gymnastics, it's just ridiculous.
But that's the thing. We all want to believe. We all want to fit in. We all want that reality thing. You know, it's like, right, this is it. That's true. This really is it. That could happen. That must be how it is. Yeah, eventually my grandchildren could go to space and fly the Millennium Falcon, and it's all real, and I can keep on doing what I'm doing, and I can believe in that, because the reverse of it, if you're in that paradigm initially where we all were, is terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. It's a world of nightmares and monsters out there from the inside. And that's, I think, why it's kind of easy to immerse yourself in the whole thing, wanting it all to be real. And why flat Earth and the possibilities around flat Earth is too scary for some people.
Yeah, absolutely. And then, like, I've been in it for a while, and it's interesting. Finally, some people closer to me have been sort of coming around a little. The last time my sister came for a visit, I got her to watch 21 Flat Earth Questions by ODD, and because she was asking me things, and I'm like, you know what? Let's watch this first. It'll probably help, and because that goes through a lot of globe questions, and he covers a lot of things, and I think he does a lot of good work for it, you know, and it's valuable information for newbies.
Yeah, definitely, because one of the first things that you encounter is the million questions that come from your own heart, or that we will ask. And when people start that, you need to be able to interject it and say, right, here, do what you're used to doing. Here's an information source that isn't me. It's something that you can look at and see if I'm telling you the truth. And it stops that barrage or that flood of tell me this, tell me that, tell me everything. Yeah, I use that media a lot to do stuff like that. Yeah.
Where I was stuck with her was the like so everyone's lying, and I had to be, look, I not everyone or everything is a lie. Like I had to sort of calm her down a little bit, and then be like, look, you gotta kind of look into it yourself a little bit and pick up the pieces. You know, I don't have all the answers.
Yeah, we don't know more than NASA. We just know real things.
Yeah, like we know they're full of shit, and how's 62 million a day sound for a motive? Like, and then
Hey
like just go
guys.
beyond that. Like, oh, There's Redford. Hello,
Hey, I'm sorry. I was like, I'll let you guys finish, but I don't know if you guys are going to be finished for a few minutes. So
Yep.
can we start the Precious
Go
Metal
ahead.
Takeover? You guys good?
Absolutely.
Okay,
Yep.
awesome.
Yes, ma'am. Go for it.
Awesome. Yeah, it's good to hear you, old dude. Okay, so welcome to the Precious Metal Takeover. This is when the silver, gold, and I believe gold plus take over the live stream to answer your questions. So if you're not gold or silver, I ask that you please mute your mic. I will be your host for the next 2 hours, of Redford Bear, and I have with me my co-host, Tap. How are you today, Tap?
Hi, I'm wonderful. Thanks.
Awesome. I just wonder if there's a mod or admin that can send out. I think they usually do a notification every week when we do this. Helio, are you able to do that? Maybe he's not there. Yeah, anyway, so the question that we're gonna do
Wait,
today.
did
Oh, sorry.
somebody asked if I was here?
Yeah, I was just wondering. I think usually the admins or the mods do in the announcements just to announce Precious Metal Takeover and ping everybody. So I
Well,
just didn't know if you
we
wanted to do
we
that.
already have the
or-
live streaming going, and I'm recording it, and I'll upload it later. So you guys continue.
Okay, awesome. Thanks. Okay.
I didn't mean to
Was
mess it all up. It sounded like you were like hot and heavy on it. It's like I was like, yes. Anyway, so, yeah.
I'm just sorry. I'm just checking to see if there's anybody that's VC verified. Weedy. You don't have any tags. If you want to go up to the VC check-in, there's somebody there that will be able to interview you. Okay, so I guess our agenda for today will just kind of be the same question that we had last week, just because we didn't get to very many people. So it's yeah, I'll actually let Tap continue with that since I already asked him last week. So you can take it away.
Hi. Okay. Awesome. So, the question for last week, in case some of you weren't here or you forgot, what was your most memorable encounter with someone in the server? This can be a globe earther or a flat earther or really anyone that you've come across in the server. So, if you guys, obviously this person must take over. So I'm gonna ask a few silvers. Crazed Commando. I don't think we've ever actually spoken to you before. Are you there?
Yes, indeed. How's it
Awesome,
going?
awesome. And how are you?
I'm doing pretty good, except I sprained my ankle, so I'm laid up
Not good.
for a couple of days.
Not good, not good. I hope you heal. I hope you get better. But apart from that, what would you say your most memorable encounter with anyone in the server would be?
Well, I hate to report a sort of negative memorable encounter, but I gotta say, arguing with that riding on eggshells fellow has been some of the most memorably gobsmacking frustration I've ever experienced. But as far as like the positive end of it, I mean, you know, like I guess truthers have kind of a reputation of being ornery and you know, sort of catty. And whereas it's not exactly a distinct memory, I guess the overall impression of this server is that, you know, everyone is not only open-minded to like other ideas, but also just, you know, more emotionally supportive people in almost any, you know, sort of group or area of inquiry that I've yet experienced. So that's been pretty cool.
That's great. Um, well, yeah, I don't really know. I mean, what to say from that. Yeah, that's great. Of course, you know, the server is here, and you know, we're all here to, I guess, create these sort of I don't really know how you would describe it, but these see, I don't know how to describe it, but it's like how we feel, you know. We're here to, you know, obviously encourage you guys, make you guys, you know, better at, yeah, not only debating, but making more comfortable and talk here. And I guess that's what Precious Metal Takeover is about. So, you know, it's great that you guys are sharing your stories here and everything like that. Thank you, Crazy Commando. Are you a new silver, by the way?
I've been silver for about 2 months, I think, maybe
Oh,
maybe
2
a month
months.
and a half.
Oh, okay. So yeah, I've never really seen you around.
Yeah, I'm usually working at this time of day, but because of my ankle, I'm out of work for
Okay.
the next little bit. So
Yeah. Well. Okay. Well. I hope your ankle does get better. And yeah, thank you for joining us today.
no.
Boys, feel free to contribute if we have any other people that would like to talk to us. But speaking of people who would like to talk to us, we've got Imrail0632 with the VC verified role. Are you there?
No.
Hello?
Yes, I'm here. I just usually don't like to start the conversation because I don't want to interrupt. Maybe something is going on, so I just enjoy listening.
Oh, that's fine. I mean, we're gonna ask you a few questions anyway. If that's okay with you.
Yeah.
Is that okay with you? Okay. All right. Awesome. So, what do you really think about the shape of the Earth?
What I do really think is that as far as I can see and observe myself, it's flat. But I would say that I am globe skeptical and flat skeptical as well, because I find some points where, well, it doesn't look like it's correct completely when someone is saying that, it's definitely globe. And there are some places where I think that, well, it's not also 100% believable when someone say it's absolutely flat. So there is a part that I can see, verify, and experiments that say, yes, here it's flat, but I can say the same thing for the whole Earth.
Okay. So, what were you saying? And correct me if I'm wrong, but you think it could be a globe, but it could be flat as well because you can observe and test things.
That's not what I said. I said
Oh,
that there is a possibility that it's not globe, because globe and flat not only two shapes in the world that exist.
Yeah.
So I don't say that you have to pick one of them. Because, for example, it's not something I believe in, but for example, I can describe a shape that would work perfectly, but it wouldn't be making any sense logically for me. But for example, as far as I can imagine a cup of tea, for example, like a shape of cup of tea, and the surface is a flat surface. So imagine that the words that we can observe is the surface of the cup of tea, but that doesn't mean that the cup of tea is flat. There is something else, we just can see it by being on the surface. Well, it's not the model that I believe in, but I mean that if you try to fantasize, you can find some possibilities that will work as well. So that's why I don't want to definitely say, so no, it's this way and not another one.
Okay. Right. Well, that's interesting. I guess, does anyone, have any questions that they'd like to ask? I know, any sobers?
Yeah, he said he had globe proof, so let's hear it.
Me? I said there are
Yeah,
some
you said
things
there was globe evidence.
No, I said the opposite. I said some things of the globe that doesn't look like it's correct. Not the evidence, but the opposite of an evidence. So something that makes you think that no, it's not correct. And also then I said that there are something about the flat Earth that for me looks like it's not correct. It's not the evidence of the flat Earth, it's the opposite of the evidence. That's what I said.
Oh, so what's
So you're going to, you can't prove anything.
No, I can't. Well, if I was able to prove something, that means I would know for sure that something is one way, so I would have to choose one or another one. And as far as I can't prove, so that's why I'm not choosing.
Okay,
don't you find it weird that you have no proof? Like you can't think of anything?
Don't I find
Yet
weird?
billions of people believe in this?
Could you repeat that? Or someone else, because I don't know if it's just me lagging.
Yeah, you're kind of breaking up, Northern.
Oh, it's my lag.
Yeah, well, try it again, or drop out and come back in, maybe. Okay, I don't know if he's coming back now. Okay, so oh yeah, okay, there. We'll give him another chance. Northern, are you there?
Mic check. Sorry.
Yeah, you're there. Hey, Chop.
I'm good. All right. Awesome.
Northern. Can we hear you now? That's worse. You're lighting up and I can't hear anything. Can anybody else hear him?
Robot.
No.
No. Okay.
Nope.
Yo, what's going on?
Oh, there. Okay. We kind of heard you.
Yeah, I was just wondering his best globe proof or anything that makes him think that it's a globe. Any evidence? What's like what? If I walked you up on the street, said, "What's your?"
You cut out again. What's your proof? I think that's what he was getting at, maybe.
Yeah, but I think that the
Yeah,
person.
if I
Yeah. So the person, if I understood you correctly, if you
walk
asked
up
me what would be my best
ask
proof
you,
of
what
the
is your
globe
best
as an.
globe? Yeah, we're face to face. I ask you, what's globe proof that it's a globe?
No, I wouldn't prove anything because, like, to prove something, you have to, at least for yourself, you have to believe that it's true. So then you can have some proofs. So, for example, if I was sure that the Earth is globe, I would find some proofs. But what I'm saying is that I see something that, I don't know if there is a word like disproof, like something that breaks the proof. I don't know how to say that. So it's not like I wouldn't be able to defend the
So
globe Earth theory without believing in it.
Teaching this in schools? Why are governments teaching this in schools when I ask people for globe proof and apparently there is none? So it's weird that a government would teach this, yet nobody has any evidence.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not a government, so I don't know.
Well, maybe
Well,
let's
no, it's
ask.
common sense. You'd be like, what?
Yeah, but
So
you
like,
see, as a
why is the
scientist,
government teaching something that there's no evidence?
you see what I try and like to, how I try to understand that if something is not correct, that means that the other thing is correct only if there is just two possibilities. But for example, if you ask me like my age and you say you're 20 years old and I say no, that means that you're 40. Well, no, because I can have like 20, 40, 30 and 50 and so on. So there is a plenty of possibilities. So that's kind of the same thing about the Earth for me. So if it's not globe, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's flat. If it's not flat, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's globe. So that's why I don't want to go into like some specific, how to say, like either it's one or another, because why would I go there?
No, I'm just asking you why an authority would teach you something, yet when you leave the school, so like, why would the government teach you that it's a globe, and then you come here and you have no globe proof, but billions of people believe it's a globe?
You're asking my opinion, yes? Or you're asking like some explanation?
Why
Because
is government teaching that people come on Discord and they have no proof for?
okay, so I might suggest because that's convenient for the government. That's all. Like,
Is it right or wrong for the government to teach something that is unproven?
from the point of view of the government, it's probably good because they're doing that, and from the point of view of someone who would be interested to know the truth, it's bad, and from the point of view of someone who doesn't care, like it's neutral.
All right. Do you believe truth is objective
No,
or subjective?
I don't want to believe in that. Like, it's like, do I believe that the truth is subjective or objective? That means what kind of truth you're trying to explain. Because when you say the words like good or bad, That's not a truth. That's how some experience it, because something might be good for you and something might be bad for me. But when we say that like the green apple is green, yes, that kind of truth should be objective. Oh, yes. And also, for example,
No, overall is
overall, yes.
You cut out again, Northern. Overall, what?
Is it overall is truth objective or subjective?
I don't know if you did hear my answer to that. I can't answer that differently. Like when you say about some fact, it should be objective. If you're talking about something that some people might perceive differently, it would be subjective. So when you're saying that something is like the shape of the Earth, it should be objective. It shouldn't be subjective, for example.
It is.
Yeah,
It should be
truth
the
is
same.
objective,
Doesn't matter
but
what we think about it.
atheists believe in subject.
Okay.
Was that
Can I?
Witsit?
Yeah.
Hey, Witsit. How are you? We're
Hola.
doing Precious Metal Takeover again.
I
I know
always
you
come
seem to
here
come
every
in at
time.
the same time. Yeah, so
Oh, my bad.
sorry.
Welcome,
Thanks.
what's it?
Yeah, good to see you though. Okay, sorry, you guys, continue. Sunny, were you gonna say something?
Yeah, somebody can take him to the flat
I was going to
proofs
say.
or wherever you want to take him.
Oh,
I just
hold
wanted
on.
to see why the government's teaching something that no.
Yeah, I get
Yeah,
it, and I just don't know if he's grasping. Anyways, yeah, sorry, go Sunny.
Yeah, Northern, I heard what you said about that. I just want to make a joke first. Witsit just comes in to show all his decorations. I'm only kidding.
Yeah.
Anyway. Anyway, I was just going to ask this person, Imreal, I was listening to what you said in the very beginning, and I just need to ask a simple question. Do you think Earth is an object?
Do I think if the Earth is an object?
Yes.
Okay, so I kind of feel that it wouldn't be simple to. Well, I would say yes, because I have something in my mind that I mean by the word object, but probably that might be not the same thing that you mean when you say object, because I don't know, maybe object is a different thing in my language and in your language. Well, is a scene and an object is the same thing, because maybe there is some like small details that would make it different. Like the Earth is a scene that you can touch, that you can be on.
So actually, that's actually the very point why I asked the question, because if you think of Earth as an object or a specific shape, then there's a problem there. And that's why you would be stuck in an endless loop, because no one's ever found the extents of this realm. I believe that's what it is a realm. It's not a shape, an object. It's not something that somebody has ever measured.
Okay, so you see, the problem is for me when you say realm, thing, object, and other things, I just don't get the slight differences that you mean by these words, because
Well, listen, because an object would have a shape. If it was just an object, then it would definitely have a shape.
So
Sonny, can I say something about that, Sonny? Because you're absolutely right, and that's a thing that a lot of people have a hard time grasping. Sorry to interrupt, but Sonny's absolutely right. An object knows that you have an understanding of the entire construct of what the subject is, and in fact, though, like even if I picked up a handful of sand or rocks, that's actually not an object either, because I don't even know how many sand grains I have in my hand, right? So an object is something that is definite, right? It's a definite thing. It's here. It's like an orange. That's an object. A skull. That's an object. A car, right? But that's as far as it goes. The Earth is not like that, because we can't even comprehend its size. And that's why Sonny is so correct about that. When people want to make the Earth into an object, they're taking away from God's Earth. Obviously, they're trying to say that you can understand God's creation, and that's why it's a real big problem. Thanks, Sonny.
Oh yeah, then in that definition, I would say yes, the Earth is not an object. Yes, if I use that definition.
So see, that's the thing. If I ask somebody if they believe or they think the Earth is some kind of object, implying a shape, then they have a presupposition already as to what it is from the very beginning. So we can just take what we see right here on the surface, and what we see on the surface is water is always flat and horizontal at the top. This is irrefutable. No one questions the nature of water. It does this always, just like, the gas laws do their thing. They always do it. They always do the same thing. Water always takes on the shape of the bottom of the container it's in. On the top level, in this reality, water is always flat, level, horizontal on the top. So 71% of this place they say is water. So their 71% is all flat, horizontal. As in the direction that all ships travel, all aircraft travel horizontally. So we got 71% of the Earth now is taken care of. It's flat. So now we have 29% left. Okay, so out of that, let's just round it up to 30, so we have, out of that, we have 1/3 of the remaining third is are plains. In other words, flat, plain areas where they're measurably flat with very little rise or drop. You see what I'm saying?
Yes. So I partially.
Okay, wait, because I know it's seems kind of long, but I'm on a premise.
I'll make it.
I'm on a step-by-step premise, so I'll be done soon. So we only have 20% left then. That all of Earth's radius curvature needs to fit into 20%. Doesn't that seem very odd to you that they're saying it's this size, it has this much curvature, we find none over water, so now they only have 20% left that they have to fit all of the curvature in. So see, that's what we see here is a flat plane, not in motion. These are all things that are objective to us, to our senses, even to instrumentation that we have these days. So people should stop using sticks and stones, a well shadow, like going in a well, or shadows from sticks. We have like high-speed interferometers. Do people know? It's funny. It's like I feel a lot of times in here, and I'll shut up soon, but if I feel like I'm talking with a bunch of kindergartners or first graders that don't understand how ridiculous that is in 2021 as adults, supposedly educated people, are using sticks and shadows from 2,200 years ago. Anyway, I'll stop. So that's my little 2 cents.
Okay, so that was like the things that you said. That would be a good example of me explaining why something I agree and something I disagree with. Because I do agree with things that when you defined it, the word object, I would agree with that, because like that's also what I believe, that we cannot, like, at this point we didn't understood the full structure of the Earth. Like probably it might be impossible to understand. That's why, yes, with your definition I would agree that the Earth is not an object. The next thing that I do agree with you is that like all that we can check, verify, and see so far, it's flat. Yes, that I do agree with. And everything that like we see, like the water and stuff, and if it's the water and the water have some properties, like in my flat, it should have the same properties in your flat, in the ocean, all around the world. So that we agree on. Something I don't agree with, it's when you said like 71% of the surface is water, because 71% is from the globe Earth model. I don't think that these numbers are correct, because when I tried to verify it by myself, I tried to calculate the surface of the known Earth, and I tried to divide the surface of the summary of the continents by the all, and it doesn't go like 70. So it's just, I wouldn't agree with that number, but I do agree that yes, it's a big part of the Earth is
right.
That's called hostile witness.
That's a really that's a good
against
wait.
them.
I'm sorry. That's a good point though. Like I agree with you. I only use that percentage because that's their model. So even in their model, a lot of times I'll point things out, assuming their model, and then let's just go see if what they're saying in this model is working out. And so, yeah, I'm not saying, I think there's a lot more water, probably even more land. So there's a lot of things we don't know.
Yeah,
that's for
and
sure.
Only one thing that I'm still like, because I'm here like actively for a few days, I'm trying to listen, to communicate, to understand. One thing that I find difficult for me is the level thing, because once again that might be something that I don't understand because of the language. So when you say level, it's obviously flat, but it also should be horizontal. And when you say flat, it might be level, but it might be like in vertical flat, like a wall flat or something like this. So when you say level, it means that it's horizontal.
Horizontal, correct, yes.
Okay. So that one of the things that when I said that I don't agree with everything about the flat Earth. Like I do agree that it's relatively flat. Like I mean, the things that you said about like there are some mountains, but the most of the land is plains, and yeah, there are some hills. So, but that's why I think that yes, it's relatively flat. But when you think about the ocean, when you say it's level, it means when I'm standing on the bank of the sea, and there is on the coast of the sea, and you're like, I'm in Europe, for example, and you're in USA, and you're standing at the same coast like of another sea, but it's still the same big ocean. We should be at the same level. That's what it means.
We're
like
basically at the same level, but you have tides. You have pitch over water, which is the pitch and fetch, is what happens to water with wind blowing over it for a certain amount of distance, does things to the water surface. So it pushes it up. It pushes it up. It makes it bulge up over like underwater obstructions as it's moving. Like people do not understand how water works at all. On this place we're in, there's all kinds of things going. It's a very dynamic system. The water isn't just sitting still flat.
Yes,
Tides,
exactly.
currents.
That's the same.
Yeah. So water bulges up because of wind and waves, tides, whether they're going in or out. You know, the fluctuation of the tides. There's all kinds of things going on. So to say that you're at exactly the same level, yes, fundamentally you're at the surf. Like if you took out all the highs and lows over an average and went over it, that would be a completely horizontal plane.
Yeah.
So but anyway, but here's the point I was going to make, because, and then I'll stop because I start into this and I talk a lot. But if you're standing on a shore, let's say I'm standing on a shore here in the West Coast of California, and somebody is in, let's say, Japan, and they're standing on the coast in Japan. If I point my finger at the direction exactly where Japan is, and I'm pointing out using a compass, and the person in Japan is pointing their finger out exactly eastward towards me, pointing directly to where I am, we would both be pointing our arms horizontally, just like the oceans are. That's why compasses work, because they're floating in a level. They're floating in liquid that mimics sea level. That's why we level buildings' floors with a level. Everything is based on it. You see what I'm saying?
Yes, except I'm not sure if I didn't understand you correctly, but I don't think that what you said, I will just repeat in my words, and then you said if I understood you correctly. So you're staying at some point in USA, and there is someone across the ocean who is standing in Japan, and he is like on it would be on the west from you.
Yes, further west from me. Yeah, they would be standing on the east coast, looking east towards. They would be looking east towards the Pacific Ocean. I would be looking west across the same ocean.
So what I think, if you will point like with your fingers, it means like if you draw a straight line, like will be like prolonging your finger. I don't know how to say, like so you will.
Yes,
Yes,
yes.
the extension. Yes, thank you. So you will hit that person. And what I think that when you use a compass, it, for example, the compass will show you the north, like it will lead you to the center. And when it'll show you the west, like if you will try to follow west, you wouldn't go in this straight line. You would have to make a circle. Like, because every time the west will be kind of a bit different, because the west is just like the 90-degree from the north, and north is also
true.
changing.
That is true. That is true. That those lines are concentric. They would
Yeah.
be considered like concentric. So what I'm saying is, you're on a solid piece of land. That's not moving. Another solid piece of land. If you're just basically pointing to each other across the ocean,
Yes, yes.
you're
So
going to
in
be
that case,
pointing
yes.
in a horizontal plane. So nobody points down to China and says, when you ask somebody where China is, they'll say, okay, they'll look at the direction. So it's what, east or something?
Yeah.
Or south. They'll point out with your arms. It's just the natural thing, because we're here on this place. This is what it is. Anyway, anyone else can join in. But thanks for the conversation.
No.
I think he's in the right place if he doesn't believe in a model.
Why do some people try to assert that it's flat here in this area, it's level here in this area, but it's curved elsewhere?
Well, the globe Earth model describes the Earth as an oblate spheroid. So not a perfect sphere, but it's like oblate. So it's not, again, it's not perfect like we see in the pictures, right? In the blue marble, you see how it's beautiful and, just fully round, 360 degrees. They think that it's not perfectly round. They think it's oblate. So some parts going to be flat. It's like, if you picture a hexagon, but, oh, no, not a hexagon, but let's say you think of a shape with a lot of flat and then a few curved and a few flat. That's what they think it is, I guess.
It's odd though.
Well, there
like,
is no flat
so
surfaces
long,
on a
for so
surface of an
long they
oblate
knew it was
object,
this perfect ball,
and there is no
and then
detectable
now.
curvature anywhere.
Hello?
Yeah, you guys are over talking each other one at a time, please.
Sorry.
Gregory, were you done?
Amazing.
Okay.
It's amazing how for so long they knew it was this perfect marble, perfect ball, and just recently they decided it's an oblique spheroid, it's kind of pear-shaped. They've changed their mind, but they were so sure for so long.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, that's just an ad hoc solution to all the lack of curvature that we observe. And the first point I was saying was there is no flat surfaces on an oblate object. It's just not a property that's on an oblate spheroid object. And then, secondly, you don't detect any curvature anywhere. So that appeal is meritless and vacuous.
Not just that, but spherical trigonometry dictates there's got to be curvature in all directions, not just front to back.
This is also true.
Yeah, exactly. Like pear or globe, there'd be curvature no matter what on either one of those ideas.
Well, the idea of the oblate spheroid and the differences they're speaking about when you get up to the sizes that they're talking about wouldn't make itself apparent to the naked eye. But he's right, there is no flat spots on a spheroid. That's the property of a spheroid.
Right, oblate,
I just know-
spheroid, geoid, whether it be oblate or not oblate, there are no flat surfaces on a spheroid or a geoid, whichever term you want to use. They love to hop back and forth between the terms, so that's why I just say all the terms in the sentence so I cover all the bases before they keep switching the goalposts.
This between spheroid, asteroid, all that, they might as well just tell us we're living on a hemorrhoid.
Chubby's a good way. It's like pear shape.
That could be coming.
All right. On that note,
That could be coming soon to a theater near you.
and
Well,
Real,
the
is that how you
spheroid-
say? Oh, sorry, go.
I was just going to say that the spheroid's a good way to get people to beg the question of the sphere. You know, when he says it's pear-shaped, he's still implying a shape. So he's putting a shape, you know, in the mind. So people are equating that with their reality, and then he'll turn around and say that the differences, you know, are so small that if you were big enough to actually hold it, you wouldn't be able to discern the difference. So, you know, he's locked you into a paradigm by getting you to imagine you're on the ball.
A paradox.
When he says that.
An unsubstantiated, unmerited paradox.
Chubby's a good way. It's like pear-shaped.
So,
I
do you have
mean,
any
if
other
the flat
questions?
surfaces, if the flat surfaces are that negligible from the most macroscopic perspective when trying to observe the entirety of this object, you know, you can't just say that. You have to substantiate that. And then it's a paradox once again, because there are no flat surfaces. There is no flatness on a spheroid. You can't have it both ways.
What I mean though is they're trying to get you to argue about differential curvature instead of you know, the fact that we measure it flat. Like they're trying to, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like a trick, mental
Yeah,
trick.
it's rhetoric.
Pretty much.
It's a rhetorical tactic. That's right.
So, Amriel, I think that's how you say your name. Did you have any other questions for us? Or do you
No,
have anything
no,
else
that's
you want
fine.
to talk
It's
about?
just like, for example, when you say why some people would believe that in some areas Earth, like the surface is flat and not in another one, I like to think about this like, imagine a sphere that was cut into parts, and you just like the bottom part of the sphere is like the surface of the bottom part is the surface we're living in, and the upper part is just like the sky, the like the air and all the stuff. So it's like it might be like that, and it will work exactly the same way. But like the thing is that you don't know what is on the bottom of this like part. So that's why some people. I wouldn't say that it is, but I would say that it might be. Yeah.
Well, whether you hold to the certain position or to the almost certain position, it's still an unjustified position to maintain because there's no substantiation for such a position. And then, particularly regarding the absence of any evidence of curvature, you can't maintain that you live on a spheroid, geoid, oblate spheroid, geoid that has some flat areas on it, but it's still curved elsewhere when you haven't substantiated the existence of curvature. So to still assert that position is just unsubstantiated and meritless and unjustified still.
No, what I mean, yes, you can't say that it is this way if you are not able to measure it, to see it, to observe it. You can't claim that, yes, it's just like that. But you have to say that, yeah, it might be like that or it might be not like that. When you can't see something, you can't measure it, you can't prove it, you shouldn't assume it just like because you want it to be.
Yes, but a question of an assertion of uncertainty versus an assertion of certainty and substantiated certainty is superior to an uncertain, unsubstantiated claim. So the certain substantiated claim takes precedence and is justified in being believed.
Okay, I will have another hour to understand what your question or what your sentence
I'm
meant.
sorry.
Because,
I'm sorry to waterboard you with all these. I'm sorry to waterboard you with all these $5 words. It's just these terms are necessary when talking about such subject matters. So
I think
basically, to help you
I can
understand what I
translate
mean,
that.
if actually go ahead, you.
Basically, it's curving outside of perception for them, is what they're implying. and it's where you can't see is where it's curving.
Right. And to put it short,
It's
what I was
flat
saying,
ball.
to clarify what I was saying that the uncertain, unsubstantiated position is inferior and thus unjustified to be believed versus the certain substantiated position, which is justified in being believed.
Okay, so he has to go. So I guess we'll move on to see if there's anybody else that has any questions. Hentel Hamster, you're lighting up, but you're not speaking. Are you there? You're just VC verified.
Yeah, I'm here. I don't know why I'm lighting up because my mic's muted. So
Oh, okay. Well, do
I was
you
just listening.
are you new to the server, I guess?
No,
Looks
I've
like
been in
you
here before.
are. Okay, so what shape do you think the Earth is?
I have no idea. I just listen to everyone's opinions.
Okay, so do you have any questions specifically if you've been listening for a while?
No, not right now. I mean, I just like to listen to what everyone has to say.
Have you been walked through the 3 points, or are you on the fence as to whether it's a globe or flat, or?
So like I don't really know either way. I mean, like I feel like the only way to know for sure is if you go above whatever it is we're living on and take a look at what it is. I don't think anyone knows for sure. I mean, you know, globe earthers, you know, just tend to believe whatever NASA tells them, and then flat earthers just kind of believe whatever they can like disprove, you know. So it's kind of like I'm just kind of in the middle. It doesn't really matter either way unless if I can see for myself.
It kind of perplexes me to hear someone say they have no idea what the shape of the Earth is. Because correct me if I'm
Yeah, I
wrong.
agree.
And how long have you
Correct me
been
if
on
I'm wrong.
the
You're not
server?
inebriated, right?
Hey,
You're
hang
not
on, flat man.
inebriated.
Like,
No, I'm not
Your brain
inebriated.
isn't
No,
damaged.
I don't drink
Your
at all. I
eyes aren't
haven't drank
damaged.
since I was like 19. I'm 27 now, so I never drink. I don't do anything. Yeah.
Your brain isn't damaged, correct?
No, I have no brain damage.
Your eyes aren't damaged, correct?
No, nothing's
Because
damaged.
these things will alter someone's perception of what the shape of the Earth is. So that's why I'm genuinely asking these questions.
I mean, it's so big that how could I just take a look around me and know exactly what shape it is? That just kind of seems like insane to think that. I mean, if you're in a room, right, on a ship, I mean, you can't just know what your ship looks like if you're in a fucking room of a ship if you've never seen the outside of it before, right?
So I think you're misinterpreting the semantic scope of what someone means when they say the Earth is level.
I
Regardless of
mean,
the entirety of the shape of the object that we walk upon, the face or the surface of the thing that we walk upon is not curving. It's a level. That's what is meant.
yeah, but that's what I said, that you guys only believe in what you can disprove. You can disprove that the world is a globe, so that means that you just think that it's not a globe, it's flat.
No,
That's
no,
like
it's
assuming. Can you prove that it's flat?
listen. It's their It's their responsibility to show that it's a globe. That's not on us. That's their burden of proof. But we can show what the surface is like, and it doesn't match anything of what the numbers we were given. We actually go out and physically look at this, observe, and measure the surface, and it's not measuring flat in any direction.
And secondly, to that, I don't know why people don't know this. I think
it is measuring flat. I'm sorry, did I misspeak?
No, you said it correctly.
It's measuring. It's observably and measurably, repeatably measures flat in all directions.
Right. It's measurably and observably level, not curving. And secondly, to what Sonny said, is I don't know why people don't know this. I think this is a symptom of, this trauma-based mind control that everyone is subjected to in the dumbing down of society. But an object, it's regarding its physical properties, can only have one of two things. Either the object is curving, and if not, then it's level. That's all you got. Either it curves or it doesn't. If it doesn't, then it's level. So if we don't detect curvature regarding the shape of the Earth, then the only option we have left is that it's level. and we see that and we can measure that. So we don't just believe the Earth is level unsubstantiatedly. We believe the Earth is level because of the absence of curvature.
I mean, like when
The
they have like
observable and
this whole
measurable. I'm sorry. The observable and measurable absence of curvature is the evidence that substantiates our position that the Earth is not curving; it is level.
Yep.
AKA colloquially flat.
So therefore, what we have here is definitely not opinions. Now, we all are human. We all have opinions. But here in this forum, we're not dealing with opinions at all. Has nothing to do with what I think about it, what you think about it, or what anybody thinks about it. Geometry is geometry. Something is either curved and shows a curve, presents itself as being curved, or it's not. When there are thousands of laser tests and observations, thousands and thousands is piling up now, it's insurmountable amount of places that we show, like every observation is showing flat. So all we're asking is, where's the proof that it's a globe?
Yeah,
we're just saying, bring us the proof. We need to see one little bit of proof.
So have you guys looked into like space tourism at all?
Where are they supposed to be going, brother?
I'm just saying, like, whenever they come out with space tourism and you can actually just get on a plane and fly up to space yourself, would you do it to see?
Well,
Wait,
listen.
a plane
No,
to
hold on.
space?
Listen. Wait. Listen. This goes back to the fundamental thing I was talking about in the first place. With a measurement of curvature, yeah, maybe. I need the curvature measurement first. I need the measurement of curvature first, because they can't go there. They can't
So
go
you wouldn't
to a place.
you wouldn't get on. So if you got a free ticket to like, oh hey, like I'm a member of the Flat Earth whatever committee, like can I have
Hey, whoa. Hey, you guys, calm down. Okay, let Hamster just keeps.
No, I'm
hearing
just
what he's
saying, like, if you're a part of some sort of like flat Earth group, right? And like Virgin Galactic is like, hey, we're gonna give you guys free tickets so you can come up into space and see the Earth yourselves, and see what you think about it. It's not
Can I
like we're
answer
trying to
that?
sway you one way or
Can
the
I
other.
please
Would you
answer
do it?
that? Can I please answer that? Anyone but Anyone but Virgin. He's already taken out about 5 guys telling him he's gonna take them there. So anyone but Virgin, I'm on board.
No, listen. I wouldn't go on a Freemason rocket if they paid me $1 million. No.
These are just all hypotheticals, right? So let's talk about the things that we can do today and go from there. I know, Gregory, you wanted to say something. Go for it.
Yes. The problem with that response is that you reference this supposed industry with the assumption that the thing that they're supposedly traveling to and inside of actually exists. But if that place that supposedly exists really doesn't exist, then the supposition that they're going there is moot and vacuous and not true.
Or where would you be flying to then?
How far do you think they fly up? Hold on.
Where do you think
how
you would
far,
be flying to then?
Hold on. I'm asking you a question. How far do you think they fly up?
What do you mean how far? Like
how high? How high?
How high are they flying up? I don't know. I have no idea the distance.
They're only traveling about 50 to 55 miles.
55 miles up in the air. Have you ever walked a mile? Have you ever been in a plane?
You know how high is 55 miles? I mean, that's just from, like, if you live in
I
Florida,
jumped out of
that's like
planes.
from
Yeah,
that's
I've
like
been in a few.
that's like from Miami to Boynton Beach. Dude, that's not even high enough, bro. Outer
You think they're
space.
only
Outer
going
space.
55 miles up?
Go look it up. Go look it up. That's how far Virgin Galactic went.
The Earth is
so the superior point is that they're not flying in a
what they call vacuum.
Yeah, the superior point is that they're not flying in a vacuum. Okay. They're not flying in a vacuum. Airplanes can't fly in a vacuum. That's why they're called airplanes. Airplanes can't fly in a vacuum, and the vacuum of outer space is not a real thing. It's just a fictitious area in their cosmological belief system.
Well, I
Virgin
mean, okay,
Galactic.
so okay, so I looked it up. So Virgin Galactic, yeah, you're right. They only went up 50 something miles per hour, or 50 miles up into the air, right?
Yep.
So what if? So, but okay, and like, what if you had the option to go even further out? Would you take it? Like, if there is like some sort of
Well,
space
the thing is,
tourism
That's
to
an
go out?
field of fantasy.
This is
It's not a
exactly.
field of fantasy. I mean,
Yeah,
it's
it is.
just like no,
It
it's
is.
Yeah,
just
but
like
yes, it is. It's a hypothetical. That's not something I can literally go up and do right now and today. So let's talk about
okay.
things that
Well,
we can
let's talk about
actually
something you can do
do
today
then.
then. So, and why don't you
Well, you
guys
keep
get
bringing
a
it
boat?
up, so.
Why don't you guys get a boat and go over to Antarctica? Like,
This is
to
what we can
prove
do. This is what we can do.
like,
Is measure the Earth.
Did he say go? I'm sorry.
like
This is
get
what we
on a
can
Yeah, he
do.
boat
said,
and go
take a
to
boat to
Antarctica.
Antarctica. We'll pick at that. Yeah, we'll pick at that one. Don't worry.
You know,
He
do you
said
know,
go over Antarctica. So
do
we're
you
gonna
realize?
sail across solid
Oh,
ice.
Yeah, yeah. Boats are not a measuring tool. Thanks.
No, it's not about measuring. I'm just saying going to see whatever. Like, what do you guys believe is past Antarctica if the world is flat?
Dude,
Bro, what are you talking
where's
about?
the measurement of curvature? Water is always flat and
I'm not
horizontal.
saying that the world is a globe or flat either way.
We already
I don't have to
conceded he
prove
has no
globe Earth
globe.
because I don't care either way. Like, I'm just saying that, like, if you guys fully believe in flat Earth, then what is past
No, I
Antarctica?
don't.
You don't
Wait, I
believe.
don't believe in flat Earth.
Okay, if you fully know that the Earth is flat, then what is past Antarctica?
No one's
well,
ever
no.
been there, and you
That's
can't
a
go
good
there,
question,
and
but it's
neither
not
can
So
a
then
anyone
goddamn
else.
argument.
that's the same point that I'm making is that no one has been, none of you have been in outer space. So how would you be able to
Neither
look
have
back down
they.
at Earth and know?
Listen, hamster. Listen, hamster. Can you show us gas pressure without a container?
Gas pressure without a container?
Yeah.
Like you,
Yeah.
you just keep going
I
down
need
this route of trying to
No, I'm
disprove
not.
globe Earth.
Okay, but
Hold up. You're invoking space. So now you're going to have to prove it. Yes, you're invoking the vacuum of space.
Okay,
We
so
have gas pressure here. Hold on. We have gas pressure here, right? Yeah. Gas pressure requires a container unless you're going to counter what I just said about gas pressure. You're going to need to show a practical demonstration in reality that gas pressure can be held with no container next to a vacuum.
So what
Before
do you
you
believe
answer
is
that,
above
the
the
problem-
gas pressure in Earth?
No,
though?
I
Like,
don't
what is
believe
up
it.
there?
It's the gas laws. You heard the first and
Okay, let
second
me
laws of
rephrase
thermodynamics.
my question without the trigger word of believe then.
Contain
What do you
Yeah, that bothers me
know?
too, hamster.
What do you know is above Earth, if not a vacuum, or if it's not whatever you
A
think it is?
container.
What is a container?
We have absolute proof of a container because we have gas pressure.
Okay,
What
is
is
the
it?
container?
Gradient.
I don't know. I don't know what it's made of. You want me to describe it? I have no idea how to describe it because we haven't seen it. But you
no
know
one's
it is
been
that.
there either.
But
no one's
it is
been
that.
to the extremes of it. No one's
it
been
is-
to the extremes of
Holy
it. If
shit.
they have,
Holy
they have
shit.
not. Okay.
Hey
sorry.
guys,
Wow.
hey, let's
But it is.
one
But
at
it
a
is.
time. No, one at a time. Who was that?
I was.
May I say
talking
something?
about? Yeah.
Me,
Yeah, go
Gregory,
for it.
may I say something?
Oh my god.
What I was gonna say to
I was in the
hamster is
middle.
that the
I was in the
problem.
middle of what I was trying to say.
Yeah, Elbow, go for it.
Okay, then I'll go.
Yeah, I said I couldn't describe it, but it is the antecedent to gas pressure. You need a container to have gas pressure. And then Sunny was up.
So your guys' point is that there's nothing that can contain the gas pressure of Earth's atmosphere other than a container. Yes.
Well, yeah,
what
that's
you
why
have
he
then.
asked you to prove gas pressure without containment because you made the claim that you want to go to space in an airplane, blah, 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 right? And then you start talking about Antarctica. So we're bringing it back to the gas pressure. So you need to prove then that you can have gas pressure without a container.
Well, I don't have to prove one or the other because I already told you I don't really like believe one way or the other. So it's like I
Okay.
don't.
Okay.
Like
trying to
Okay,
invoke
so here's the
space.
problem.
Then stop trying to invoke space.
Yes.
Simple as that.
Invoke
So here's the
space.
problem. Your
Okay, so but
argument,
you
your
guys are invoking
argumentation.
a container that you don't even know about, other than
No, dude,
Because the natural
dude.
hang on, the natural antecedent to gas pressure is you need containment. So if you're making a claim that you can have gas pressure within the atmosphere without containment, saying that you can go to space, you're making that positive claim, so you need to provide evidence and proof for that claim. Do you understand? That's why
Physics
this is why we're
supports this
going
claim.
through this.
Yeah.
This is the whole trajectory of where we're at right now. So you can't invoke space if you cannot prove gas pressure without containment.
And we could
May I
prove it
say
to
this
you.
to Hamster?
We could. Okay, go ahead.
The problem with Hamster's argumentation is that you're taking this convoluted double speaking position where you don't believe, and thus you're not really making an argument, but then you make a counter argument against what we believe. So you have to make up your mind.
Right.
No, I'm not making an argument. I'm just asking questions, right?
So
like it's not an argument.
No, you haven't
I'm
merely
not.
asked questions, you've made counter arguments. I think you may have been doing this accidentally, but I just want to clarify that.
No, it's more
So
like
Hamster,
asking questions, really.
so
Just
Hamster,
like what it
we
is
could.
you believe. I mean,
So Hamster, we could prove this for you. Can you look up the definition for gas pressure?
yeah, I can look it up here. I'll Google it right now. Gas pressure. Let's see. Okay.
Let's look for gas pressure definition.
The sum of all the forces, or the sum of the forces of all the molecules striking the wall divided by the area of the wall is defined to be the pressure.
What does it have to strike? So what does it have to strike? Right. So without a wall, you can't have gas pressure.
So two things. This idea that we live on a oblate spheroid, geoid, in the midst of a vacuum is incoherent in the model. And secondly, there is no observable, sensible evidence of the existence of such a thing. So it doesn't work in their model, neither is it correspondent to reality. That's nonsense.
I just had a thought, and it's a funny thought. Can you imagine what the bacteria and all that in your body are thinking? You know, wait, do we live in a body? No one believes that we live in a body. But what if we did live in a body? We don't live in a body. Then they find out they live in a body.
I think I got what you meant.
I didn't
That's
understand.
how we are. That's how we are. So I'm just saying.
I think you're critiquing the
Well, so
policy
how
of having this self-contradictory double speaking position. Yes, that is erroneous.
Okay, so how do globe earthers, I mean, I know that it's basically just chalked up to gravity, right? That's how they say that we're able to have an atmosphere around a
reification
globe
fallacy.
without
Yeah, we're not even off of gas pressure yet, though. So there's about
No, but I
five
mean, like,
more.
what is it that the scientists say for sure that makes it to where we can have gas pressure without a container? Because you guys are saying that we have a container for sure because that's the only way you can have gas pressure. So what are like
Yeah,
NASA scientists saying that, like, how do we have gas pressure without a container?
So
What
it's
is their
twofold.
argument?
Matter
So
of
it's
fact, if you look at
twofold. It's
NASA,
both gravity, Einstein's gravity, and now this kind of new but just rebranded old doctrine. It's both Einstein's gravity and dark matter.
honestly, what they do is they use Newtonian
Which is
when
a
it's
fantasy.
convenient. They'll
Both
switch
of them.
to Einstein when it's convenient. They'll switch back and forth. They're using this hybrid thing that's made basically it's made up. And then when they get caught on one little thing, they switch to another part of the doctrine. Like, because it's been around long enough that they know what little part of it they need to flip to next. Like, it's been fully orchestrated.
but it's funny.
Their
As,
best
but
defense
but it's funny
is
though.
rhetorical sophistry.
But it's funny though, because if you go look up gas pressure and you look NASA, Google that, they'll actually tell you that gas pressure needs a containment.
Yep.
It is really hilarious.
It's in the
Did you
voice
put?
text.
Oh, you put it on there.
Voice
Sweet.
text right now. Yeah. So, yep.
You
There
can
you
find
go.
1,001 holes, incoherencies in this model. It doesn't even work within itself, which is why they have to invoke such fantastical ad hoc solutions to these incoherencies in their model, which is all indicative of it not being real.
Yeah, so I don't want the whole concept that, or it's not a concept. The actual thing about the gas laws, this case of entropy, those laws of thermodynamics, things like that, with gases, even fluid dynamics, these are such fundamental, foundational things that are proven over and over and over again that it's considered an axiom. It's not even questioned anymore. No one in all of history has ever been able to provide any violation of these laws. It has never been done. It has never been known to man ever that those could be violated.
Lest a miracle occur.
So, Hamster, there you go. That's not me saying that. That's all of your scientists saying that.
Yeah, I heard you. But I mean, like, so basically we have a container around Earth. So then what is keeping, I mean, like, you're saying that they can't prove, basically, like, their model of the Earth is wrong because atmosphere can't be contained without a container. So gravity is basically just made up. But what is gravity then? Like, what, or like, if gravity's not real, what is pulling everything?
It's a one-word explanation. It's a one-word explanation. It's like a magic get-out-of-jail-free card word that they just throw in to try to say what the cause is. They've never defined what the cause is. They only have an effect. We only have an effect of things that are more dense going downward and things less dense going upward. That totally defies gravity.
Yeah,
things going up that have mass.
They haven't scientifically validated gravity, so it's just a colloquial theory, not a scientific theory.
What do you guys know?
The reason things go up and down is based on their relative density.
So you're saying that what keeps us down on the ground is density?
You're more dense than the medium you're in.
Yeah.
But if you go in a swimming pool, you'll float because then you are now less dense than the medium you're in. Also, if you pick up an object and then you drop it, it's going to fall to the ground as well because you've just removed it from its equilibrium. You've applied a force to it, just kind of like a door. Like I was thinking about this today. A door opens and then swings shut because you've applied a force to it.
What are the odds you said that after I just opened my door and closed it?
Oh, really?
That's amazing.
But it's not gravity's not the reason that the door is shutting, because this is now something that's like, it's not going up and down, it's going side to side. It's shutting because you've applied a force to it, and objects want to seek their equilibrium. But the reason things go down is because they're currently more dense than the medium they're in.
So watch this.
You see this down vector? Sorry. Go ahead.
Hamster, if Hamster is still listening.
Yeah, I'm listening.
Hamster, watch you get intellectual diarrhea, okay? The Globers will tell you simultaneously, either in the same breath or in two subsequent breaths, that the curvature of space-time, Einstein's gravity, general and special relativity, is gravity, which causes the downward acceleration of things towards the center of mass, right, the center of the Earth. But in the very next breath of the same breath, they will say that the downward acceleration is gravity. So which one is it? Is the curvature of space-time gravity, or is the downward acceleration of things towards the center of mass gravity? Which one is it?
Dude,
but when you talk to them, they'll switch back and forth on a dime on you when you refute one or the other. It's like intellectual whack-a-mole.
Like what it gravity is? Theory, you don't have.
I mean, that's why my opinion is neither one way or the other, because I don't think that humans can prove gravity, and I also don't think that they can prove what actually we are on, other than like just actually seeing for yourself.
Yeah, other than just the surface itself shows that we see thousands of times further.
Well, the problem is that you keep maintaining this position of incredulity against the evidence that is observable and presented to you, which is unjustified.
And stationary, not curving.
And know exactly what we're in. We can't. I don't think we.
Yeah, let me ask Hamster as well. Hamster, do you think of Earth as an object?
And even if somebody had a
An
book, I don't think we'd
object?
understand.
Good job,
Well,
Sonny.
I mean, like, what do you mean by object? Like, just something that
Do you,
is like.
do you think
What?
that Earth is an object that has a like defined shape, like in your mind? What do you think of Earth as? Is
What
it
do
an
I think of
object
Earth
thing?
as?
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just whatever I see around me, I guess.
Do you think of a shape?
Not necessarily, no.
Okay.
Do you agree that the surface we walk upon is a level plane, not a curving object?
I mean, I have no idea. Like, it's so big that I can't really
It's not that big.
fathom.
It's not that big. All you got to do is just dig your fingers just slightly into what they say in the curve or the Earth curve calculators. Get into that little formula because it's just geometry. It's really not that difficult. You know what? You
If
can
you do
even
your
like
research
yeah.
and you observe around the world and you don't observe curvature either convex or concave, then what do you see? You see a level, non-curving plane, correct?
Yeah, I mean, I guess, but I mean, like, you can't see forever in any direction. I mean, it's like,
No,
so
but
how
see,
can you really see what's out
hold
there?
on. Here's what I mean though. If you don't know what this formula thing is, so in 5 miles, there should be 16 feet of drop. 10 miles is 66 feet. You know, so that's a defined size geometry. It requires a certain amount of drop over that distance. That cannot be
Regarding
something that cannot be something that would vary at all. So if you look at things that are actually on the water or close to the water, such as lighthouses, and also radio beacons. You familiar with like radio beacons? This is how
Yeah.
navigators. Yeah, so I've used one before. You point this radio beacon in the direction of the beacon that's sounding, let's say, on a jetty near a harbor, and you're out at sea and you're coming in and it's blanketed with fog with less than a quarter-mile visibility. You point that thing to where the beacon is and you can point your ship directly towards the beacon. It shoots a horizontal radio beacon out horizontally across the water. So we've picked those up at 30 miles.
And you're saying that that's like way too far for the globe Earth to be true, right?
So, okay, well, here's the thing. I'll just go right to the Earth curve calculator.
And while he's doing that, regarding the retort that you said that, but I can't see the whole thing, the point still stands regardless of that. The point of we live on a level circular plane still stands regardless of the fact that we don't see the entirety of the object of which we walk upon.
I mean, like, you guys are just saying that because you can disprove the, like, this just goes back to what I was saying, is you can disprove the whole, like, curvature of the Earth by, like, what he's looking up right now, whereas you can see things further out
Wait
than
a
what
minute.
the globe
Wait a
model would
minute.
allow you to normally, right?
Wait a minute. No, here's the thing. You're missing the point. Is shooting a laser off the surface of a frozen lake and hitting a target at the same height? What is that? At known distances and heights.
Wait, say that
No.
again? What did you say?
Shooting a laser across a frozen lake.
Yeah.
Yeah, and them hitting their targets miles and miles away over frozen lakes, at both the laser and the target at the same height.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, no, I'm
that's
not
just what I'm saying
disproving.
is that you're
I'm not.
disproving
Wait, I'm
that
not
there's a
disproving.
curve.
Like, I don't have to disprove anything. That is showing that it's a flat area. Completely, the surface is completely flat, measurably flat.
So to directly respond to what Hamster is saying, what you're missing is that when you disprove the supposed existence of curvature of the thing that we walk upon, that simultaneously proves that it's level. When you eliminate one option out of a absolute dichotomy, the only option that is left is the reality.
But how do you know that it's an absolute dichotomy? What if it's just like the curve is way too big for you to measure because like we're
Dude, I
actually on
just
like a
told you.
giant.
I just told you.
Did you hear what I just said?
I just told you a lighthouse at 20 or 30 miles, which is a short distance. They see lighthouses up to 150 miles.
No, I'm saying like what if we're on like a ball that's way too big, like the entire
Then their whole thing is blown out of the water. Then that means the radius they gave us is 100. It's hundreds of thousands of times larger than they said, and it decreases and increases day by day, hour by hour. They have no model.
The problem
they've never, but they told us what the size was. All we did is take that template they gave us and lay it out across on reality, and it didn't match. Do you see that? So I disagree with you.
I'm not even putting
hamster,
to be
hamster,
put.
hold on.
Damn, Sonny, you want to be concise?
No, hamster. I just disagree with you. I don't know if you're being entirely honest that you don't think of Earth as some sort of shape. It seems to be stuck in your mind. You're just not letting on to it.
Some people are just confused. Some people are genuinely confused.
That's true. Either that, or you truly don't know.
You guys are telling me that you don't know what's past Antarctica. So how do you know for sure that the entire Earth, whatever's past Antarctica, is also flat?
Have you been past the Antarctica?
What if
you been
what
there?
if the entire known Earth?
Okay, so
is
hamster,
flat, but
again,
then
you're
beyond that, it's
making.
not a giant globe?
Okay, why don't we talk about things that we can substantiate these claims? Right, we can't go to
Right, that was-
Antarctica. We don't know. I can't validate any of that. I have a pretty good, theory of what's beyond the ice wall, but I can't go there to prove that. So I'm not going to make these claims. So let's get back to what we can measurably prove here.
Right. What I was going to say to you, hamster, was that the problem with your response is that you're appealing to fantasy in order to counter argue with what we're saying. You're appealing to a fantasy which is unsubstantiated to counter argue against a position that is substantiated.
It's not.
And to answer your question, what if it's bigger? That, like Sonny was saying, their whole system will break down because orbits of the moon couldn't happen. The sun, we will be what will pull the sun? I mean, the sun will have to be way bigger, way further than. I mean, the whole system, the whole model will break down completely.
Right. Not
Gravity.
only that's true also. Not only that, but again, it's still an appeal to fantasy. So even if that assertion was substantiated, it would still destroy their model. But we would, in this hypothetical, be on a spheroid or a sphere object. But even before that, it's still an appeal to fantasy. That assertion is still not substantiated.
Yeah.
So it's unsubstantiated all around.
You're using a lot of what ifs. What if? Now let's go to what is. Right.
A common comedic response I say to people who ask what if questions, I say, what if I was the Pope? It's not that funny, but it still works. I could just spout what ifs about any and everything. What if the price of tea in China was $75.94? It has no bearing on the veracity and the reality that we're trying to discuss.
I mean, I just think it does though, because I feel like if you don't know something, then like it's the same way you guys think about globe earthers. It's like if they don't know something and they can't prove it, then it's not real, which is the same thing I feel like both sides have, is that if you don't know what's past the Antarctic wall or ice wall, whatever's surrounding us.
So dude,
you're being
listen. No, you're being dishonest right now because you already told me directly that you didn't think Earth was a shape.
No, I don't. I'm just saying that I don't know one way or the other past Antarctica.
No, you do. No.
You can't put words in my head like that.
No, listen.
Sonny, don't do that. Don't do that.
Pretty substantially, that I would say that you're thinking that you're on a curved surface. Maybe you're unsure of it. Like, I'll give you that. Okay. So if you're just unsure of it, you don't really know. That's odd to me because you've lived on a flat Earth your entire life, just like the rest of us.
Hamster, are you familiar with the term?
Back to a fundamental level, real quick. You denied the dichotomy. So
I don't know how to post pictures in this channel.
You don't have permissions.
What is it? I was trying to show you. This is another thing that, like, I I don't believe
Okay,
in this. I'm just saying this is
hold
another
on, Hamster. Just hold on.
possibility.
Creation Bear was in the middle of a sentence, so can you
Yeah,
let
go
him
ahead.
finish?
Let's just keep it fundamental, right? If something isn't curving, what is it?
I mean,
Hamster.
it could be anything. If it's not curving, it could be straight. It could be diagonally straight. I mean, like, what do you mean?
And that would mean it's not curving, and then it's flat, right? That's the dichotomy that you didn't understand about minutes ago.
It's a
If
plane.
something's not straight, I mean, if something's not curving, then it must be flat. That's what you guys think.
Flat,
Can you
colloquially, level.
demonstrate
Right.
anything other than that?
I mean, I guess I
Can
can't.
you show me an object that has the property other than being curved or flat?
No, I mean, there's things that are
Gregory
flat
said
and
it the
there's things
first
that are
time,
curved. Yeah,
I
I
even
see what
sat
you're
here and thought
saying, but
about
I mean,
that.
it doesn't. What are you saying that proves?
Look, listen,
So,
when Gregory said it the first time, it hit me. I sat down and thought, well, if something isn't curving, I actually sat down and thought about it. So you maybe should sit down and think about that for a little bit.
Hamster, are you familiar with the term ad ignorantium?
No, I don't speak Latin.
It's funny. It's cool. You recognize it as Latin. Ad ignorantium, in other words, appeal to fallacy or argument from ignorance, means that you don't know or don't even have substantiation for the assertion, but you still assert it as true. It's not disproven. It can't be disproven. Therefore, it's true. So when
I'm
you
not
say, what
saying
if it's
one way or
this
the other is
shape,
true.
or what if
That's
it's
like my position.
right?
Like
So if you
I
say,
think the scientists in NASA are just as like full of crap as anyone else because I feel like no one truly knows. You can come up with all these experiments. Like NASA scientists have a ton of experiments and videos from space supposedly. But I mean, how do we know they're saying the truth? Just the way like anyone who's a YouTuber for like Flat Earth is doing these experiments, how do I know that they're telling me the truth? I would have to do it myself to actually believe it.
Well, that's what I was
Right,
telling
Yeah,
you.
that's
The problem-
perfect.
the
That's
problem-
exactly it. Very good. So when you're asking us what's on the other side, of Antarctica, right? How do I know? I can't go there and validate those things, right? If I told you some fairy tale, I'd just be like NASA telling you, making some claim, right? So perfect. Okay, so you've got there at least. That's good.
so the problem still, that is the good first step. The problem still is that it is not justified to remain incredulous or skeptical or disbelieve the true statement that has been substantiated by evidence that has been asserted. That's not justified.
I see what you're saying. I can see that.
And it's a
I'm just,
lot, right?
I
It's a lot.
would personally, I feel like the only way I could believe one way or the other is for me to 100%, like I would have to go to Antarctica, do some sort of expedition past whatever
would that
point they
prove
say
for
it
you,
is.
though?
Or
What
so,
would that
okay, what would prove what for me? So like if I got on a boat and sailed all the way around the Earth back to the same point, then I would be like, well, the Earth must be in some sort of shape to where you can go from one end all the way around back to the same point. So it
That's
must
what I
be the
Sounds like a
same
lot of
mean.
work for.
cylindrical
No, that's not right.
or round in some way.
The thing is, you could do east to west circumnavigation. That's not a problem. Problem is north to south and back north again. That's where the issue comes in.
Nobody's ever done it.
No one's ever done that.
No one?
Ever.
North to south circumnavigation.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Another fun little fact is that no one has ever seen the South Celestial Pole because no such thing exists.
You
Contrary
can
to
go
what some
from
may
the
assert.
north to the south. You can go from the north to the south and come back on the same way you went, but not another way.
There's Pan Am that says they did it, but they went up, down. I mean, they came from the north to the south, and then they just went back up again, but to the same direction. They just made a turn. They didn't
Yeah, they
go
just turned
around.
around. They didn't go straight
on
without
the
turning
same
around
path.
and come back to the north.
Yeah. So that's like going to the supermarket, do your shopping,
Oh
and
shit!
come
Sorry,
back
I
home.
didn't realize I was on wasn't on mute.
Oh, we didn't hear you. You said something.
Oh, I thought
Oh,
my
yeah,
volume
you were
was
talking.
kinda
We couldn't
loud.
hear you.
My bad.
Can you hear me, guys? Mic check.
Yeah,
you're good.
We
Good,
read
we
you.
Oh,
good.
thank you.
Another problem that some people have regarding believing sufficient adequate evidence is that they only believe it when they have actively done the experiment or the research themselves, in spite of evidence being presented to them before they did it themselves. That's not justified because you're just
Or some
rejecting
people only
truth
believe stuff when it becomes
before
mainstream, right?
before you're just rejecting truth for no good reason other than, well, I didn't do the experiment myself. Well, I didn't dig up this artifact with my hands. Well, I didn't touch the vials myself. Well, I didn't mix the chemicals myself, et cetera, et cetera. That's not a good reason to reject the truth that's been asserted.
I mean, but this is mostly what our point is, though. We don't want you to believe us. I mean, we want you to look up the information and actually do the experiments yourself. I mean, not the experiments, the observations and the tests.
I mean, that's not true. We do want you to believe us, but we want you to believe substantiated beliefs. We want you to believe truth.
Yeah, but
We
I
want
just
you to
feel
seek the
like
truth for yourself.
when people take positions and try to get other people to believe what they believe, I mean, I just don't think that they're really
That's definitely not what's happening here.
it's
We're
kind of comes up.
challenging you to take a position, which you haven't really done yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, no one in here is trying to, grab your mind and force it into a mode that believes what we're saying. What we're doing is telling you truth, and then we're defending our position with more truth, and then we're trying to help you and everyone else how to think and be aware of the truths that we're trying to share.
Right. It's facts over feelings for sure. And that will provide you with the facts that can validate instead of making things up. And we're not going to lead you astray and tell you something that we can't validate.
Correct. Everyone in here is aware that the speaker cannot directly force or indirectly force. The speaker cannot force the listener to believe what is being said. The speaker can only communicate truth and leave it up to the speaker to believe what is being said. Did I say the speaker? I meant the listener. The listener to believe what is being said and seek the truth.
So, Hamster, is there any other questions or any other things you'd like to talk about? Because we have just over half an hour for Precious Metal Takeover.
What is that?
No, I mean, if anyone else can talk if they want to.
Oh, yeah, we're just doing it's Precious Metal Takeover, so golds and silvers take over the live stream and answer the questions.
Oh, that's cute.
One thing I'm curious about is some people talk about how, on a flat Earth, satellites have to be like complete lies. Well, what are all those like satellite technicians or whatever when they go to like install stuff on your house or whatever for cable or internet or whatever, and they
Yeah, what proof do you have? What proof do you have that they're pointing to an actual satellite?
I don't.
We don't say that satellites are fake. We're just saying what they tell you satellites are. In other words, because they do have satellites on balloons, and you can see.
Yes, I was about to say the sense is often equivocated or convoluted because of the ambiguity of the use of the term satellite. The sense that most people believe when they hear satellite is this machine flying in the vacuum of space around the Earth.
I
Yeah, that's
definitely
not
don't
true.
believe we have a bunch of mini moons like just floating around like Earth. That just sounds retarded to me, right?
Right. The real satellite
fighting with each other by now, and just sounds
stupid. The real satellites are either stationary on land or on water, or they're floating or orbiting high in the air, but they're not in the so-called sky vacuum, the vacuum of outer space. Those are satellites.
The ones that are orbiting are balloons. NASA's the largest consumer of helium on the planet. I think they buy like 80% helium.
I think they've been doing this since like what,
floating in the
1962,
air by balloons, or they're moving high in the air via some airplane vehicle.
And they've been doing it. They've been doing it since 1962 or 1964. You can actually look it up, Echo 2, and they tell you it's a aerostat vehicle, which is just a highlighter than air gas that's in there. And that thing was up there for like 6 years or 5 years, something like that.
I'm sorry, did someone say largest consumer of helium on the planet?
Yep, they are. NASA. I think who was it?
Yep.
I think it was
on the plane.
Greg?
On the plane.
I said planet.
Good catch. Good catch.
Wait, that's actually true?
I'll drop down and give you
Wait, that's
right
actually
now.
true?
It's true. I tried to get helium for a helium party the other day, and it was like impossible.
A helium party.
To like make your voices high or something, I'm guessing.
Welcome to the party.
This high.
Yeah, he's trying to do an Alvin and the Chipmunk. He's going to do an Alvin and the Chipmunks reissue.
I think the stupidest thing I ever saw was that roadster that was out in space with supposedly it didn't have like any modifications to it to make it supposedly more heat and sun resistant. And I think
the modification, sorry, it did have one modification: no rear view mirror, so you can't see the camera in the car.
Well, I think it looks impossible. You can tell it's real because it looks okay.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah,
better CGI, I would say.
Soundboard.
Can't show the fourth wall. You can never do that. Everyone knows that.
What fourth wall? There is
Anyway-
no wall.
Anyway, so I was going to tell the dude who was saying, yeah, if I could just go all the way south, see you're still playing a shape there. And the other point was just take the Earth curve calculator that I put at 25 minutes after the hour, go to a beach 5 miles away with your binoculars, and zoom into waves on the shoreline crashing, like literally with binoculars. You can almost zoom into people's feet in the water at 5 miles away. Even just so this is not possible on a globe. So you could do this yourself. You don't need to go all the way do a north to south circumnavigation. That's implying a shape still. That's what I said. That's being dishonest. You like that's like saying like we should ask them go to the outside, go to where the sun is. Go on land in the sun.
Sorry, circumnavigation means to
Prove the solar system.
It just means we're going around in a circle. So yeah.
We're not going around in a circle. Nope.
So Sonny, real quick, and Elbow. So this hamster person admits that he doesn't really believe in the consensus of the majority. Would that mean that he doesn't have an argument against the fact that we accept the plane of existence? Because I heard earlier about traveling to Antarctica. I'd also like to know what that would prove, because obviously it's really weird when people try to get everybody to do things that are impossible, as those are the only things that would prove something, the things that are impossible. I find that a little suspicious.
Yeah, false qualifiers. I hate them.
Yeah, that's a really weird way to do investigation. If you actually, it's just really strange. I don't know if I don't know if this is a natural phenomenon we're seeing, or artificially created, or an artificially created one.
No,
Yeah,
I
it's a
just
spiritual phenomenon.
I believe more in the exploration side of it. You know what I mean? I want to before people lived in America, right? They sailed around to try to explore around to try to find. People lived here. I'm talking more about Europeans. You know what I mean? I'm more into the exploration side of things, not really like the scientifically testing. I more want to like do an expedition to a place and see what it looks like. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
With my own eyes.
Yeah, and guess who's stopping you now? Guess who's stopping you now? The governments of the world. That's
Well, the
whole-
only thing
the
that's
whole
stopping me right now is
no.
money.
Listen,
Like if I had the
yeah,
money to do it, I would do it. I don't give a shit.
and the government of
do
the
anything.
world. You can't do anything without their permission. So this is the thing. They told you already. We discovered everything. Only thing that's to discover is outer space. And guess what? You can't go there, but we can.
So
Yeah,
the
there's a problem.
is- the
I got to
the
just
problem,
describe
Mark-
this more
excuse
real
me.
quick. I'm sorry, in 1980, around my time that I was born, there was a war involving the nation of Great Britain and Argentina, obviously part of South America, the southernmost tip, of course, which is Cape Horn. And they stopped these people from going to these other islands, these Falkland Islands, which were very close to the southern extremities of the plane. So they literally sent over an aircraft carrier and spent a few $1 million killing hundreds of people, hundreds of people to prevent these Argentinians from going to the place that's right next to their country. Her Majesty sent ships from thousands of miles away to make sure she killed those people so they would stop going to the southern extremities of the plane.
Exactly.
So you wouldn't do anything. You would be annihilated and they'd never hear about you again.
Yeah, because
So
the kingdom was not about to give up that little key spot right there.
And if I may just add a little bit to that, even if you were to plan this trip and be lucky enough to bypass some of the obstacles and even start making your way close to it, you're going to run out of food or supplies or gas at some point. You're like, it's not a good idea.
Right. Not only are people preventing you, but you are physically just do not have the power to do that.
I don't know. I feel like you're underestimating humans' ability to overcome obstacles when it comes to survival, to explore things. I mean, and even the other thing is death is a part of.
Have you seen what the government takes there to go there? How they go in big ass
I see how they
ships
do it, but I'm
with
just
millions
saying.
of dollars like
worth of equipment.
You're not sneaking your way in there with all that. Like
The Vikings sailed across the Atlantic to come to America, like on longboats that aren't even covered. I'm pretty sure. I mean, there's risks. There's definitely risks to die.
I walked across.
Okay,
so in other words, I walked across the street. Therefore, I can walk to a place I'm not allowed to go. Okay.
Yeah, that was before the invention of torpedoes, missiles, rockets.
And the anti-gravity, right? So yeah.
That's a great point right there. There's places in public places you can't even go into.
Not only that, the
So,
South
what I
Pacific
want to
is
say to
known,
Hamster
to be very, very treacherous. Very treacherous.
Can you
look?
Yeah,
I'll just
if
say
you
this.
could go, if you could go anywhere, then go to Area 51 and see what happens.
Look.
Yeah, start with that. Start with that and see how far you get.
Yeah,
All I'm gonna say is if I end up making my millions through crypto like I plan on doing, I'll do you guys a solid and I'll do an expedition to Antarctica and show you.
You ain't gonna
what's
do
past
anything.
it.
You're never gonna make it.
You'll
Because
never
no one,
even start.
no one
Again,
has
we're at the
ever listened.
hypotheticals, Hamster.
Yeah.
Can we
Yeah,
get back to
listen,
the
bro.
facts, please? If you have
Listen,
questions,
bro.
right?
People have already tried and
I'm just
failed.
saying I'm gonna do you guys a solid. That's all.
That's great,
Oh,
perfect.
yeah,
You
that's
get
nice.
back to us. You be sure to come back and tell us when that happens.
Which
Okay, you
crypto's
let
gonna
us
make
know.
you
But
guys
until then, we're not going to talk about hypotheticals anymore.
May I say this?
Does anybody remember Greater Sapien? He stole $20,000 to take a trip down to the south, and then the trip was canceled. Yeah, that's what happens.
Yeah, go
So
for it.
what I'm trying to say to Hamster is, very often people make the error of unjustifiably rejecting truth. See, so you've unjustifiably rejected many truths that have been said, and the reason for that was, well, I haven't done it myself, or you just hand wave facts that debunk your assertions while you maintain this incredulous position about the shape of the earth despite the evidence that is presented to you. So you're rejecting a lot of truth for no good reason, which is not justified nor beneficial. And if you're a person who's truly seeking truth, you're not going to reject truth for any reason.
But how do I know it's truth?
Right. So this is where you start getting into
Just taking it based
philosophy,
off of faith.
I mean, look at this.
No, that's a presumptuous statement. And then when you ask that question, you're getting into the study of ontology. Okay, how do we know such and such? You have to study the matter. You can't just ask the question, but then you can't justifiably just ask the question and then not seek answers to it. Because just asking the question is not a valid refutation of what someone is saying, especially when it's substantiated.
I mean, let me ask you. Let me tell you this. I mean, let's say one truth that we actually told you: gas pressure without a container. You can't have gas pressure without a container. You actually looked this up. Did you not?
Yeah, I looked it up. I'm just saying that,
is
like,
this true?
I didn't
So,
refute it. I said that,
so
yeah,
no,
okay, so that's their definition.
but you asked what truth, but you just factually looked this up yourself. It needs a wall for the air molecules to bounce off of. So without the wall, you cannot have gas pressure.
Yeah, and that's why I said that so you guys know for a fact that there's some sort of container around the Earth, and I'm not refuting that. There must be if that's what pressure is.
So that's one true right there. You say, well, how do you know what that's
Pay
true?
attention to what he means.
Bam. So that's what I mean is that you asked us, how do we know it's true? Because we're telling you, and we're actually telling you to look it up yourself and actually look for definitions and everything like that. And you've done this, so that's what we mean. That's the truth. We have laser tests that you can definitely look up and measure. I mean, everybody talking about water. Did anybody tell them about the water? I mean, what's water? Water always remains level, right? And they say,
so that you don't miss the meaning, Hamster, is he's co-signing what I was saying earlier. Do not reject truth. There's no good reason to reject truth.
Yeah,
You've done that repeatedly. And don't ask the question, how do we know, without seeking the answers for yourself. And then when someone gives you an answer that is substantiated, don't reject that either. But you've done that. I strongly reckon you stop doing that because it's not beneficial nor justified.
Yeah, I mean that's just kind of subjective on your own, like, opinion, though.
You see, that's a presumptuous statement. It's not subjective.
Yeah.
According to morality and according to
morality is subjective.
That's not true.
We don't need to get
according
into
to
all this.
morality, it's unjustified.
Let me ask you: are you an atheist, Gregory? I mean, not Gregory, Hamster.
Hamster.
No, I'm not an atheist.
So what I said was not subjective. It was an objective statement. According to morality, it's not justified, and according to ontology and hermeneutics, that is not beneficial. So I just gave you an objective answer, and you just hand waved it without knowledge. And now I gave you a counter argument which substantiates and defends the veracity of what I said to you. This is what we're trying to teach people to do.
So for now, we do have somebody else new in here, Caroline. And just a reminder that if you're not gold, silver, or gold plus, if you could please mute your mic for the next 22 minutes. Caroline, are you there?
Yeah, I'm there.
Oh shit!
Hi,
I'm
Caroline.
not muted again.
Okay, welcome to the server. How are you?
I'm fine, and you?
I am well, thank you. So,
voice is so cute.
yeah. So, what shape do you think the Earth is? Caroline, are you still there?
It's very funny. You're the first girl I've ever met in this channel.
Oh, well, that's there you go. There you go.
Ladies' night tag.
Yeah. What about women's
Yeah,
night?
girls' night.
No, every Friday.
Yeah. So, have you been in the server long, Caroline?
No, that's my first time.
Oh, this is your first time.
Oh, there's an accent too.
Awesome.
But
Caroline,
like
where you
I've
from?
joined with my friend. She's often here. Maybe you know her. Her name is Katie.
No, I don't think
the
I
cat man.
heard it, but
Caroline,
Yeah.
I hear an accent. Where are you from?
Nice to meet you. I'm from Switzerland.
Oh, damn! I thought it was Spanish.
Yeah.
So I guess your accent is quite mild, it's quite slight.
She's not finished. She just got in here.
Yeah, but I've joined with
Get out of here. Bam.
That was a joke, Caroline.
that was funny. I think it went right over
yeah,
her
it's
head.
okay.
That's funny. I should have thought of that one.
So, Caroline, what brought you to the server?
Yeah, like I already told. I already joined with a friend in this server.
Right. So, what shape do you think that the Earth is?
I like to inspire myself of other opinions, but like right now, I think the Earth is round. I'm sorry, is round.
Okay. So, why do you think that the Earth is round? And round's not really like round in what shape? That's not really a.
I think there are many reasons. First of all, I think the world spins around because gravity and this stuff just works with that the world is spinning around. That's the first thing. The second thing is when you look at the look out of when you look at a wood, or when you are at the sea or something, you can't see the whole sea because the world is, in my opinion, right now, the earth is round. And because of that, you can see the end of the world.
Okay. All right. So I think maybe the 3 points is a good point to start with, Caroline. Does anybody want to take her through that if she's willing to have a conversation? I mean, I can, but if anybody wants the opportunity to do it,
I'll speak to
You
her. I
take it.
shook her
She's the
hand.
first one. She's the first one. You're the
Never
first one
done
she's
it
ever
before.
encountered. Yeah, you take it.
Yeah, go
okay.
do it.
I mean, go ahead, guys, because got background noise at the moment. Go ahead.
Well, and it is Precious Metal Takeover. So again, I'll ask if you're not gold, silver, or gold plus, please mute your mic.
Before I ban you, Dempsey.
Yeah, bam.
Dempsey, who let you across the border?
Okay, I'll do it, Caroline. All right, so we have 3 questions that we like to ask people, just kind of, gauge where you're at. We kind of have a good idea. So these aren't trick questions. If you can just answer honestly, that's the best thing. If you don't know, that's okay to say that. They're just positive claims made by the globe model. So you even just had spoken about this and why you think you can't see over. I think it was water you were saying. So how have they measured the curvature of the Earth since ancient times up until today?
I don't know, honestly.
Okay, that's good. Yeah, good, honest answer. So, how do you know that it has been measured that the Earth has actually been detected to be spinning on its own axis, which would be axial rotation? So, how have they measured axial rotation?
Honestly, I don't know, but let me think for a second. Maybe they calculated it.
And do you have any idea on how they would actually calculate something like that? Because that's kind of like the proof that we're asking for. How have they proven to detect that?
Maybe because of the night on the other side, like the other half of the Earth has another time of day and another time of night. I mean, that's also a reason why I'm believing that the Earth is round, because the opposite side from where you live have another time right now.
Sorry, did somebody say something?
I expect nothing, and I'm still let down.
Gotcha. Okay, so basically you're saying because we have day and night, right? That's why you're saying it's axial rotation?
Yeah, I mean, that's another reason why I think the Earth is round, because the opposite side has another day night time. Yeah, like it's now on the opposite side it's night.
Right. Okay. So when I look at the sky and I see the sun, I observe that the sun is actually moving. Do you observe that the sun is moving, or do you feel like you're moving?
I think the sun is moving.
Right. That's what we observe,
Nice.
that the sun is moving, right? But that's not the claim that's made on the globe model. They say that we're moving, right? But we don't observe that. So that's not really a proof, right, of measuring, because what I observe goes against what, I can actually.
Like when you're in a train or something, you observe that the wood, or I don't know where you're traveling, but like you observe that the world is moving, but actually if someone stands outside the train, like on the road or something, they observe that you are moving. So I don't think that this is a point which turn my point of view.
But with the train, I know I'm in a train. I know that the train is moving. Somebody that is standing outside observes that the train is moving. This is something that we know is, actually happening. So I'm not sure what you're getting at
Can
there.
you stand outside the
also
Earth
feel
and
that it's
observe the
moving.
Earth moving?
I think she's just trying to say she thinks it's
So
like
yeah.
an illusion sort of thing. Anyway.
Yeah, I mean, like if somebody would stay outside, like they aren't on the earth, they are like
That's a hypothetical,
somewhere
though.
out. Yeah.
Yeah, that's not actually proving the axial rotation, right? We're just giving an example of what, you can observe and what we actually know is happening with the train, right? But back to the whole axial rotation of the Earth itself, how do we know how has that been measured to actually be rotating?
Yeah, I mean, like I didn't study this. I mean, I wasn't at a universe, and I think I can only tell you how they calculated this if I would go to the universe and calculate it for myself. So I can't answer the question how I can calculated it.
Right. Okay. So basically, then we can just kind of chalk it up to you don't know how it's actually been measured that the Earth is actually rotating.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So the last question has to do with the vacuum of space, and that it is if it is in fact a medium that they say that we can travel to, how can we exist in a pressurized, gas pressure system next to a near perfect vacuum without containment? So basically, how do we have gas pressure without containment? And how do we not get sucked up into this vacuum of space?
I'm sorry, I don't know the name in English because I'm from Switzerland, but like above us there is wie heißt das? Treibhauseffekt, dieses wait a second.
Yeah.
Okay. Honestly, I have to search the word on English because I don't know the word on English.
Caroline.
Yeah,
Like,
that's okay. Yeah.
Caroline.
Above this
You could try
sky.
saying it in your language first.
Yeah. Above the sky, there is I don't know how to explain it, but like, did you heard from Treibhaus effect? That's like when the sun shines through the atmosphere. Like things from the atmosphere, maybe.
Oh, somebody's saying in the chat. Are you talking about the ozone? Potentially, possibly?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay. So you think that the ozone layer is a physical container?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Well, ozone is a gas also.
Can you make a tire with ozone?
So maybe it's like the you mean how the I don't get your question. Your question was like how the gas still is on the earth and we can breathe with it.
No, the question
How
is
are
the question is how
is
can you have gas pressure next to a vacuum without a solid container?
Yeah, I think the atmosphere is like a barrier.
So, what is
Well,
the
this
atmosphere?
barrier you imagine, you see, do you have a bike or car?
You have a bike?
Okay, so once in a while you pump in air inside your tires, right?
Yeah.
Until they get very, very hard. So inside that tire, there is a high pressure of gas, pressurized gas.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the ozone layer behaves like the tire.
Yeah.
No. But the ozone is actually also a gas. It's oxygen 3. It's a molecule, which is a gas, exactly like the O2 that we need to breathe to live, and plus the other gases like nitrogen, etc. They are all gases.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
Oh, is there gas above the ozone, Caroline? That was just a question in the chat. I'm reading it. Are you still there?
Can I ask a question?
Oh
yes,
yeah,
of
but
course.
can you answer my question first?
Yeah.
So,
Okay, so did you hear my question? I can ask it again, and then you can ask your question. Is there gas above the ozone? Caroline, you still there?
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't know. Like I didn't say that the ozone is gas. Like that says another person. So I don't know the answer. I think the only person who know the answer is the person which told that the ozone is gas.
yes, that will be me. I'm get beget.
Okay, so I guess you don't know because you thought the ozone was actual physical, yet it's actually a gas. So basically, we
Solid.
have gas trying to contain a gas. But anyways, we can pick at that in a second. You had a question? What was your question, Caroline?
Yeah, and my question is here anyone that believes the earth is flat?
Okay, we don't believe that the earth is flat, but we can get to that after we finish the 3 points because we're still on gas pressure right now.
Okay.
So we're not going to divert to something else just yet. So
So,
okay.
what happens when you take a pressurized can and when that same pressurized tire gets a nail in it, a hole? What happens to the air inside on the outside?
wow, you kind
Okay,
of
I was gonna ask
robotish.
if I was gonna ask if it was me or
Yeah,
You were
that was
gravity,
him.
right?
That was pretty interesting.
You were roboting heavy, but Caroline, can you make a tire with ozone without the rubber? Can you just make a tire with ozone and put the air in it? Can you do that? Caroline.
It's a tough question.
Sorry, the connection was bad.
Can you make a tire with ozone? You know, instead of rubber, just use the ozone and you can contain the air. Can you do that?
I never tried it.
Do you think it's possible?
I didn't try it. I didn't touch the ozone. I can't answer this question.
So you don't know?
So
I don't know. I think nobody, honestly, I think nobody can answer this question because neither of us touched the ozone, had any experiences with it. So we can't judge, honestly.
Caroline,
I mean,
you're
we can
so right.
discuss about it. We can discuss about it, but like, I can't answer the question, and no, but neither you.
That's a good answer.
Real quick, everyone. One second. There is a voice text chat related to the conversation. It's right above this voice channel. Can you see the text chat, Caroline?
Yeah, I have to look.
Yeah, it's right above, right next above to the to this voice channel.
And
And
people
over
are
there,
pinging you as well.
Okay,
So
yeah,
if that's easier, yeah.
we got it. We got it.
yes, people might be posting, making comments or posting information related to the conversation. So that's letting you know. So you, because you're saying that we cannot answer this question, but the thing is, what they're trying to tell you is that to have gas pressure, you need a container, and the gas ozone is not a container. To have ozone and pressurized gases, a container like rubber or something solid is required, and this is demonstratable and is repeatable, and this is how it works
I'm
for
not
gas
sure.
pressure.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you asked this question, but yeah, this question. No, this example. Somebody said if you push air into a bike.
Yeah, that will be me.
The tire, yeah.
Yeah, tire.
Yes.
Then if I would have a point where it isn't closed, the whole air goes out because of the pressure of the air in the tire, right?
Inside. Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
Okay. So, but like, when you do you believe that if you go on, like, for example, Mount Everest, or if you go higher, the air pressure is much lower than on the ground? And I think because of this, just because there isn't a high pressure of air, just a low one. I mean, if you stand on the Mount Everest, you nearly can't breathe. You can't even breathe.
Right. That's right. No, real quick, but because that's a great explanation of what we experience. That's a very good answer to what we all experience, right? When we go higher, we can't breathe as well, right? But wouldn't that also mean that there couldn't be a dense amount of gas above our heads, right? Because there's less pressure, so there couldn't be this ozone, which is a dense layer, keeping all the gas in, right? That would be the opposite, right? Because it gets less dense. Therefore, there can't be a barrier, which would increase or demand density. You see how that works?
I mean, my point is, if you go higher, and I mean, the Mount Everest isn't the end of isn't the start of our ozone.
Mm-hmm.
Then, if you go much higher, there isn't isn't less air pressure than on the Mount Everest, and even on the Mount Everest, it's not much. So I think because of this low pressure, the ozone can hold, and the atmosphere can hold this gas inside them. Like if the pressure isn't that big, if we just have in our, I don't know,
in our realm?
wheels, and if our wheels, sorry, if our wheels hadn't that much different of a pressure, and there isn't gravity, which, and the bike also weighs something, and if you ride it, then the weight of yourself and of the bike pressures the wheels. So like if this wouldn't if this wasn't that strong, I think there wouldn't be like the air straight away goes out.
Okay, so there couldn't be an ozone barrier though that's pressurized up there, because you're saying there's less pressure up there, right? So there couldn't be an ozone layer up there with more pressure, right?
But the ozone, I searched it in English.
But I'm just saying that it doesn't increase in pressure, right? After Mount Everest, it still continues to lose pressure, right? Which means that there can't be an ozone layer that's pressurized, right, with gases, because that would require more gases above Mount Everest, right?
Yeah, but like it's another gas.
Oh, okay. Wow. I didn't know there was another gas up there.
Yeah, I
maybe you can tell
searched
us
it.
about that.
The ozone concentration, I got it on German, is from 0.3. I don't know. How it's
O3
used.
molecule.
Yeah, molecule 0.3.
Okay, I'm just gonna interject here because we're 2 minutes past the hour. So Precious Metal Takeover is now over. So thank you everybody who joined us. I just want to wrap up the 3 points. So for Carolyn, or Caroline, sorry. So even with you saying that, you thinking the ozone is a physical thing, it's not. We've already stated that, but you would then agree, I think you would have to say that, gas pressure needs containment. We can continue the conversation after, but basically what the whole point is to show you with these 3 points is that these are just beliefs. These are not things that we can actually, substantiate these claims, right? You can prove that they had measured curvature, axial rotation, and you need containment for gas pressure. So thanks again, everybody.
No problem.
Thank you, Redford.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Real
Yeah,
quick,
Oh yeah,
quick
thanks,
for
Ab. Thanks, everybody.
Caroline. I'm gonna tag you with definitions of gas pressure in the voice text channel. You might maybe you wanna read it, or if you wanna understand it, there's some citations over there. You see
Okay.
it?
Yeah. Yeah, it's fine. Thank you.
Yeah, Caroline, you said something about the day and night cycle. You believe that the Earth's shape is a ball because on one side you have daylight and on the other you have nighttime. So, do you think that?
Yeah.
Do you think because of this? Do you think that if we lived on a flat surface, do you think that it should be daytime everywhere?
Honestly, yes.
Yeah.
I think so. Because
Yeah. So you don't see it working like it does on a ball, right?
yeah, I think so. I mean, if
Okay.
I would
I
have
can show you something. I can show you something in the live stream voice text. A small GIF. One moment. So, Caroline, do you see it?
Yeah, I see it.
So, can you see that half of that flat surface is lit with light and the other half is in darkness?
Yeah, I see, but like, it's only it shines only from a particular degree, and I think I'm not sure, but like I think this what you send me isn't flat, is it? It's round.
Yeah,
What
no,
you
that's
said.
flat.
The
No, if you look,
bottom,
it's like
the
a clock,
bottom,
right? Yeah.
yeah,
But it
the
seems
bottom where we live, yeah, it's flat, but above there is a dome, a ceiling, a container.
Yeah, you can see the surface right inside that.
Yeah.
We would call it, a hemisphere. It's half a sphere.
Yeah.
You see that the surface under the glass is flat, right?
Yeah.
no, I don't think so. I
Whoa, okay. All right.
Okay,
Whoa,
okay.
all right.
Yeah,
then.
right.
Ramsey, go ahead.
Yeah, okay, I see it. I see it. The Earth is flat, but like the glass above it is
Yeah.
round. Or what do you say?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
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 Welcome
Okay,
to
I
Flat Earth.
I get your point, but
Yeah,
I
but
don't
you
think
see
that
now
the
that it
glass
is possible.
would represent the ozone, right? Or
Not
what
No,
will
the
the
necessarily.
glass
glass
would
represent?
represent something that we don't know what it is yet. We don't know. Yeah.
So the
Yeah, okay, but
gas
like
this is the
for
problem
me,
with gas. This is what the problem with gas. You think that gas can contain gas. Gas has no shape or form. So you can't and it doesn't have any bonded molecules. So in other words, it can become
but
a shape or to
one
contain anything or a
one
wall. Gas
one
moves
sec-
freely. Oh, go right ahead.
1 second. I don't know who said it, but like somebody said that the glass the round glass thing we don't know what it is.
Right.
Yeah,
Correct.
I said
It
that.
has to
Yeah.
be. It has to be solid.
Yeah,
It has to be
there
something to
has to be
contain.
something. There has to be something which is round to make the fact right that
Or
on the opposite side
something.
of something
Yeah.
is the time not the same as it is at my
Okay,
place.
Caroline, can I
Right.
show
So
you?
the
I'll show
one
you
of the
another picture.
let me explain something because you
Go
have a
ahead.
conceptual thing that you think the sun is really really far away, but we don't think that because I mean when you see the sun moving across the sky, and if you look at the sun and moon, they kind of have the same angular size. So if and there they say that the sun is 400 times further away. I think it's 400 times, right, than the moon, and that's why they look exactly the same. That's kind of a bit of a coincidence, isn't it? So, but the thing is, the sun is local and closed. That's why when it kind of works like a spotlight, you can say that when it's over, let's say 12 o'clock, it might be bright over there, but in Texas or United States, it will be dark because it doesn't shine forever.
But when the earth is flat, then it has to be the end of the earth. We will fall.
No, because the
Wow.
thing is, again,
Incorrect.
you think that the Earth is in space. We're not. What we see above us is the stars, sun, and moon. Earth is the floor of the whole thing.
Yeah, there's always waters at the end of all lands, and that's what we can observe everywhere on the planet.
I think that's stupid.
But you
Well,
would,
yeah, reality
because
hurts.
you would because you're a girl and
My
girls aren't smart.
opinion.
But you're a girl.
Think about
so we
it.
don't need. You're a girl, so we
Oh,
don't need
go
your
ahead, Min.
opinion,
Oh my
Caroline.
God.
Brilliant.
Girl.
And they have cooties. Girls have
You
cooties.
say I'm a girl.
Caroline, you're just a girl.
Oh,
Women don't know how to think
cutie,
logically.
cutie, sweetheart,
Caroline,
sweetheart.
women don't know how to think logically, so we can just dismiss what you're about to say, right? So you're going to think with your emotions because vagina.
I'm non-binary.
I mean, that's just how it is.
Oh,
Did she just say I'm non-binary? Yeah, and I'm a unicorn.
Non-binary.
Well, she did say that was stupid. Reality is
The
stupid now,
Earth,
so I can't
the
blame
Earth
you.
cannot be a globe because vagina.
Wow. Make a meme.
I'm shocked at how much I agree with that.
So
Anyway,
Well, that went down quickly.
Caroline, flat is a description, right? We're not making a claim of what the Earth is as a whole. When we say flat Earth, we're describing the surface that everybody's standing on. Everybody stands on a flat, level, motionless, contained ecosystem. But outside of that, we're not making a claim because we are in a contained ecosystem. But I haven't been outside of it, so I cannot make a claim about that. You understand that?
No, honestly, no, I don't understand it.
You
I
haven't
told
been
you.
outside
I
of
told
the
you.
Earth, so you
Oh,
cannot
you're a
make a
woman.
claim.
Like I
You're
said,
a girl, that's why.
I told you.
Oh
She
boy.
can't think logically.
Caroline, I think it's imperative that you study your own model
Like
before you
you
come in
say,
here and talk.
whoa, wait a second. You say I can understand it because I'm a woman.
Just
Correct.
relax.
Women,
Just
women can't
relax.
Oh my
understand
gosh. Oh my gosh. I
Relax,
That was
everybody.
yeah, that was
Everybody,
kind of a joke, Caroline. That was kind of a
no,
joke
if
because
the more
said
you get triggered
something
by it,
that was.
Caroline, won't. Yeah.
Caroline, do you have a demonstration of gases containing gases?
Oh, we need to move away from the gas. We're on the shape now. They're
Okay,
running
so
what's happening now,
so ask her the question. Caroline, do you think Earth is a shape or an object?
yeah. Honestly, yeah.
Now why would you think Earth was an object?
When have they measured it, Sonny? Because we need to know when they found this out. This is
Yeah,
really good.
an object implies a shape. Indeed, if you're thinking of an object that you're on, that's an idea implanted in your head of a shape. It clearly,
Yeah, okay,
objectively is.
I heard somebody said, if I'm right, if I hear it right, but like this person said, that the Earth, they didn't measure the Earth.
Yeah,
So
they never.
you
Do you
can't
know of
prove it.
anybody?
So-
Do you know of
so-
anybody that? No, wait. Do you know of anybody that has
I didn't
measured
say
it?
anything else. I don't say I'm not against it. Yeah,
Okay.
it's okay. Nobody can measure the Earth, but
Yes,
like
we can measure the surface. That's not
construct.
true. We can measure the surface. We
Well,
can
this
and
is what,
have.
Sonny, watch this. So Caroline, you're admitting though that the Earth curvature has never been measured. Is that correct?
I say it isn't correct that we can prove right now, like
Right. So has it ever
that-
been measured? Has the Earth curvature ever been measured? You're saying it hasn't, right?
no. I said I can. It isn't measured that the Earth is round. But
Okay,
it is
where, when, and how? Then we need where, when,
Yeah,
and
just
how
tell
that
us
was
how they
done.
measured it, Caroline.
The
Yeah.
method that was used to measure it. How did they do that?
I don't know. Honestly, I'm not.
Okay.
I didn't study.
Oh, so you made an assumption.
It's the MSU
So that's what
statement.
we're not doing here is making assumptions. So a shape implies an object, which implies an assumption of that shape or object. So I suggest you look at that yourself, that you're assuming certain things. We went out and checked those same things that you were taught, and we found it doesn't match reality. That's all. The globe has a burden of proof. So unless you can show something like gases that objectively contain gases that was tested experimentally
But okay, I have
to
a
show
question.
that you could have
If
less
the
so like
Earth is flat,
No,
how
it
would you?
is. It
How
is.
if
It is, not if.
the
You
world
listen,
is flat?
Caroline, sweetheart.
Can I ask the question? I'm
Sweetheart,
not
listen.
finished. I'm not
No,
finished.
sweetheart.
Can I ask?
Sweetheart.
Can I
Hold on,
finish my
sweetheart.
question? Okay.
Hold on,
Can I
sweetie.
finish?
Hold on, sweetie.
And
Hold
then
on, honey.
after
Hold
that,
on, honey.
you can
Hold on,
you can
sweetie.
tell me why the
Hold
Earth
on,
is
hold on,
flat.
hold on,
Okay.
child. Hold on, sweetie. It's okay. It's okay. So everything you experience is flat. So it's not if it's flat. That's what you experience.
Good.
So it is.
Okay.
You should be saying if it's a ball. That's what you should be
I
saying.
but I asked a question about
But see,
the
we
world is
understand. We
flat.
understand. You're a European girl, so you don't know how to think. We get it.
Please just shut up and
it's
don't
not
call
all
me.
it's not your fault.
Don't call me.
Did
a
she ask
small
the
girl.
question?
Like honestly.
Well,
Just
here's the
calling you.
thing.
Hold on.
Listen,
Is calling
Caroline.
you a girl an insult? Is calling you a girl an insult?
You know,
Even you
I
don't
don't
like
know
women.
the
Even
word
you don't like
on
women. You think
English,
it's an
but
insult.
on German, but
You
in
find
German
your
it names
sex
Weib.
insulting.
I'm not finished. I'm not finished. Okay. I'm
Leave
not
her
finished.
alone. Okay, let her
I'm
talk.
not
Let her
finished. Okay. I don't know how it on German it says. Du bist ein scheiß Hurensohn. Geh dich vergraben. Digga, wer bist du? Digga, wer bist du?
Dummkopf.
Ich bin Führerschein jetzt. So first we're gonna do mach die Tour auf, mach die Tour zu. Sure. So Caroline, what was your question?
Yeah. So she said
My
you're a
question
son of a whore.
before
I'm the good cop. Go ahead.
everybody told me that I can put an if before if the world is flat. But like, okay, it's fine though. It's fine
Well,
after
Caroline,
all.
I'm trying to be the Caroline. I'm trying to be the good cop. I just want to, kind of.
My question is honestly.
Caroline, you only experience it as flat. You have no basis for saying if it's flat. Currently, in your experience in life, it is 100% flat. You have to say if it is a ball because you've never experienced it as a ball. Do you not understand why I'm picking on you? Do you not understand why I'm picking on you about your logic?
I experience
Of course
the
you
world.
don't, because you
No.
can't think logically. You
But-
experience it flat. You've
but,
never
like-
navigated over a z-axis in your life. And
But,
where
like,
I'm
if
sure as a European lady, I'm sure you have lots of experience with balls and other things, but that's not the point.
Yeah, sea
not- we're talking
level,
about the Earth.
water's level. So, sister, young sister, you've been told a lie. Sorry about that.
How can you explain the fact that if you are on a sea or something and you look to the sea and you can see the end of the sea or like the whole sea or like
Horizon, the horizon.
Superman eyes, yeah.
Black Swan.
Are you
they
about
have
to ask why
Superman-
we can't see England from Canada?
Yeah, do they have Superman eyes in Germany?
Yes. No, but like I see.
Oh, so what's the
nothing.
limit? What's the limit that you can
but-
see standing at sea level? What's the limit that your eyes can see according to the Rayleigh criterion?
I don't think that my eyes are.
You can see about
bad.
3 miles. You
wait,
can
wait
see
a
about
sec.
3 miles maximum with your eyeballs.
I think
Called
that
diffraction. That's the limit that you can see.
I
Did
think
you know
I
that?
can.
Did you know that the
sure
limit that
I
you can see with your eyes is 3 miles?
I'm sure.
I want you to know that the limit that you can see is 3 miles with your eyes. This is a scientific reality. We're not looking for your opinions or your feelings or anything like that. It's just a scientific fact. It is an immutable scientific part of reality that you can only see about 3 miles with your eyeballs. But you think you should be able to see 2,500 across an ocean. So how
Right, do
dumb
they
do you
use
think you are?
binoculars in
On a
German?
scale,
Do the
how would
Germans
you
know-
rate yourself? How would you rate yourself, Caroline, as far as stupid go? Like 0 being kind of not stupid and 10 being completely stupid. You think you can see a country 2,500 miles away with your eyeballs?
No. I didn't say that. You just didn't finish me.
Okay.
Didn't let me finish. Because
Oh, you
my
didn't finish her.
my point is.
You didn't finish her, man.
think-
You left her.
Yeah, I know that I already read it that you can only see 3 miles. I saw this on German, and it was in meters because we don't have miles. But like I think if I calculate it in miles, that's right. But in this study which I saw, there was also a thing which was told that you can still see after 3 miles different colors. And the color of the sky and the sea is a different color. So after 3 miles, I would still see another color, which
What in the world are you talking
prove
about?
that.
What in
Which
the
proves
living, rotten,
that.
stinking hell are you talking about? This is the dumbest. What is this reasoning? Where are you taking us?
Memes. She's saying she can see a color, which means that it's a ball, I think.
You can see a color, so you think it's a ball. Are you retarded?
Dan heb ik
Do they
het
have
sleutel
special needs care over there in Germany?
That's me.
Like, do they take care of the mongoloids in like a different class for you?
Don't make fun of the people on the short bus.
I'm
Ja, je
still
zit hierin. Even
That's
wachten.
not
German,
very
but like
nice. That's not nice.
See,
But
this is why I
Caroline-
say all Germans are autistic.
I can't even breathe. It's so funny.
It is funny. It is funny, Caroline. It is. We have to bring comedy. Caroline,
Ik ben
real quick.
onderweg,
So
even wachten.
we were looking over the ocean, right? And we still saw things straight out and flat, right? So you're agreeing with us, right? That we can see things straight out, right?
No.
Okay, memes, go ahead.
I think you hate.
Okay,
you
yeah,
hate
he was.
women.
I don't know how memes must be a mind reader. I don't know how he knew this.
You
was gonna
hate
happen.
women. You hate women. Is that right?
No,
You
I'm
hate
the
women?
liberal. I'm the good cop. I'm the
You
liberal
hate
good
women
cop.
because when
snowflake.
women look at your dick, she say, "Oh no, I can't work with them."
Caroline, don't women have the ability to see?
That's what happened to the globe. Like we went out and measured it. It wasn't what they said. Ah.
Mijn tas, mijn bier, anders kom ik er niet. Oh.
The globe fell flat.
Privates are like the curve.
The globe argument is flaccid.
Nee.
Maktitor Alf. Let's not stop here. Maktitor Alf. We're trying to help you. So we can still see straight out over the ocean. And I'm saying that that's great. You know, memes might have been wrong about you. You have that ability to see like most women, right? So we can see straight out and flat, right?
Now, most women see something different, though.
Oh boy, you have to learn so many things about me. Oh my god.
Okay.
Caroline, well, that's what we're trying to
You
figure
have
out. Are you seeing
absolutely
something
no
we're not
idea
seeing?
about
Are
the
you
world.
are you seeing a curve over over a lake, or over a big lake? Are you seeing a curve there? Do you have lakes where you are? Big, huge lakes?
I have titties.
No lakes.
I do
No
think
lakes.
that women are allowed to use binoculars in Germany. I don't think that's been outlawed.
You have known heights of mountains, and you can see far, far, far in the distance. All I think of is Switzerland is the Alps. I think, wow, those high mountains, like really stark. But you can actually go up to a known elevation and see things off into the distance yourself, probably hundreds of miles to peaks of mountains that should be underneath, probably like a half a dozen miles under the curve.
What they tell us there is refraction of light, right? Yeah.
Hey, Caroline, pretend you're standing at the beach, okay? Pretend you're standing at the beach and you see a ship and it's sailing away from you. And it's sailing so far away that you can't see it anymore. What just happened? Did it go over the curve or did it just go out of your sight perspective?
Depends on a random distance.
100 miles?
Yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah,
it went out
190
100
kilometers.
miles and now you can't see it, right? Are you with me?
190 kilometers.
Depends on a random distance.
190 kilometers. Is that a real? Do you understand? 190 kilometers out, and the boat disappears. Did it disappear over a curve, or did it just go out of my field of view?
I have a very good.
What?
I have a very good graphic card.
Okay, sauerkraut.
I told you. There's the this is like. I mean, she's German and it's a she. So like,
Yeah,
I mean,
my God.
you
Yeah,
already
we
got
might
two
have to
things
mock.
against her.
In the kitchen
We
with
might have-
Caroline.
We might have to mock Torsu at this point.
We're arguing with somebody who doesn't know her own model, honestly.
Yeah, it's okay. That happens a lot. It's typical.
It's typical. I already knew you all was stupid.
Oh, come on.
Caroline.
You don't have to be cruel.
At least I'm not German or female.
Sprechen Sie Deutsch?
So.
I mean, memes. Here's the problem I have: the Germans were so good at building battleships. They built the Bismarck in like 1940. It was so good they shot the hood out of the water from 20 miles away. What happened to these people? They used to have the common sense to understand what a flat
I
surface.
still
of water
don't live in
depended on.
Germany. You guys, you literally don't get it.
In Switzerland, they speak like I think 3 different languages.
Look, Turkish, German, you're all the same.
I think they speak Italian, French,
she was
and
from
German in Switzerland.
Ja, ik ga zo weg.
I mean, if
I
it's
don't
French,
understand a thing you all
if it's
talk
French,
at the
you're a
same time.
degenerate. If it's German, you're autistic. I mean, everyone has their, problems over there.
Love you.
If you're British, you're a cuck. I mean, there's all these things.
All right. Anyway, it was fun. Y'all take care, guys.
Yeah, we have many problems in Switzerland, like the good health care.
We don't have
are
a
all
healthcare problem,
rich,
Caroline.
we have a social system.
We have the best healthcare, and I'm going to tell you why. I got all the healthcare for my youngest who has Lennox-Gastaut syndrome, and it was all free, 100% free here in the States. You have no idea what we do over here because you're a retard. You're a European who lives in nothing but like a state of propaganda about everyone outside of your dumb little country.
Okay, I have a friend who lives in the States.
I'm going to mute you. I'm going to mute you because you made me
In
function
the
about
neutral,
my nation.
in the neutral zone,
Yeah.
where they stash all the money. Okay, great.
Yeah, the hospital just decided to forgive $110,000 of debt to me because we have a bad medical system. Because we have a bad medical system, right?
This girl's a butthead. Let's move on to the next person.
Yeah,
The
move
next
on to
thing
somebody
she was
else.
going to do, she was going to ask means was ist das Papier? That was the next question. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, if you got papers, let us know, Caroline. Thanks.
Yeah, show us those experiments, the tests.
yeah.
Gases containing gases. Nothing else will suffice.
Was ist das peer-reviewed Papiers?
Hello.
I'd like to see her come in at ladies' night, though. That would be interesting.
Wat zei jij?
Well, you can
Dat
see
heb ik gewoon in mijn
color
zak gedaan.
on the
Ja,
ocean.
heb ik al.
So that's a ball.
Ja, weet ik, maar dat is van mij. Oké, heb ik alles? Ja, ik hoop niet dat het gaat regenen, want het ziet er grijs uit.
What language is that?
We're hot, Mike.
Netherlands. He's from the Netherlands.
Oh, sorry. Damn. Yeah, I said I hope it doesn't rain because I'm going to bike. So it's always rainy in the Netherlands.
Man.
I was gonna ask Caroline if she's ever seen an open vacuum without a container. Oh, well.
She'll tell you yes. Yeah, jawohl.
Oh, really?
I asked her if we could make a tire out of ozone. She said, we don't know that. Nobody can.
Yeah, nobody can answer that. Yeah, nobody can know that. Yeah.
But you're still on a ball. Even though nobody can know that.
Because she can see colors 3 miles away.
Right.
Yeah, that was interesting. Where was that going? Like,
Because you're looking out and you can see the colors.
Colors.
And I mean, what more evidence do you need? That's it. It's a
That
ball.
makes it a ball. That makes it a sphere.
Duh.
Regardless, regardless of actual measurements over water that show no curvature.
Oh, so you don't believe in water? That's the next. You don't believe in colors, Sonny. That's what they would.
I don't believe. Yeah, I don't believe in curved water colors.
Or colors, no. The
curving watercolors.
You ever play with the watercolor books, the little highlight books when I was a kid?
I'm telling you, man, get those pop-up books, the Flat Earth pop-up books online. Get those going. Come on, man. These people are in trouble. They need to start at the very, very basics.
Do you guys ever go out? And I feel bad about doing this, but I feel like people are just not on my level. Nobody's just on my level.
Yeah, that's troubling. I know.
It is. It's pathetic.
All right. Is there any other new people in here? Anyone got any questions?
Can I ask you something?
Yeah.
Why were you like this hard to this girl before?
Hard to what?
To this girl, I don't remember her name, but this girl that just left the channel or something. I don't know.
Oh, me more. I don't know. I think we tried, but I don't know. Me more. You have to ask me more.
I got tired of trying.
Actually, she insulted the entire Discord and said that is stupid. You know, when we said like we experience reality, she said we were all stupid.
You are
so
all
I
stupid.
don't know
Yeah.
what to tell you.
Look,
Yeah, that's what
ultimately, she was just a European Zoomer, so a lost cause anyway. Let her believe what she wants.
Her arguments didn't make sense. She said she could see colors 3 miles away, so therefore it's a globe. And she said nobody knows if we can make a tire out of ozone. She said that. So
the ozone, the ozone is what is containing the gases. So that's retarded. I'm sorry. What else can you call it?
Well, how do you describe a pressure gradient that?
What did you do? What did you do to her? Did you just ban her or what?
No, I just muted her because I got sick of hearing her voice. Because like women's voices are already grating on me because I'm married and I have daughters, so I already have to hear it at home. So I'm like, oh God, I don't want to hear this girl chiding us. Like, I ain't got time for the thoughtery. I got no time for a thought. That's it.
Mimas does have his limits, and
I do.
it's okay when we talk with a person who knows their stuff, but this person didn't know shit.
I just don't want to talk about this topic if you don't want to, but would you just tell a bit more of the things she said? Maybe some of it had a good point, but wasn't.
She said she could see color 3 miles away, therefore it was a globe. That was her argument.
Yeah. Do you want to pick up where she left off on that one?
You want to pick up on that one?
You're gonna continue. You
Actually,
could.
I verified Sonny, and it means I said, so you're saying you're seeing things straight out and flat? She said no. That was it.
No.
And she actually got upset when you called a woman. She got triggered by that. Like, you're a woman. Like, thermonuclear meltdown. Like,
what's funny is apparently she thinks woman is an insult.
Yeah.
Because she took it as an insult. Yeah.
Well, what's funny is when people say, "Hey, man," I'm like, "What's up?"
Yeah, it's like you're recognizing. You know, it's like, dude, man.
Yeah,
you know,
man.
like,
Oh,
okay,
you're right.
what's up?
You call a lady a woman, and she's like, "How dare you insult me?"
Because you're a
Well, what are
male.
you? Are
That's
you a
why. How dare you?
What
How
are you?
dare you, male? How dare you be a male and
Exactly are you?
talk about someone that's a
I
female?
am no gender. I am ungender.
When I asked her,
Doesn't matter. Check this out. If it's a woman or a man or whatever, when they start talking about when you can see over distance, I always say, what do you think the horizon is?
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing,
Was
Helio.
this maybe the first time you had a girl on the server?
cool.
When someone melts down, my goal is not to like be rational or nice with them anymore. My goal is to insult them.
I totally get that. I
Oh
totally.
no. I'm just saying. So if she was a woman, I was gonna pick on her for being a woman. If she was Indian, I would tell her to stop pooing in the street. Like I'm just gonna go for the things that insult people
No,
at that point.
But that's what I'm saying. But if they're talking about seeing so far, I just like want to simplify it and say, hey, do you think the horizon? I want to ask them what the horizon they think the horizon is. If they think that the horizon is blocking things, from the bottom up or whatever, which most of the time they do. So that's why you want to just point at that and say, okay, so you think the horizon is the curvature of the earth. And then you can just take them right on to Black Swan, and it's just like, obviously the horizon's
I think they did that with her already.
Okay.
So we have
I mean, for
I
everyone
have
else,
feelings. I have feelings, and my feelings tell me it is globe.
Yeah, she was on precious metals.
Because of the colors and
Trust
on
me,
the
I
horizon,
see
the change of
colours.
colors. The change
And
of the colors means
I
the
do not
ozone.
have. I do not have the male sexual organ, so I cannot think correctly. See, I'm
So
going to keep going at her.
We have a few new members.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I just wanted to
Merpreet.
say that. You guys have fun.
All right, here we go.
I'm going to go to sleep. See you guys later.
Stop drinking.
I did. I'm about to go to sleep.
Good night, Ilya.
Sleep.
It's
Pass
a,
out.
it's a change in the curvature colors.
You see, when the colors change, that's the thing that is curving. Yeah.
That's an effect of the no curvature.
It's an effect of my estrogen in my brain.
So we have Discord tester. He has no rules. I can unmute him.
Sure.
Discord tester, what's up? Are you there? Saw you talking shit in the lobby, so let's hear it. Discord tester.
Where's your test?
Discord testicle.
Another idiot
Tester,
that can't
where's
figure
your
out how to
test?
use his microphone on his camera or on his phone. His phone
Testing.
comes with the microphone, can't figure it out.
I don't know how to operate the microphone that comes standard on every single device in the current modern age.
But people are going to space nonetheless.
Let me tell you something. Homeless people know how to work the microphones on their phones more than some of the morons that come in here.
I know.
Homeless people have phones with microphones.
Yeah.
Grief.
Yeah, they sometimes even say, I don't have a mic, and you see they're on their phone, right? It's like
You get a mic.
ridiculous.
I do not have a mic. I do not want to speak with you right now because I cannot speak because I have no microphone. I am liar.
Show me a phone or device that doesn't have a mic, please. Can someone DM that to me?
I've got a cell phone from 1989 in my garage. It's got a mic though.
Right.
Yeah, so we have Moist. It's a funny name.
Moist.
Moist.
Is this another,
welcome.
is this another woman?
I don't know. Moist, you are unmuted.
Will say goodbye. Shut the fuck up. I hate you all.
Sweet Caroline.
We got some feelings happening.
I need to see your
here.
papers, ma'am.
Is it
Nothing-
Carolina and all?
nothing feelings. Oh, they have insulted the mighty vagina. I must speak.
So wait, was that Caroline speaking through Might
Yeah.
Bright or whatever? Somebody else's
Yeah, that was a stock
login?
account.
How clever.
I'm so angry with you all. Yeah.
We would never figure that out.
I was saying sweet Caroline to her. Bum, bum, bum.
No, it's Caroline. I bet you don't
Wait,
see.
that wasn't Moist. That was someone else, I think.
Caroline, your roses still smell like poo-poo.
Moist, are you there? Come in, Moist.
Papers, please.
Papers, please. Por favor.
I hate you all.
Yeah, Moist doesn't respond.
Yeah.
So we have Seams. Seams, what's up? You have control of your mic, Seams? How are you doing?
Seems flat. Seems flat to me.
Yeah, doesn't seem the globe.
The ozone color is proof of the globe.
Did you say the ozone curve is proof
That
of the
was
globe?
that was freaking precious, man. That was precious.
Nice. Nice.
Was that quiet, dude? What are you doing over here, dude?
I'm bored, obviously.
Seems flat.
Yeah, Gamma Panda's done for, huh?
Yeah, I lost interest in that.
They went through like a mass kick, ban, bunch of people left. It's like just complete shit.
Yeah.
What did they do that for?
Freak out, global nuclear meltdown.
Psychotic.
No, I mean, who all got banned?
Really? I didn't get banned.
No, I'm saying who all got banned.
Yeah, I'm not sure all the details of it, but it was like
I mean, did you get banned?
curved. I got kicked. They took my posting perms away, but I found the channel I could post in, so I was posting in there, and I guess that violated the rules, so they kicked me.
What's it over there? I'm gonna go.
Darn that globe proof.
I know, what a
Keeps
bummer.
getting in the way. Keeps getting in the way of a good story. You flat earthers are ruining our future.
You flat earthers are ruining everything. I don't know why I keep you around here.
Our future in space is being
This is how
threatened.
stupid they are. They try to set up like a cog disk section, but they don't know how to do it. So they give you a role that they think only works in a certain places.
Dude,
But it didn't
I'm
do anything at all. I could still
I'm
post.
still
It
in-
actually gave me more perms.
I'm still in there, but I never go in there. But I just checked it out. Witsit's in there right now. He can't get enough, I guess.
One day it's just gonna be Veach and Jim in there. Because you know those guys, they hate everyone else. Jim and Veach, they hate everybody else in there.
What they do is like other globalists they don't like, they give them a tag called autistic retard.
Yeah, because that half their side is autistic retards. Imagine a server full of Germans, and that's what they have.
Oh my god.
Also,
I mean, as far as flat Earth goes, I mean, we got Witsit in there, 6 Travelers in there, Quiet Noobs is in there.
What about Nakes and all those retards? Are they in there?
Let's see, I'm trying to see the other flat earthers. That's, as far as flat Earth that I recognize, that's all I see in there.
Which server is that?
Remember Nakes when I used to be over on Science versus Pseudoscience. Nakes would always complain that we banned people for trying to present arguments. I said, well, your argument's fallacious? It doesn't matter what kind of argument someone presents. The argument should be listened to. And I said, no. Why would I listen to a fallacious argument? I'm just going to dismiss it out of hand.
Yeah.
It's because they know it's like the only way that they have an argument is by being allowed to make fallacious claims. Like they think they're just allowed to do that. It's like, no, I gotta let you do that. What are you, stupid? What are you, British? And they're like, yes. I'm like, oh, well, there's your problem. Christ.
But meme, a logical fallacy is better than nothing, right?
Yeah. Good Lord. Anyone who ever says that needs to, I swear, go have like sex reassignment surgery so they can never breed.
Don't you often bring up Hitchens razor, right?
I bring up Hitchens razor a lot. I actually like
it
Christopher.
actually, yeah, it works. It works. I mean,
Yeah.
You don't have to bring any proof, then we can just dismiss it.
Look,
you have an argument.
You
with no
have
proof.
to rebuttal my explanation. No, I don't. No, I don't.
I
Yeah,
don't.
proof for your explanation? I don't need proof. It's the best explanation. It's like, dear God, how do you reason like that and like not kill yourself driving on accident every day? Or like brush your teeth and accidentally stab the back of your throat? Like how dumb do you have, like, how are these people surviving daily life, not dying from being so stupid? God.
It's a wonder.
I pray every day for a real virus.
And I wonder,
Every day.
wonder.
Dear God, please resurrect Prince Philip. He was right. Just 95% of us just wipe us out. Please, dear God. Every day I pray. Hitler was right. Wipe out everybody.
Oh my
Ugh.
Yeah.
That's funny. I mean, you brought up Hitler. I mean, I was just brought up that video I posted in admin mods. Just popped up in my YouTube feed.
The
Wow,
greatest
that's
story
like,
never told?
no, not that one. Of course,
Yeah.
they kicked that off YouTube. But I did upload that to my freaking archive.org
Oh
channel.
man,
But,
we're getting all 1488 up in here.
no, but this was as Operation Paperclip. It's this chick that wrote a book about Operation Paperclip.
I'm just looking for Operation Paycheck, like you said the first time.
I didn't say paycheck. I don't think.
Operation Paycheck.
Okay, paycheck.
That would be awesome, right?
That would be.
Operation Paycheck.
Well, I think there's been a few of those for a lot of people for doing nothing. Hey, sit around and do nothing. We'll give you a paycheck.
Man, I wish I could do that.
That was Operation Paycheck. Didn't have since the since last year. I don't know. I didn't have that. I mean, because I went to work, but I had to work for a paycheck. But a lot of people were sitting around getting a paycheck for not working. So
You didn't get your stimmy? You didn't get your stimmy check?
No, because I didn't file last year or the year before that.
Operation Stimmy.
Oh, that's all right. I did file and didn't get it.
Really? You didn't get your stimmy?
No, because I own a business, so they do for some reason it's an automatic audit for some of the stuff I do.
Oh man, that sucks.
So they delay it by one of them's delayed by a year. The next one's in the next few months. But I don't rely on crap like that because
either. That's why
I have
sometimes
I have clients and jobs that I do. So what, buddy?
Either way.
There you came.
Sucked up by the couch.
Dude, they're freaking. I see signs up everywhere. There's $300 bonus if you hire on at McDonald's.
Really?
They're gonna give you $300 if you just
They'll give you $300 to get a miserable job you'll hate that won't take you anywhere. Which I'm gonna be fair though. I'm gonna be fair. If you're 30 going to get a job at McDonald's, you failed. You failed. Because, why are you going to work at McDonald's at 30? McDonald's is somewhere you're supposed to work when you're 17, 18.
Sure, and maybe there is some 18-year-olds that are like, hell yeah, $300. And also I've seen bank signs that we'll give you $500 if you hire on here. So maybe you get a bank teller job and you get $500. Whatever.
Look, I just want everyone to get their shot so that there will be a lot of job openings. I'm straight up. I'm like Malthusian at this point. I'm like, please get your shots. Please get your shots. I encourage everyone to get their shots. Go get them. You believe it? Go get it. I want you to.
Free. It's free, so yeah.
Oh, you can get a free donut. Go do it. Go get your free donuts.
They'll give you money and food to get your shot. So.
Yeah, man. Go get your shots. Please do it. Caroline, if you're listening, go get your shot. Please, for the love of God, go get your shot.
If you don't convince him to take it,
they're saying that McDonald's
he's gonna be
is
the competition.
Sorry.
If you don't convince him to take the shot, he's gonna be your competition on the job.
Yeah. What's the joke, buddy?
Okay. You were about to say something, Crit. Go ahead, bro.
Go ahead, Crit.
Oh, yeah, they're talking about in San Diego. They're doing some sort of pilot program. $17 an hour and $1,000 sign-on bonus for McDonald's. Bring your community college degree.
Yeah. Okay. So here's the thing: is if you go into a McDonald's just in South Carolina, in the poor part of South Carolina, there's half the employees, and they've been replaced with robot machines.
Oh yeah, I was trying to make a joke about the community college degree.
Yeah. Go get your degree to work for McDonald's. Oh, sorry, there's no jobs. Unit 1379 has your job. Service economy. So I'm just waiting for the jobs like post-apocalypse cleanup. Because
that's like
me and
The
Prince
Handmaid's
Philip, like I
Tale.
said, we're like this now. I'm like Prince Philip. I'm sorry, I have a bad mouth too. I get it.
Isn't it weird that they just? Have you guys seen that? Well, you guys don't watch a lot of TV, but I do. The new the Stand, the series that came.
I love that series. That's what I pray for every day.
Did you watch it?
Yes. No. I watched the old one. I didn't watch the new one because it had Whoopi Goldberg in it.
Yeah, I know.
And like, I hated Guinan, and I still hate Guinan. I hated her character in Star Trek because that's the only thing she's ever been in.
But isn't it really weird though that it came out right? That series came out. The new one came out right at the beginning of the
coronavirus.
My Sharona. That series came out right with that, and just what you were talking about, like it's like okay, now everybody's dead that didn't get the virus, and now we have to clean this shit up.
I wouldn't mind. I mean, I'll go out there. I'll put a snowplow on my truck, and I'll be just like, let's get these bodies buried. Chuck, let's just put them in a field and let the birds eat. I don't care.
And bulldozer.
Yep. Not wasting fuel. Hey, you got the shot? Oh, well. Like the elite are secretly on our side. Like, look, we hear you guys. We're taking care of it. Don't worry. We're going to get every mongoloid NPC to get their shot. We promise. We're on your side.
And they're going to be proud
That's
of it.
the ultimate plot twist. The elite are the good guys. You thought we were the bad guys, but we were the good guys all along. It's like everyone's like, can you believe the elite are burning down California? That's when I started thinking, maybe the elite aren't so bad after all. Burning down Hollywood. I thought these were the bad guys.
Hey, by the way, if anyone is interested, if you haven't heard the
Helio's available. He's single, ready to mingle.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about. No, I was talking about the semi debate with QE. I know you were there. I mean, were you listening to?
Were they a couple of master debaters?
No, it was QE. And it was talking to that Tommy Gobbler guy. Anyway.
He was gobbling while he was master debating.
Yeah, I'm so sorry I missed that. I was arguing that guy in DMs for a week.
Here it is. I'm not gonna. I recorded it, but I'm not gonna upload it as a separate video because it turned into a shit show. But
did it?
Yeah,
that's the best type though.
All right, cool. So if you want to listen to it, there's.
I like fickle shows. I like Gigi Allen. Right? It's like a Gigi Allen concert.
Damn it! I posted in the wrong.
Hey Helio, I talked to that guy in Cog Dis about 4 or 5 days ago.
Yeah,
and he was like talking about he's doing a documentary on
he shit the bed on this one, but anyway, you can listen to it. It's time stamped about 3 minutes in is where it really starts.
Oh, we still have Discord tester in the room. Discord testicle. Discord testicle, are you there? You had some pics for us, right? Some images you wanted to show? I'm so curious. Come on, Discord testicle. All talk, no show. Funny, right? If they're on their keyboard, it's all big and you dumb flat earthers. Discord T. Where are you, guy? Seems flat. Also in the room. Seems flat. Are you there? You can't speak, Mr. Discord. Okay.
Seems Flat has no roles at all.
Yeah, I've unmuted him. So he has control of his mic. Come on.
Well, there you are.
Let's hear it.
Seems whatever.
Yeah, I'm the one currently speaking Discord, but if you can't figure it out, I mean, it's really easy, right? Go into your settings, check your volume.
Hey, Memus, you're
Yes. Am I echoing?
hot micing some hot air or some static rather. Hot air. I don't know why I said that. Sorry, I didn't mean hot air.
Is that me? Because I still hear it, and I just muted myself. Is that me? Because I still hear the static, but I muted myself.
No, it's not doing it now.
Who measured this ball, guys? Where's the bloody curvature? I mean, somebody had to measure it. But I have pictures from space. Pictures from space.
We see, Roger, there's this guy from 3,000 years ago. He had some sticks and some whales and shadows and other retorted shit. There you go.
Sticks and shadows.
Try taking
man.
out water with some sticks. Should use the bucket.
My favorite sticks and shadows, right? Because I can prove the earth is flat with my sticks and shadows. Nobody
Yep.
accepts that. How dare you measure the earth
And
flat
you
with
will
sticks and
holes.
shadows? We have Liger.
Remedy too.
Liger, you're unmuted.
No.
Welcome.
There he is.
Liger, are you there?
Liger.
Liger, you have control of your mic. If you can't speak, I'm going to mute you again. That's a shame.
Black Swan.
Liger.
Black Swan.
Liger. Your mic is open. No, he's gone.
Boo!
Black Swan.
NASA's getting serious about UFOs, guys. Time to get serious.
Oh,
Yeah,
goody.
Did anyone see the video of them like blocking off streetlights and a big diesel going by with what looked like a spaceship, a flying saucer on it? Did anyone see that?
Nice. Where is this video?
I saw it on a TikTok. So yeah, but it was out in like the middle of the night, and there was a street light that was blocked off by a whole bunch of police officers, and the camera was just pointed at the corner. Okay, it wasn't actually following the truck up to the corner. It was just pointing right at the corner, and then when that truck came around, it followed the truck, and you see the spaceship on the truck. Well, it looks like a spaceship. But I'm pretty sure it was like a prop or something. And they're just bringing it around to show people, oh, we found a spaceship. Oh.
The predictive programming.
Yep.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah. Ooh, we got a spaceship. Look at us.
Yeah. Yeah, you people are so retarded at this point. This is what we're going to pull off next, and you're going to buy it.
It's unidentified, but we'll make up crap and tell you we've identified.
Weird they call it UAPs now. Why? Why the big change? UAP.
It's because UAP channel, I think.
That's because of the orbs. They can't define the
Because
orbs, the little silver things.
because of a legal
Identified
obligation.
aerial phenomena.
They can't say anything that is actually truly false, so it's an unidentified aerial phenomena. It's not a flying object, it's an aerial phenomena. That is to legally protect them from anyone ever saying you lied, but they're not.
And if you notice, their videos are still shit. Their videos are still crap. These videos are still showing like dots in the far distance, like nothing serious.
Look, imagine if the news suddenly came out one day and said Bigfoot is real and started using all the grainy crap footage of all the Bigfoot videos. All of a sudden, everyone's going to take it seriously because they say so. That's the thing.
I thought it was.
It worked last time, so we'll just do the same thing we did last time.
Just look, just tell them Bigfoot's real. All right, we got some videos. It doesn't matter. They're gonna believe whatever we tell them. It's all right.
I came to Australia to search for Bigfoot, bro. Now he's not real.
I don't say Bigfoot isn't real. I just don't believe in Bigfoot, but he could be real. I'm a Bigfoot agnostic. I'm a Bigfoot. What do you call a Bigfoot agnostic? Bagnostic? I don't know. Sasquatch gnostic?
What about the Loch Ness Monster?
Loch Ness Monster? I've never seen it. I've only seen some blurry photos of it. I don't know. I have to say I'm a Loch Ness agnostic also.
A Loch Ness Monster agnostic. Me too. I concur. I don't really care either.
Yeah, that's the thing. I don't really care.
It's like other parlor tricks: Loch Ness Monster, Globe Earth.
Hey, keep in mind. Hey, they're gonna pull the Bigfoot card one day.
Right.
They're doing it now.
Yeah. I actually have a video. Let me see if I can find.
There's Bigfoot.
They're all converging. They're all converging.
CNN.
Oh my God, that's insane. Think about that. They're all converging all of this nonsense from like Bigfoot to the aliens. Like it's all converging and increasing, like the frequency of all this information. I can't think of anything more retarded. Oh my God.
Aliens are real, Bigfoot's real, Sasquatch is real, but men and women are not real.
At the gullibility of humanity, of like.
What do you mean they're gullible? That's not very nice to say.
Not very nice to say.
How dare you?
What about if somebody saw a woman or a man? Would they put it on TV? Breaking news.
I love talking to normies in real life and asking them, what's the global climate supposed to be?
Well,
and they look at me and they say, what? And they say, oh, what's it supposed to be if it's wrong? And they can't tell me. I said, if you don't know what it's supposed to be when it's right, how do you know it's wrong? Oh, I never thought about it like that. My God, just kill me if I ever get that dumb. I'd rather be dead.
Oh, check out this video from Mars, bro.
I looked at the one you put, Albariqua. That's a dude casually walking through the woods with a big old freaking suit on. Wow. What a trip, man. There's Bigfoot having a little stroll. Look, he's a casual kind of dude. He's just taking it slow.
Well, I'm convinced. Is that a U.S. Navy video? I'm sure, right?
Check out this Mars video.
Like Mars candy bar? Let's look at it.
Copy and pasting the sand. How nice.
Huh.
Oh
That's
no!
pretty
Watch until
funny.
the the landing. It's amazing.
That can't be real.
More
That just can't be real. Wait a minute. Who's filming it?
No, it's the same animator. They hired the same exact animator for the first one in the China.
Oh, they're exactly the same. Yeah.
It's the guy from the moon.
Oh my god.
Still the same guy.
Oh my god.
Wow.
Yeah,
you know what?
you
That's
flat
always
earthers.
a good movie is when you reuse footage.
You flat earthers are ruining our dreams of going to space.
You ever
Cut
see those
it
bad
out.
B movies?
Cut
Those
it
bad
out.
B movies where they use the same explosion. They get like one good explosion and they keep reusing it.
Oh yeah.
And they'll layer it with other explosions. Didn't that same car explode like 3 minutes into the movie? We used all our budget up there. My God, $20 million a day. Give me something better. Put some boobs in it. Seriously, like, give me
That is not Anzi-Bobby.
at least put
Yeah.
Abby's giant Khazar milkers in there, and I'll be happy.
The final card. Yeah, that's a good one.
The final card they're gonna play is Space Aliens with big Khazar milkers.
I know. What a saga.
And y'all tell that I'm okay with big Khazar milkers. I'm okay that she's Jewish. Just give me some of them milkers. I like kosher milk.
Aliens.
You've got a third one now.
He's got a what? Somebody said something British. But he didn't have any
somebody
T's in his speak.
Them's got
Three
three
BTs.
kittens, mate. Them's got 3 milkers.
3 milkers. I love milkers. Are you talking about Total Recall?
Aliens. Yeah, them aliens have got 3 milkers.
Lord. How do you motorboat 3 milkers, though?
Lord have mercy. Have mercy.
I might die. Yeah, but there's a catch. They got 3 milkers, but they literally have no butt. So. So.
Yeah.
So what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? They got no booty. So they're completely top heavy, and you're like, God, what a disappointment.
Flip them the other way and go surfing.
Yeah, what does Jenny Craig look like upside down?
What? First of all, Jenny Craig is kind of a dated reference. So I don't know. I don't even know what Jenny Craig looks like.
Ancient history.
Ancient Chinese secret.
Thank you. It's an ancient Chinese fort. UFOs being escorted, police cars. Let me look at this and see how retarded and fake it looks. Now, how do you know they're not filming for a movie?
Who is that?
Hey, speaking of
I just picture
UFO thing, have you seen those the black and white film of those? It was like the green triangles. Have you guys seen those?
So I'm looking at this video. They could be filming a movie and just dragging a prop.
I'm just picturing David Attenborough doing the voiceover.
Why would they show that? That's hilarious.
Look, I guarantee you that's for a movie, and they're pulling a prop somewhere.
Yeah, with David Attenborough's voice.
Their movies, they like to keep their movies secret, and so they turned out the lights and have cop escorts. It's actually not even unusual. That's all that is. Someone's filming a movie.
Mimus, do David Attenborough looks at aliens?
David Attenborough looks at aliens. I can't do David. I don't have that classy of a voice. I have a nasally, obnoxious voice.
I agree. I totally agree with that.
Yeah. Like,
Anyway,
people are like, "You're really from Georgia?" I'm like, "Yeah." "You were born and raised in Georgia?" "Yeah." "But I'm not Southern? I sound like I'm from where? North Dakota?"
Or Minnesota.
Dakota. I would never guess that, but
Somewhere in like the unaccented Midwest.
I can tell you're Southern, man. Yeah.
You can tell I'm Southern?
Yeah, I can.
Only when I talk about the blacks, right?
Only because I'm from the South too. But what doesn't matter? Doesn't matter.
Showers in the
Hey,
land
I want to
of
make an
cotton,
announcement.
where old times are not forgotten. Look away.
I lied. I was
Look
gonna go to sleep,
away.
but I couldn't. I just couldn't get enough. When I was listening to you guys, you just cracking me up. So I wanted to jump in and say, "Hey, guess
You were
what?
doing crack? What?
You were
Helio.
cracking me
I
up."
know you
I
drink a little bit, but don't do crack.
I heard him say he couldn't get it up.
That's what I heard.
Holy
I was
shit.
doing crack and couldn't get it
Wow.
up.
I have smoked crack.
Some home
and-
truths there.
Couldn't
and
get it
does-
up.
I ain't
You
got-
clip that
it doesn't
Helio
matter.
saying, "I have smoked crack."
I have, have in the past. In my past, I actually have.
Was he like,
I done a
I
lot of
smoked
shit.
crack? Was he like, I smoked crack, but I did not inhale?
Yeah,
Not inhale.
I didn't inhale it
I
after.
did not
you know,
inhale.
I didn't inhale it, and so it didn't really affect me. Anyway, so I just wanted to make an announcement.
top on the lip.
Sometime this next week, we're gonna hit 3,000 subscribers on the YouTube channel. So that's gonna be, that's pretty cool.
Yeehaw.
Right?
Wow. I'm gonna give you a Ben Stein. Wow.
Whoa. Whoa.
Better than giving him a Ben Shapiro.
Oh,
That
I
is
hate
excellent.
that guy. I was just saying that before.
My name is Ben
He's
Shapiro,
a sodomite.
and I'm Jewish.
Facts don't care about your feelings.
And he just makes shit up.
Hey, I can be friendly to Abby. Get them big old cow teats out.
Khazar milkers.
Good Lord. Those things, man.
Why would you doubt?
You gotta
Why
have
would
back problems.
Why would you doubt the abilities of a UFO, a saucer like that? Surely.
All that milk is kosher, buddy.
It could drive on the motorway as well.
We're not even talking about the same thing.
No,
that's
not even close.
That sodomite keeps on promoting that moon
even
landing
close.
bullshit.
What, Ben Oive
Yeah,
Shapiro?
yeah.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
mean,
who is
Ben
he?
Shapiro is Ben Shapiro is extremely nationalist, but only for one nation.
Yes. Extremely, yeah.
I wonder.
What are you
the
saying?
jaywalkers.
What are you saying, Goyam?
Values is what matters in America, but not Israel.
I've got a big think going on.
It's a bit of a head scratcher, isn't it?
Kind of activates your almonds a little bit, doesn't it?
Yeah, it gets the old noggin jogging for sure. What kind of person would only be nationalist for one nation?
I would say a nationalist.
But only for one nation.
Nazi.
Not
Is it the nation?
all nations.
Is it the nation he lives in?
No.
Oh, that's definitely
This
weird.
is Nazi land.
Is it the Nation of Islam?
That's the Inuit.
Close.
Exceedingly less based.
Does it start with an I?
Ooh. You're getting close.
This is going to a bad place, Graham.
Right.
Don't say it.
Right.
Is it India?
Remember the Gorillians.
No, it's not India.
Italy?
Somewhere between India and Italy.
Iran.
Turkey.
I always find it quite funny how Hungary and Turkey are literally neighbours.
Hungry.
They're both going to eat each other.
Hungry for some turkey? Have some turkey.
But who would
The
win,
turkey
the
is
hungry
hungry.
or the turkey?
Oof, don't know.
Depends. Who wants to eat more?
Well, they'd both gobble.
I think they both will gobble.
Are there any hippos in Hungary?
No, actually, most of the women are quite thin in Hungary.
Yeah, they're not bad.
Oh,
Sorry, I
Damn.
had to say it.
Damn.
Bit of a mongoloid mix, but you know.
There.
Funny. I don't know why is that so funny.
Genghis.
Shameful.
As soon as I started saying it, I was like, instant regret. Oh.
Hey, that
So it starts with an I.
that
Crypto. I'm gonna guess Iceland. How about
I was
that? Iceland.
I was listening back a little bit to that. I recorded that Quantum Eraser talk last night. You know, with you and Quantum Eraser and whatever, and I'm uploading it, but I'm gonna, it's probably gonna be, like the first hour, because I was listening back to it. I wasn't gonna upload it, but I'll upload it just, for posterity. I won't, have after dipshit left. I'll just stop it there, but. I'm uploading it now. I'm gonna edit it down. I'm gonna cut, most of the back part off after he left. So. Just uploaded Ladies Night 2. No, I uploaded Precious Metals. I already did Ladies Night.
Where?
Just uploaded the Precious Metals, which was pretty good. Did you listen to that today?
Yes.
I know where Bigfoot is.
You know who Bigfoot is?
You know who?
Yeah, he's with Bruno.
The Sasquatch. You know the Sasquatch, man.
Those are my guilty pleasures. Are those shows like Finding Sasquatch? It's like the dumbest, most cringe shows that there are.
What you watch that shit?
I love that crap. It's so dumb.
Like what's the one that they like the paranormal shit where they're
yeah, those don't do it for me. Ghost hunters and stuff.
Yeah.
That's just
the
straight up
Sasquatch,
dumb.
The Sasquatch stuff, you like that shit?
Hunting Sasquatch is so retarded, but that's why I like it. It's completely dumb.
It's strange, that UFO hunter show, that guy with the glasses, he wears sunglasses all the time. And all the people are just weird. They try to make it a serious show with a strangeness to it.
Well,
with
that's one of the ones I watch. That's one of the ones I watch.
It's a psyop, yeah.
Look, if that's a psyop, let it be, because, man, that is just embarrassing. Anyone who would fall for like that, like, you gotta have something wrong with you.
Yeah, that's like low IQ entertainment.
No. It's high IQ entertainment, because I watch it for entertainment. I love it. It's so stupid. But I also watch bad movies too. Like I love bad movies, and I watch them because they're bad.
Good bad movies are great.
Yeah, that's what shows like that are to me. They're good bad.
I mentioned the bad one before, bro, but you didn't.
They're so bad. Bruno. Oh, I didn't see that. No.
That's horrible. I hate it.
That's one
sick.
I went to.
Game.
Yeah, it was pretty retarded. My mate was doing my head and he's like, let's go see it. So I went to the movies, yeah, and there's like mother, father, children, like sitting down waiting for the start of it. Within 5 minutes, it was just like, yeah, it wasn't like nowhere near for children. And then you see 90% of the cinema just dissipate. It was finished.
This is the second one or the first one? The first one was.
Is there a second one?
Yeah, I think there's a second one.
I saw like the first one. And I was like to my mate, okay, this is like too much. Like the guy's just like butt naked, jumping up and down. Like
the part that got
was
me
that
was
dumb,
the
huh?
dude with the midget with the midget.
Yeah.
Just
That
so
was the
dumb.
nastiest scene. That was the nastiest scene ever. But I was like, oh my god, I can't stomach.
Yeah, you can't help but laugh at the. Yeah. I can't believe they actually released that crap, bro. And they made it so like children and parents can go, bro. Like it was just.
You know what the greatest bad movie of all time is, in my opinion?
The Room?
Oh, Battlefield Earth.
Yeah, that was a good one.
Because
With John Travolta.
The Room was a good bad, but that was an independent film. The reason that Battlefield Earth is so good because it's so bad is because it's a AAA studio. It's a big Hollywood studio that made it. And it went through every check and balance to make sure, and like through production and everything, to make sure it wasn't a bad movie. And it failed on every level still.
Yeah, it was bad.
It went through hundreds of people, thousands of people, and was still bad. That's what's so awesome about it.
First thing
And
about
it is-
Battlefield Earth is the cinematography is so horrible. It's like, what did they use? Rented cameras?
Yeah,
the
for real.
lighting is so bad.
Matthew just said it was directed and written by a Scientologist.
Yeah, well, there was a really good screenwriter who actually got hired for it, and the guy, was it Hubbard? Whoever was head over the project on the Scientology side kept taking his script and rewriting it daily.
L. Ron Hubbard.
It was L. Ron Hubbard.
L. Ron Hubbard Jr. probably.
Yeah, because Hubbard Jr.
Son
he
took
worked,
over that stuff.
Yeah, because he worked on the film. Hubbard did, and the writer. I watched an interview with the writer, who was cringing about it even today. It's like I thought my career was over. But then he's written some pretty good films. So, because writers don't make the film; they write what they're told to write, and structure and everything. So he was kind of stuck with having that guy. Like the script was bad, the cinematography was bad, the filming was bad, the structure was bad, the writing was horrible. Everything was bad about it. It was great.
Hey, can we watch it in cinema tonight?
Hey, y'all watch it in cinema tonight. I might join in. I have a long list of bad movies that I love.
Just some Mormon movie.
We're not gonna watch The Core. Core's awesome.
What? Core?
The Core.
Isn't that what's her name? That girl that looks like a dude. What's her name? She was
Bullock.
What's her name?
Is that Biel? Jessica Biel?
Oh wait, is that the Jessica Biel one? Oh, I thought it was what's her name from the boxer, the girl boxer movie. You know what? I don't remember.
That's another stupid movie. Yeah, that's really bad. Also, how about Godzilla is the King of the Monsters?
Look, all Godzilla movies are awesome.
Oh my
Don't say
God.
anything bad about Godzilla. I love
I know, man.
Kaiju, anything to do with kaiju. Not the Jew, but kaiju. I love kaiju movies.
What about the Day the Earth Stood Still?
That one was all right. I never really liked the original. It had all the right B movie elements, but it was no good to me. I didn't really like it that much.
What about Pacific Rim? Did you like that?
Love Pacific Rim. I have the Blu-ray of Pacific Rim, the special edition. I love that movie.
And the second one too.
I do not have the second one.
Oh, you got to watch it. It's pretty cool.
Someone's pretty good.
I love Pacific Rim though. That's great.
Yeah.
I love those kind of movies. They're completely unpretentious. I'm watching it for giant robots fighting monsters.
Yeah.
And the movie is completely self-aware about that, so it's good.
Yeah, it's really more about the special effects. And
yeah. And
but
as dumb as it sounds, it has a story.
Yeah, with Pacific Rim, it's got like when they built these giant robots to fight them. They have this this synchronous where they have to actually be a team and they meld they mind meld basically.
Well, the good thing is they don't try and explain too much. They're like, one day the monsters came from the rift and we had to fight them and we made giant robots. And it's like, that's the plot and that's all you need. That's all you need. And I'm like, okay, you got me. You got me. Let's do this.
Yeah, the graphics are great too in the movie too. Yeah.
You want to fuck everybody up? Watch Predestination.
Predestination. I don't know that one.
Well, you told me to watch that. I do remember watching it before, but I watched it again the other a couple weeks ago, and holy shit, yeah, it's a crazy ass movie.
Have y'all watched Dark City down there?
We haven't watched
Dark
City, I don't think, in the cinema, but
yeah, Dark City's great.
Elio, how long did you sleep? Like 30 minutes?
He hasn't slept.
I didn't.
Elio's a big fat liar. He's like, I'm gonna go to sleep and smoke some crack. And
I guarantee you, I ain't sleeping if I'm smoking crack. But
Elio's like, I can only sleep if I smoke crack.
He's a flat smack machine, man. He goes 24/7.
It's the weekend, man. I mean, shit. To be honest, I was off yesterday because we didn't get no fucking work, man, and so my paycheck's gonna suck next week. But
by the way,
you know what's gonna be a dumb movie?
The core stars Hillary Swank. I typed that into the chat.
Hillary Swank, that's it.
Yeah,
Hillary
but Swank is a bad word, and I got put in detention.
Oh, Swank is?
Swank, you got detention for Swank?
Yeah, I said the core stars Hillary Swank. I typed that.
More like
Hillary. It's wanker. It's because of the wank.
Got him for Swank.
It's because of the wank.
It is. It's
yeah.
Hilarious.
It's pretty funny. You got 3 minutes
for British woman.
Yeah, it's what 3 or 5 minutes.
Oh yeah, I'm out of detention already. That was
okay, cool.
Jaws has got to be the dumbest. One of the dumbest.
Got it for Swank.
All right, that needs to be removed.
Nah, y'all need to check out like Rawhead Rex or something.
I've never heard of Salt.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I mean, we should show Dark City in the cinema one night.
Oh, what about This Island Earth?
Oh, yeah, Dark City is one of my favorite movies of all time.
Or The Island. Did you watch that one? The Island.
Yeah,
yes, they did. You're talking about Martin
That
Scorsese?
one's crazy good. Clones.
Martin Scorsese?
No, it's not Martin Scorsese.
It's the Clones one.
Yeah, it's Ethan Hawke and
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
And,
did you guys ever watch
really good.
Newsbusters? It's like a 30-minute movie. It's a really short one where they say we faked the news.
Did you say Nutbusters?
No, Newsbusters.
Newsbusters. Oh yeah, I know who Newsbusters is. Yeah.
Nutbusters.
They planned the news. He was like 1967, and they're planning the news for 1972.
Oh, you mean the Newsbenders?
Oh yeah,
Newsbender. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah,
it's the Newsbenders.
Dude, that's a good one. Yeah, that's good. We ought to play
That's
that
awesome.
Here once. You don't even have to.
That's a good one.
Y'all are trying to play all these thinking man movies.
Yeah, just play Jaws. Yeah.
Look, when I turn on the television, first of all, I don't just watch TV. I select what I want to watch, and and the worse it is, the more I like it, because I am only watching television for idiocy. That's all I want out of it is pure stupid idiocy. Which is why
like Coneheads.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. Coneheads.
Your life predestination.
Like the rest of my life is filled with like intellectual struggle and like trying to figure things out, and I'm like, sometimes I just want crap. You know, it's like sometimes you want to eat that Little Debbie oatmeal cream pie, and you don't want a steak. You just want some junk.
Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you
Have you seen Night Live lately? That's about as bad as it gets.
You did what?
SNL. Have you guys seen that lately?
Oh my God, SNL has sucked for 20 years, but recently, like in the past 5, it's gotten so bad. that it's almost watchable with how bad it is.
That's what I'm saying.
You can watch it and just be dumbfounded. If you want to just be dumbfounded, watch SNL and not understand how, like, culture can fall so hard.
What about if you're stupid? Does it make sense to those guys, or
it doesn't? I don't know who could make sense too.
They must be sitting in a room purposely writing bad skits.
Well, that's why
No,
they
but
have the
there's a bunch of
applause sign up.
morons.
They have the applause
Yeah, but
sign at those things. You know, they hold it up so that people know when to clap.
They can't be that bad on purpose. They got to be doing like an Andy Kaufman.
You guys heard of
There's
this?
no way that's on purpose.
You guys heard of this channel? I'm about to post it. It's Founded Earth Brothers.
Who said Andy Kaufman? Was that India? What
I mean,
else?
that was like a thing in the '80s. People, what
Andy
music
Kaufman.
guest is on, and everything. Just like it just died. It just turned into like a radical social justice warrior display of. I mean, it's like it's not even funny anymore.
But no, it's anti-funny.
It is. It's
Literally,
like the death of
the
funny.
opposite of funny. Cringe, man. Like, I want to almost pay him to not broadcast anymore. Like, please, you're embarrassing yourself. Just don't go to work anymore, please. For the sake of your children and your grandchildren.
You guys heard of these guys? Founded Earth Brothers. I just posted their channel. They have 75,000 subscribers, and they're flat Earth. They make some pretty decent flat Earth videos. I just found them the other day. I mirrored one of their videos on my channel. It's pretty cool.
They must have changed their name. They used to be Flat Earth Brothers.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I know who they are. Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah, they had a lot of subs before they were Flat Earth because they do a lot of biblical stuff.
Well, they make some pretty cool videos. There's a little
Yeah, he
short.
did
There's
change
a little
the name.
short. There's a little short that I can't remember who shared it in the mod chat. I went ahead and downloaded it and mirrored it on my channel, and so yeah, Ron knows who they are. Yeah. Yeah, I remember those guys.
They've done some good videos about NASA. Some of the other stuff
They
is.
just put one out. I think yesterday or the day before. A brand new one. It was pretty good. I haven't watched it yet.
They did get duped before though, so I remember I don't know, they got duped by some Clover, and they saw recorded something fake in the flat Earth. They got duped and had to withdraw the video.
Indio.
That was a couple of years ago.
What do you make of the ice wall video that they did? Do you think there's anything in that?
The ice wall video? Is that the one that they got duped on?
I don't. Yeah, some dude that worked there and saw the ice regrowing and all that stuff. I don't know. Hang on, I'll post it and see if it posts.
I heard somebody before, when we were speaking about medicine and whatnot. Somebody say Kaufman, and when India just said when Andy Kaufman just started pissing myself laughing because his name actually means like a tradesperson, a peddler, a tradesman, like somebody who trades to deceive, a peddler.
This is the revised version of the Newsbenders, where he puts in like the hoax that they're planning, like the fake moon landing and the fake nuclear weapons and all that stuff. He did a good job, like going through all
Seems
the hoaxes
trustworthy.
that we know. What's that?
Seems trustworthy.
Just listen to Andy Kaufman.
What's up with the Warriors? That's hilarious.
He is a warrior.
Sorry, man. There's no gang on earth that's shirtless wearing a leather vest. That's tough. Sorry. I'm not buying. I couldn't buy that even when I was a kid. I was like, no, those guys look gay as shit.
Who was that?
The Warrior. You're like, what's the name of the movie? Is the movie the
Warriors?
Have you ever seen that where they like have to fight through gangs to
Yeah.
get back home or something?
With assless chaps.
I will tell you this. After watching that, I watched that recently, about a year ago, and suddenly realized the whole thing is about secret societies. And like initiations and stuff, and like the if you look at it, it has a very, very strange element to it about like
sodomy.
You know, the whole occult idea of like the king and the king getting killed, and then the false accusation. It's like there's this almost Hiram Abiff feel to it, to the whole thing.
Yeah. Then the high priest comes in and da.
Yeah. Like there's an underlying theme to the whole thing that is actually what it's about.
These guys were the Flat Earth Brothers, but I think they changed the name so that people, when they share the video,
and
it doesn't
gender
just trigger them. Oh, Flat Earth Brothers, I'm not watching this. So they just changed it up, but that's who they were. This video about the firmament, what happened when they drilled into the ice wall near the firmament.
Menace, you there?
Yeah.
Oh, I sure am.
Cheers, mate. I was just going to ask you, did you like House?
The show House?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was all right. I didn't see a lot of it, but when I did see it, the ones I did see, I liked. But I've always liked Hugh Laurie. It would be more accurate to say I like Hugh Laurie.
If you get a chance, like I just like recently, I haven't had TV for like almost 7 years. So out of boredom, as you said, just I wanted to. I'll watch them, and yeah, it's hilarious. Like the guy's just a few levels, not a few levels. He's like a whole. I don't know how to explain it. A whole. I just fucked up a metaphor, but yeah. He's like 100 levels above him, and he just plays with
everybody else. Yeah.
Yeah. Plays mind games, plays with the patients. He already knows what the outcome is, but he's like, yeah, just lop off his head and poke inside, see what happens.
Yeah, it's a good. It's well written. So that was always rare. Was a well written show. Like if you go back and watch the old MacGyver shows, they were terribly written. The writing was actually really bad. I loved the shows, but the writing was bad.
It's like take a shoelace, a pen, and some bubble gum, and you've got like a nuclear bomb.
Yeah. Well, he did the paperclip and the shoestring to pull the gas pedal, and like that was the first episode, right? And like
well,
it was just really cool stuff like that. But like when it came to like the writing for like the core of the show, for like the character development and everything, the writing was really subpar, or it was right on par. It wasn't extraordinary or anything.
I only saw like a few shows when I was young because my dad used to call my uncle MacGyver. I used to tease him.
Yeah,
he was like, I can fix anything. He was like, yeah, right, MacGyver.
At my job, I used to work at. I ran a concrete company for a guy up in Augusta, but he also owned a machine shop and a couple other businesses and had a little engineering firm. And they used to call that was my nickname was MacGyver, because I would come there with issues and I would just like throw something together and be able to fix it, because we had to do a lot of on-site maintenance. So my other nickname was Rambo Bambino. So Rambo Bambino.
I'm trying to ascertain Bambino. Why Bambino?
Why what?
Why the Bambino at the end of Rambo?
It's because back then I was like 23, 24, and I was bodybuilding. And so I was really young. And but I was also really, really, really built. And so they called me Rambo Bambino. It's Rambo Kid.
Oh.
I'm like, why didn't you just call me Rambito or something? And they just laugh at me. Me Rambo Bambino. Because Rainbow Bambino rhymes better, I guess.
Babe Ruth, they called him Bambino.
Yeah. The Great Bambino?
Yeah, Babe Ruth.
Yeah. The Great Child.
Those are probably like the reset people. They got them into baseball and all that stuff. Here, let's entertain them with bread and circus. Babe Ruth he'll be the superhero of the day, and whoever, Honus Wagner before that.
You know what's funny is the word hero. Oops, I just lost all my cargo in this game. Great job. God dang it. Ugh. All right. So what was I saying?
The word hero.
Before I lost all my cargo here. Okay.
You said about the word hero.
The word hero is from the Greek heros. Like they say, like Christ isn't the right word for Jesus. And I'm like, look, on a derivative level, yes, I agree. But both of those have the same origin, and that is from the Greek word hero. And a hero is literally someone who dies for someone else. So it's still accurate because Kyros is where the word hero comes from and where the word Christ comes from. Just an interesting. So it's kind of like they give us a bunch of heroes that are all pagan. You know what I mean? They gave us a bunch of heroes like Iron Man for the new religion.
People were saying that they use that word too loosely. You know, so like someone like Buzz Aldrin is a hero. Really? What did he do? What did he do heroic? Did he die? No, he died.
That's the thing. To be a hero, you have to die. That's what a hero does. They die for others. If you're not dead, because a hero gives their life. That's it. It's like pretty simple.
Yeah, fathers. Yeah. It's like to convolute the word. Same with warrior. they stop using that. They use Soldier, which have totally different meanings.
Doesn't one have to do with like bloodletting?
Yeah. So they will do this like have backwards wordplay.
Yeah.
Like I even hear on here like, oh, why don't they get a cure for this and that? I'm like, cure means to what's it called? It's to preserve something. So why would you preserve a disease? It's just something I think pushed into people and they don't realize they're like saying a negative, you know?
Yeah.
Do you guys think that they're priming us for that Project Bluebeam with all this UFO sightings and bullshit that they're propagating? The media is like, it seems they're in the early stages of dropping something like that.
I still think that Project Bluebeam is a psyop. Like, there's not really a Project Bluebeam. There's something that's going to happen, and they're going to try and make everyone think it is them, that it is just Project Bluebeam.
So yeah, they'll have actual levitation, like a TR-3B. They'll have these flying craft. They'll be burning up cities and stuff, and then they'll blame it on aliens.
Yeah, they'll be doing things. Like, I don't think they're going to make anything appear in the sky. What I think is things are going to appear in the sky as part of like some either natural cycle or something else. And they're just going to try and trick everyone and say, yeah, see, we had Project Bluebeam. That's what it is. So that everyone will think it's like nothing supernatural, essentially.
They're actually coming for us. The people in the secret black budget programs are going to use these weapons against us and claim it's people from outer space. Because they've already been doing it. Like Paradise, California, Australia. They've already been hitting us with these high-tech weapons. People just don't know what's 9/11. They don't know what the fuck hit them.
Isn't it true, though? They're only attacking the elite. The elite are attacking the elite.
I don't think Paradise, California, and Australia were elite.
I was trying to say that before. Sorry.
Those were regular people. And then California last year was hit. That guy, Dutch Sense, he caught it on radar. Caught the infrared.
Thing is when they do start, like, they're not actually allowed to kill everybody. They have to get everyone to kill themselves. That's kind of the rules. It's because if you kill everybody, you're not going to win.
Not everybody, but they're killing enough people. I don't know that them directly. It's their minions. They're having their people do the dirty work.
Yeah.
I'm sure.
Well, it's this. Think about it like this. You know how they say so many children go missing every year?
Yeah.
I don't even believe those numbers.
It's hard to say.
Hold on just a second. So, like, they'll say, like, 400,000 children went missing last year, right?
Yeah, it seems a bit much.
It seems a bit... It's almost as if the idea is not to make you concerned about the missing children. It's to desensitize you to the idea of it, which is more important to them than actually missing children. Because you know what? In my entire life, I've never known a missing person. Not one. Not a single one. Amber Alert goes off maybe once a month, and the child's almost always recovered. I want to know where all these missing children are, because I go up to see the missing thing, and they're like 17, 18 years old. I'm like, that's not a missing child. That's a runaway. And they're like, oh, all these little kids go missing every year. I'm like, where? Where in the States is this happening? And I've checked with people. I don't know anybody who knows anyone who knows anyone who knows anyone. It's like it's a number they're just giving us to make us, to create some kind of reaction or like feeling or desensitization in us.
Yeah, to numb us.
To numb us.
It's like the numbers in the pandemic that supposedly died.
Yeah.
That's an interesting concept. I was thinking that, like, That does seem a bit much, man. All these years, every year, 400,000 go missing or whatever it is. That's a lot of people.
Everybody would know somebody. Everybody would know somebody. And there's no, I don't think there's any arguing with that. Everyone would know someone.
You know what, Beam? That's about the number that died of Americans that died in World War II. And that was a massive number. I don't even know if that number is true, but that's a massive number of people. And you think
it is a massive, massive number.
They go missing than the soldiers that died in World War II, which was a massive number. It just seems not right. Vietnam was 50,000. It's like, wait a minute. Every year? It doesn't.
Every year, yeah. Oh, Vietnam, that was 78,000, wasn't it?
Was it? I thought it was like the wall's like 50. I don't know. Not sure, but that was what, 10 years of